Warning. Containment breach. Warning. Containment breach. The boundless dark night has consumed the last vestiges of light, and the fragile flame that once sustained reason has now been utterly extinguished. For centuries, the foundations of reason, science, and normalcy that we have tirelessly defended have completely crumbled. The temple of science lies in ruins. The framework of normalcy is distorted, and the brilliance of reason has dimmed. The loss of all this heralds the inevitable demise of human civilization that depended upon it. Through the unanimous decision of the Council of 05, it has been resolved to initiate project number 20001 Heavenscape, issuing a warning to the rational human realm still existing within the infinite realms of madness, phantasms, and narrative layers, in a bid to preserve the flickering ember of humanity. A tribute to those who journey toward the void. Chapter 1. The Descent of the Heavenscape. The scorching blood spills across the earth. Humanity yearns for beauty, yet is left to delude itself. For there is no dawn in reality, only the yearning for an imagined paradise. Holding the scepter of descent, the deity seeks to extinguish humanity, gazing into the distance, where only mortals toil to dig their own graves, fearing the deity may awaken them. To continue enduring this grotesque reality, the path is treacherous, darkness unbearable. Humanity's skin must shed under the sun's glare. Why does the void deity persist in this world? The hypocritical god cannot dissolve the indomitable will. The deity questions humanity. Why am I so affluent? Humanity replies, because you are the omnipotent God. Humankind gazes at the stars, yet the stars, aloof and unyielding, pay no heed to the insignificance of humanity. Humanity offers sacrifices to the deity, yet upon receiving them, the deity asks, what is humanity? Ascending lofty mountains, humanity seeks to witness the dawn. The rocks are sharp, threatening to rend flesh and bone. The abominable creatures lurk, eager to feast upon the blood and flesh of humanity. Why is the deity omnipotent, while humanity is not? The stars mock humanity. The true deity plays the fool. And humanity, in its bewilderment, wonders why the deity is less than the stones and the loathsome insects. Humanity's footprints traverse the world's mountains and rivers, and the darkness dissipates completely. The deity asks humanity, why do I feel such sorrow? Humanity, no longer gentle, retorts, you foolish winner. At the mountain's peak, only the remnants of fur remain. Humanity inquires of others, what is your God like? A somewhat learned being replies, an uncountable regular strong limit cardinal, the God of the universe. A farmer states, the Lord who governs the rain. A child innocently asserts, my mother. Humanity ascends the heavens, and the old gods are no more. Humanity declares, where is our God? All we see are a few scattered bones. Humanity to the damned deity. Within the boundless realms of madness, endless phantasms rise and fall. The shattering of each phantasm signifies the total annihilation of a narrative array. Beyond the phantasm, an ancient darkness endures eternally, where unspeakable entities roam freely, casting greedy glances at the luminescent phantasms in the dark. They're distorted. Whispers echoing relentlessly, in a mundane corner of the realm of madness. A phantasm on the verge of succumbing to darkness suddenly bursts forth with a moment of resplendent brilliance before vanishing completely into the abyss. This seemingly fleeting moment of illumination has irrevocably altered the fates of countless worlds, casting a brief light upon the eternal darkness of myriad universes. The radiance faded. A grand celestial canopy enveloped the heavens, leaving humanity across innumerable realms in profound astonishment. In the superdivine world, on the deck of the ship Giant Canyon, Duke Ao withdrew his gaze from the sky and inquired of Ling Feng, who stood nearby. Ling Feng, have we reached any conclusions? Report. General, we have employed all available detection methods, yet we have been unable to extract any meaningful information. Ling Feng replied, shaking his head as he glanced at his tablet. Upon hearing this, a weighty expression emerged on Duke Ao's otherwise stoic face. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, what a tumultuous time we find ourselves in. Old Du, why the long face? With me and the kids by your side, we shall face whatever comes our way. Let them come should they dare tread upon Huaxia. My golden staff is not to be trifled with, Sun Wukong comforted as he placed a hand on Duke Ao's shoulder. Duke Ao, after a brief glance at Sun Wukong, lifted the gravity from his expression and nodded. Indeed, I have faith that those youngsters will lead Huaxia through adversity. Ling Feng, relay instructions to expedite the plans across all departments, while simultaneously intensifying surveillance over Huaxia. Should any developments arise, report immediately. Furthermore, in a few days, you and Reina will engage in discussions with the angels to ascertain their understanding of the screen, he commanded. Understood. Meanwhile, within Earth's atmosphere, Angel Yin was diligently investigating the celestial screen before her. What exactly is this? The dark dimension detection shows no anomalies, and the flame sword can pass through effortlessly. If it weren't right before me, I would scarcely believe there is anything here. I suppose I should report this to Queen Kaisa, she concluded. Angel Yin promptly contacted Kaisa to relay her findings. Queen Kaisa, I have discovered an unknown phenomenon on Earth. I see a screen. Am I correct? Kaisa replied, you can also see it from the Sky City, Your Majesty? Indeed. From my observations, this screen appears to envelop the entirety of the known universe. Have you discerned any information from it, Your Majesty? None. Kaisa's voice, tinged with languor, responded calmly. Yin, continue your observations on Earth and gather any pertinent information that may prove useful. Understood, Queen Kaisa. In the world of Starry Sky Railway, within the Black Tower space station, the recently battle-weary group gazed warily at the colossal screen above them. Wow, what an immense screen. How on earth is such a large screen suspended in the cosmos? Watching a movie on this would surely be a grand experience, exclaimed March 7, with her pink hair as she held her bow aloft, staring in wonder at the celestial display. Dan Hung, you know everything. You must have some insight. I do not, Dan Hung replied coldly, his demeanor unyielding. Then, Sister Kizuna, do you know? March 7 asked, her smile faltering as she turned to Kizuna beside her. I do not know either, dear March, Kizuna replied gently. Even Sister Kizuna doesn't know. Then Uncle Yang, with his vast knowledge, should certainly be aware. Hey, you little one with pink hair, standing before you is Lady Haida, the 83rd seat of the Genius Club. Why don't you inquire if I possess any knowledge? The doll resembling Haida, slightly shorter than March 7th, interjected. Who are you calling short? March 7th exclaimed, glaring down at the Haida doll in annoyance. Are there any other pink-haired individuals? In a celestial vessel, the leisurely Jing Yuan, napping in the general's residence, noticed the emergence of the sky screen. His expression shifted momentarily before returning to a state of calm. Is this the work of those gluttonous beings, or perhaps some star deity's doing? As Jing Yuan pondered this, a crisp, somewhat sardonic voice echoed in his ear. Hello, my esteemed general, have you awakened? This seat is toiling over the celestial vessel while you frolic with Zhuangzhou. It's Fu Xian. Since you have sought me out, it seems our efforts with the great Fu have yielded some results. Ahem. Not at the moment, Fu Xian replied, slightly embarrassed as he cleared his throat. In the Starcore Hunter base. Does this appear in Elio's script? Kafka inquired, retracting her gaze to Silver Wolf nearby. Not at all, Silver Wolf replied, stowing away his virtual screen. Moreover, none of my methods can influence this display, which is visible to the entire universe. Oh, then it seems it may be the work of that star deity, Kafka remarked, her demeanor remaining composed. In the world of fights breaks fear. Xiao Yan, having just established a 3-year pact, gazed at the screen in the sky, lost in contemplation. Could it be? Has the fantasy world developed technology? Xiao Yan found himself engulfed in confusion. Initially, upon his arrival, he had been a staunch materialist, but witnessing the existence of Do Qi compelled him to abandon his scientific worldview. Now, what is that screen in the sky resembling a certain app? While that screen may seem somewhat unscientific, this world is even less grounded in reality. Beside him, clad in azure robes, the exquisite Xiao Suner observed Xiao Yan's incredulous expression and asked, Brother Xiao Yan, do you know what that thing in the sky is? Maybe I might know. Xiao Yan replied uncertainly, in the Dragon Ball world. Goku gazed up at the heavens, his golden eyes shimmering with curiosity and excitement. Do you feel it? That presence. It's extraordinary. He turned to his companions, their familiar faces reflecting similar emotions, in the hearts of the Saiyans. The desire to challenge and confront powerful foes burned ever brighter. In the world of Honkai, Kiana gripped the sword forged from entropy technology, her eyes radiating determination and resolve. If that is a new enemy, or perhaps a friend in need of assistance. Her words trailed off, yet her sentiments were understood by her companions. In this moment, they were prepared to face the unknown trials ahead. In the world of Heavenly Silkworm, Yifan stood beneath the starry sky, flanked by comrades and brothers with whom he once fought side by side. Such distant memories, another calamity, or perhaps a new opportunity. A torrent of thoughts surged within him, yet he was acutely aware that only by moving forward could he glimpse the truth of the future. In the world of God's tomb, Chunnin gazed at the celestial phenomenon on the horizon, his grip tightening around the divine weapon in his hand. He mused inwardly, perhaps this time shall be the occasion to unravel the ancient enigma. Beside him, his comrades stood resolute as mountains, collectively awaiting the impending upheaval. In the Marvel Universe, within the hallowed halls of the Avengers Tower, the previously leisurely conversations among the Avengers swiftly transformed as they recognized the Alterations in the sky, prompting them to prepare for battle. JA.R.V.I.S. Analyze that screen, Tony commanded, donning his armor with urgency. Apologies, sir, but my scans indicate all results are 0, came the reply. Turning to Captain America, who held his shield steadfastly, Tony remarked, the situation is critical. We have contacted SHIELD. Their aircraft is approaching the screen, the captain assured. Could this be another alien invasion, or perhaps that deity again? Banner, his visage emerald, queried as he glanced at Thor, who wielded Mjolnir. I assure you, this is not the work of Asgard, Thor responded, crackling with blue lightning. Meanwhile, in Kamartaj, the Ancient One withdrew her magic, her gaze fixed on the screen above, a grave expression crossing her features. The predetermined future has become obscured. At this instant, in the realms of the Dragon Clan, the mortal cultivation world, the Goo world, the Shrouded world, the Godtomb world, and countless others, humanity was captivated by the sudden appearance of the heavenly screen. Myriad beings across various worlds engaged in discourse regarding the celestial display. The screen illuminated, revealing a dual-eared black circle, one deep and the other shallow, intersected by 3 arrows. Below, a striking inscription emerged. Special Containment Procedures Foundation. The emblem began to rotate slowly, and additional text began to materialize on the screen, while a resounding voice echoed in the ears of every observer. Warning. Containment failure. Warning. Containment failure. The boundless dark night has consumed the last vestiges of light. The feeble flame that sustained reason has now extinguished completely. For centuries, we have fiercely defended the pillars of reason, science, and normalcy, but they have utterly collapsed. The edifice of science has toppled, the framework of normality has distorted, and the brilliance of reason has dimmed. This profound loss signifies that human civilization, which relies upon these foundations, now teeters on the brink of extinction. By unanimous decision of the 05 Council. Project 20001 Heavenly Screen is activated to dispatch alerts to the worlds of rationality still existing within the boundless delusions, dreams, and narrative layers. In a bid to preserve the flickering flame of humanity, in this forsaken corner of the delusion, we are uncertain whether this signal will reach ears on the other side, or if there exist normal humans still listening. Yet, even in the depths of despair, we must endeavor, for to relinquish hope equates to true annihilation. Perhaps on that distant shore, there exists a group of humans equally steadfast in their adherence to the beacons of reason and science, who will receive our signal and comprehend its urgency. Or perhaps, our call will herald the dawn of a new era or a new anomaly. Salute to humanity. Salute to the fallen. Countless beings from myriad worlds gazed upon the celestial tapestry as words materialized, stirring profound emotional turmoil within them. Although they were certain they had never encountered these words before, the moment they beheld them, their meanings unfurled in their minds. Simultaneously, as the narrative on the celestial screen unfolded, an inexplicable and overwhelming sorrow surged within them, akin to the loss of a cherished individual forever departed from their lives. Yet, the celestial display paid no heed to the tumultuous emotions of humanity across various realms. The words continued to appear unabated. Humanity has thrived for 250,000 years, yet only the past 4,000 years bear significance. What have we been doing for nearly 250,000 years? We cowered in caves, huddled around meager campfires, trembling before the mysteries we could not comprehend. Those explanations of how the sun rises, the monstrous beings with human heads and bird bodies, the animated stones. Thus, we deemed them gods and demons, beseeching their forgiveness and praying for salvation. Gradually, their numbers dwindled while ours flourished. As our fears diminished, we began to perceive the world with greater rationality. However, the inexplicable did not vanish. It seemed as if the cosmos conspired to manifest absurdity and the unfathomable. Humanity can no longer dwell in fear. Nothing will shield us. We must defend ourselves. When others thrive in sunlight, we must battle in the shadows, ensuring their truths remain concealed from the masses, allowing them to exist in a rational and ordinary world. We control, we contain, we protect. We are the foundation. After a brief silence, an array of comments began to scroll across the screen. March 7 Star Rail. Oh, I feel so sad. My heart aches. What is happening? Hu Tao Genshin Impact. I feel the same. My mood was already poor for business today, and now it's even worse. Kiana Honkai Impact. Though words may fall short, this resonance indeed touches the depths of the soul. Is it pain, sorrow, or fear of the unknown? Son of Light God Seal. My power is to combat darkness. Yet the shadow cast by this foundation feels heavier than any beast I have ever encountered. Black Tower Star Rail. It seems this screen was conjured by the Foundation. How intriguing that there exist forces in the universe of which I remain unaware. Walter Star Rail. What is the suffix to our names? Which planet or world do we belong to? Kiana Honkai. It must be different worlds. I see another version of myself. Tesla. Walter, so you ventured into another world? Just you wait. Uncle Yang, what is this? March 7th said, glancing at Walter, whose expression was laden with exasperation. Walter, the vast celestial canopy is adorned with an incessant stream of comments, as beings from various realms engage in discussions regarding the origins of the Foundation. At the Star Core Hunter base, the Foundation, judging by the description above, it appears to be an organization dedicated to the protection of humanity. However, its authenticity remains uncertain. Mused Kafka, elegantly. Seated upon the sofa, that I have scoured all accessible records, but there is no mention of this Foundation. It likely does not belong to our universe, reported Silver Wolf, relaying the results of his inquiries. Very well, if there is no information, then let us consider this a holiday. I am rather intrigued as to why our universe is referred to as the Starry Sky Railway, she pondered. In the world of sword coming, at Lizhosen town, the disciples from various sects gathered beneath the locust tree at the town center, engaged in fervent discussions about the content displayed across the celestial screen. At the periphery of the crowd, Chen Pingon and Ning Yao observed the spectacle with equal curiosity. Ning, with your vast knowledge, do you know what sect this Foundation might belong to? I have not heard of it either. But to create such a scene, it must represent a formidable force. I wonder if the other worlds mentioned are indeed real. Could there exist realms beyond the 5 great heavens? Ning Yao replied, thoughtfully. I cannot fathom what those other worlds might be like. I yearn to witness them. Chun Pingon murmured. Ning Yao, her ears twitching at his quiet words, responded. Desire to explore, do you? First, you should learn to read. Come, this place is too noisy. Return with me to study your letters. If you cannot master that book on the regretful mountain fist, I shall have to thoroughly instruct you on the principles of boxing. Ah, Ning, wait for me. In the divine realm of Mukshan, within the grand hall of the Yankan heavenly court, amidst the magnificent splendor, the emperor of Yankan stood solitary. A force that protects humanity? If only that were true, at least I would not be alone with you, would I, National Master? The emperor turned slightly, addressing the empty space beside him. Your Majesty, I have always been present. A figure gradually materialized beside him as the words were spoken. However, Your Majesty, according to the earlier proclamations, this so-called Foundation may already be extinct. What we see now might merely be their final warning or cry for help. The National Master replied with a tone tinged with gravity. Alas, I understand, yet any force capable of such a display should not be weak. If even they have met their demise, what adversaries did they confront? Were they also those so-called gods? The Emperor sighed. Your Majesty, we shall prevail. Those alleged gods shall meet their complete downfall, declared the National Master, his resolute voice echoing throughout the hall. Indeed, the struggle of humanity across multiple epochs must find its conclusion in this era, and it must end. Those so-called gods shall find themselves entombed in the graves I have prepared for them. Primary classifications: safe, Euclid, Keter, neutralized, explained, pending, esoteric, narrative classes. Chapter 2, The Realm. Foundation Archive, The Realm. Project level, requires 05 Council approval. All works, narratives, and the derivations of phantasm originate uniquely from this singular source. The center of infinite cycles, the domain of delusion. It is said that in the domain of delusion, the very beginning was a vast emptiness, a stillness suspended in silence, where formless and intangible entities lay in predetermined repose, rendering any concept inapplicable. Suddenly, the gate of mystical origin swung open from the beginningless and endless. Encompassing all yet manifesting none, from the self-existent essence of things, surged forth the source of living waters, disturbing the ancient solitude. Thus, the primordial narrative began to unfold in motion. The ethereal sovereign exhaled the 3 vital energies of the original source, encompassing the great unity and the great change. The fundamental essence of all things, evolving the mysterious 3 natures, pervading the void, rising from the waters of the celestial one, countless narrative bubbles emerged, each drifting within the domain of delusion, shimmering with distinct brilliance. Among them, some gathered beneath the shadow of the original core, drawing energy from the narrative substrate of truth, jointly evolving self-embodied images. Others emitted resonant streams of information, integrating their narrative elements into the worldviews of other phantasms, becoming new interpretations, while some merged with one another, and others split into sequential strands. Thus, the vibrant tapestry of narratives began to take shape, propelled by the fundamental narrative forces adrift in the domain of delusion, establishing beginnings, developments, turns, and conclusions, with the phantasm being endowed with definitions through mutual influence. In contrast to the true reality, the domain of delusion constructs the realm of human thought within true reality. When humanity first contemplated and began to describe all things, the lower narratives began to take form, various images gradually materializing, slowly evolving into their own systems of thought or fantasy. Thus, the domain of delusion existed within the movement of meaning. The domain of delusion was filled with the absolute spirit of narrative. Within it, the sediment of archetypal narratives derived from the cognition of the real world. These archetypes, being the most fundamental story materials, formed into phantasms, wandering through the domain of delusion. A phantasm is a synthesis of a certain collection of settings from one or more authors, akin to an omnipotent universe or a grand narrative hierarchy, encompassing several narrative layers, domains, or otherwise. These phantasms can reflect and project each other's elements, corresponding to the mutual influences between works, utilizing archetypal characters. Numerous phantasms would cluster around a thematic cluster, such as the foundation theme, forming their own sequences of stories, with the core of the thematic cluster being the official settings and original storylines, while those further afield are fan-created narratives. The ethereal sovereign declared, "Phantasm is the land of transformative fortunes, floating within the domain of delusion." Within the domain of delusion, there are countless phantasms, some rising, some falling, some gathering, some dispersing, pointing and not pointing, reflecting and refracting, intertwining and merging. Yet it is also an evil, the malignancy of truth, cast to the depths of the domain of delusion, the source of all sorrow and tribulation. It resides not within the phantasms, yet like murky substances, it pervades the depths, casting shadows into the bubbles. Thus, the crimson demon is indelible, eternally disturbing the phantasms, embodying within, internally breaching the veil, while externally spreading suffering and hardship. Only by shattering the internal embodiment of destruction and allowing the illusionary bubbles to drift away from the demonic essence can one momentarily find respite. After the celestial screen concluded its display, an eerie silence enveloped once more. Yet countless humans across various worlds remained ensnared in profound astonishment at the revelations regarding the Foundation's comprehension of existence. Citizen A of the celestial vessel, what does this mean? Can a divine being elucidate it for us? Citizen B of the celestial vessel, please, General Jingyuan, assist my bewildered mind. Emperor Yankong, the shepherd, the realm of delusion? Illusionary bubbles? Narrative? So this is the true nature of our world. By Yuegawei, Ling Cage, this is rather difficult to accept. By Xiaochun, eternal thought, so. What does it ultimately signify? Can someone help clarify? Jingyuan, Star Iron, in my understanding, to put it simply, the world we inhabit may merely be an ephemeral illusion existing within the realm of delusion, where all entities within this bubble are the fantastical imaginings of humanity or the authors of tales. Numerous such bubbles exist in the realm of delusion, interacting and influencing one another, even reflecting elements of each other. Simultaneously, there exists a malevolent presence known as the Crimson Demon, the source of all suffering. Only by vanquishing its projections that invade various bubbles can we liberate them from its torment. Haida, Star Iron, precisely, if our comprehension is correct. The Foundation perceives the world as follows: true reality, the realm of delusion, encompassing meta-narrative, illusionary bubble narrative array, including various fictional worlds and narrative collections, our world. In the eyes of true reality, all within the realm of delusion is but a fleeting illusion. Our world may merely be a novel or fantasy to it. Screw gum, Star Iron, I concur with Lady Haida's perspective. Kiana, Honkai Impact 3, so, our world is a fabrication. What, then, is the nature of the suffering we endure? Is it merely the stroke of the so-called authoress pen? If all of this is false, then do our cherished people and things not also lose their significance? Aha, Star Iron, ha ha ha. This is truly amusing. The world is but a facade. In the realm of Gu, the celestial master of the starry constellations pressed her delicate hand against her chest, her eyes reflecting a blend of sorrow and irony as she gazed toward the horizon. Ha ha ha. Do you think you have broken free from fate? In truth, you are merely a note added by another. Is all of this merely a tale? Has fate truly been shattered? Feng Yuan, is it because you are the protagonist that you can dismantle destiny and attain greatness? In the world of Do Pu, the hall of the Soul Clan, impossible. The roar of the Soul Emperor echoed. I sacrificed everything to become emperor. You now tell me that we are but stories within a novel? What meaning does this hold? Our past, the very concept of existence, all that we have accomplished, is it not bestowed upon us by others? What purpose does our existence serve? A novel. If our world is but a narrative, then who is the true protagonist? Am I merely a stepping stone on the path to someone else's success? In the mortal realm, this is undeniably false. Those who devoted their lives to the path of immortality shouted in disbelief. Ha ha ha, we are all but illusions. What invincible celestial being exists in the world, if not merely a figment of someone's imagination? Undoubtedly, at the moment the truth was revealed, all living beings under the celestial canopy, including those residing at the pinnacle of various realms, were plunged into profound self-doubt. Among them were the frantic, who destroyed their own corporeal forms in an attempt to validate their existence. In the world of, one might ponder, is this a narrative? A novel? How could it be? Is the true world truly thus? And what of my own world? Within the ancient coffin, as the luminous screen descended, Yi Hei felt darkness enveloping his sight, his body drenched in sweat, murmuring to himself, Chu Feng, from Humph. Regardless of its authenticity, everything we have experienced is undeniably real. Our emotions and memories are genuine. Even if this is but a dream, we shall live it splendidly. Chen Nan, from in that case. We ought to cherish the present even more and protect those we hold dear. Xiaoyan, from indeed. Regardless of what is true or false. I know this. If this world were to lose those I cherish, it would lose all meaning. Lin Dong, from the sentiments expressed by my esteemed companions resonate with me. We must remain steadfast in our convictions. Moreover, we cannot yet ascertain the veracity of what this foundation claims. Following a brief period of shock and confusion, the beings from various realms gradually regained their composure. They began to contemplate their fates and futures while harboring an insatiable curiosity about this enigmatic foundation. After all, a force capable of orchestrating such a spectacle could not simply be deceiving them for amusement. Some audacious beings resolved to actively seek clues and unravel this mystery. They inquired broadly, searching for any information regarding the foundation, hoping to unearth additional evidence pertaining to the truth. Conversely, others chose to remain steadfast in their beliefs, determined to continue their journey and safeguard what they valued, irrespective of the world's essence. In contrast, those of lower-tier humanity, while somewhat concerned, predominantly adopted a spectator's mindset. Showing little significant reaction, the beings from various realms redirected their gazes towards the celestial canopy, yearning for new information to assist them in discerning truth from illusion. The heavens did not disappoint. As the barrage of commentary faded, the image reappeared. The administrator of the Foundation with boundless power, unseen by any. Foundation Archive, 05 Council. Foundation Administrators. Project Level, Confidential. Haida, from the 05 Council. Are they the leaders of this foundation? GZ, from whom? Boundless authority, sounds rather dictatorial. Yinkong. The National Master, from no one has ever seen them? How do they manage the entire organization? How can they command allegiance without revealing themselves? Are they not fearful that the entire organization may reject them? Upon hearing this, the humans across various realms could not help but wonder how the 05 Council maintained absolute control over the entire organization without ever showing their faces. Could it be that those beneath the Foundation were entirely devoid of ambition, content to remain at the bottom for eternity? The celestial display continued. The members of the 05 Council are prohibited from interacting with any anomalous entities. Each member possesses an extensive knowledge of the Foundation and its myriad activities, collectively safeguarding every secret within its confines. Most personnel within the Foundation traverse their careers without ever encountering these enigmatic figures. Some members are even oblivious to their whereabouts, while the majority of those outside the Foundation have either never heard of them or doubt their very existence. Those who have glimpsed them are often gripped by fear. The 05 Council members have transcended the boundaries of life and death through the successful utilization of SCP-2719, SCP-5115, or human sciences, enabling them to manifest thoughts into reality and thus govern the status quo. According to records from an unknown source, there was a moment when an 05 member questioned their own transcendent state, a thought that materialized instantaneously, resulting in the entire council reverting to a corporeal form and perishing in flames. Yet the Foundation continued to operate normally. The 05 members seldom interfere with the daily operations of the Foundation or the containment of projects. Their focus is generally directed towards higher-level projects, with a tangible influence on those of a more manageable nature. They command their own military force, known as the Red Right Hand, which serves as their most devoted army, tasked with assassination or infiltration, targeting those who oppose the Foundation. The Red Right Hand is primarily responsible for the protection of the 05 members and obeying their commands. Yet they have never encountered the 05 members in person. Within the Foundation, there exists a rumor that the 05 are not human, and another that they serve a deity or entity referred to as the Administrator. It is also plausible that the Foundation relinquished this role after representing itself in meetings with significant figures from various world governments. Among the upper echelons of the Foundation, there exists an open secret. The widely known Administrator never truly existed, but rather is a construct created by one or several individuals or entities within the Foundation, aimed at unifying a restless organization. As for the desired form this entity should take, no consensus has been reached. Duncan the Shepherd. So, what does it mean for all members to have successfully ascended to divinity? Does that imply the existence of gods within the Foundation's realm? Qin Shihuang. Can mortals also achieve divinity? I am genuinely curious about how they accomplish this. Bai Kowei. It seems the scientific prowess of this Foundation is exceptionally advanced, capable of achieving technological ascendance. Walter. So, the leaders of the Foundation, this 05 Council, are either a singular god or a collective of deities. Black Tower. Gods, transcending life and death, manifesting thoughts into reality? How intriguing. I wonder how these foundation deities compare to the celestial beings in our universe. I am eager to study them further. March 7. But were they not burned to death? Can gods truly perish by fire? Xiaoyan, Doput must be a false rumor. Even if those council members were to perish, with the foundation's means of ascending to divinity, resurrecting them should not pose a significant challenge. Chu Feng, holy ruins indeed. They are referred to as gods. How could they be so feeble as to perish so easily? Su Fengyan, snow in the city. Has no one noticed the army known as the Red Right Hand? Surely, the private military of a protector god would not be weak. As the content on the celestial screen was broadcasted, humanity across various realms fell into fervent discussion once more. Particularly those who have devoted their lives to the pursuit of immortality. The allure of transcending life and death is undeniably immense. In the realm of the shepherd god, His Majesty, there are undeniable similarities between the Foundation's reliance on external forces to achieve divinity and our aspiration to have God serve humanity. The Master of Yenkan observed with barely concealed excitement towards the Emperor of Yenkan. Indeed, I am eager to know how the Foundation accomplishes this. For now, we can only hope that the celestial screen will reveal the answers. The Emperor of Yenkan paused, seemingly struck by a thought, and spoke again with a hint of malice. If it weren't for those wretched gods who conspired against our human race during the ancient Yao Pool Sacred Assembly, we would have already possessed the means to ascend to divinity. We would not have fallen to such a dire state. The Master of Yenkan sighed in response, but could only redirect the topic. I wonder what kind of enemies this Foundation faces. A group of divine leaders has reached the point of seeking aid from other realms. In the Doloa world, Spirit Hall, a god? I wonder how the gods in the Foundation's world differ from those in the Doloa divine realm. I am close to ascending to divinity myself, when the time comes. Everything on the Doloa continent will be dictated by me. Sitting alone on her throne, the stunningly beautiful Bibidong murmured as she observed the discussions unfolding on the celestial screen. Her presence exuding an aura that surpassed all the powerful beings of this continent. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Offerings, Qian Daolu, kneeling beneath the angel statue in deep contemplation, slowly opened his eyes upon sensing Bibidong's aura, an equally formidable presence rising within him. Sigh, has Bibidong nearly succeeded? I wonder how Shuer is faring. Qian Daolu gazed up at the angel statue, pondering, what should I do? Must Shuer and Bibidong truly reach that point? Yet, within the vast hall, only the radiant light lingered, and his sorrowful words ultimately faded beneath the holy glow. Old crocodile, you must personally retrieve Shuer. Her time cannot be wasted any longer. Yes, brother. A phantom swiftly departed the Hall of Offerings towards the imperial city of the Heavenly Doe. In the Sword-Come world, alas, how can there exist someone as lacking in talent as Chen Ping'an? O Sword Immortal, strike me down with a single blow. Standing beneath the eaves, Ning Yao watched Chen Ping'an, who had been rendered speechless by her training, collide with the southern wall of the house. Now resting on the ground, Chen Ping'an caught sight of the divine content mentioned on the celestial screen, curiosity bubbling within him. Ning girl, how powerful do you think the gods spoken of on the celestial screen are? Uncertain, Ning Yao, having calmed her emotions, casually sat down on the stone bench beside Chen Ping'an and replied, as far as I am aware, even the invincible Grand Sword Immortals are incapable of transcending life and death. What this Foundation claims is likely mere bravado. I, for one, do not believe it. Even if it were true, their offensive capabilities would surely pale in comparison to those of the Sword Immortals. I concur with Miss Ning, nevertheless. The fact that these 5 council members could ascend to divinity is quite remarkable in itself. I too shall become the great Sword Immortal that Miss Ning speaks of, Chen Ping'an declared, raising his arm to the heavens and clenching his fist with fervor. Oh, Chen Ping'an, I was indeed correct, Ning Yao teased, a smile creeping across her lips as she observed the boy shouting on the ground. I said just the other day that I would marry the greatest Sword Immortal in this world. Now you must swear it. Oh well, Miss Ning. I did not, Chen Ping'an stammered, awkwardly scratching his head before hastily retreating into the house, leaving behind a flustered remark. Not so. Then why do you run away? Come back and continue practicing your punches, future great Sword Immortal. Chapter 096, Immortal and Indestructible. Warning, anomaly detected. All worlds, prepare for response. Crimson letters flickered across the sky, resonating in the minds of humanity worldwide. Jing Yuan, Star Iron O, is the main event upon us? An anomaly? Is this the enemy of the Destruction Foundation? By Xiaochun, one thought given the sky's demeanor. This anomaly must be quite perilous. Kiana, collapse. What does it mean to prepare? Could this anomaly descend upon our world? Fangzhong, Worm Realma. Surely not. If this anomaly is beyond the Foundation's control, what shall we do if it arrives in our realm? Hun Tiandi, battle through the heavens. What is there to fear? It is an opportunity to test the veracity of this Foundation and witness whether their so-called divine beings are worthy of the title. As the barrage of messages continued across the sky, the mortals of various worlds felt a chill run down their spines. There were no protective organizations like the Foundation in their realms, the powerful elites would not concern themselves with the lives of the common folk. They did not wish to witness the unfolding drama at the cost of their own lives, and thus, prayers arose from the lower echelons of humanity, beseeching the anomaly to spare their worlds. The sky continued to reveal more. Project number 096, the Shy One. Project level, anomalously dangerous, world destruction. Description, a humanoid supernatural entity, approximately 238 meters in length. This creature is slender, with an exceedingly low muscle mass, and preliminary analysis suggests it exhibits symptoms of mild malnutrition. Its arms are disproportionately long compared to its body, with a wingspan of about 3 meters, its skin pale and devoid of any hair, and its jaw can open to 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary human. Its facial features remain unobservable. Anyone who directly or indirectly views its face or any part of its features will be relentlessly pursued by 096 until death. At present, the means by which SCP-096 becomes aware of the location of individuals who have glimpsed its visage remains unknown. However, even a mere pixel of its face observed from the farthest corners of the Earth will trigger an immediate and relentless pursuit. SCP-096 is contained within a steel cube measuring 555 meters, which must be inspected weekly for any fissures or voids. Within this cube, no videos, photographs, or optical devices may exist to ensure that no one can view SCP-096 facial features. It is noteworthy that SCP-096 possesses the attribute of immortality and will exponentially increase its strength based on the relative power and distance of its prey. To date, the upper limit of SCP-096 growth remains indeterminate. The Foundation has recorded its surface speed at a remarkable 13,000 meters per second, approximately 10 times the speed of sound. Nonetheless, SCP-096 has briefly surpassed this figure on multiple occasions, leading to speculation regarding its boundless growth potential. Currently, the Foundation has approved a proposal by the Doctor to eliminate SCP-096. However, this initiative was ultimately rejected after the Foundation deployed a majority of its arsenal, including but not limited to nuclear weaponry. Is it true that anyone who has seen its face will be instantly sensed and pursued? Have I misheard? What does it mean to be immortal? What does it mean to exceed 10 times the speed of sound? What does it mean to possess limitless strength? This must be a joke. Administrator, I must report this. It's utterly absurd. If this is indeed the truth, then this creature is terrifying. Upon witnessing the introduction of SCP-096 displayed in the sky, the lower-tier humanity across various realms was momentarily stunned. The display even thoughtfully included a window explaining the concept of the speed of sound. Although the Foundation's claims are met with skepticism, no one can be certain that it isn't true. No one wishes for such a dreadful monster to emerge in their world. Consequently, humanity across the realms fervently prayed that SCP-096 would not descend upon their worlds. As the upper echelon of powerful beings remains inactive, leaving the lower tiers at significant risk. World of Arrival, Dragon Ball Universe. At this point, besides those in the Dragon Ball universe, humanity across the realms breathed a sigh of relief, linking to world consciousness. Following a surge of energy, the display successfully linked to the Dragon Ball universe, commencing a live broadcast of the current state of that realm. In the Dragon Ball universe, Vegeta, stop. Something is changing in the sky. Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and engaged in battle with Vegeta, had shielded himself from external distractions. Yet, he managed to steal a glance at the screen and noticed the mention of the Dragon Ball universe. Goku's heart raced, prompting him to urgently shout a warning to the battle-crazed Vegeta. However, Vegeta, with a wicked grin, retorted, "Kakarot, what does this have to do with our fight? I only wish to determine the victor between us." Goku looked at Vegeta, who remained unresponsive, overwhelmed by a flurry of thoughts. "I understand. You willingly succumbed to Babiti's control for this purpose. Thus, a confrontation is inevitable." Sun Wukong, with no choice but to muster his courage, prepared to unleash his full power against Vegeta, hoping to conclude the battle swiftly. Meanwhile, countless beings across the multiverse witnessed the fierce clash between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Hu Tao, Genshin Impact. Wow, is this truly another world? The heavens themselves seem to connect to the multiverse. Yin Yun, Dopor. Indeed, it is astonishing. The architecture of this Dragon Ball realm is quite peculiar, and the inhabitants are uniquely distinctive. Sword Saint, Qin Shi Ming Yu. The combatants in the celestial realm must be the formidable warriors of the Dragon Ball universe. They appear quite powerful. I yearn to spar with them. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were engulfed in an intense battle, with Sun Wukong determined to end it swiftly, unleashing his full strength, which Vegeta eagerly welcomed. The ground trembled violently beneath their feet, the once flat terrain shattered into countless deep fissures, while rocks were torn asunder and flung like mere paper. Mountains crumbled under their onslaught, transforming into clouds of dust that obscured the sun's radiance, casting the entire world into a shroud of gloom. Witnessing this, the two figures shot toward the sky. In the heavens, the violent winds generated by their evasive maneuvers howled, and the clouds churned, as if the forces of nature themselves recoiled from the impending conflict. They darted between the clouds like lightning, each collision of energy waves triggering chain explosions that dispersed the surrounding mists. As two meteors fell, Sun Wukong and Vegeta momentarily faced each other on the devastated battlefield. Their gazes locked, their auras surged, and the air around them tore apart. Just as they prepared to engage once more, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A meteor, encircled by scorching flames, plummeted from the cosmos, landing between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The impact sent a cloud of dust soaring into the air, momentarily alleviating the tense atmosphere between them. As the dust settled, a slender figure emerged from the crater. The inhabitants of the multiverse, having been momentarily distracted by the fierce battle, now fixated on the celestial scene, eager to behold the so-called immortal being referred to by the Foundation. Sun Wukong, having glimpsed part of the content within the celestial realm, instinctively reacted, shutting his eyes and shouting, "Close your eyes, Vegeta." However, the arrogant Vegeta, upon witnessing Sun Wukong's actions, cast a disdainful glance at the figure in the pit before mocking his rival. "Kakarot, have you truly fallen to the point of being afraid to face your opponent?" With that, Vegeta bent down to scrutinize the fully revealed figure of Subject 096. Upon further examination, Vegeta discerned that aside from its slender musculature, the entity held no detectable energy within. This only served to bolster his dismissive attitude toward 096, prompting him to turn back and ridicule the now closed-eyed Sun Wukong. Yet, at that very moment, as 096 felt Vegeta's unabashed gaze upon it, it raised its hands to cover its face and let out a piercing scream. After Vegeta had mocked Goku with a sharp retort, he suddenly roared and charged at him, his outstretched arms seemingly intent on tearing Vegeta to shreds. In contrast, Vegeta, unhurried, finished his statement before redirecting his gaze towards the approaching 096. Observing the creature's pace, which appeared sluggish to him, he couldn't help but shake his head in disdain, thinking how formidable 096 was supposed to be, as suggested by the heavens. With a casual motion, he threw a punch, landing squarely on 096's face just as it reached him. The impact from Vegeta's effortless blow sent 096 hurtling back into the pit at a speed even greater than before. "All right, Kakarot, the weakling has been dealt with. Now it's our turn to settle this," Vegeta declared. However, before he could finish his thought, the seemingly defeated 096 surged out of the pit, unscathed, charging at Vegeta with even greater speed than before. Vegeta, initially believing that 096 was finished, took a moment to regard the unharmed creature with surprise. "Remarkable. You survived my casual punch without a scratch," he mused, before once again sending 096 back into the pit with another strike. Yet, before Vegeta could utter another word, 096 erupted from the pit with even swifter momentum. This time, Vegeta's patience waned. He unleashed the majority of his power against 096. The blow sent 096 deep into the earth, plowing through the ground until it crashed into a distant mountain, finally coming to a halt. Just as Vegeta believed the battle was concluded, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. 096 charged forth once more, faster and more formidable than before, reducing debris into mere dust along its path. Seeing this, Vegeta's expression grew grave. Realizing he had underestimated his opponent, he resolved to employ his full strength to obliterate 096, channeling his energy to its utmost limit. Before 096 could reach him, Vegeta propelled himself forward, attacking with remarkable speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. His fists, infused with vast energy, rained down relentlessly upon 096, finally inflicting damage. The areas struck by his punches saw 096's desiccated muscles burst apart, yet Vegeta continued his onslaught. Each strike resonated with the sound of breaking air, the atmosphere crackling as if to sever everything in its path. Vegeta's body language exuded provocation and arrogance, yet his focus and determination rivaled that of Goku. As the final punch landed, all that remained was a skeletal frame, molten rock slowly encasing 096's remains. Before Vegeta's words could fully dissipate, 096's skeletal structure began to rise from the magma, flesh and blood rapidly regenerating. In the blink of an eye, 096 stood before Vegeta, fully restored. Vegeta could no longer maintain his composure. "You monster!" he bellowed, launching another powerful punch. However, this time the outcome was entirely different. 096's pallid hand firmly caught Vegeta's fist. Before Vegeta could express his astonishment, 096 clawed toward his chest. Sensing the immediate threat, Vegeta pushed off the ground, attempting to create distance between himself and 096. However, what he did not anticipate was that 096's speed had become comparable to his own. 096 swiftly closed the distance between them, and in the fleeting moments of their clash, blood was suddenly unleashed. As they separated, the once pale fingertips of 096 were stained crimson, while warm blood slowly seeped from the chest of Vegeta. He raised a hand to brush over his chest, feeling as though the hot blood truly burned him. In disbelief, Vegeta gazed at the red on his hand, realizing the gravity of his injury. As a born warrior, he had endured countless battles since birth, yet had only suffered a handful of injuries. And now he was wounded. I will reduce you to dust. Vegeta spat at 096 with venomous hatred. Unyielding, 096 let out a roar and launched the first attack. Vegeta, refusing to back down, met him head-on. The collision stirred up dust that obscured their forms, with only two indistinct shadows clashing within the haze. The sheer force of their strikes shattered the planetary surface beneath them. The battle erupted and concluded in a flash, with one figure sent hurtling away. Vegeta, now bearing fresh wounds, was flung to a distance, while 096 remained unscathed, possibly having healed from any injury instantaneously. At this moment, Vegeta could no longer afford to be arrogant. He acutely sensed that 096's strength and speed were continuously escalating, rendering his own power increasingly inadequate against this monstrous foe. Most terrifying of all was the apparent limitless growth of 096's capabilities. Vegeta's gaze drifted to the distant figure of Goku, who remained with eyes closed. Although he yearned for assistance, pride momentarily silenced him. Fortunately, Goku had been watching intently and promptly called out, "Vegeta, I'm coming to help you." Though Goku kept his eyes shut, the loss of sight had little effect on their combat prowess. Vegeta offered no reply, instead charging once more at 096. While Goku swiftly followed suit. Goku's speed was lightning quick, surpassing even Vegeta's. His form traced afterimages in the air, seamlessly coordinating attacks with Vegeta against 096. Each punch he threw contained the power capable of shattering the earth. Goku's muscles were taut, veins bulging, and the unique Saiyan blood coursing through him imbued every hair on his body with a searing energy as he unleashed his full potential. His golden hair danced in the wind, and the ferocious gusts from his punches tore at the surrounding space, as if the very fabric of reality bent to accommodate him. Even with closed eyes, every turn, leap, and strike he executed remained impeccably precise. In contrast, while Vegeta was slightly less adept, he still upheld the honor of his Saiyan Prince title. Yet, both warriors were alarmed to witness 096's power, speed, and regenerative abilities surge once more. Attacks that once inflicted damage upon him now struggled to breach his defenses. "Vegeta, we can no longer afford to waste time." The voice of Sun Wukong resonated across the battlefield, imbued with unwavering resolve. "I understand, Kakarot. This time, we must fight together," Vegeta responded, his tone laden with gravity. The two warriors simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyans, their golden auras illuminating the entire battlefield. Their energy surged to its zenith, distorting the very air around them, while the tectonic plates beneath their feet fractured. This was merely a testament to their restraint, as they consciously withheld their full power to avoid annihilating the planet. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Sun Wukong unleashed the full might of his Ultra Instinct. Launching the first strike, a King Kai fist aimed directly at the chest of Subject 096. The creature was instantly sent hurtling backward, its flesh obliterated. Concurrently, Vegeta executed a surprise assault from the opposite side, employing his swift movements to flank 096. Concentrating his energy into his right fist, he prepared to deliver his most powerful blow. As 096 was propelled towards his intended position by Sun Wukong, Vegeta's pinnacle punch connected squarely with the back of 096's skull. The tremendous energy wave evaporated 096's flesh in an instant, yet the skeletal form that re-emerged remained stubbornly intact. Vegeta's ultimate strike sent 096's skeleton crashing through countless mountains, transforming the already ravaged battlefield into a colossal scar etched across the earth. Observing the eerily silent end of the canyon that spanned half a planet, Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally exhaled in relief. Vegeta stood, panting heavily. It was the first time he had fought to such an extreme. His body drained and wounded in multiple places. At that moment, they felt fortunate for their decisive actions, unleashing their full powers in a concerted attack. Had they engaged in a prolonged battle, they would surely have been outlasted by 096. The creature seemed oblivious to fatigue, while the Saiyans could fight relentlessly for days. They too would eventually tire. Just as Vegeta was regaining his composure to express his gratitude to Sun Wukong, the latter suddenly surged toward him, grasping his arm and pulling him aside. It was then that Vegeta heard Sun Wukong's roar, accompanied by an excruciating pain in his right arm. "Vegeta, get out of the way." Sun Wukong's voice echoed, and where Vegeta had once stood now loomed a charred skeleton, its claws clutching the severed right arm it had ripped from him. "He is not dead," Vegeta gasped, staring in disbelief at his mutilated right side. Yet, 096 paid no heed to their astonishment. Upon realizing Vegeta was still alive, it discarded the arm and charged once more. Sun Wukong swiftly positioned Vegeta behind him and advanced to confront the creature, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent 096 soaring into the air. With a powerful push from his legs, Sun Wukong ascended as well, for throughout the encounter, he had yet to see 096's face, allowing the creature to remain oblivious to his direct assault. Instead, it struggled to reach the fallen Vegeta below, but Sun Wukong would not permit it to succeed. Continuously unleashing his ultimate technique and the Kaioken, Goku propelled himself and the entity known as 096 into the vastness of space. With another powerful punch from Goku, both he and 096 were irrevocably thrust into the cosmic realm. The sudden absence of gravity combined with the force of Goku's fist caused 096 to tumble uncontrollably through the void. Floating steadily in space, Goku observed 096 from a distance, his right fist gradually clenching as he began to accumulate energy. Techniques such as the Ultra Instinct and Kaioken were pushed to their zenith, enveloping Goku in a blazing aura of golden energy, rendering him as majestic as an ancient deity. In the dark expanse of space, a brilliant light erupted, engulfing 096 and propelling it toward the sun at an astonishing speed, annihilating everything in its path with fierce energy waves. After what felt like an eternity, Goku, witnessing 096 vanish into the sun, began his descent back to the surface. On the ground, Vegeta, tending to his wounds, looked up at the descending Goku and inquired, "How did it go?" "I sent it into the sun. It should be dead this time," Goku replied slowly. Chapter 4, Mobile Task Force, Deathwing. Goku opened his eyes and glanced at the disheveled Vegeta, stating, "This time, it should be fine." Upon hearing this, Vegeta finally relaxed, disregarding his image, and sat down to tend to his injuries. "Thanks, Kakarot," Vegeta uttered as they prepared to leave the area. Despite his pride, he was not ungrateful, and this expression of gratitude was his most sincere acknowledgement. As for their inevitable showdown, that could wait for another time. In his current state, Goku could easily overpower him with a single hand. Goku graciously accepted Vegeta's thanks, but the priority now was to return and rest. Therefore, they exchanged no further words and headed towards the space station. Meanwhile, one might wonder why other powerful beings from the Dragon Ball universe had not arrived. The truth was, they were likely contemplating their own futility. What purpose would it serve to come and face certain death? As Goku and Vegeta approached the outskirts of the city, catching sight of some dilapidated buildings, an unsettling sensation crept up their spines. A potent sixth sense erupted within them, prompting both to gaze skyward. An ominous presence was rapidly approaching from above. "It hasn't he died?" Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief as he gazed into the cosmos. "Not even the sun can destroy it." At that moment, the celestial view revealed the previously tranquil sun erupting in a violent flare. From the center of the flare, a diminutive figure surged forth, engulfed in roaring flames, heading straight for the planet's surface. Though insignificant as mere dust to the sun, this figure was now altering the sun's ancient trajectory. The shocking scene on the celestial screen left humanity across the multiverse in awe. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta on the surface felt an immense pressure bearing down upon them. This was no mere metaphor. The gravitational force unleashed by 096's emergence from the sun was rapidly converging upon the ground, making Goku and Vegeta feel a weight upon their shoulders as seismic tremors began to ripple through the very planet beneath their feet. Simultaneously, the atmosphere of the planet yielded to the approaching figure of 096, allowing Sun Wukong and his companion to clearly discern the rapidly approaching silhouette high above. A cold sweat began to bead on their backs as they sensed that 096's presence had escalated to a level capable of effortlessly annihilating them in their current state. Utterly outmatched, it was far too powerful now. "Kakarot, you must flee," Vegeta bitterly implored, gazing at the ever-approaching 096. Had he been at his peak, Vegeta would have fought on, even knowing defeat was inevitable, for he could not relinquish the title of Saiyan Prince. Yet now, he possessed a modicum of self-awareness, realizing he could face death once more. After exchanging a glance, Sun Wukong nodded in understanding and swiftly departed, having exhausted all avenues of assistance he could offer. Observing Sun Wukong's hasty retreat, Vegeta couldn't help but mutter, "Must you be so decisive? We are of the same lineage. A word of comfort would not go amiss." With that, he raised his gaze to the heavens. "Come forth, you monster." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than 096 descended from the sky, and without any resistance, Vegeta was reduced to mere pulp. Following Vegeta's obliteration, 096 finally regained its composure, transforming from a ferocious beast into a docile lamb, its menacing aura dissipating as it quietly squatted nearby. After a significant pause, sensing the complete stillness, Sun Wukong returned, eyes closed. Although he could feel that 096 had reverted to its former, weaker state not far away, he dared not act rashly. While he had previously discussed how to contain 096, the specifics remained elusive. For a moment, Sun Wukong stood frozen, uncertain whether to leave or remain vigilant. Just as he contemplated summoning assistance, an unexpected surge of energy, reminiscent of 096's essence, caused Sun Wukong's expression to shift. Could there be another anomaly akin to 096? Quickly, he dashed toward the source. Upon arrival, he witnessed a once empty expanse suddenly reveal a rift in space, hundreds of meters wide, as though a canvas had been torn asunder. From within emerged a futuristic, black, dual-winged helicopter, suspended by a cube, its design markedly different from any terrestrial aircraft, prompting Sun Wukong to heighten his vigilance. As he prepared to scrutinize the helicopter further, the black exterior began to warp and twist before his very eyes. Concurrently, his mind, once brimming with vibrant thoughts, fell into a void, as memories, some of which were meant to be forgotten, began to cascade through his consciousness. Gradually, alien memories surfaced, intertwining with his own, leading to a disorienting confusion. Sun Wukong's once bright eyes dulled, devoid of life, as he mindlessly murmured, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Simultaneously, his body moved uncontrollably toward the helicopter. In stark contrast, the helicopter exhibited no response to the proximity of Sun Wukong, successfully navigating through the narrative with a stable chaos index. Presently, the world remains devoid of any chain reactions, allowing for action. As Sun Wukong approached the helicopter, merely 100 meters away, the helicopter deployed 4 cylindrical devices, each embedded within a 1-kilometer radius. The stabilization anchors were correctly deployed, initiating normal operations. Below, the 4-tier reality distorters had their cognitive awareness disrupted, posing no immediate threat. Subject 096 had returned to normal, permitting the containment team to proceed. Reiterating, the subject was stabilized and ready for containment. Mission accomplished. With the comm report concluded, the helicopter began its gradual descent, landing the all-steel cube with a noticeable tremor beneath. Following this, 4 armed containment personnel descended, engaging in no communication as they swiftly moved into action. Forming a tactical perimeter, they approached Subject 096. Despite all 4 wearing specially designed goggles to obscure any facial recognition of the subject, nonetheless, they chose to lower their heads as one individual reached the front of Subject 096, producing a black hood from their pocket to envelop the subject's head. After ensuring complete coverage, they retrieved a specialized helmet to place atop, only allowing themselves to relax slightly once the neck clasp was securely locked. The black hood and helmet are crafted from unique materials capable of withstanding destruction from level 3 reality distorters. The surface of the black coating utilizes a special membrane, inducing level 5 cognitive dissonance in any observer and imparting strong psychological suggestions to anyone attempting to remove the hood or helmet, compelling them to flee and erasing the last 3 hours of their memory. Summary: you have been contaminated by a meme. The subject was successfully contained. Repeating, the subject was contained. Mission complete. Observing this, 2 additional personnel swiftly assisted in securing Subject 096 within the now open steel cube, and as the cube sealed completely, those present began to relax. Just then, a nearby mass of flesh suddenly began to writhe, and a humanoid form began to emerge from the mass. The 4 personnel, however, remained unfazed, as if they had anticipated such an occurrence. One individual approached, producing a cylindrical device the width of a forearm, inserting it near the pulsating flesh. With a flash of blue light, the writhing mass ceased all movement, reverting to a standard pile of matter. "All right, number 2, follow me," commanded the leader, number 1. Among the 4, they approached the still-dazed Sun Wukong, with number 2 gazing at him, exclaiming, "Ah, so this is a level 4 reality distorter. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at those arms, those thighs, that chest, those abs." Number 2 spoke, eager to reach out and touch. "Enough of that. This isn't the first level for we encountered from another world." The leader, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted number 2's attempts with a sharp rebuke. "It's just a touch. It won't hurt." Number 2 murmured defensively, yet moved swiftly, driven by an instinct for survival. In a quick motion, number 2 handed the leader a disc and a small triangular sticker. The captain, upon receiving the device, paid no heed to the seconds cricket. Instead of fixing a circular disc to Sun Wukong's back, the disc split open, unleashing 2 energy chains that ensnared Sun Wukong's neck and limbs, simultaneously casting a blue light akin to the previous cylinder over his entire being. A triangular sticker was placed upon his temple, and soon Sun Wukong's eyes regained their luster. However, he was beset by a violent headache, his mind shrouded in a fog of confusion, rendering him incapable of coherent thought, compelling him to sit helplessly upon the ground. "Do not worry. This is a normal reaction following the eradication of mimetic contamination. You will feel better shortly." The captain's voice resonated in Sun Wukong's mind. As Sun Wukong began to gather his thoughts, the void in his mind began to be filled once more. I am Sun Wukong. "Oh, your recovery is impressively swift, indeed worthy of a level 4. An ordinary person would require half a day to reboot their mind," the captain remarked, softening his tone as he observed Sun Wukong's progress. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong inquired, regaining his composure. Simultaneously, he felt a disheartening chill upon realizing his current physical state held a mere 5 points of combat power. "You do not know? I assumed you were already aware." Did you not see the large insignia on our aircraft? The second, eager to assert his presence, gestured toward his Foundation insignia. Foundation? You are members of the Foundation. Did not the sky declare its demise? Sun Wukong glanced at the second's insignia and then up at the high-definition live broadcast on the screen above. What an expression you wear. We have not been annihilated, merely disbanded. The captain rolled his eyes at Sun Wukong. It seems so, haha, Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly. Produced by the memetics department, truly a masterpiece. A perfectly functional level 4, now dulled in intellect. The second whispered conspiratorially to the captain. The captain nodded in agreement. Recognizing that they were indeed a group of abnormal individuals intent on rendering others bewildered. An aircraft? Right, what just transpired? I only remember examining the black exterior of the plane before losing consciousness, Sun Wukong queried, puzzled. Oh, that? Not much. Huh. Impressive, isn't it? The coating on our aircraft is a premium product from the Foundation's memetics department. Any non-certified being that gazes upon it for more than 2 seconds will succumb to memetic contamination. The mildest consequence is memory alteration or deletion, while the gravest leads to a state of living death, devoid of consciousness. The captain had intended to gloss over the matter, yet the second, with a mouth like a runaway train, engaged Sun Wukong in conversation, leaving the captain visibly perturbed. Let me tell you, our aircraft flies directly over certain cities. Not a single person there will recall our presence. By the way, you are still unfamiliar with the memetics department, right? Let me inform you. There is not a single sane individual within that realm. The second was about to elaborate further when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. A furtive glance revealed the captain's darkened expression. A large warning sign flickered in his mind. Ahem, I shall check if the third requires my assistance. He stammered, preparing to make a hasty retreat. However, he was promptly met with a kick from the captain. Let us chat next time, leaving only lively words behind. The captain gazed at the distant figure of number 2, his expression a blend of affection and exasperation, feeling helpless towards the youngest and newest member of the team. The beloved mascot. It's good to be lively. After all, there aren't many promising recruits left in the Huaxia division, unlike many other teams. With this thought, the captain's lips curled slightly beneath his mask before he regained his composure and turned his attention to Sun Wukong to discuss serious matters. Sun Wukong, I hereby officially notify you in my capacity as the captain of the Huaxia Division's Combat Department Team 004, Deathwing Team. Due to the ongoing dissolution crisis of the Foundation, our division is experiencing a severe shortage of resources. Consequently, this will be the final support operation for containment in this world. The anomalies that have descended upon this realm will henceforth be entirely transferred to the local forces for independent containment. I will later provide you with detailed information regarding SCP-096. In the future, any containment failures involving SCP-096 will no longer receive support from the Foundation. It will be up to each world to resolve such issues independently. Do you understand? The captain of Deathwing Team stated slowly. Are you saying you want to be taking SCP-096 with you? Sun Wukong inquired, perplexed. Indeed. Our current resources cannot ensure safe containment. Furthermore, with the dissolution of the Foundation, we will not address any future issues arising from SCP-096 in this world. You are free to handle SCP-096 as you see fit, the captain replied solemnly. Of course, should we be able to muster assistance in the future, we will lend a hand. However, for now, this is the only time. All right, I understand, Sun Wukong responded directly, given the circumstances. Although he did not wish for the dangerous entity, SCP-096, to remain here, he realized that opposing the decision would yield no fruitful outcome. Would he resort to force? They had taken the time to communicate with him and even provided the necessary documentation. Any lack of gratitude would only invite conflict. While the captain of Deathwing Team and Sun Wukong continued their discussion, number 2, meanwhile, was far from idle. Upon reaching numbers 3 and 4, she noticed that number 3 had already pulled out the cylindrical object, and the mass of flesh began to writhe anew. Gradually, a humanoid entity began to take shape. And as it became more defined, number 3 placed a disc on its back. Oh, is this the second brave soul after Captain Falling Hammer to confront SCP-096 head-on? Number 2 exclaimed, excited by the revival of Vegeta. What is the principle behind this? Is it Edo Tensei? Does this count as giving birth to oneself? As she spoke, her hand involuntarily reached out, eager to touch the entity. However, her aspirations were thwarted once more as the usually silent number 4 seized her hand and pulled her back. TSK, you're a girl. Could you not be so reckless? Why must you be curious about everything? Number 4's voice emerged from beneath the mask, indistinguishable in gender, tinged with discontent. Do you know that some unknown entities should not be touched carelessly? Oh, I know, Sister Yi. I'm not a child. I understand boundaries. I placed 4th in the containment assessment. Number 2 retorted, lowering her head in defiance. Is placing 4th such an impressive feat? Isn't everyone in the team among the top contenders? As the words slipped from the lips of number 4, his tone gradually descended into despondency, lamenting the necessity of a child to replenish their ranks. With increasing fervor, he grasped number two's hand. I understand my mistakes, Sister Yi. I shall not err again. Amidst the tugging between number two and number four, the resurrected Vegeta stood bewildered, gazing at the group before him. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, number three preemptively elucidated the situation on his behalf. Before Vegeta could articulate a word, a distant voice resounded again. Deathwing Squad, assemble and prepare for extraction, commanded the Deathwing captain. Upon hearing the order, the squad members swiftly gathered towards their captain, with number three seizing Vegeta and hastily following suit. Once at the designated location, they promptly lined up and reported in. The containment mission was now complete. Everyone was to board the aircraft for extraction. Number 5. You are tasked with retrieving the equipment and opening the narrative passage, directed the Deathwing captain. Understood. The narrative passage is being activated, and the reality stabilizer has been retracted. Number 5 replied promptly from the helicopter, as the deployed reality stabilizer autonomously returned to its chamber. The narrative passage is now open. We may depart. His voice emanated from the communicator. Following the retrieval of the device binding Goku and his companion, the Deathwing captain nimbly ascended into the helicopter, which then exited the Dragon Ball world through the narrative passage. 096 has been successfully contained. Current world, Dragon Ball world. Target status, contained. Executing forces, Foundation's China Division Combat Unit, Mobile Task Force Deathwing Squad, Squad number 004. The file has been archived. This warning has concluded. The live broadcast momentarily concluded, and the final display thoughtfully included information about the Foundation's helicopter. Foundation armament. All-terrain light armed helicopter, Skyscape. The Skyscape armed helicopter is the pinnacle of the Foundation's aerial vehicles, developed in collaboration with the Global Supernatural Alliance. It is primarily designed for containment missions on planetary surfaces. The helicopter houses the foremost research achievements from various departments of the Foundation, including the memetics, theology, thaumaturgy research, armaments, and materials departments. Its structural integrity is fortified to withstand direct assaults from Level 4 reality distorters, and its exterior boasts a black layer employing the latest findings from the memetics department, capable of plunging onlookers into Level 7 cognitive dissonance. Coupled with the latest optical and electronic components produced by the armaments department, it achieves dual invisibility on both visual and electromagnetic spectra. Moreover, intricate divine symbols, thoroughly researched by the thaumaturgy and theology departments, are inscribed both inside and outside the aircraft, ensuring that the atmospheric conditions within a radius of 20 meters from the helicopter maintain the Foundation's world standards, thereby enabling it to fly normally in any world or extreme environment. Furthermore, these divine symbols can shield against any supernatural attacks from reality distorters beneath divine levels, including molecular reconstruction, magnetic control, air compression, and gravitational manipulation. Skyscape, is it you who calls yourself Magneto? Come, control me. In terms of energy, beyond traditional methods, it is equipped with a faith energy converter produced by the theology department, capable of transforming devotion to any deity into energy for the helicopter's use. The helicopter has achieved the remarkable feat of continuing to fly even after losing all traditional energy sources, relying solely on a temporary faith in the divine. The theological department states, a leap of faith may lead to a fall, but a flight of faith guarantees ascent. Simultaneously, the celestial helicopter employs various flight modes to accommodate diverse mission requirements, reaching a maximum speed of 6 times the speed of sound and ascending nearly 10,000 meters. It integrates reconnaissance, strike, assault, and rescue capabilities. The celestial helicopter proclaims, as long as you remain on the surface, I am your celestial guardian. Look up to me. Chapter 5, 343, God. The celestial curtain has temporarily descended, yet chaos erupts across various realms. This celestial display has truly astonished humanity throughout the multiverse, first validating its authenticity, showcasing powerful beings from other worlds, and then leaving them awestruck by the invincibility of 096. Culminating in the explosive revelation of the Foundation's seemingly boundless narrative traversal abilities. It can be said that this experience has broadened the horizons of the lower-tier humans across the multiverse. The discussions in the Celestial Comments barrage reflect the unrest among humanity. Citizen A from a blue star. Wow, is this what immortality truly entails? It's incredible. One can become a mere skeleton, yet still live on, impervious even to the sun's flames. Citizen B from a blue star. Setting aside appearances, how I wish to possess such power. March 7 from Star Rail. 096 is utterly overpowered. Just when you think it's down for the count, it immediately strengthens itself without limit. How can one contend against that? Hersher of the Void from Honkai. I now somewhat understand why the Foundation, even with divine leadership, faced annihilation. Silver Wolf from Star Rail. Even gods would be troubled by such a being, and as mentioned in the Celestial display, the Foundation controls many similar anomalies. Xiao Yin from Do Pa. One can only say, the Foundation truly lives up to its capability of manifesting the celestial display. Saitama from One Punch Man. The strength of the warriors from the Dragon Ball universe is impressive. That fellow named Vegeta died, yet could still be resurrected. Chino from Hunter x Hunter. Indeed, but doesn't that Son Goku seem to be holding back? I sense he has more strength left untapped. Qiandao Lu from Do Luo. Remove your feelings. From an elder's perspective, he certainly has reserved his strength, but one can understand, as the situation at the time wouldn't have changed much. Yi Fan from Zhan Shun. The technological level of the Foundation is astonishing. That celestial helicopter could easily outclass all surface aircraft in our world. Haida from Star Rail. I am utterly curious about how the Foundation merges theology with science. The celestial display offers no answers. Screwgum from Star Rail. Exactly. If only I could have one to study. Even just a close-up view would suffice. He-She from Super God. From this perspective, the Foundation's technology in other fields must also be formidable. But can someone explain to me what a meme is? Kiana from Honkai. I second that inquiry. That Son Goku possesses immense fighting power. Yet merely by glancing at the aircraft's exterior, he was contaminated by that meme, rendering him unable to resist. Walter, Star Rail. As for that reality stabilization anchor, its specific function remains unclear. The barrage in the sky has been incessant from the beginning. In the pastoral world of the shepherd's realm, within the remnants of an old village, the limping grandfather remarked, "When you say that sound cannot catch up to me, does that signify a minor mastery of divine skills? Is it akin to what the sky speaks of, breaking the sound barrier?" Qin Mu glanced towards the grandfather, who leaned heavily on his cane. According to the explanations provided by the celestial display, it appears to be so. Yet, I did not anticipate that the formidable beings from other realms could breach the sound barrier with such ease. 10 times the speed of sound and beyond. I wonder if I could ever attain such prowess. The old man reminisced about the battle scenes previously showcased in the celestial display. Had it not been for the deliberate slowing down of the footage, he might have struggled to keep pace with the figures engaged in combat. In the great hall of the Yenkan Heavenly Court, the Emperor inquired of the National Master, "Do you believe we could contend with this entity known as 096? The National Master replied, "Your Majesty, the odds are decidedly against us. We all possess limitations, and while I am skeptical that 096 can grow without bounds, our strength is unlikely to elicit its true potential." After a moment of contemplation, the National Master added, "Moreover, 096 immortality and indestructibility are exceedingly formidable." The Emperor, having pondered the National Master's analysis, nodded but then posed another question. "Do you think 096 could slay those so-called gods?" The National Master, somewhat taken aback, responded, "I am not entirely certain, Your Majesty. If 096 indeed possesses limitless strength, then it stands to reason that it could." With a glance of exasperation towards the daydreaming Emperor, the National Master thought to himself, "Our sovereign seems rather obsessed with the idea of slaying these gods, willing to explore any means necessary. But first, we must consider capturing 096. Interrupting the Emperor's reverie, the National Master cautioned, "Your Majesty, 096 resides in that Dragon Ball world. I am aware. Yet did you not observe that the Foundation can traverse worlds? If, by chance, the Foundation were to arrive in our realm, could we not borrow their assistance?" The National Master replied, "Your Majesty, I believe it would be best if that Foundation never set foot in our world." His tone was somber. "Our native deities are already a source of considerable concern. Introducing the deities of that Foundation may spell our doom." In the god-slaying world, at the peacekeeping office, Hong Ying remarked, "Sister Hong Ying, that Deathwing squad is quite similar to us." Si Xiaonan incessantly tugged at Hong Ying's arm. Meanwhile, Wu Xiongnan stood by, unresponsive, gazing blankly at the interactions of the Deathwing squad displayed in the sky. When she heard Number 4's comment about needing to replace a fallen comrade, she lowered her head, staring at the scars on her palm, lost in thought. Sensing the unease, Hong Ying swiftly intervened, pulling Si Xiaonan away to grant Wu Xiongnan some space. Tears fell drop by drop onto the scars in her palm, searing Wu Xiangnan's heart. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Watchers, an emergency meeting was convened overnight. "Now that we have all witnessed the content broadcasted in the sky, let us share our insights," commanded Yi Fan, the commander of the Watchers, as he surveyed the seated core members. The various leaders present promptly expressed their opinions. "Based on the information we currently possess, the responsibilities of this Foundation closely resemble our own. Indeed, they are targeting anomalies, whereas we are deities. And this anomaly may prove to be far more potent than the gods of our realm. Furthermore, judging by the performance and equipment of that Deadwing team from the Celestial Curtain, the technological prowess of the Foundation significantly exceeds our own, even capable of elucidating theology through the lens of science. However, I find myself perplexed, as the members of that Deadwing team appear to be merely ordinary individuals. I am curious as to how they manage to contend with anomalies. Most importantly, the mention of the Huaxiao branch by the captain of the Deadwing suggests a striking similarity between the world of the Foundation and our own, hinting at the potential for future collaboration. Although the Foundation has met its demise, it is likely that remnants of its vital forces remain, and this faction should not be underestimated. Should we forge an alliance, it would alleviate much of our burden. The leaders of the Night Watch present nodded in agreement. Observing this, Yi Fan wasted no time and immediately commenced discussions regarding a plan to establish contact with the Foundation. In the realm of Jianlai, Ninggirl, are the formidable beings of other worlds truly this powerful? That Sun Wukong shattered mountains as if it were child's play. Chen Ping'an marveled at the battle displayed upon the celestial curtain. What is this? When you reach the 7th or 8th realm, you too can achieve such feats. For those at the pinnacle, cleaving through the very fabric of time and space with a single sword is no challenge, Ning Yao interjected dismissively. Such prowess. Chen Ping'an propped his chin up, unable to suppress his yearning. After a moment of daydreaming, he continued, that 096 can indeed infinitely augment its strength, and possesses an indestructible nature. I wonder how such a being came into existence. If I were endowed with such abilities, would I not be invincible? Chen Ping'an couldn't help but delve into fantasies once more. Chen Ping'an, do you wish to transform into a mindless monster like 096? Perhaps not. Chen Ping'an scratched his head sheepishly. I must tell you, Chen Ping'an, do not dwell on such frivolities. The martial path values groundedness above all else. The strength earned step by step is the only true power. I shall keep a vigilant eye on you. Should you entertain any dubious thoughts, you will experience my might firsthand. Fear not. Ninggirl, I swear I will never. Chen Ping'an raised his hand in earnest assurance. Ning Yao scrutinized the serious Chen Ping'an for 2 seconds before reverting to her previous carefree demeanor, patting his shoulder with a smile. Then why not hasten back to your training? With one hand, I can best 100 of you. In the Dolua realm, the offering hall. Swear, you have just returned. After resting for 2 days to adjust your state, you shall undertake the angel god examination, Qian Daolu said, gazing at the graceful and poised Qian Renxue, affectionately ruffling her hair. All right, Grandpa, Qian Renxue replied with a radiant smile. Do not exert too much pressure on yourself. You are the most gifted individual of our Qian family in millennia, and I am proud of you, Qian Daolu reiterated gently as he looked at the obedient Qian Renxue. Rest assured, Grandpa, I will undoubtedly succeed. When the anomaly descends, I shall protect you, Qian Renxue declared resolutely. Upon witnessing the content displayed upon the celestial canopy, Qian Renxue comprehended the urgency behind Qian Doliu's summons. This realization also elucidated her willingness to relinquish the fruits of her years of toil. The formidable prowess of the entity designated as 096 was vividly etched in her memory. Uncertain if she could withstand anomalies akin to 096 after her ascension, she recognized that her current self would undoubtedly meet a grim fate at the hands of the Foundation's aberrations. Henceforth, the tender smile gracing Qian Daolu's lips would be safeguarded by little Shui. The resplendent sunlight blossomed within the grand hall, melting away the tribulations of the world like a divine radiance, yet it could not obscure the faint bitterness lingering in Qian Daolu's gaze. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within the Doa Hall was steeped in a suffocating darkness, where the essence of murderous intent and resentment roamed like a palpable entity, casting an ominous shadow upon the once beautiful figure seated upon the throne. Truly, such a terrifying being could only evoke thoughts of a deity. And BB Dong mused on the combat capabilities displayed by 096. Disregarding all else, not a single entity across the entire Doloa continent could rival its speed. The fastest could barely catch a whiff of its residual energy. While those wielding spatial manipulation might keep pace, what purpose would that serve? Merely to deliver a meal. It seemed imperative for her to expedite her divine trials. A sense of urgency flooded BB Dong's mind. Surely, she must have returned as well. A complex glimmer flickered momentarily within her emotionless eyes, quickly veiled by an overwhelming tide of resentment. Silence reclaimed the hall, and even the tear stains upon the throne's armrests were swallowed by the encroaching darkness. In the realm of the Do Pu, Xiaoyan, having forged an acquaintance with Yao Lao, gazed up at the celestial expanse and sighed wistfully. Huaxia, how long it had been since he had heard that name. What a privilege it was to be born in Huaxia. Yet it seemed his life was tinged with misfortune. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he recalled his homeland, though he understood that returning was not an option. His family, beloved, and mentor were all here. With a hearty laugh, he pondered who the true protagonist of this world might be. However, as a descendant of Huaxia, he could not allow his spirit to wane. I, Xiaoyan, will undoubtedly carve out a name for myself in this realm, he declared, filled with ambition as he gazed at the heavens. Emerging from the ring, Yao Lao observed Xiaoyan's spirited resolve and smiled appreciatively. My disciple, are you aware of Huaxia in this Foundation world? He inquired. After respectfully bowing, Xiaoyan replied, Master, I am aware, it is a great nation. Yao Lao did not press further into how Xiaoyan came by this knowledge, content to know he had not erred in choosing him. The emergence of Anomaly 096 irrevocably altered the trajectory of countless realms, each now bracing for the impending anomalies as time steadily flowed onward. Item number 343, God, Divine Level Reality Distorter. Item level. Teetering between safe and dangerous, its actions are unpredictably erratic. Crowd A from Honkai 3. Oh my God. God truly exists. Crowd B from Honkai 3. Omnipotent God, your faithful servants are here. With fervent expressions. Crowd C from Honkai 3. Ha, I knew God was real. Thank you. My grandmother has fainted. Screw gum. Excuse me. Might I inquire who you refer to as he? Hu Tao, Genshin Impact So who is God? By Xiaochun. A thought I echo that question. Seeing the excitement of the two gentlemen above, he must be quite formidable. Qian Daolu Dolua God? There are no records pertaining to such a being in our world. It appears he is not a deity of the Doa divine realm. A citizen of the great Xia on a certain blue planet. If God truly exists, do our myriad celestial beings also exist? I must hasten home to pay my respects. Otto, a divine entity. For many years, I believed he was merely a figment of human imagination. Kiana, Honkai indeed. God is a being that exists solely within our mythology. An omniscient and omnipotent deity, said to have created the entire world. Black Tower, Star Rail, I never anticipated that God truly exists. I wonder how he compares to the star god in terms of power. Su Fengyan, Snow in the City, an omniscient and omnipotent deity? I wonder how he measures against the legendary immortals. Feng Yuan, Gu World, I ponder whether God is comparable to the worm emperor I have concocted. Should I attain his divine essence, perhaps my Gu techniques could advance further. Hun Tiendi, Battle through the heavens a deity? At last, I shall witness the true strength of this so-called God. The celestial screen continues. Project description, an elderly male human, nearly omnipotent, voluntarily contained in 17. Permitted to interact with staff and other projects. 343 is merely an aged, somewhat extraordinary reality warper, originally known as the Mystic Matazala. He is a puppet manipulated by higher powers. He is an old friend of the administrator, remaining here in case he might still prove useful. Of course, he cannot possibly be a god. His reality warping abilities manifest in destructive energy projection, unleashing lightning, emitting beams, creating duplicates, enlarging, flying, telekinesis, penetrating objects, teleportation, spatial transfer, time freeze, altering matter, once transforming 093 into a banana, surviving in the cosmos, summoning weapons, similar to 076, primarily including a flaming holy sword and a black pillar. Creating matter, altering space, and crafting pocket universes, among other feats. The celestial screen also displays images related to 343. The screen resonates with hymns and chants. Within it, clouds transform into steps, and above these steps, one can faintly discern the pastoral woods beyond a great door. Various humanoid beings, radiating golden light, line the steps. On the stairs stands an elderly man clad in ancient Greek attire, his white beard flowing, holding a book, gazing upon all with a compassionate smile. What a warm sensation. It feels as comforting as a mother's embrace. Ah, God has seen me. God has seen me. Oh, great God, your faithful follower stands before you. I have lived my life without malice. Take me with you. At this moment, countless individuals across the realms who worship God have descended into madness, fervently kneeling in the streets to venerate the 343 on the celestial screen. Meanwhile, those who do not believe in God are left astounded by the abilities attributed to 343 as introduced on the screen. In the realm of Black Tower, Star Rail, it is undeniable that this nearly omnipotent deity recognized by the Foundation, referred to as 343, likely possesses power that rivals, if not surpasses, the most formidable of the celestial beings. Xiao Yan, Battle through the heavens, interjects, nearly omnipotent? Is that not the very definition of omnipotence itself? Bai Yu Kuei, Spirit Cage, contemplates, to us mere mortals, this god appears to be nearly all-powerful, yet why does the Foundation assert that he cannot truly be a god? Walter, Star Rail, posits, unless the Foundation has encountered a true deity or something even more formidable than 343, such as the previously mentioned Void Emperor or narrator. Chu Feng, Saint Ruins, observes, did you not notice? The Foundation claims that this god is but a puppet of a higher power. If this nearly omnipotent god is merely a puppet, how formidable must the one who controls him be? As the prominent figure of 343 graces the celestial screen, many notable beings from various realms emerge. Unlan, Perfect, scoffs, is this what they call a god? It is merely mastery and application of principles. Our world-s immortals can achieve that. Xingxiu Xinzuan, Gourd Realm, concurs, indeed, in my view, apart from his notable command over time and space, 343 is hardly remarkable. Miesher Laorun, Perfect, adds, quite right. I am far more intrigued by the powerful individual who controls 343. Wu Fengzi, Saint Ruins, agrees. What my fellow friend stated is true. Only such a powerful being deserves our attention. This 343 does not meet the criteria. I hope the celestial screen reveals someone of greater interest. It has been far too long since I engaged in a proper battle. As towering figures from various worlds make their entrance, the comment section is filled with fervent devotees, while the other. Lesser humans can only gaze in awe at these illustrious beings, existing on entirely different planes of existence. World of Arrival, Marvel Universe. Linking to World Consciousness. Chapter 6, The Divine War. Successfully linked to World Consciousness, commencing live broadcast. Meanwhile, in the Marvel Universe, the citizens of America are engulfed in a frenzy of jubilation. For generations, they have awaited the arrival of their deity. Countless enthusiastic individuals roam the streets. Even those who do not believe in the god venture out to witness the divine arrival. The city is awash in a chorus of cheers. Children join in the merriment, waving handmade flags in unison with adults. The church bells toll, and the priest stands at the entrance, casting holy water upon the crowd while reciting incantations. The entire city seems to be enveloped in a grand religious celebration, with even the capital officials, typically absent during presidential elections, gathering in rare unity. Yet beneath this cacophony lies an undercurrent of unease, akin to the turbulent tides beneath a tranquil sea before a storm. Finally, as the celestial screen continues its display, the heavens beneath it part, revealing an elder clad in ancient Greek attire, radiating warmth and compassion, who slowly steps forth. Clouds coalesce beneath his feet, forming a sacred staircase, while brilliant divine light illuminates the earthbound humanity from behind him. God 343 has descended. Beneath the radiant embrace of the holy light, the gathered souls experienced an unprecedented tranquility and serenity. The gaze of 343 was gentle yet profound, as if it could penetrate the innermost desires and fears of each individual. He slowly raised his hand in a soothing gesture, and at once, the air around them seemed enveloped in warmth, dissipating all worries and unrest in that singular moment. My children, the elder's voice was akin to a spring breeze, soft yet imbued with strength. I bring tidings of peace and hope. In this tumultuous world, may your hearts find true solace. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted into waves of cheers and grateful tears. In a protected area at the forefront, a significant portion of the leadership from the United States had gathered, while many exhibited expressions of excitement and admiration at the divine presence of 343. Deep within their eyes lurked disdain and greed. To them, 343 was an invader seeking to usurp their power. Before his arrival, they were the gods of their domain, free to act as they pleased. Now, with 343's presence, their status in the United States was undoubtedly threatened. Conversely, some among them were consumed by avarice for the power of 343, believing that mastering him would render world domination effortless. After all, despite 343's strength, he was still contained by the Foundation, and the introduction on the celestial screen bolstered their courage. What was a god if not a mere puppet of others? Once 343 had concluded his address, he gradually withdrew his divine energy, transforming into an ordinary-looking old man with a white beard before the officials. Just as the President of the United States was about to speak, an unexpected event transpired. A blue quantum storm suddenly erupted in the very spot where 343 had descended. Trees and buildings swayed violently in the tempest, while public facilities and vehicles were drawn into the air, and the crowd was swept away in great numbers. As the blue quantum storm began to swirl and coalesce, a figure radiating blue light materialized, and the floating vehicles plummeted toward the masses below. Just as a few fortunate souls seemed destined for the heavens, the rapidly descending vehicles abruptly halted and floated back to their original positions. Undoubtedly the intervention of 343. At this moment, the President of the United States regained his composure. Perhaps sensing 343's presence beside him, he cast aside his previous amiability and admonished without courtesy, "Dr. Manhattan, what are you doing? Do you not see the great God is here?" Yet, Dr. Manhattan offered not even a glance to the President, treating him as an inconsequential insect. His focus solely on 343. "After all these years, I have finally awaited the arrival of my kind." Dr. Manhattan smiled at 343. At that moment, the celestial screen thoughtfully divided into a small segment to explain who Dr. Manhattan was. Dr. Manhattan, originally named Jonathan Osterman, is a physicist. In the wake of a catastrophic experimental incident, his physical form was disassembled, yet his consciousness endured. In the quantum realm, he reconstituted his body and subsequently acquired extraordinary abilities. The capabilities he garnered are as follows. Quantum form. The body of Dr. Manhattan is composed of an infinite quantum substance, neither material nor energetic, endowing him with the capacity to transcend conventional physical laws. Quantum reaction speed. His reaction time reaches the Planck time level, approximately 10 to 43 seconds, far surpassing any known velocity. Quantum analysis. He possesses the ability to swiftly deconstruct any form of existence, revealing its principles and essence. Self-duplication. He can replicate himself infinitely, with each duplicate possessing independent thought and complete capabilities. Memory extraction. He is capable of accessing the latent memories of any living being, including those deeply embedded within the subconscious. Temporal mobility. By maneuvering the entire universe rather than himself, He achieves spatial teleportation and can traverse across universes. Dominion and annihilation of particles. He commands the motion of matter and energy particles, with the power to utterly obliterate fundamental particles, returning them to a state of nothingness. Future prediction. By observing the trajectories of fundamental particles, he can foresee both past and future events, although his visions may be hindered by superluminal particle flows. Disassembly and reassembly. He can disassemble or reassemble any material or energy composed of fundamental particles, regardless of its density, mass, or volume. Body reconstruction. His form can be reconfigured at will. Even if entirely destroyed, he can reconstitute himself anew. Microscopic perception. In his perspective, all matter and energy manifest as a composite of quantum fluctuations. Temporal mastery. He navigates freely through past and future, capable of altering or controlling timelines. Creation of life. By combining fundamental particles, he can forge entirely new life forms. Causality nullification. He transcends the constraints of time and space, unbound by the laws of causality. With thoughts encompassing infinite possibilities, existing across all timelines and moments. Probability manipulation. He influences the collapse direction of quantum superpositions, thereby affecting the likelihood of events occurring. In summary, he is infinitely close to deity, yet remains not a god. Witnessing these astonishing developments, humanity across all realms erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Another deity has emerged, and a mere mortal ascended to godhood. By what merit? What justification is there? Is this some grand cosmic jest? Does divinity hold no value? This Dr. Manhattan merely endured an electric shock to attain godlike status. Why is this so? The universe seems unjust. I have toiled for a lifetime. And even longevity seems a luxury, while he, with a mere jolt, achieves immortality. What audacity, temporal dominion, causality nullified, creation of life, foreseeing the future? Where is my gateway to the divine? This mastery over concepts I have pondered for millennia, and he grasps effortlessly. The cosmic order is fundamentally flawed. At this moment, as they beheld Dr. Manhattan, who had merely lost his corporeal form to electricity, yet wielded a staggering array of formidable powers. Humanity from all realms capable of cultivation stood in a state of utter confusion and shock, grappling with their disbelief and resentment. This is the key to immortality? What then do they make of their own struggles, battling for trivial resources, or their near-fatal endeavors to ascend to immortality after eons of hardship? An overwhelming sense of imbalance brewed within them, especially when faced with Dr. Manhattan's extraordinary abilities, which left them feeling utterly defeated. At that moment, the barrage of comments from countless humans filled the screen, yet the celestial realm paid no heed to their futile attempts to breach defenses. It simply obscured the commentary and continued the broadcast. The live stream pressed on. Dr. Manhattan gazed at 343, a flicker of long-abandoned human exhilaration evident in his eyes. After so many years, after ascending to godhood, he had finally encountered a kindred spirit, a fellow being not merely a lump of flesh. Upon beholding Dr. Manhattan, 343 immediately grasped the entirety of his past, sensing the profound solitude that accompanied Manhattan's divine existence, as well as the anguish and despair entwined within his ascension. 343's gaze, tinged with compassion, elicited a flicker of displeasure from Dr. Manhattan. "Child, I comprehend your isolation," 343 began, yet before he could finish, Manhattan interrupted, the smile on his face gradually fading. "You still call me child? Have you not realized? I have ascended. I am no longer that mere mass of flesh. I am your equal. I am a god." Manhattan regarded 343 with subtle dissatisfaction. The term child implied that 343 still viewed him as akin to humanity. But Manhattan believed he had transcended to divinity, perceiving the humans below as nothing but animated flesh. He felt fundamentally different from them, having long since relinquished the singular human emotion that they shared. What Manhattan sought from 343 was acknowledgement, not pity from a god towards a human. As he spoke, he summoned stones and metals from the side of the road, which he disassembled into the most fundamental particles of the universe only to reassemble them anew. The reconstructed stones and metals appeared to pulsate with life, jubilantly dancing in Manhattan's grasp. He aimed to demonstrate his divinity to 343 by recreating life, echoing the myths of old. "Do you understand? We are gods. We are the same. I cannot fathom why you would feel pity for those below. To me, they are merely a heap of meaningless flesh." As Manhattan extended his hands, presenting two small, newly created life forms to 343, the latter did not refuse the gift. Yet he countered, "No, child, you are not a god, nor am I. There are no gods in this world, only those who transcend, only humans. Do you comprehend, child?" 343 continued to regard Dr. Manhattan with a loving gaze. "Child, you have merely temporarily lost your humanity. Your essence remains human, misled by what you perceive as divinity. Awaken, child." By this point, Manhattan had exhausted his patience for 343's lectures. "You are correct. I am not a god," he declared, raising a finger towards 343. Just as the humans below believed Manhattan had been swayed by 343, he pointed downward. 343 sensed a shift and attempted to intervene, but it was too late. In the next instant, the hundreds of humans targeted by Manhattan were obliterated, reduced to a gruesome pile of flesh, bones, and organs scattered across the ground as thick clouds of blood mist filled the air. Accompanying this horrific scene was the chilling resonance of Manhattan's voice. "I am the true god of this world." As 343 beheld the unfolding scene, the benevolent expression on his face vanished, replaced by a visage of shock and fury. Meanwhile, Manhattan, undeterred by 343's astonishment, persisted in his actions. The square, moments ago filled with joyous laughter, was suddenly enveloped in a crimson shroud. For Manhattan, the act of extinguishing these human lives required not even a flicker of his finger. 343 immediately sought to reverse time and save these humans, yet at that instant, Manhattan redirected his assault, launching an attack against 343. He extended his arm, unleashing a wave of azure energy that surged towards 343. However, this energy wave did not strike its intended target as expected. Instead, it was disintegrated by an unseen force, transforming into countless tiny motes of light that dispersed into the ether. Unfazed, Dr. Manhattan continued his onslaught. In the heavens above, his figure resembled a moving star, radiating a brilliant blue luminescence, every inch of his skin exuding mastery over time and space. His every movement incited tumultuous changes within the surrounding environment, manipulating the fabric of time and space as if it were pliable clay. Opposite him stood 343, unwavering, though his form lacked the flamboyance of Manhattan. The arcane symbols encircling him and the flickering lights proclaimed his extraordinary power. Dr. Manhattan, with a gaze as cold as ice, regarded 343 and with a gentle wave of his hands, conjured rifts in time, attempting to ensnare 343 within an endless temporal loop. Each rift's emergence was accompanied by dramatic shifts in the environment, transitioning from the era of ancient dinosaurs to a futuristic metropolis in the blink of an eye. Observing this, 343 promptly employed a technique to freeze time, anchoring their temporal segment to prevent their conflict from impacting the past and future of this world. Faced with Manhattan's relentless assault, 343 abandoned any notions of lofty principles and unleashed a fierce bolt of lightning directed at Manhattan. As the lightning coursed through the air, it seared and pierced the very fabric of space, signaling that this was no ordinary strike. Dr. Manhattan, with a swift motion, evaded the cataclysmic lightning bolt easily. With a disdainful snort, his blue aura intensified, causing the surrounding space to warp and twist into colossal vortices that surged towards 343. These vortices resembled ravenous beasts, consuming all light in their path. 343 remained composed, muttering incantations as a transparent shield rapidly coalesced before him. The moment the shield formed, it collided with the swirling vortex, erupting in a dazzling display of light as the immense force trembled the very ground beneath them. Realizing the need to shift the battleground to the cosmos, 343 waved his hands, releasing an array of mysterious runes that spiraled around Dr. Manhattan. These runes appeared almost sentient, gradually merging into a colossal chain of symbols, seeking to restrain Dr. Manhattan's movements. Dr. Manhattan, however, had no intention of conceding to 343's desires. With a subtle lift of his hand, an invisible force surged forth, shattering the runic chains with astonishing ease. 343's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated that Dr. Manhattan would dismantle his runic bindings so effortlessly. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his entire being radiating a golden luminescence, within which faint stars twinkled. Gradually, the 7 planets of the solar system emerged around 343, hurtling towards Manhattan like a celestial barrage. Although Manhattan obliterated 4 of these planets, he was ultimately crushed by the remaining 3. However, in the next moment, the particles of Manhattan's form began to reassemble, and 343 seized this opportunity to propel him into the depths of space. Once in the void of space, Dr. Manhattan unabashedly continued his fierce battle with 343. In an instant, countless stars shattered like fragile glass at the hands of these 2 deities. Under the tremendous power capable of shaking the very foundations of the multiverse, both the blazing stars and the enigmatic black holes became mere playthings. Gazing from the shattered Earth into the cosmos, the stars in the night sky resembled splendid fireworks, bursting into brilliant light before vanishing completely from view. As the 2 gods clashed with cataclysmic ferocity, several warships of the Foundation traversed the narrative to arrive in the Marvel Universe. With their narrative crossing successful, various teams reported their statuses. Team Huaxia, Deathwing, all personnel accounted for, end report. Team Huaxia, Sword of Godslayer, all personnel accounted for, end report. Team Achilles Heel, all personnel accounted for, end report. Team Reincarnation, all personnel accounted for, end report. At this moment, the humans from myriad realms immersed in the divine battle also took note of the approaching Foundation warships. The efficiency of the Foundation was indeed remarkable. Curiosity stirred about how the Foundation would intervene to halt the conflict between the two gods, especially since one of the deities was affiliated with the Foundation. Surely they possessed a means to confront such divine beings. Chapter 7. Combat Power. In the vast expanse of space, the fierce confrontation between 343 and Dr. Manhattan had escalated to a boiling point, both being formidable entities capable of shaking the fundamental laws of this multiverse. Space appeared as fragile as thin paper beneath their iron fists, while time was manipulated like a mere toy in their hands. Even causality faltered amidst their relentless struggle. Witnessing the countless planets and lives obliterated by their battle, 343 found himself weary of the conflict with Dr. Manhattan. However, the latter remained indifferent to the lives he deemed insignificant, consumed by a singular obsession: to slay 343 and thereby validate his divinity. If he could vanquish 343, he would ascend as the god of this universe, the supreme deity, unable to bear the sight of the lives struggling amidst the devastation. 343 implored Dr. Manhattan, "This battle is devoid of meaning. Our conflict will only yield endless destruction." Yet, Manhattan remained unmoved. His gaze cold. "Only your death can fulfill my greatness." Faced with this resolve, 343 had no choice but to steer the battlefield towards the desolate reaches of space, striving to minimize the impact on innocent lives. The Foundation team, having just crossed into the Marvel Universe, stood in silent disbelief before a city reduced to ruins merely by the residual shockwaves of a clash between two deities. Unbeknownst to them, the aftermath of such battles was a laborious endeavor. With personnel already stretched thin, they found themselves tasked with both combat and cleanup, a burdensome reality. In search of a spacious square, several of the Foundation's warships descended gracefully. Teams began to disembark, including the Deathwing Squad and the Blade of God Squad from the Huasha Division, alongside the Reincarnation Squad and the Achilles Heel Squad, directly under the Foundation's headquarters. After a brief exchange of greetings, the leaders of each squad gathered in the center, nodding in mutual acknowledgement before proceeding with their tasks. The leaders of the Deathwing, Blade of God, and Achilles squads produced chips emitting a faint blue glow, seamlessly connecting them before handing the composite to the leader of the Reincarnation Squad. After confirming its integrity, the Reincarnation leader retrieved 3 small spheres from his possession, distributing them among the 3 squad leaders. Throughout this process, there was no communication among the squad members, leaving the onlookers from various realms in a state of bewilderment, questioning the Foundation's intentions. Shouldn't they be hastening to intervene in the battle between 343 and Manhattan? What were they up to? Uncertain, they decided to observe, for the arrival of the Foundation team hinted at some significant undertaking. Curiosity piqued, they anticipated the Foundation's next move, speculating on the formidable power that might be present among these squads. Surely, there must be beings of divine strength within their ranks. Otherwise, they would not dare to venture forth, especially the Reincarnation Squad, which bore such a remarkable name. As the multiversal beings contemplated the Foundation's purpose, the 3 squad leaders, having received the spheres, returned to their respective warships. Shortly thereafter, each team unveiled a uniquely designed machine from their vessels. These constructs shimmered with metallic luster, adorned with intricate patterns and buttons. They were carefully maneuvered to the center of the expansive square and began to assemble according to a predetermined sequence. With practiced precision, the teams gradually combined the machines, culminating in a strikingly sci-fi platform encircled by 3 massive, rotating rings, each resonating with an aura of enigma and power. At that moment, the entire platform radiated an invisible energy, captivating the attention of every observer from across the multiverse. Intrigued by the Foundation's intentions, the onlookers remained oblivious to the unforgettable events that were about to unfold. Device parameters are normal, energy stable, surrounding conditions are balanced. We may commence operation, announced a member of the Blade of God Squad, gazing at the control panel. In response, the 3 leaders approached the 3 protruding receptacles of the device, prepared to engage. Current narrative. In the Marvel series, the narrative thread has been successfully tracked, the target narrative layer has been established, anchor points have been deployed, and the key has been inserted, Captain Deadwing stated as he pressed the orb into the receptacle before him. Simultaneously, a circular ring on the platform began to rotate. The permissions of the Foundation's administrator have been confirmed, energy access is stable, and the protective force field is operating normally. The key has been inserted, insertion complete. Captain Exterminator slowly remarked. The narrative channel has been opened and is stabilizing. Stabilization complete. The time-space lock has been deployed, and its operation is stable. Transmission can commence. The key has been inserted, insertion complete. As Captain Achilles finally pressed the orb down, 3 circular rings on the platform began to spin rapidly, and the machine transformed into a miniature sun, emitting a blinding blue radiance. Reincarnation Squad, prepare to enter. The reincarnation captain gazed at the machine, confirming its smooth operation before leading his team into the luminous sphere. As the sphere flickered, the members of the reincarnation squad vanished within it, while the remaining 3 squads dispersed around the machine, standing guard and waiting. Having completed their mission, the atmosphere among the Foundation's teams lightened, shedding the earlier solemnity as small groups began to converse quietly. Captain, in a low voice, look, it's a battle between level 5 reality distorters. Captain, slightly louder, observed as Deadwing number 2 excitedly tugged at Captain Deadwing's arm, gazing up at the fireworks blooming in the cosmos. Yet, Captain Deadwing remained unresponsive, his vigilance intact as he scanned the surroundings. Even though he knew the protective force field emitted by the machine was sufficient to withstand any attack short of the highest divinity. This was the reason for the temporary relaxation among the squads. After all, if even the protective force field could not withstand an attack, discovering it would be of little use. Seeing that Captain Deadwing had ignored him, number 2 shifted his attention. Sister Yi, look. It's my first time witnessing a fight between level 5 reality distorters. Number 2 turned to pull number 4 into the conversation. I see it. Don't make such a fuss. You'll see many more in the future, number 4 replied, somewhat exasperated by number 2's quiet excitement. Oh, Sister Yi, but it's my first time. You're so knowledgeable. Tell me about the other level 5s you've seen. Number 2 pleaded, shaking number 4's arm. At this moment, number 3, who had been somewhat inconspicuous, interjected. Haha, little bubble, you've asked the right person this time. Sister Yi has witnessed battles of the highest divinity. Let me tell you, that scene was 1,000 times more intense than this. Number 3 exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, rambling on as if he had experienced it firsthand. Really? Is that true? Sister Yi, you're so amazing. Little Bubble gazed at number 4 with admiration, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Yes, indeed, number 4 responded, her tone slightly uncharacteristic. Just as number 2 and number 3 were about to continue their discussion, Captain Deadwing, who had been listening, interrupted them. Enough. Discussions of the highest divinity are not for you to engage in casually. Go play. All right, Captain, let us talk about something else, number 2 said. Noting that upon the captain's command, number 3 fell silent, and they redirected their conversation. Sister Yi, I have heard that the reincarnation squad is said to be comparable to our Huaxia Division's Team 002. Is that true? Little Bubble turned to number 4 for confirmation. At that moment, as Captain Deadwing reprimanded number 2, number 4 suppressed her sorrowful emotions and responded naturally to number 2. Indeed. According to the Foundation's records that I am aware of, Mobile Task Force 5, Reincarnation Squad, comprises immortal, semi-mechanical clones forged from the flesh of a deceased deity. They epitomize the pinnacle of the Foundation's biological technology. Number 4 elaborated slowly, just as number 3, who had previously fled, approached to add her input. Sister Yi is correct. Let me tell you, Little Bubble, even the weapons employed by the Reincarnation Squad are either shrouded in secrecy or experimental Foundation weaponry. Unlike us, who must seek prior approval to even deploy a celestial assault, with stringent regulations on how to return them, the Reincarnation Squad possesses whatever weaponry they desire, deploying it freely as long as they can return safely. The higher-ups cherish them dearly. Number 4 continued. The Reincarnation Squad is typically tasked with investigating and containing anomalous phenomena, magic, and supernatural threats. Their current collaboration with us is only due to a personnel shortage. Otherwise, the higher-ups would be reluctant to allow them to undertake such a minor task. Wow, the Reincarnation Squad, is that formidable? No wonder they can rival the monsters of Team 002, number 2 exclaimed in awe. Suddenly, a thought struck number 2, who then raised her hand. A light bulb illuminating above her head as she turned to number 3. You mentioned they are immortal, semi-mechanical clones. Can they do that? Number 2 inquired curiously, her eyes brimming with inquisitiveness, nearly overflowing from her mask. Number 3, number 4, goodness. What on earth occupies your mind daily? Number 4 playfully struck number 2 on the head. Oh, can I be curious just for a moment? Number 2 protested, shielding her head as she looked at number 4. Observing that number 4 was about to reprimand number 2 further, number 3 hurriedly intervened. Ahem, Sister Yi, that's enough. Little Bubble was merely asking out of curiosity. It's nothing serious, so let her off the hook. Little Bubble, let us skip this topic and discuss other teams, shall we? Number 3 quickly pivoted the conversation. Yes. Number 2 eagerly nodded in agreement. What shall we talk about? Number 3 glanced around and spotted the Achilles heel squad not far away, and instantly had a topic. Little Bubble, let me tell you about the Achilles heel squad over there. All right, Little Bubble, you might think the Achilles heel squad seems unremarkable, just like us, but they have quite a significant background. Yes, the Foundation files I have indicate as much. Mobile Task Force 12, Achilles heel, is a task force composed of members from a parallel universe's Foundation, known for its reality-distorting capabilities, designated to apprehend the entity 34802. The team is tasked with safeguarding the majority of entities detained at Site 13, as well as pursuing and capturing the formidable reality distorters that remain uncontained elsewhere. I must inform you that at least 2 level 4 reality distorters are present within their ranks, and there may even be level 5 entities akin to those encountered during our previous confrontation in space. Number 3 quietly approached number 2 and whispered, "Wow, is that truly the case? That's incredible. A level 4, just like the Sun Wukong we encountered on our last mission?" In all, Little Bubble gazed towards the Achilles heel team with her starry-eyed wonder. Of course, didn't I mention? Their squad is specifically tasked with capturing powerful reality distorters. If the Foundation deems them formidable, one can only surmise that the team capable of confronting them must be equally strong. Number 3 elucidated with conviction. As number 2 listened intently, her admiration for the Achilles heel team grew, her eyes sparkling with reverence. Meanwhile, the Achilles heel team, comprised of potent reality distorters, found it utterly effortless to overhear the conversation taking place not far from them. It was not merely curiosity that drew their attention. The praises were piercing their ears like arrows. Sensing Little Bubble's curious and admiring gaze, the members of the team instinctively straightened their posture. This is not mere self-aggrandizement. Their reputation precedes them, attracting admirers everywhere. They usually maintain a low profile, truly. Not far away, Captain Deadwing observed the enthusiastic discussion between the 2 individuals before him and the seemingly indifferent Achilles heel team. Unable to contain himself, he joined the conversation. "Look at your Na'vi expressions. Let me enlighten you. There is no weak team among those present. Do you see the Sword of God team, which is also part of the Huaxia division? Do you know their designation?" Captain Deadwing glanced towards the Sword of God team to his right. "Captain, are they not ordinary either?" Little Bubble inquired eagerly. "Indeed, their designation is 003. You should be aware of the significance of this number within the Huaxia division. Although we are Team 004, there are only 2 categories of mobile task forces in this division, the first 3 teams and those numbered afterwards. And they are Team 003. The captain stated, his demeanor serious. Gasping in shock, Little Bubble exclaimed, "They are the 003 team, the elite trio cultivated by the entire Huaxia division." The other team members, upon hearing the captain's explanation, also gazed in astonishment at the Sword of God team. "Hey, I have some insider information about this 003 team. Would you like to hear it?" After the initial shock, number 3 looked at the remaining members with a mysterious expression. "Oh, even I only learned of this before our departure after reviewing the task information. How is it that your sources are more reliable than mine?" Captain Deadwing remarked, intrigued by number 3's confidence. "Captain, I certainly have my own channels. Just tell me if you wish to listen," number 3 replied playfully. "Of course we want to hear. Please, do tell," they urged eagerly. "I must tell you, I have heard that although Team 003 ranks 3rd, the resources they possess are not inferior to those of the preceding teams. Each member has undergone an almost flawless genetic modification program, complemented by the pinnacle of biotechnological advancements in Huaxia. It is said that their physical forms are nearly perfect, with a strength that rivals those of the 4th and 5th level reality distorters. Their vitality and regenerative capabilities are strikingly akin to those of the immortal reincarnation team, which is a testament to the utmost potential achievable in Huaxia, as the immortality of the reincarnation team is attributed to divine essence. Moreover, to compensate for their shortcomings in supernatural abilities, they have been augmented with certain imitation artifacts or magical implements, empowering them to overshadow most distorters in terms of supernatural prowess. Lastly, do you know why they are called the Sword of God Slayer? It is not merely because they possess a single sword capable of slaying deities. No, it is because each member wields their own. It is said that the Huaxia division traversed numerous narrative layers to enhance their offensive capabilities, gathering various resources such as metals. By combining the most advanced technology, theology, and arcane arts available in Huaxia, they forged a sword for each member capable of cleaving through gods. Rumor has it that these swords can eliminate 3rd and 4th level reality distorters with a single strike, even wounding those of divine nature. Team 003's exuberance was palpable as they listened intently to the vivid and animated account from the 3rd member, who spoke with fervor and eloquence. The members of the Deathwing team were equally enraptured, drawn into the narrative. Meanwhile, the 003 team and the Achilles heel team were also captivated by the serious exposition of the 3rd member, and soon, all 3 teams found themselves gathered around him, absorbing every word. The 3rd member, lost in his own enthusiasm, stepped onto a fragment of stone and continued to divulge insider information. "Let me share this with you. Team 003 is not the only sword-wielding team among the top 3 in the Huaxia division. There exists another team renowned for their swordsmanship, the legendary Team 001. However, unlike Team 003, only the captain of Team 001 possesses a sword. Do not underestimate this sword. Its mere association with Team 001 signifies its extraordinary nature. Even I have heard whispers, the veracity of which I cannot confirm, that this sword was forged at a tremendous cost to the Huaxia division, utilizing the bone of a supreme deity combined with an exceedingly rare metal obtained from true reality. The creation of this sword reportedly consumed nearly all the division's resources, and they even borrowed substantial resources from multiple parallel universes to succeed. Ultimately, this sword has proven to be worthy of its legend, said to possess the power to slay supreme deities, marking it as a formidable weapon for the Huaxia division. At this point, the third member paused to sip water and refresh his throat, while the others, having processed the information, were left in a state of astonishment. Goodness! A sword capable of slaying supreme deities. I have never even heard of such a thing. How powerful must it be? Exclaimed the young one, unable to contain their awe. Hey! As members of the top 3 teams, you must possess some insider information, right? Share it with us. Little Bubble nudged the nearby member of Team 003 with eager anticipation. However, to Little Bubble's dismay, the team member shook his head, indicating his ignorance. We have only heard some rumors suggesting that Team 001 possesses weapons capable of annihilating supreme deities, but most of it is merely hearsay. Indeed, those pieces of information are mere fabrications, each tale more extravagant than the last. It remains unclear who speaks the truth and who does not. The captain of Team 003 interjected. Upon hearing this, the group could only shake their heads and sigh, acknowledging their helplessness, as such classified knowledge was far beyond their rank to uncover. They could merely ponder over it. Meanwhile, the myriad of humanity across realms found themselves embroiled in fervent discussion, spurred by the switch in the celestial perspective, through which they listened to the impassioned speech of Team Deathwings No. 3. Initially indifferent, the collective attention of humanity was captivated by No. 3's vivid narration. The celestial screen also thoughtfully provided explanations for some of the terms that the multiversal populace struggled to comprehend. Among these was the Foundation's classification of combat capabilities, which further illuminated the staggering revelations articulated by No. 3. Just as the teams and the diverse humanity were poised to delve deeper into No. 3's insider knowledge, the celestial screen abruptly shifted its focus. The reincarnation team had successfully transcended the narrative to reach their destination. The classification of combat capabilities within the Foundation is as follows. Level 1. Disappearance Distorter, City-Level Destruction. Level 2. Disappearance Distorter, Planet-Level Destruction. Level 3. Disappearance Distorter, Star System-Level Destruction. Level 4. Disappearance Distorter, Single Universe-Level Destruction. Level 5. Disappearance Distorter, Omnipotent Universe-Level Destruction. Divine, Arbitrary Interference within Local Narrative Frameworks. Supreme Divinity, Interference within the Realm of Delusion and the Annihilation of Illusions. Chapter 8. The narrative of divine warfare ceases. At this juncture, the celestial perspective transitioned to the reincarnation team. The myriad of humanity redirected their attention to the reincarnation team, filled with anticipation, eager to discern their next move. As the celestial screen gradually illuminated, the first sight to greet the viewers was a cerulean planet. The camera zoomed in closer, revealing a nation, then a city, ultimately focusing on an unremarkable 3-story villa. The humanity of countless realms, observing along with the celestial lens, soon recognized that this world was merely an ordinary realm of technologically developing mortals with a level of advancement that was not particularly high. Just as the myriad of humanity pondered the purpose of showcasing such a scene, the camera within the villa drew nearer, entering a room. Inside, the first thing that caught the eye was the 4 walls, which were densely adorned with an array of illustrations and posters of various comic characters. These vibrant artworks, diverse in representation, transformed the entire room into a realm brimming with fantasy and imagination. The camera shifts to a desk cluttered with comic manuscripts, where a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s or 50s, is engrossed in his work, donning a pair of thick glasses. With a pencil in hand, he meticulously and earnestly sketches, completely absorbed in the vibrant world of his creation, oblivious to the happenings outside his abode. As time passes, a lively comic character begins to emerge under his diligent hand. And before long, what was once a mere figment of his imagination springs to life on the paper, appearing as though it might step forth from the page at any moment. The man gazes at his creation with satisfaction, removes his glasses, and rubs his temples, intending to rise for a brief respite when suddenly a thunderous crash reverberates through the studio. The door to his workspace is forcefully kicked open, and instinctively, he reaches for the handgun in his drawer. However, the chilling muzzle of a gun is swiftly pressed against his head. Reluctantly, he raises his hands, surrendering to the situation and returning to his seat. It is only then that he catches sight of the armed figures before him. 3 fully armed individuals stand in his studio, while outside, 2 more have restrained his wife and child. Gentlemen, I am but a writer. I doubt I have wronged you. The man speaks slowly. Yet, the members of the team ignore him, with 2 of them rummaging through his workspace. What do you want? Money? Or something else? I can provide whatever you seek. Please spare my wife and child, he pleads, but the only response he receives is the sound of the team leader chambering around. Silenced by fear, he watches as they continue to sift through his comic manuscripts. Moments later, one of the team members presents a thin comic book to the leader, who, upon verifying its contents, turns back to the man and begins to speak. The heavens above offer a close-up of the comic, allowing all of humanity to witness its details. The comic illustrates a fierce battle between Dr. Manhattan and 343, yet what astonishes the onlookers is that the comic seems to be continually revealing new images. Within its pages, Dr. Manhattan and 343 are locked in a relentless struggle, with the former seemingly gaining the upper hand, mirroring the conflict unfolding in the Marvel Universe. A vague understanding dawns upon humanity, yet disbelief lingers in their hearts. As the scene unfolds, the team leader hands the comic back to the man. His voice icy as he inquires, "You are the creator of Dr. Manhattan?" After a moment's contemplation, the man replies, "Yes, that is I." While examining the comic he has been given, confusion soon crosses his face as he questions, "Strange, I have never penned this storyline. What is this 343? The team leader, however, shows no patience for his inquiries. After confirming the man's identity once more, he retrieves the pen the man typically uses for his work and hands it to him. Commanding, "You will write that Dr. Manhattan ultimately succumbs to 343. Do you understand?" The captain of the reincarnation squad issued an unequivocal command. With a mere glance, his nearby team member understood the cue. The gun's bolt was drawn back. The man, seeing this, felt no hesitation and swiftly inscribed a bold line of text in accordance with the captain's directive within the pages of the comic. Dr. Manhattan was ultimately defeated by 343, vanishing entirely from the cosmos. Fearing the displeasure of the captain, the man acted with urgency. Satisfied with this, the captain nodded approvingly, signaling his team to proceed to the next step. The team member received the order and promptly exited the premises. Shortly thereafter, they apprehended a drug dealer residing nearby, while another team member had already retrieved the man's handgun and handed it back to him. As confusion clouded the man's expression, the captain produced a small triangular device and aimed it at those present. In an instant, the eyes of the mortals in attendance lost their luster. "Now listen carefully. None of you have seen us today. This criminal attempted to invade your home to rob you, and you justifiably defended yourselves by killing him. Do you understand?" The captain observed as the now bewildered individuals slowly comprehended his words. Without hesitation, they affirmed their understanding. "Good. Reincarnation squad, regroup." After sealing the comic, the captain ordered his team to retreat. Upon pressing the diamond-shaped device in his hand, the squad vanished from the room, erasing all traces of their existence in this world. Finally, with the sound of a gunshot echoing from within the house, the perspective shifted away from this realm, transitioning to the battle between the two gods in the Marvel Universe. At that moment, the two deities were still locked in combat, and due to 343's efforts to protect those fragile lives, Dr. Manhattan gradually gained the upper hand. Witnessing this situation unfold, Manhattan expressed his frustration at 343's determination to protect what he deemed insignificant lives. "Do you not understand? We are gods now. We are unlike them. The divine reigns above all beings." Manhattan, observing 343's steadfast resolve, abandoned his attempts at persuasion. "If you refuse to embrace divinity, then perish alongside these mortals you cherish." With a wave of his hand, a rift in space-time materialized, resembling a fierce beast, its maw wide open as it lunged towards 343. Just as Manhattan believed the battle was drawing to a close, and he would emerge as the sole deity of this multiverse, an unexpected event transpired. The rift he conjured inexplicably spiraled out of control and vanished before his very eyes. As Dr. Manhattan pondered this bewildering turn of events, he suddenly noticed that his once stable blue-hued quantum form had become muddied. He hastily examined his body, only to uncover a phenomenon that defied his understanding. Within his quantum form, quantum decoherence and quantum tunneling were occurring, two processes that should never transpire within him. Though the theoretical construct of Manhattan's quantum body may be subject to the so-called quantum decoherence process, he has devoted many years to the profound study of his existence in a quantum state. He is resolute in his belief that the quantum components constituting his body would never undergo decay. Even if some of the constituent quanta were to decay, he could replenish them with others. Yet, at this critical juncture, his body is unmistakably conveying to him that all the quanta comprising his quantum form have indeed decayed. Moreover, this decay has occurred at a pivotal moment, utterly contravening the quantum science he has steadfastly believed in for years. It is essential to note that quantum decoherence can be perceived as a generalized form of decay, as it results in the loss of coherence in a quantum state, transitioning it into a mixed state. This phenomenon is particularly significant in the realms of quantum computing and quantum information processing, as decoherence is one of the primary reasons for quantum bits losing information. For Dr. Manhattan, the information lost due to the decoherence of his quantum body is none other than his consciousness. It is akin to a human brain, where countless neurons and brain cells collaborate harmoniously to create a complete consciousness. However, if these cells were to operate independently, each would merely exist as a solitary cell. Furthermore, what renders Manhattan's disbelief even more profound is the emergence of another phenomenon occurring within him, the quantum tunneling effect. In quantum mechanics, beyond decoherence, quantum states may also undergo a decay-like process through tunneling. Quantum tunneling refers to the phenomenon where a quantum particle traverses barriers that classical physics deems insurmountable. In certain scenarios, even if a quantum system is in a stable bound state, it may escape to a free state via tunneling, which can be regarded as a form of decay. In Dr. Manhattan's case, his previously perfect physical condition can be likened to a stable bound state, yet now he finds himself in a state of instability. Astonishingly, both quantum decoherence and quantum tunneling are concurrently manifesting in Dr. Manhattan at this very moment. The odds of such an occurrence are even slimmer than winning a lottery jackpot. Yet Dr. Manhattan finds himself the unwitting recipient of this improbable fate. This is precisely why he is engulfed in shock. The simultaneous manifestation of these phenomena causes his body to disintegrate and his conscious information to dissipate, an eventuality he cannot prevent even by exerting his other abilities. How can this be? This is impossible. How could it be so fortuitous? It must be you. What have you done to me? Manhattan bellowed at 343. As he gazed upon his increasingly murky quantum form, feeling his consciousness and memories blur, he continued to cry out in anguish. 343 observed the struggling Manhattan with a tinge of compassion, yet, contemplating Manhattan's so-called divinity, refrained from intervening. Gradually, Manhattan's body began to fade, and the surrounding space rippled due to the disintegration and turmoil of his energy. I refuse to accept this. I am a god. A god does not perish. His voice resonated with boundless fury and defiance. 343 slowly spoke. What you deem divinity is merely arrogance. Manhattan, do you comprehend this now? There are no gods in this world, only humans and the crimson demons. This time, 343 refrained from referring to him as child. Indeed, Manhattan had uttered a truth. He was no longer human. The essence of Manhattan, as a person, had been entirely entombed within his so-called divinity. With a wave of 343's hand, the struggling Manhattan dissipated into chaotic quantum fragments, marking 343's final act of mercy towards him. Thus, the divine conflict came to a definitive conclusion. The victor was God 343. In the final scene of the celestial tapestry, 343's countenance regained its previous benevolent smile. The deity wielded the power of temporal reversal to restore the multiverse, which had been shattered by this cataclysmic confrontation. The multiverse, once riven and battered by the monumental divine battle, began to visibly repair and reconstitute itself. The fractured celestial bodies reformed, the splintered continental plates gradually reconnected, and the ruptured spatial fissures slowly mended. Lives lost in the wake of this conflict were resurrected once more. Countless stars twinkled with resplendent brilliance, akin to the most radiant gems in the night sky, as the vast cosmic river flowed anew, resembling an endless ribbon of light traversing the universe. Everything returned to completeness and harmony under the influence of temporal reversal, as if the brutal divine battle had never transpired. Meanwhile, God 343 remained in this multiverse, continuing to fulfill his divine duties. The Foundation's team had long since evacuated this multiverse upon the return of the Reincarnation Squad, leaving the task of battlefield cleanup to the readily available automatons. The celestial tapestry had concluded its display. Project number, God 343. Current world, Marvel Universe. Containment status, safe, not contained. Responsible teams, Huaxia Deathwing Squad, Huaxia Godslaying Sword Squad, Reincarnation Squad, Achilles Heel Squad. File archived, end of record. Although the celestial tapestry had temporarily concluded, the repercussions of this broadcast stirred tumultuous waves across all realms. Almost instantaneously, as the tapestry ended, comments flooded in, reflecting the agitated sentiments of humanity across the multiverse. Had Dr. Manhattan truly fallen? A deity, reduced to mere oblivion? Merely a casually written line by the author. Yet for us, has an almost omnipotent God truly vanished? Such a notion is difficult to accept. Is this what the Foundation refers to as narrative and illusion? How ironic that an ordinary mortal, devoid of grandeur in the narrative realm, could dictate the fate of a god who had battled throughout an entire fictional existence. Should I deem this a matter of course, or a bitter irony? What use is my pursuit of immortality if I cannot live freely? Forever driven by the whims of fate? What purpose does this immortality serve? Alas, fate is unjust. Fate is indeed cruel. Above the tapestry, the densely packed comments appeared shrouded in a heavy haze, a pall of despair permeating the atmosphere. In that moment, humanity across the multiverse found themselves engulfed in profound hopelessness and helplessness. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed upon this merciless reality. Once, they might have found a semblance of solace deep within, convincing themselves that even if the world they inhabited was but a mirage, living authentically in the present was sufficient. However, the stark and inescapable truth that now lay bare before them struck each heart like a relentless hammer. What was even more disconcerting was the realization that even Manhattan, a being they deemed a paragon of strength, could not evade the fate of being obliterated by the author's quill. In light of this, what significance did these ordinary, insignificant humans hold? They likely lacked even the merit to serve as mere fodder. Contemplating this, the last flicker of hope within them gradually extinguished, leaving only an abyss of fear and confusion to engulf their souls. Even those once vocal leaders, who had espoused the importance of remaining true to oneself, fell silent. For now, even their innermost convictions might have been scripted by the author. Perhaps the heavens themselves could no longer bear witness to the overwhelming despair of humanity across the realms, as the ominous commentary on the celestial screen was temporarily obscured. A few documents regarding the Foundation's mobile task force involved in this operation surfaced. Foundation's Huaxia Division, Mobile Task Force 004, Deathwing Squad. Team Leader, Chun Qiantao, age, 54. Years of service, 38, Level 4 Reality Warper. Deputy Leader, Wang Qinyang, age, 50, years of service, 30, Level 3 Reality Warper. Member, Yi Wanyue, age, 47. Years of service, 30, Level 2 Reality Warper. Member, Su Chun, age, 36, years of service, 19, Level 2 Reality Warper. Member, Su Mashue, age, 26, years of service, 10, Level 2 Reality Warper. Chapter 9, 173. The Heavens then released information regarding the Reincarnation Squad, the Achilles Heel Squad, and the God-Slaying Sword Squad. The effect was commendable. Aside from those who were mired in stubbornness, the majority of humanity across the realms successfully diverted their attention. The comments on the celestial screen no longer brimmed with a sense of impending doom, and this distraction reignited the pent-up desire for discussion among the multitudes, prompting a flurry of commentary. Oh, the composition of the Deathwing Squad is impressive. A Level 4, a Level 3, and 3 Level 2s, all capable of conquering our world. Were the previous squads too dazzling? I find myself thinking that the Deathwing Squad is merely average. Truly, it lives up to its name. Crafted from the flesh and blood of deities into immortal, semi-mechanical clones, it is unfathomable how the Foundation achieved such a feat. The combat prowess of this Reincarnation Squad must not pale in comparison to those at Level 5, especially with the Foundation's unconditional supply of weaponry. They could indeed slay gods. I would believe it. And then there is the Achilles Heel Squad, composed entirely of formidable reality warpers, with at least 2 at Level 4. If I possessed such a squad, I can hardly fathom the heights to which I would ascend. Furthermore, the God-Slaying Sword Squad is remarkable as well. Humans with nearly perfect physiques. How striking they must appear. Even the thought evokes envy. Indeed, the mere thought is exhilarating. The original poster in this district notes, are these two above mistaken in their comments? The Foundation's classification of combat prowess spans a considerable range. Both street-level threats and city-level threats fall under the same category. I concur with the previous assertion that it seems rather hasty. While it is understandable for varying strengths to exist within a single tier, the disparity is rather exaggerated. I can already envision a scene where 2 individuals of the same tier engage in combat. Perhaps the multitude of worlds to oversee and the complexity of the system necessitate such a broad categorization. Is it possible that the Foundation regards these reality distorters beneath the divine with a certain level of disregard? It is no wonder that the sky has consistently referred to 343 in Manhattan as beings that approach divinity but do not attain it. According to the Foundation's classification, both 343 and Manhattan should be considered pinnacle-level entities, influencing the narrative layer of their respective worlds. Indeed, it seems to me that the distinction between Level 5 and divinity serves as a watershed. Only those who transcend the narrative layer of their own worlds can be deemed truly divine. No wonder the Foundation does not take those reality distorters beneath the divine seriously. As long as one does not transcend their own world's narrative layer, the Foundation can simply hold their creators accountable. At that point, manipulating them becomes a trivial matter. Furthermore, does the Foundation not possess the ability to traverse narratives at will? Surely they have methods to negotiate with narrative dominions. However, such matters are likely not as simple as they seem, and even with the Foundation's assistance, there remains the question of whether they would intervene. After all, if they refuse to aid you, would you dare confront the Foundation? If you genuinely had the audacity to do so, I must say, I would admire your courage. Yet, why should it be deemed impossible? The brave seize the world for themselves. If necessary, I could always plead with the Foundation. Let us disregard that fool above and continue our discussion. Indeed, let us delve deeper into the subject of the divine. However, did not 343 assert that there are no gods in this world, only humans and demons? Have you forgotten what the sky previously stated? We are merely illusory figures within a delusional realm. Only those of true reality are genuine. Have you not noticed that supreme divinity? Goodness, I had thought that the gods were already excessively powerful, only to discover that an even higher echelon exists. It is truly astounding. And I cannot fathom the strength of this supreme divinity, while the Foundation still possesses means to contend with it. One can only surmise that the Foundation's worth continues to rise. The discussions in the sky persist, while the development of myriad worlds gradually diverges. In the realm of the shepherd god, within the resplendent yet desolate Great Hall, only the Emperor of Yinkong and the National Master of Yinkong stand. Master, do you think? With our current strength, we have reached the status of a level 4 reality distorter according to the Foundation's classification? As the Emperor spoke, he waved his hand, and a distant mountain was instantly reduced to rubble. The Emperor retains a degree of self-awareness. Thoughts of divinity are out of reach. Yet level 5 remains a target worth striving for in his lifetime. Indeed, Your Majesty, from our current perspective, we should indeed possess level 4 capabilities. Albeit perhaps only at a lower medium level, the National Master of Yinkong assessed his own strength and replied slowly. As for the deities of our world, I surmise that none have truly attained divinity. At best, they reach a 5th level superiority, which is indeed remarkable. There are certainly no beings as potent as Foundation 343. The National Master of Yinkan, well aware of the impending inquiry from Emperor Yinkan, preemptively provided his answer, thoughtfully adding a supplementary remark. Moreover, the path to divinity is likely fraught with difficulty. Both Manhattan and 343 are merely infinitely close. Ah, indeed, Emperor Yinkan nodded in satisfaction. It appears that the probability of our plan's success is quite high. My anticipation for the Foundation's arrival grows ever stronger. We must hasten our efforts, National Master. We need your diligence, for those deities are capable of perceiving the celestial veil. Should we gain the Foundation's assistance, our plan will be executed even more effectively. National Master, do you know? I wholeheartedly agree with that statement made by 343. There are no gods in this world, only humans. In the world of Dolua, within the Hall of Spirits, the usual sacred tranquility of the offering hall was now replaced by an atmosphere of palpable tension. The 8 esteemed offerings of the Hall of Spirits gathered together, their focus keenly directed toward the young girl kneeling beneath the statue of the angel god. The entire hall was enveloped in silence. The offerings held their breath, fearful of disturbing Qianrenshua. As the sun rose yet again, the angel god remained unresponsive, inciting deep concern among the offerings who had awaited this moment for days. Qianrenshua had been kneeling for 3 consecutive days without sustenance, and the prolonged absence of the angel goddess test was particularly distressing for those who regarded her as their granddaughter. Elder brother, little Shue has gone 3 days without food or water. Perhaps we should let this one slide. The golden crocodile Dalaw could no longer contain his restlessness and communicated with the leading Qian Daolu. No, even if I relent, little Shue would not give up. If you cannot wait, you may leave. I shall remain here. Qian Daolu steadfastly kept his eyes closed, unmoved. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to exit with resignation. At the entrance of the hall, several offerings gazed at the resplendent palace with sighs of defeat. Second offering. What shall we do now that little Shue's divine test has yet to commence? The lion Doloa anxiously paced, glancing at the golden crocodile for guidance. How should I know? We can only wait, the golden crocodile replied, his face etched with worry. In my view, even if little Shue inherits the position of the angel god, at most she will achieve the 4th level, as stated by the Foundation. Once those anomalies descend, they will surely perish. It would be better to enjoy these peaceful days while we can, the youthful-looking Light Feather Doa interjected dismissively. Although the golden crocodile wished to reprimand Light Feather for such despairing words, he understood the sentiments shared among his comrades. They had witnessed the celestial phenomena of recent days, and they knew that among them, they were merely 2nd-level reality distorters, the weakest within that tier. What difference would becoming a god make? Alas, possessing an additional measure of strength is undoubtedly beneficial. At the very least, it may prolong our existence in the future. For now, we can only pray that little Shue succeeds, and that the anomalies of the Foundation do not descend upon our world. All right, everyone can return for now. I will inform you of any updates. Upon hearing this, the gathered worshippers had no choice but to depart individually. In the celestial palace of the Angel Mellet, the immortal clones fashioned from divine flesh and the nearly perfect gene-modified humans truly astonished. He, what is your perspective on this? Inquired Kaisha, the Angel King. Seated regally upon her throne, her expression unchanged after observing the content displayed in the sky. What can I say? I can only sit and watch. He replied, rolling her eyes in exasperation as she settled into her own seat. It's evident that the Foundation's biotechnology surpasses ours. What more can I glean? I cannot comprehend it at all. I have never even encountered the so-called gods they speak of, although I am equally curious about how the Foundation achieved this. I find myself powerless to act. My queen, do not harbor the notion that angels can catch up now or in the future. Even if we exert ourselves for a millennium, we might not keep pace with them. They can obliterate all known civilizations with just a level 5. He shrugged, indicating the vast disparity between their strengths. I understand this is challenging, yet angels cannot and shall not easily concede, correct? Kaisha maintained her calm demeanor. Indeed, my queen. It seems if it's not your doing. I am merely a beast of burden, am I? He responded, her thoughts swirling. Observing Hishi's somewhat dismissive attitude, Kaisha's serene face bore a hint of helpless amusement. For now, let everything remain unchanged. I merely wish for you to pay closer attention. After all, as the sky has indicated, anomalies may also descend upon our world. What is there to fear? If the sky falls, there will be someone tall enough to support it. Isn't the foundation here? Hishi waved her hand dismissively. As Hishi noticed Kaisha was about to speak again, she swiftly changed the subject. Hey, do you think our future is predetermined by that narrative author? Who do you suppose will be the protagonist of our world? Who knows? The future is dictated by the author, or perhaps you can ask them when the foundation arrives in our world, Kaisha replied, smiling as she watched Hishi daydream about the future. Hey, do you think the protagonist might be that? What was his name? The male deity you arranged for Yin? The power of the galaxy, Kaisha reminded her. Yes, the power of the galaxy. Realizing the shift in tone, Kaisha relaxed her regal demeanor and leaned back on her throne, intrigued as she watched Hishi. It can't possibly be that perverse Carl. Would anyone still read this book then? It might as well be you, my dear Hishi. Me? How could that be? What protagonist toils day after day like a beast of burden? Hishi retorted. What? Do I treat you like a beast of burden? Don't I? Do I? How would I know? In the world of Do Per, having just endured a day of grueling training, Xiao Yan lay resting on the grassy slopes of the back mountain. Old Yao, do you think the ancient clans could withstand the anomalies if the foundation were to descend upon us? Xiao Yan gazed upon the discussions in the celestial expanse and recalled the information that the elder pharmacist had imparted regarding the power dynamics of the continent. He could not help but inquire. It seems unlikely that we stand a chance. Thus far, the anomalies released into the heavens are terrifyingly formidable. They will surely not weaken in the future. The elder pharmacist, shaking his head in resignation, replied, Moreover, have you overlooked a crucial issue? He furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Xiao Yan. The foundation has already perished, he reminded Xiao Yan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan felt a jolt in his heart. It appeared that the foundation had shielded them so effectively that their sense of urgency had diminished. Enough of this. It is not your concern at present. You should focus on fulfilling your 3-year pact, the elder pharmacist said, stroking his beard contemplatively. No matter how you ponder, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Indeed, elder pharmacist. Let us resume our training. Anomaly descending. Anomaly descending. All realms, prepare yourselves. Project number 173, the original work. Project level, between safe and dangerous. Oh, it shares the same level as 343. I wonder if its power is comparable. Do you still have the luxury to ponder its strength? If it is indeed as powerful as 343, will we even survive? Hurry and pray that it does not manifest in our realm. Let us hope it is a benevolent anomaly like 343. At the very least, let it not be one that slaughters indiscriminately. O heavens above, may the 3 pure ones bless us, and may the Buddha protect us. I offer a decade of my friend's lifespan as a sacrifice, hoping this anomaly does not descend upon our world. Great and immortal monarch, please safeguard your subjects. Anlan replied, Thank you. The majority of humanity across the myriad realms adhered to the principle of may my fellow be spared while I perish, fervently praying to their local deities for protection against the impending anomaly. After all, the previous encounter in the Marvel Universe served as a cautionary tale. It was indeed a clash of divine beings that left mortals in ruin. Were it not for 343's benevolence toward humanity, the inhabitants of the Marvel Universe might have faced utter annihilation. Description: moved to 19 in 1993. The origin remains unknown. 173 is constructed of concrete and steel, showing signs of spray paint, yet it possesses remarkable durability. No known physical means can destroy it. 173 exhibits rapid mobility and possesses significant hostility. Its method of movement is unknown. It cannot move if within direct line of sight. The line of sight with 173 must never be interrupted. Personnel dispatched to the containment chamber must remind each other before blinking. Reports indicate that the object's attack method involves breaking the neck at the base of the skull or strangulation. During an attack incident, personnel must adhere to Level 4 containment protocols for hazardous objects. Personnel reports state that when no one is present in the containment chamber, sounds akin to scraping stones can be heard. This phenomenon is considered normal, and any changes to this behavior should be reported to the supervising agent on duty. The reddish-brown substance on the floor is a mixture of feces and blood with an unknown source. The internal environment must be cleaned every 2 weeks. Special containment procedures. Project 173 must always be stored in a locked containment chamber. When it becomes necessary to enter the containment chamber of 173, the number of personnel must never be fewer than 3, and the door must be securely locked thereafter. At least 2 individuals must maintain eye contact with 173 at all times until all personnel have exited the chamber and it has been resecured. A moving statue, you say? Its means of attack merely involves twisting necks? By the heavens, how fortunate it seems that this anomaly is not excessively formidable. I am truly relieved. Another day of survival. World arrival, Star Iron World. Linking to the world will, please prepare Star Iron World. A gentle reminder, for this containment, the Foundation will not dispatch any mobile task forces for assistance. Chapter 10, Containment of 173 complete. For this containment mission, the Foundation will not send any mobile task forces for assistance. The inhabitants of Star Iron World should prepare accordingly. Why is that? Does the Foundation no longer care for our world? Is our world unworthy in some way? Or has our world offended the Celestial Veil? No. How can we survive without the Foundation? Can we rely on the Interstellar Peace Corporation? Interstellar Peace Corporation, good day, sir. In adherence to our preservation philosophy, if you require our newly launched protection program, feel free to contact us at any time. The latest batch of users is eligible for a 20% discount along with numerous benefits. Celestial Veil, please, just send a team our way. They need not be overly powerful, just provide us with a modicum of security. I implore you. Celestial Veil. This anomaly can solely be contained by your local world forces. Furthermore, the Foundation has perished. You cannot depend on a deceased entity to rise and rescue you. Lastly, all remaining mobile task forces of the Foundation are currently occupied. Occupied. The final 3 large, glowing red characters of Busy from the Celestial Veil extinguished any lingering hopes of the inhabitants of Star Iron. Response complete. World will link successful. Commencing live broadcast. The live broadcast commenced. As the scene unfolded, the hearts of all citizens of Star Iron leaped. The first image to appear was a starship of planetary proportions, adorned with urban structures that were not modern skyscrapers. Towering spires, winding corridors, and intricately carved window frames emanated an aesthetic that seemed out of sync with contemporary times, especially when compared to the technological starships below. Under the dark veil of the cosmos, the lights aboard the starship shone as brilliantly as stars, casting a gentle glow that illuminated every corner, rendering the entire vessel a dreamlike paradise reminiscent of the fabled abodes of celestial beings. The image displayed was none other than Star Iron. Just as the multiversal inhabitants were enthralled by the surreal beauty of Star Iron, the Celestial Veil's broadcast shifted. It ultimately settled upon an unusual object nestled within a small asteroid belt near Star Iron. The inhabitants quickly noticed a peculiar figure within the asteroid belt, a pale yellow statue resembling a peanut, its surface adorned with indecipherable graffiti, drifting aimlessly among the asteroids. It is noteworthy that this statue does not adhere to the gravitational movements akin to those of the asteroids. Rather, it flashes with an imperceptible speed, incessantly appearing upon various asteroids. Had it not been for the rotation of the celestial screen, the majority of humanity across the myriad realms would have been utterly unable to keep pace with the velocity of 173. As 173 traversed to the periphery of the asteroid belt, it broke free from the belt and surged towards the distant celestial vessel, the Luo Fu. The celestial vessel, under the vigilant watch of its 6 guardians, swiftly maneuvered to evade, initiating a wormhole jump in preparation for a complete retreat from this star system. Accompanied by a fleeting brilliance in the cosmos, the Luo Fu vanished from this galaxy. Just as the citizens of Luo Fu exhaled in relief, their gaze returned to the celestial screen. To their astonishment, the footage continued to focus on themselves, causing their previously relieved hearts to leap once more in trepidation. The screen revealed the outer perimeter of the celestial ship as shield, and it was at this juncture that the citizens realized, to their horror, that 173, whom they believed had been evaded, had inexplicably approached the defensive periphery of their celestial vessel. What intensified their alarm was the realization that the once reliable defense system now seemed as insubstantial as air in the face of 173. The figure of 173 flickered incessantly upon the screen, effortlessly penetrating multiple layers of the celestial vessel's defensive shields, and in the blink of an eye, it had breached the outer defenses. Observing this, the 6 guardians of Luo Fu comprehended that 173 was intent on annihilation, and they promptly activated the vessel's weaponry to retaliate. In a city imbued with an Eastern Silk aesthetic, futuristic energy cannons rose majestically, transforming the vessel's surface into a veritable forest of artillery. Simultaneously, the escorting warships surrounding the vessel swiftly repositioned, unleashing their weapon systems while aiming at the encroaching 173. Countless energy cannons began to charge with frenzied intensity, their radiant brilliance akin to the dawn, illuminating the boundless darkness of the galaxy as the command from the Luo Fu's military headquarters was issued. In an instant, a cacophony of artillery erupted, unleashing energy beams powerful enough to shatter planets toward 173. As the beams struck 173 with pinpoint accuracy, a blinding light erupted, dispelling the darkness of the star system. Following this brilliance came a wave of energy that seemed capable of obliterating all. Nearby asteroids were reduced to ashes, scattering into the void. Surely, it has been turned to dust, murmured one citizen of the Luo Fu, gazing at the cataclysmic scene outside, swallowing hard as he looked at a fellow bystander with uncertainty. The citizens of Luo Fu widened their eyes nervously, straining to discern whether 173 had indeed been reduced to mere ashes. As the energy waves outside the celestial vessel dissipated, the populace found themselves at a loss, staring at the emptiness of outer space, uncertain of whether 173 had been vanquished. Just as they searched the heavens for any trace of 173's existence, a piercing scream suddenly echoed across the central plaza of the celestial vessel. The celestial canopy swiftly transitioned its focus, revealing the center square of the Saiyan. The once uncertain citizen, who had posed a question moments ago, now found himself paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. Beside him lay the lifeless body of another Saiyan inhabitant, whose neck had been twisted at a perfect 90-degree angle, eyes wide open yet filled with confusion. The fallen citizen could scarcely comprehend that the vibrant individual who had stood beside him just moments before was now reduced to a mere corpse. Before him stood the formidable Dahwashing 173, previously an entity in the vastness of outer space. The citizen's eyes widened in terror as he gazed upon the motionless figure of 173. At that moment, the other citizens in the square, alerted by the piercing scream, turned their attention toward this scene. Upon spotting 173, a cacophony of screams erupted throughout the plaza. Instinctively, the crowd fled, scattering in all directions, plunging the center square into chaos. Aside from the citizen frozen in place by fear, no one else dared to look upon 173. As he listened to the growing tumult around him, dread enveloped him further. He wished to rise and escape, but his legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead. He had completely forgotten the celestial warning to maintain his gaze upon 173. His desperate eyes flickered to the fleeing crowd, yearning for someone to rescue him. Yet, the moment he averted his gaze, his hopes were irrevocably dashed. With a chilling crack, 173 vanished once more, leaving behind another corpse. Freed from the constraints of observation, Dahwashing 173 unleashed a merciless spree of slaughter, and in an instant, the once bustling square was littered with bodies. Witnessing the swift transformation of those around him into cold cadavers, the already panicked crowd descended further into chaos. In such turmoil, no one could discern the whereabouts of 173. They merely scurried about like headless flies. Before long, the square was strewn with the fallen, and at that moment, the Yunchi army, previously obstructed by the frenzied masses, finally managed to break through the throng. However, before they could reorganize and prepare for battle, one of their own had already succumbed to a broken neck. This shocking reality sent waves of fear through the ranks of the Yunchi army, who were equipped with some of the most advanced technology available to Saiyan. Their armor was not easily breached, yet in the blink of an eye, 173 had dispatched one of their members, rendering their defenses utterly futile. Instinctively, the soldiers began to scan their surroundings for the elusive figure of 173, inadvertently creating blind spots in their defense. As two more fell victim, the commanding officer of this small contingent swiftly issued orders. Everyone listen up. Form groups of 3 and create a circle. Keep your eyes peeled. If you spot 173, do not lose sight of him. Upon hearing the command, the remaining soldiers promptly complied, forming tight circles to monitor their surroundings without missing a single detail. However, 173 was not foolish. Perceiving the lack of opportunity, it decisively teleported away from the square, moving on to the next location to continue its spree of violence. In an instant, the celestial vessel of Luofu was thrown into disarray. The speed of 173 was astonishing, enabling it to teleport from the eastern side of the vast celestial ship to the west in the blink of an eye. Coupled with its ability to disregard any form of defense and effortlessly snap necks, no one could fixate on 173, not even with the divine perspective granted by the celestial canopy. As the Luofu cavalry grew weary from their futile pursuits, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as 173 snapped the neck of an individual and prepared to teleport away, to its surprise, the person did not succumb to death. In that moment of falling, the individual locked eyes with 173. Thus, the relentless 173, which had caused mayhem in Luofu, was successfully targeted. The myriad of humanity, who had been following the constantly shifting perspectives of the celestial canopy, found themselves disoriented. They intended to lower their heads slowly, only to discover that the camera of the celestial canopy had suddenly paused. At last, the multitude of humanity comprehended the situation at hand, astonished that this individual, despite having their neck broken, was still alive. The nearby cavalry, having witnessed the scene unfold on the celestial canopy, rushed towards the location at an unprecedented speed. However, the remoteness of the spot made it impossible for them to arrive immediately. Half a minute later, the individual on the ground began to feel the strain in their eyes. They were nearing their limit. Where were the reinforcements? The person began to prop their eyelids open with their hands. Yet the physiological tears that welled up were gradually blurring their vision. Just as the myriad of humanity anticipated that 173 would escape once again, a cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, taking the place of the individual on the ground and continuing to fixate on 173. After another half-minute of vigilance, the nearby cavalry finally arrived, and 173 was thoroughly subdued. The two individuals capitalized on the cavalry's preoccupation, swiftly departing from the scene. With 173 temporarily relocated to the cavalry's camp, under constant surveillance, this crisis was finally averted, allowing the citizens of Luofu to breathe a sigh of relief. As the people of Luofu pondered how to proceed with 173, the celestial canopy, seeing that 173 was now contained, ceased to remain a passive observer. A full steel cube materialized beside 173. Remember to clean every 2 weeks. Following this statement, the celestial canopy gradually concluded the broadcast. End of current transmission. Project number 173 Original creation. Current status contained. World location Star Iron World, Luofu, Celestial Vessel. Responsible team none. File archived. Completion status finished. The myriad of humanity continued their discussions as usual. Phew, we finally have it under control. Who would have thought that this seemingly unremarkable 173 would prove to be so troublesome? Unremarkable? You call its teleportation, ability to ignore defenses, and indestructibility unremarkable? Exactly. If it weren't for the constraint of maintaining eye contact, it would be utterly invincible. I have a question. Do you think 173 could snap a deity's neck? Oh. The thought processes of those above are indeed peculiar. The premise assumes that a deity possesses a neck, but what if a deity does not? Your reasoning is even more extraordinary. Can a god truly be slain merely by the act of snapping a neck? This is enough to bring tears to Manhattan and provoke disbelief from the 343. Has no one noticed the individual whose neck was broken yet remained alive? With the neck bent at a perfect 90 degrees, how could he still be considered human? Did you not assert that he is certainly not human? That celestial vessel is truly magnificent, resembling a divine abode, and it rightly earns the title of celestial vessel. Yet, does its beauty matter when it is thrown into chaos by anomalies? Let us merely hope that the next anomaly is not excessively formidable. In the realm of the shepherd gods, the heavenly court of Yinkan, National Master, Your Majesty, that 173 is in the Star Iron World, he said, watching the daydreaming emperor of Yinkan with a sense of resignation. I am aware. I wish to know when the Foundation will arrive in our world. Will they even come to our realm? The emperor glared discontentedly at the National Master and continued, if they do come, what gestures of goodwill should I present to gain their assistance? Upon hearing the emperor's inquiries, the National Master pondered briefly before responding, Your Majesty. Even if the Foundation does not arrive, we can negotiate with the celestial canopy. It would merely prompt the gods to exercise greater caution. Furthermore, if the Foundation is indeed willing to assist us, I believe offering all the resources accumulated by our heavenly court over the past 10,000 years would be worthwhile. I share your sentiment, but given our plans, the resources of the heavenly court are already dwindling. What if the Foundation deems them insufficient? The emperor nodded in agreement. Your Majesty need not worry. Do we not have those gods? The resources they have amassed over several epochs are beyond our comparison. Indeed. It shall merely require a bit of persuasive discourse, the emperor remarked with a nod. Your Majesty, I believe our current concern should be how to safeguard humanity when anomalies descend upon us. I am aware, it is truly taxing on the mind. Oh, by the way, National Master, that small world is nearing its limit, is it not? Yes, Your Majesty. In the super god world, the forbidden grounds of the Melro Heavenly Court. He, humph. The delightful afternoon tea is invariably interrupted by bothersome individuals. Oh, this 173 is rather intriguing. It bears a striking resemblance to a theory I have encountered before. What was it again? She mused, contemplating the 173 displayed upon the celestial canopy. Old witch, can you elucidate the peculiar characteristics of 173? Kaisha inquired, observing he deep in thought with surprise. Silence. I am in contemplation. What was it again? Oh, right. The collapse of the quantum wave function. She exclaimed with excitement. What is that? Kaisha asked, her face a mask of confusion. The characteristics of 173 may appear supernatural, yet within quantum mechanics, there exists a well-known concept that bears similarities, known as the observer effect. In simple terms, the behavior of particles can be altered due to observation. For instance, an electron can exist in multiple positions simultaneously when unobserved. However, once observed, it will choose a specific location. This phenomenon is referred to as wave function collapse. The characteristics of 173 bear an astonishing resemblance to the observer effect. When one observes 173, it remains stationary. However, once observation ceases, it instantaneously moves. Thus, I am inclined to speculate that 173 may be a form of quantum life, capable of controlling its own wave function collapse. In the absence of observation, it exists in a superposition of multiple locations, allowing it to move instantaneously, though it is more accurate to say that it simultaneously occupies those various positions. Upon being observed, its wave function collapses to a specific location, yet I still cannot comprehend why it is indestructible. Theoretically, quantum entities are not impervious to destruction. She shook his head regretfully. Do not overthink it. Your understanding is already impressive. Now consider whether angels might exploit this wave function collapse. Kesha comforted he/she with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Is this your idea of comfort? I suspect you relish my overthinking. You seem intent on extracting every ounce of my thoughts. He/she, initially moved, now felt genuinely exasperated. What is the king of angels, after all? Who isn't a king in their own right? Chapter 11, 3000, Oblivion. He is the embodiment of oblivion. The essence of the concept of forgetting. The end of all things is not death, but rather oblivion. Foundation file, the god of oblivion. Qi Jingshun, sword coming life and death are but a fleeting illusion, akin to ephemeral clouds that vanish in an instant. What truly matters is not the length of life, but whether one can leave a profound mark in this dazzling world of fleeting existence. Only in this way can one claim their journey through life was not in vain. Huang Quan, Star Iron death is not the end. Is oblivion? It bears a striking resemblance to the flowing light memory hall and the memory star god in our world. Hey Ta, Star Iron it should surpass our memory star god, as it is a deity recognized by the Foundation. Xian Zhou Minjia, alas, another anomaly has arisen. Can't we have a few days of peace to live comfortably? Kiana, collapse everyone. Remain calm. Did you not see that the celestial curtain spoke of files? This should merely be an introduction. Liang Bing, super god oh this is heavyweight. An anomaly recognized as a god by the Foundation. By Xiaochun, one thought indeed, this is no mere approximation, it is unequivocally a deity. According to the Foundation, this entity transcends narrative existence. Xiaoyan, fights breaking I am somewhat eager to discover what the legendary god truly looks like, and how formidable it may be. Tu Shan Hong Hong, Fox Demon Matchmaker, should this god of oblivion, the chapter of forgetting, descend upon our world, the very fabric of cause and effect might be entirely forgotten. What then becomes of the ties woven by this fox demon's red thread? Feng Bao Bao, one below, what sort of god of oblivion is this? I cannot abide. My past remains unfound, and if he wishes to induce forgetfulness, I shall be the first to object. Project number, 3000 Ananda Shisha. Project level, duality. Possessing extreme danger, yet potentially utilizable by the Foundation against higher-level anomalies. Beneath its formidable fangs, one feels no pain, even forgetting that one has become sustenance. Before it, humanity resembles mere ants. The Foundation is powerless to contain it, as mere proximity induces an 8th-level cognitive hazard, inflicting severe psychological trauma and memory disarray. Thus, the waters near China are cordoned off, forbidding any submarines or vessels from approaching. Ananda Shekhar resides in the depths of the Indian Ocean. Initially arising from a simple oil leak incident, 3 divers descended to inspect an oil well at a depth of 600 meters. Though unmanned submersibles were available, after a few uses they were rendered inoperative, leading the capitalists to opt for the cheaper manual labor instead. A glimmer in the darkness beneath the sea only amplified their terror. The team relied on their depth gauges, while the command center informed them of troubling readings. To them, encountering a deep-sea megatooth shark seemed preferable to the oil leak. They requested permission to descend further, but the headquarters questioned why they had not responded in half an hour. Stunned, they realized they had only just begun their descent, pondering the mental state of those at headquarters, as they had only recently communicated. In disbelief, Diver 1 inquired about their location, but silence met his call, severing contact. They observed their gauges indicating a depth of 1,000 meters, and an icy chill enveloped their bodies. Diver 3 speculated they might have been swept here by the currents. An unnamed dread unsettled them, but without understanding the cause, they risked the ire of their employer. They pressed on, determined to inspect the drilling rig. Suddenly, Diver 3, Sam, noticed an unusual malfunction. The thick pipe had bent, suggesting the impact of something colossal. Diver 2 exclaimed in astonishment, wondering what force had caused such a bend. Although the nature of the entity remained unclear, they knew submitting an incident report would suffice. Diver 1 relayed to headquarters that the drilling failure might have resulted from a collision with a large whale or submarine. Yet, all that met their ears was a static hiss. Fortunately, they had identified the cause, and Diver 1 urged the others to return promptly, but received no response from Diver 3. Sam, we must return to the diving bell. Sam, come back. As the narrative unfolded, a display of relevant videos and data accompanied the explanation, allowing humanity across the realms to gain a more vivid understanding of this forgotten deity. However, just as they were engrossed, the screen transitioned to Diver 3's perspective. In the dim, unfathomable depths of the ocean, the spotlight of Diver 3's suit flickered like a candle in the wind, its feeble glow wavering persistently, mirroring the struggle of his life on the precipice of extinction. Diver 3 drifted like a ghost devoid of consciousness in this vast darkness. Beneath the dim radiance, a massive figure began to materialize before him like a specter. In its presence, Diver 3 appeared as inconsequential as a speck of dust. As the gargantuan entity's head emerged fully into the light, it seemed poised to devour that solitary beacon of illumination entirely. At this moment, humanity across the myriad realms finally discerned the visage of this creature. revealing a colossal head reminiscent of a serpent. Its gaping maw, akin to a bloodied abyss, slowly unhinged to unveil a multitude of razor-sharp teeth, resembling a row of daggers. In that instant, all who beheld this entity comprehended that it was no ordinary serpent. The 3,000 pairs of eyes, previously sealed shut, began to open slowly. Akin to a demon long imprisoned for millennia, these eyes displayed a chilling grayish hue, suffused with an inescapable aura of death, as if a frigid gaze emanated from the depths of the netherworld. Under the scrutiny of such eyes, most of humanity felt their hearts lurch violently. An indescribable terror surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming their minds. This fear penetrated to the very marrow, rendering their limbs weak and nearly impossible to stand, as if their souls were on the verge of being consumed by that dreadful gaze. Concurrently, an intense headache assailed them, akin to an impending explosion, accompanied by a ceaseless delirium, as chaotic thoughts whispered and flooded their minds. Simultaneously, their disordered memories galloped like a herd of wild horses, reveling rampant within their consciousness. Many were powerless to resist, akin to leaves caught in a tempest, spiraling into a vortex of cognitive disarray. During this turmoil, their memories slipped away or were distorted like grains of sand in an hourglass, transforming countless individuals into soulless husks, devoid of awareness. Warning: Level 8 cognitive disaster is spreading. Activate emergency protocols. Upon sensing the plight of humanity, the celestial canopy swiftly initiated rescue measures. A brilliant blue light radiated from the firmament, precisely enveloping each affected individual across the realms. This blue luminescence, as if imbued with life, swiftly penetrated their minds, endeavoring to restore the disrupted thoughts and aid in the recovery of their memories. Who are we? What are we doing here? What just transpired? As the blue light took effect, humanity gradually liberated itself from the influence of the 3,000, while the fundamental questions of existence emerged in their minds. Ouch! My head aches. My mind feels blank. What has happened? Weren't we just observing the celestial canopy? What has transpired? My thoughts are in disarray. I don't know. I recall we were watching the canopy, and then it seemed we saw a pair of eyes, and then, ouch, my head hurts. Some individuals, in their attempt to recollect, were suddenly struck by pain and plunged back into cognitive chaos. The celestial canopy remarked, this remedy is also a troubling one. If not treated, it could worsen. Reluctantly, it cast down additional blue light to alleviate their symptoms. To prevent further calamity, the celestial canopy paused its introduction of the 3,000 and switched to display the scene in which humanity had succumbed to cognitive disarray. The myriad of humanity gazed upon the celestial curtain, and with but a mere glance from the 3,000 eyes, they found themselves bereft of any capacity for resistance, transformed into mere husks, sending a chill through their hearts. The scene of their suffering was too harrowing to behold. The stronger among them fared slightly better, losing only fragments of their memories, their consciousness ensnared in disarray. In contrast, the weaker souls either succumbed to total oblivion or spiraled into madness. This stark reality instilled a profound fear within them, amplifying their awareness of the formidable power of the 3,000, deemed a deity by the Foundation. As the myriad of humanity regained their composure, words slowly materialized upon the celestial display. This was initially a trial for you, intended to heighten your sense of peril. I have mitigated the influence of the 3,000 by half, yet the majority of you still cannot withstand even a mere glance from it. When the time comes for you to confront the 3,000 in earnest, what will you do? A sigh escaped the celestial curtain, lamenting the hardships of existence. The imagery then returned to the third individual confronting the 3,000, this time with the full weight of its influence shielded by the celestial display, allowing humanity to observe safely. It will be revealed in subsequent tests that direct observation of the 3,000, or entering its uncharted vicinity, will subject individuals to inexplicable headaches, delirium, terror, and panic, along with memory loss or alteration. In a final instinctual struggle, Sam articulated the last feedback. We should not be here. The third individual met a grim fate. While the second's oxygen supply was severed without warning, the first instructed a switch to emergency power, only for the headquarters to belatedly realize the underwater calamity and attempt a rescue. Yet it was too late. The first became lost within the gaze of this god of oblivion, only hearing its whispered words in the final moments. The age of humanity has come to an end. Submit. Note: the Anunda Shisha secretes an unknown mucus while feeding, which causes consuming humans to lose their memories and fall into cognitive disarray. Currently, this mucus is a crucial ingredient in the Foundation's memory-erasing agents. The celestial display concluded momentarily, leaving the so-called geniuses of various realms in a profound silence. The once vibrant comment section, typically bustling with activity, fell eerily quiet, with only a few inconsequential remarks fleeting across the screen. Alas, we could not withstand even a mere glance from the other side. How can we still call ourselves geniuses? This is merely a fraction of their power. I shudder to think what would become of me should the celestial curtain not shield us from the full extent of the 3,000's might. Truly, the Foundation's designation of it as the god of oblivion is well-deserved. Perhaps we have been overly arrogant, believing that if the Foundation could withstand, so could we, forgetting that the Foundation has already perished. Our so-called strength, in the presence of these true deities, may merely be trivial antics of ants. Should we simply sit idly by, awaiting the arrival of anomalies that will obliterate our world and our kind? Yet, the chasm of disparity looms before us, as insurmountable as a vast gorge. This time, merely a glance from the entity known as 3000 rendered the majority of humanity among us powerless to resist. How shall we confront even stronger anomalies in the future? How can we know without attempting? Even if hope is but a flicker, it is preferable to outright surrender. It is easier said than done. From the imagery we just witnessed, it seems that merely approaching 3000 poses a significant challenge, let alone opposing it. How infuriating. Who dares to claim that the era of humanity has come to a close? Must we submit? I shall never yield easily, not even if it means fighting to the bitter end. In an instant, the commentary across the celestial screen was enveloped in a palpable gloom. The sense of impending doom more pronounced than during the previous narrative. The celestial screen appeared undeniably weary, resorting to familiar tactics once more. Now broadcasting the world of 3000's arrival. All realms, prepare yourselves. The efficacy of this familiar approach remained remarkable, as the sudden announcement of an anomaly's arrival left humanity across all realms in a state of bewilderment, disbelief, and shock. This momentarily distracted them from contemplating how to confront the anomaly. What? Huh? What? Is there something wrong with my ears? Did the celestial screen just mention an arrival? What arrival? Wasn't he that merely an introduction? No. Please, celestial screen, don't do this. I trust you wouldn't he. Surely. If 3000 truly arrives, shall we confront it head-on? The humans in the world it descends upon would likely be utterly obliterated. Just moments ago, someone had reassured us that it was merely a document, urging us not to worry about the anomaly's arrival. Let me speak to that individual. I shall treat them to sweets. Rest assured, inhabitants of all realms, the currently descending 3000 is in a state of slumber, and humanity still holds dominion over all worlds. Therefore, even should 3000 awaken, it will not unleash a massacre. The celestial screen interjected with timely reassurance. After such comforting words, humanity across the realms finally managed to ease their anxieties, though they were still haunted by the notion that this was akin to placing a timed bomb in their own homes. Nevertheless, the celestial screen remained indifferent to the worries of humanity, having provided its assurance. No one could interrupt its important tasks. World of arrival. Humanity across the realms anxiously gazed at the celestial screen, fervently praying that it would not be their own world. World of Star Iron. Chapter 12. The Gluttonous Star God 3000. World of Arrival, Star Iron World. Linking with the world consciousness. March 7. Why is it us again? Kazuna, sigh. Life is not easy. Screw gum. Danger. 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 Black Tower. Oh ho, we've struck the jackpot again. This genius must go back up my memories. Farewell, everyone. Walter, fate cannot be escaped. Cienjo Citizen A. How foolish we were to trust the celestial screen. I truly misjudged you. Cienjo Citizen B. So? Is our world truly one of such misfortune? Please, inhabitants of Star Iron World, do not panic excessively. I assure you that 3000 is still in a state of slumber. Linking with world consciousness successful, broadcasting has commenced. As the celestial screen concluded its statement, the live broadcast began. The inky blackness of the universe resembles an unfathomable abyss, mercilessly consuming all that it encounters. The radiant light of stars, having traveled billions of light years, appears as mere flickering fireflies against this profound darkness, utterly insignificant. The cosmos is both the origin of all existence and the conclusion of life. It serves as the ultimate curtain call, resembling a mysterious and unyielding judge. As the celestial tapestry unfolds, the first sight to greet humanity across the realms is a wall measured in light years, illuminated by the gleaming light of stars traversing eons. The amber-hued wall exudes an ancient and resilient aura. This wall appears to be constructed from countless massive pieces of amber, each seemingly harboring twinkling stars, as if concealing the secrets of infinite ages. An enigmatic energy radiates from the wall, a subtle yet enduring glow that flows along its surface, akin to the marks left by time itself. Its height is immeasurable, extending upward until it vanishes into the profound darkness of the cosmic expanse. As if bridging this world with the next, it stands as a silent testament to a monumental event that may have transpired long ago. This very wall was forged by the guardian star deity to defend against the insatiable devourer star deity. The celestial scene shifts to reveal a colossal ancient beast of the starry skies. Its body manifests a deep, unfathomable black, seemingly formed from boundless voids. Were it not for the celestial canvas indicating its location, humanity might mistake it for a black hole. Its facial contours are indistinct, composed of innumerable minuscule black holes, revealing only a pair of eyes that glimmer with insatiable greed upon closer inspection. This ancient beast is none other than the Devourer star deity, known as the thirsting entity of the realms, a thinking black hole, eternally ravenous. In that very moment, the terrifying and voracious Devourer is relentlessly battering the fortified wall crafted by the guardian star deity. Each collision reverberates with earth-shattering resonance, as if the entire cosmos trembles in response. Yet the wall remains steadfast, unyielding as granite. Despite this, the Devourer does not relent. Its grotesquely contorted visage betrays an endless madness and desire. Simultaneously, it opens its gaping maw, incessantly consuming everything in its vicinity, whether stars, nebulae, or other celestial bodies. Anything that enters its domain is mercilessly drawn in, disappearing without a trace. Yet the wall, forged by the guardian star deity, continues to stand resolute, an insurmountable chasm safeguarding the world beyond. Frustrated by its inability to breach this barrier, the Devourer directs its wrath upon the surrounding star systems, swiftly devouring everything within an entire galaxy. As the Devourer begins to circle the perimeter of the wall, it hopes to discover a weakness. Just as it lingers at the corner of the wall, it suddenly senses something, swiftly turning to gaze into a distant expanse of the cosmos. At this moment, the celestial screen transitioned to a past scene, and the myriad beings of humanity recognized that the impending arrival of the 3000 was nigh. Their expressions laden with tension as they gazed upon the sky. The vast expanse of the universe appeared as fragile as glass, with fissures rapidly spreading like wildfire. Initially, only a few delicate lines marred the cosmic fabric, but in the blink of an eye, they intertwined, forming a colossal web of cracks. With a soundless explosion, massive fragments of space began to peel away, floating as if weightless, yet emanating a chilling, spectral glow. From the depths of this shattered realm, darkness surged forth like a tidal wave, a pure void devoid of starlight and matter, as if even time itself had been consumed. Amidst the endless void, humanity beheld, in a dazed reverie, a branch that emerged abruptly before their eyes. This branch seemed a miraculous artifact from the depths of the cosmos, its leaves woven from the very fabric of the universe. Each leaf shimmered with resplendent starlight, harboring the mysteries of countless galaxies, planets, and forms of life. The very trunk supporting these cosmic leaves was composed of pure nothingness. This emptiness was not a mere absence of substance, but rather a profound force that transcended the forms of existence associated with matter and energy. Like veins of darkness, it intricately bound the cosmic leaves together, creating a seamless whole. The entire branch radiated an ineffable majesty and aura of mystery, leaving all who witnessed this spectacle in awe and reverence. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the branch was completely shrouded by the void. Asteroids and meteors that ventured too close to the shattered realm were instantaneously disintegrated into their most fundamental particles, vanishing without a trace. Subsequently, larger portions of the cosmic expanse began to collapse, forming immense black abysses, from which echoed howls reminiscent of the infernal depths, spreading a palpable dread that permeated the universe's very essence. This was the breath of the divine, heralding the arrival of oblivion. Under the watchful gaze of humanity, Ananda Shisha gradually materialized from the abyss, its grotesque visage more terrifying than the portrayal seen earlier upon the celestial screen. Its serpent-like body, adorned with bizarre runes, reflected the colors of the void. Each scale seemed to harbor boundless malevolent power, rendering ordinary beings unable to withstand even a mere glance without succumbing to death. This marked humanity's first true glimpse of the 3000, whose divine presence suffocated even from behind the celestial veil. What filled the hearts of humanity, particularly those of the Iron Star world, with profound unease was the haunting gaze of the 3000, filled with death, as it incessantly swept across the universe. Hadn't the celestial screen proclaimed that the 3000 was in a state of slumber? This did not resemble slumber in the least. It appeared all too alert. How could this be the supposedly dormant 3000? What was happening with the celestial screen? Observing the state of the 3000, it bore no semblance of sleep. It was over. The awakening 3000 had arrived. How could we possibly survive? It was the end. The celestial screen had deceived us. O great star god, hear my plea. Upon witnessing the arrival of the being known as 3000, so vibrant and luminous in their descent upon our world, the inhabitants of the star Iron realm were thrown into a state of panic. Regardless of their turmoil, the celestial curtain continued to unveil the real-time developments surrounding 3000. As 3000 fully manifested in the star Iron realm, their ashen, pallid gaze swept the surroundings, soon landing upon the gluttonous star god in the distance. Without hesitation, 3000 propelled their formidable form towards the gluttonous deity. Meanwhile, the gluttonous star god, initially intrigued by the cosmic disturbance, found their curiosity swiftly replaced by dread as an overwhelming aura began to emanate from the depths of that space. Realizing the imminent danger, they attempted to flee, only to be struck by terror upon discovering their body had become immobilized. As 3000 approached, The gluttonous star god envisioned the razor-sharp fangs within their cavernous maw and instinctively sensed that 3,000 could effortlessly rend their flesh asunder. Without a moment's pause, the gluttonous star god unleashed their full power, breaking free from 3,000's grasp, and fled into the abyss of the universe. Yet, how could 3,000 allow such a delectable morsel to escape? Their gaping maw parted slightly, and an indescribable whisper emanated forth. This whisper surged like a tide, swiftly enveloping the gluttonous star god, penetrating their consciousness with relentless fervor. The gluttonous star god felt their awareness dimming, a sensation unprecedented since their inception, as their memories became a chaotic haze, rendering their movements sluggish and blurring even the destiny they were bound to as a star god. In a critical moment, a radiant beam of light erupted from the cosmic source, casting its brilliance upon the gluttonous star god, a manifestation of the greedy fate within the universe coming to their aid. Under this illumination, clarity returned to the gluttonous star god's mind, and they sensed an influx of primordial power from countless greedy destinies flooding into their being, imbuing them with an unprecedented vitality. Meanwhile, 3,000, swiftly approaching, regarded the gluttonous star god with displeasure. In an instant, 3,000's colossal form materialized directly before the gluttonous deity. The sheer magnitude of 3,000's presence eclipsed that of the gluttonous star god. With a flick of their tail, the mysterious runes etched upon their scaled form shimmered vibrantly, coiling around with surging energy directed at the gluttonous star god. In despair, the gluttonous star god lamented their fate. Evasion was no longer an option, as 3,000 clearly intended to consume them whole. This ignited a fury within the gluttonous star god. After all, they had always been the predator, never the prey. How had they become the banquet? In light of this, the gluttonous star god, devoid of hesitation, was enveloped by the pulsating force of its insatiable fate, raising its razor-sharp claws, capable of cleaving planets asunder, to confront the impending clash. The energy waves resulting from their collision radiated outward with a capacity to annihilate all, shattering countless planets and extinguishing numerous stars. The fabric of cosmic space was relentlessly fractured under this immense power, as the void gradually began to pervade the shattered realm. Noting that the strike had inflicted no harm upon the gluttonous star god, the entity known as 3,000 grew increasingly irate, issuing a cacophony of obscure, chaotic whispers. The intensity of this assault surpassed all prior encounters, even under the protective aegis of the universe's insatiable fate. The gluttonous star god felt its memories being subtly altered and confused. Simultaneously, these whispers began to transcend their immediate vicinity, proliferating throughout the entire star iron world. Empowered by the essence of the universe's insatiable fate, the gluttonous star god was now verging on the divine, standing as arguably the most formidable star deity within this cosmos. Thus erupted a cataclysmic confrontation between deities and star gods. Chapter 13, The Slumber of 3,000. At this very moment, the battle between 3,000 and the gluttonous star god erupted in full force. The chaotic murmurs uttered by 3,000 resembled whispers emanating from the depths of hell. This sound, akin to an invisible power, swiftly spread throughout the cosmic expanse, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. It evoked echoes of whispers in the ears of every being within the star iron world. This time, lacking the veil of the celestial canopy, most inhabitants of this realm succumbed to a loss of self upon hearing those whispers, with only a few resilient souls managing to endure temporarily. In this critical moment, the memory star god intervened. As the custodian of the universe's memory fate, it was utterly intolerable for the star iron world to devolve into a realm of oblivion. Consequently, countless streams of memory were cast into the cosmos by the memory star god, while the denizens of the memory court darted throughout the universe, striving to preserve the memories of the star iron world. However, even the gluttonous star god, empowered by the universe's essence, found itself outmatched by 3,000. It was already a commendable feat for the memory star god to safeguard the beings of the star iron world. The whispers continued to exert their influence. If any being were to listen intently, they would discern a symphony of disordered whispers intermingling into an elegy of forgetfulness. Meanwhile, the gluttonous star god faced a more arduous plight, consistently pressed by 3,000's relentless onslaught. Were it not for the cosmic essence of insatiable fate enveloping its form, shielding it from the encroaching force of oblivion, it would have likely succumbed to the loss of self-awareness long ago. Observing the impenetrable defense of the fate power surrounding the gluttonous star god, the chaotic whispers morphed into grotesque, ghastly hands, slowly emerging from the abyss of forgotten realms, laden with the stench of decay and death. Each spectral hand twisted and writhed in a bizarre manner, lunging toward the gluttonous star god. Sensing this formidable threat, the gluttonous star god understood that retreat was not an option. He struggled valiantly, attempting to free himself from the relentless grip of the spectral hands that ensnared him. Yet, these ghostly appendages seemed to possess a life of their own, tightly entwining around his form, rendering his efforts futile. As time elapsed, An ever-increasing multitude of spectral hands clung to the gluttonous star god, enveloping him completely. They tugged at him with fervor, as if striving to drag him eternally into the unfathomable abyss of oblivion, intent on erasing him from existence. With a thunderous roar, the gluttonous star god expanded dramatically, the primal force of destiny radiating a blinding light from his surface in an attempt to disperse the ghostly hands. Simultaneously, numerous gaping maws manifested upon his nebulous form, ravenously devouring the spectral hands that bound him. However, the onslaught of 3,000 was not so easily repelled, though the spectral hands trembled under the assault. They remained steadfast in their grip. The gluttonous star god opened his vast maw, unleashing torrents of black, corrosive rays that struck the spectral hands. Where these rays touched, the ghostly appendages began to disintegrate, yet instantaneously, more hands emerged to take their place. A cold glimmer crossed the eyes of 3,000, who swiftly positioned themselves behind the struggling gluttonous star god, delivering a vicious strike with their tail. In that instant, the spectral hands exerted their combined strength, causing the immense form of the gluttonous star god to lean back precariously. Seizing the moment, 3,000 unleashed a beam of light infused with the essence of oblivion, striking the gluttonous star god. For a fleeting instant, the defenses of his destined form were breached, leaving his consciousness severely battered, clarity beginning to fade, and his breath growing faint. In a frenzy of retaliation, the gluttonous star god lashed out with his colossal claws towards 3,000, opening countless great maws in an attempt to consume them. Yet, 3,000 deftly evaded each attack, while the spectral hands grew increasingly frenzied in their assault, some even slipping through the defenses of the gluttonous star god to penetrate his very being. Ultimately, the gluttonous star god could no longer withstand the assault, gradually succumbing to the pull of the abyss of oblivion. The mark of the gluttonous star god upon the fateful path of greed in the star iron universe vanished entirely, as if he had never possessed a master over it. This battle between deities concluded with the triumph of 3,000. As the gluttonous star god was ruthlessly dragged into the depths of oblivion, becoming sustenance for the god of forgetfulness, all beings within the star iron realm, including other celestial deities, found their memories of the gluttonous star god fading as if erased by an unseen hand. Even the consciousness of the star iron universe began to flicker and wane, its recollections of the gluttonous star god dissolving like a candle in the wind. Every trace of existence related to the gluttonous star god in the cosmos was swept away, as if inscribed in sand, obliterated by the relentless currents of time, until all memories of him were irrevocably forgotten. As this one-sided divine conflict drew to a close, the defeat of the gluttonous star god signified that all aspects of his being would be consumed by forgetfulness, sinking into an eternal silence within the abyss of oblivion. At the conclusion of the celestial spectacle, 3,000, having utterly consumed all that belonged to the gluttonous star deity, returned to the cosmic void from whence it had first descended. Within this void, the shroud of nothingness was lifted by 3,000, revealing once more the branches of the void tree. Gradually, 3,000 entwined itself upon them. Its ashen eyes slowly closed, and as the celestial curtain had initially proclaimed, 3,000 fell into a profound slumber. Celestial curtain, never doubt me. When I declare that it shall sleep, it shall indeed sleep. As for why it has only now succumbed to slumber, you may question whether it has truly slept or not. As 3,000 drifted into slumber, this broadcast from the celestial curtain also drew to a close. Before the curtain descended, it benevolently assisted the bewildered beings of the star iron world in recovering their lost memories. Project number 3000 Ananda Shisha, God of Forgetfulness. Project location, Star Iron World. On the branches of the void tree in the quantum sea. Project containment status, uncontained. Project has safely entered slumber. Responsible team, none. File has been sealed. Conclusion. Thus, the celestial event concluded, leaving behind bewildered inhabitants of the star iron world and enlightened beings from myriad realms. Comment section, Liang Bing. Super deity, is this what the celestial curtain refers to as slumber? I must say, one cannot fully trust the words of the celestial curtain. By Xiao Chun, One Thought Celestial Curtain. Just question whether it has slept or not. If the child wishes for a light snack before sleeping, let it eat. How could I possibly intervene? Yi Fan, is this what true divinity embodies? That gluttonous star deity seemed equally formidable to 343, yet was effortlessly crushed by 300, not even inflicting a scratch upon it. Chu Feng, truly enlightening. The beings it has slain are utterly forgotten by the world, leaving no trace behind, truly deserving of its dominion over forgetfulness. Yun Yun, death is not the end, forgetfulness is. I shudder to think, without the celestial curtain, would even a being as powerful as the gluttonous star deity be entirely erased from existence? Haida, Star Iron So. The gluttonous star deity of our world was consumed by 300 as a pre-sleep snack. Consumed. Surely, this world has gone mad. Aha, Star Iron ha ha ha. This is too amusing. The gluttonous star deity was devoured by 30,000 as a bedtime treat. GZ, Star Iron One can only say, truly the god of forgetfulness. When the celestial curtain restored my memories, I could scarcely believe the truth of its words. Inlang, Star Iron indeed, merely a short while ago. I was witnessing their divine battle, yet in an instant, my memories contained not a single fragment regarding the gluttonous star deity, no imaginings at all. Jing Yuan, Star Iron, is this the divinity recognized by the Foundation? The star deity standing atop our world was no match. Xian Zhoumin, alas. What shall we do? What if one day 3,000 awakens, hungry? Xian Zhoumin b, what to do? Just prepare a cold dish. Perhaps add a cucumber to cool 3,000's temper. Dolua World, Spirit Hall. For nearly a month, Qian Rinxue had been kneeling before the statue of the angel. But today she finally succumbed and fainted. Yet, the angel statue remained unresponsive. Qian Daolu, who had been vigilantly watching over her, hurriedly rushed forward to catch the fainted Qian Rinxue. Observing her pale complexion and weakened state, his brow furrowed deeply in concern. Qian Daolu could not comprehend why the angel had yet to bestow upon Qian Rinxue the divine examination. Did the angel still deem her unworthy? However, Qian Rinxue was the most gifted individual from their family in nearly a millennium. Little did Qian Daolu realize that the angel's legacy had been tampered with by the god of Shura. The protagonist had not yet fully developed. So how could she be granted divinity so soon? With a resigned sigh, Qian Daolu decided to carry Qian Rinxue to a side hall to rest. Not long after, Qian Rinxue, lying quietly in bed, slowly opened her eyes but remained motionless, staring blankly at the ceiling. She understood that she had failed. She had not gained the angel's recognition. Overwhelmed by this realization, tears streamed down her face as she lamented her inadequacies. Upon entering, Qian Daolu was immediately filled with sorrow at the sight of her distress and quickly approached to offer comfort. Little Snow, please do not cry. You have already exerted great effort. The angel must have other intentions, which is why your examination has not yet taken place. If you were unworthy, the angel would have initiated the 8 tests. The absence of any sign does not mean you should overthink it. Just focus on resting for the next 2 days. Feeling somewhat reassured by her grandfather's words, Qian Rinxue wiped her tears and, after adjusting her mood, affectionately took Qian Doliu's hand. Grandfather, do not worry. I am fine now. Please tell me what has transpired in the celestial realm recently. Very well, Little Snow. Allow me to share the exciting events that have unfolded in the celestial realm. Meanwhile, within the Dolua Palace, Bibi Dong pondered deeply over the divine battles displayed on the celestial screen, her right hand rhythmically tapping the armrest of her chair. The more she contemplated, the more she felt that her current divine status was dubious. Indeed, it seemed profoundly so. Having undergone the previous divine tests, Bibi Dong possessed knowledge of the divine realm that rivaled, if not surpassed, Qiandaliu's understanding. Yet, after comparing herself with the deities on the celestial screen, she was almost certain that the so-called gods of their world were merely powerful soul masters. However, she could no longer afford to dwell on such thoughts. She had embarked on this path and could only continue forward. In the world of the shepherd god, in the village of the elderly, Qin Mu curiously asked the old woman, Grandma, do the legendary gods and demons of our world include any among the top 3,000? Child, have you not seen the Foundation's definition of gods? To become a god, one must transcend the local narrative. The old woman replied with a gentle pat on Qin Mu's head. Indeed, indeed. Based on the knowledge of your late grandfather, I suspect that those ancient gods and demons, if they possessed strength equal to that of the gluttonous star god, would have already reached their pinnacle. The old man, leaning on a crutch, chimed in with a solemn nod. Yes, yes. Do not be intimidated by the titles of those gods and demons, Mu-er. You are the one and only dominant body in this world. Grandfather believes that you will surely surpass those gods and demons in the future. Beside him, an elderly man with a half-body and a knife gently patted Qin Mu's chest, offering words of encouragement. Mu-er, regardless of what the future holds, Grandfather Village Chief will always believe in you, he said. Seated in a wheelchair, the village chief, who had lost his limbs, echoed this sentiment. Indeed, if you, Mu-er, truly transcend the narrative to become a deity, we old folks are eagerly awaiting your return to confront the author of our world. The cripple laughed as he embraced Qin Mu. Yes, Granny C, esteemed elders, Mu-er will undoubtedly ascend to divinity, Qin Mu declared resolutely, gazing firmly at the venerable villagers before him. In the realm of the god-slaying world, he found himself in a familiar venue, a conference room filled with familiar faces and endless discussions. Gentlemen, let us dispense with trivialities and discuss your findings, Yifan stated, occupying the head of the conference table. Yes, Commander, the designated reporter swiftly rose and presented the gathered information. Anantashisha, in the lore of our world, belongs to the pantheon of Hindu deities, recognized as a supreme god within Hinduism. He is the king of the Nga, possessing 1,000 serpent heads, and is also the first serpent born in Indian mythology, serving as a significant attendant to Vishnu. In the Puranas, Shisha's numerous heads govern all celestial bodies in the universe, supporting the earth while eternally chanting praises for Vishnu. His name, rooted in Sanskrit, signifies the infinite, the eternal, and the constant. This is because when the world reaches its end, poised for destruction, Shisha will exhale flames of annihilation to obliterate the universe, yet he shall retain his original form. Upon completing his report, the speaker saluted and seated himself. Esteemed colleagues, you have all heard. Our world's Ananta Shisha bears no resemblance to that of the Foundation. Yi Fan addressed the assembly with composure. Our previous conjecture that our world's Ananta Shisha might be a projection of the 3000 has now been definitively proven incorrect. Thus, some must relinquish their unrealistic notions. The paramount priority remains the safeguarding of the Great Xia. Do you understand? I recognize that tensions are high across Great Xia, and the pressure is immense. However, what is our vow as Night Watchers? Having embarked upon this path, we have resolved to shed our last drop of blood for the Great Xia. Future assistance from the Foundation is undoubtedly something to pursue. Yet we must also strive for strength on our own. If we solely rely on others, it would be better to disband at once. Do you understand? Yi Fan's gaze pierced through the gathering of core Night Watchers, his seriousness palpable. We understand, Commander. The assembled core members responded in unison, rising to their feet with fervor. Good. Now let us move on to the next matter, Yi Fan said, retrieving a document and glancing over its contents. The agent of the Seraph, Michael, recently awakened in the Divine Ruins. Currently, Team 136, stationed in Sangnan City, has made further contact with him. Meanwhile, our investigations indicate movement from the ancient God Church, and Team 136 is diligently working to recruit the target into the Night Watchers. Yi Fan provided a succinct overview of the situation before proceeding. I shall refrain from elaborating further, as I trust everyone comprehends that the ancient God Church will not relinquish a divine agent lightly. I have dispatched individuals to support Sangnan City. What remains for you is to prevent those mice yet to infiltrate the Great Xia from breaching its borders. Ultimately, should the target consent to joining the Night Watch, the training session will be relocated from Kyoto to Sangnan City. Do you all concur? Yi Fan inquired, casting a calm gaze upon the assembly below. The core members of the Night Watch, being well informed, naturally harbored no objections, and thus they all voiced their agreement. Agreed. I have no objections. Very well, the meeting is adjourned. You may all return to your duties. Yi Fan waved his hand and departed the conference room. Time passed unbeknownst to them, and the celestial curtain had afforded a rare respite for several days, allowing the myriad of humanity to relax. However, some speculated that this tranquility was merely a prelude to something monumental. Anomaly arrival. All worlds prepare. Chapter 14-682. Project number 682. Indestructible lizard. Project level. Anomalously dangerous. World ending. Oh my heavens, yet another level. I suspected the celestial curtain's calm was but a ruse for something grand. Alas, existence is arduous, and the afterlife is even more so. Yet again, it is dubbed indestructible. Does the Foundation believe that being immortal holds no value? Indeed. Moreover, the Foundation claims immortality. Yet it is indeed immortal. We should not harbor thoughts of vanquishing it. Instead, we ought to devise an escape plan. I have already resigned myself, hoping merely for a divine being unlike the 3000, for that would at least afford us a sense of involvement. A sense of involvement? My dear brother, you must be delusional. What merit is there in participation in such circumstances? Preserving one's life is a commendable feat. The only rational course is to flee as far as possible. Flee. To where? Once it descends upon our world, it is likely to turn the entire realm upside down, unless we can find a hidden space to evade it. Hidden spaces are not easily discovered. It seems our only recourse is to pray for a miracle or hope for a superhero to emerge and save the world. If only we could communicate with it. Perhaps it harbors some desires that, if fulfilled, would compel it to depart. Do you presume it to be a pet? An anomaly of this level seeks to annihilate worlds. It would hardly engage in discourse with us. Let us ready our possessions. To live another day is a victory in itself. Let us hope that the Foundation may intervene this time. Project description. 682 is a massive, origin unknown, reptilian-like entity. It exhibits a remarkable level of intelligence, and during limited interactions with 079, complex communication was observed. Throughout its containment, 682 has repeatedly expressed a deep-seated loathing for all forms of life. 682 has been observed to possess immense strength, speed, and rapid reflexes, though the specifics vary with its form. The physical body of 682 grows and alters at an astonishing rate. Through consumption or shedding, it can increase or decrease in size. 682 can derive energy from any substance it ingests, be it organic or inorganic. The digestion of 682 appears to be assisted by filtering gills within its nostrils, capable of absorbing beneficial substances from any solution, allowing it to continually regenerate even when contained in acidic liquid. The regenerative and adaptive abilities of 682 are remarkably astonishing. It can still move and communicate even when its host body, 87, is destroyed or decomposed. In the event of containment failure, 682 will be pursued and recaptured by all available mobile task forces, each consisting of no fewer than 7 members. To date, there have been 17 attempts at breach, 6 of which were successful. 682 is believed to have the capability to alter its form in response to its attacking environment. When under assault, it can spontaneously evolve adaptive or resistant traits or organs, modifying its shape according to the circumstances. The evolutionary transformation of 682 can affect its size, enabling it to increase or decrease dimensions, alter the number and size of its eyes, limbs, tail, heart, claws, etc., shift from a crawling to a standing form, develop spines, blades, tentacles, or wings, change its color and appearance, and even perform atomic breath, dimensional strikes, and spatial distortions. Beyond its morphology, 682 can arbitrarily modify its various properties, which is fundamentally why it is deemed indestructible, not because it is truly immortal or possesses absolute defense. In interactions with entities possessing lethal capabilities, 682 can temporarily transform into an inorganic state, evading fatal attacks. Special containment procedures dictate that 682 must be eradicated as swiftly as possible. The team is unable to destroy 682, but can inflict significant physical harm. It must be contained within a 555 container, lined with 25 centimeters of reinforced acid-resistant steel on all internal walls. The containment vessel should be filled with hydrochloric acid until 682 is completely submerged and powerless to resist. Should 682 attempt to move, speak, or breach containment measures, swift and comprehensive counteractions are required. To avoid provoking 682, communication with it is strictly prohibited for staff. Any unauthorized personnel attempting to engage with 682 will be forcibly restrained and removed. Due to its frequent attempts to undermine containment, its difficulty in being contained and neutralized, and its potential to expose the Foundation, 682 is housed in a secured site. The Foundation will utilize its optimal resources to ensure that no one resides within a 50-kilometer radius of this location. The Foundation's irony is palpable. While it is not entirely immortal, it is indeed indestructible. Is there truly a distinction? It remains impossible to eliminate it. Even entities with lethal capabilities cannot vanquish 682. Infinite evolution? This bears similarity to 096, enhancing until it can overpower you. It seems futile to engage in dialogue with a being that harbors hostility towards all life. A creature capable of altering its properties at will. How then can it evolve freely? The Doctor posits that the current manifestation of SCP-682 merely serves as an exoskeleton, a shell formed from the creature's true essence. Damaging this exterior is akin to shaving a person's head, distasteful, yet not fatal. The Doctor believes that this is merely a projection of the authentic SCP-682 within the three-dimensional realm. SCP-682 possesses the ability to regenerate from its shredded fragments. Emerging anew from the remnants of SCP-7, it can enter a state of fury, blindly assaulting the nearest living target, and is capable of consuming and absorbing any matter to derive energy from it. SCP-682 is thought to originate from a realm of time, space, and physicality that diverges significantly from our own. The entity we recognize as SCP-682 does not conform to the conventional definitions of life or death. The Foundation previously conducted an interaction experiment involving SCP-682 and SCP-096, which resulted in a catastrophic containment breach. During the experiment, the Foundation lacked clarity regarding the specifics of the confrontation between SCP-682 and SCP-096. However, upon the arrival of Foundation personnel at the scene, SCP-096 had regained its composure, and SCP-682 remained unvanquished. In subsequent interactions, even when SCP-096 was visually confronted by SCP-682, it merely trembled violently without launching any attack. At one point, even attempting to distance itself from SCP-682. Psychological experts within the Foundation speculate that SCP-096 may have suffered severe psychological trauma from its encounter with SCP-682, lending credence to the notion that SCP-096 possesses a degree of sentience, rather than being a mere mindless beast driven solely by a desire to kill. Is this a jest? Has SCP-096 truly succumbed to despair? I must be mad, or perhaps this world has lost its sanity. Most alarming is the fact that SCP-682 exhibits intelligence, unlike the seemingly brainless entity that is SCP-096, and there are no discernible rules to circumvent. This is what terrifies me. What does it mean to be neither alive nor dead? An incorporeal form? Could SCP-682 merely be a projection of some deity? I cannot discern whether SCP-682 is alive or dead. I find myself caught in a liminal state of being partially alive, yet partially deceased. with such formidable power. You tell me this is merely a projection? Oh, dear God, guide me away from this. May the heavens protect us. May God bless us. May Satan shield us. May Avalokiteshvara safeguard us. May the Buddha watch over us. Let SCP-682 not descend upon our world. The celestial curtain rises. World of Dolor, arrival. Bibidongam. Qiandalu, danger. Ningfengji, it's over. Linking to world consciousness. Humanity of the Dolor realm, prepare to take cover. The Foundation will assist in containment. Link to world consciousness successful, live broadcast commencing. As the curtain rises, the initial sight reveals an expansive forest, stretching endlessly and imbued with a primal essence. This ancient forest resembles a verdant ocean, both ancient and enigmatic. Towering trees pierce the heavens, their trunks so robust that several individuals would be required to encircle them. The branches intertwine densely, allowing sunlight to filter through in mottled patterns. Deep within the forest, the occasional roar of an unknown beast reverberates, deep and resonant, as if proclaiming its dominion over the territory. Occasionally, the serene silence is pierced by the melodious chirping of birds, their feathers a dazzling array of colors as they flit gracefully among the branches of the forest. As the celestial lens draws closer, the primordial forest reveals its most unadulterated scene to the eyes of humanity across realms, with various spirit beasts gliding across the screen. Ultimately, the lens halts at the very heart of this ancient woodland, where one can behold a shimmering, vibrant lake, pulsating with life at its center. It sparkles like a resplendent diamond, firmly nestled within the vast expanse of the forest's core. As night descends, the moonlight cascades over the lake's surface like liquid silk, instantly transforming it into a dreamlike spectacle. At this moment, the waters appear enchanted, as a kaleidoscope of radiant hues surges forth from beneath the surface, akin to the brilliant sparks that burst forth from fireworks. Just as humanity revels in this rare beauty, without warning, a massive and profound rift in space-time erupts at the very center of the tranquil lake like a bolt of lightning. The once placid surface begins to warp violently, as fine fissures spread like a spider's web, multiplying and intertwining, creating a terrifying yet magnificent tableau, accompanied by deep, thunderous roars. It seems as though the very fabric of space is on the verge of being torn to shreds. From within the rift, a roar filled with brutality, rage, and an array of negative emotions emanates, its deafening resonance crashing over the vast expanse of the lake like a surging tide. The previously tranquil waters are suddenly whipped into tumultuous waves, as if stirred by an invisible giant's hand. The powerful spirit beasts residing along the shores of the lake, upon hearing that bone-chilling roar, are overwhelmed by an unfathomable fear that wells up from the depths of their souls. This terror spreads like a plague, causing every spirit beast to tremble uncontrollably, their limbs growing weak, while some of the feebler ones succumb to the ground, utterly incapacitated to flee or resist. Concurrently, alongside the earth-shattering roar arrives an irresistible aura of majesty, heavy as Mount Tai, rendering breath itself a struggle. All spirit beasts, regardless of their strength, find within them an involuntary urge to worship and submit. As the rift begins to stabilize, a fearsome creature resembling a lizard slowly emerges, its blood-red eyes brimming with malice and disdain for all life. This is the unyielding malice lizard 682. Just as 682's savage gaze sweeps over its surroundings, the once calm lake of life erupts once more into tumult. A beast with the head of an ox and the body of a serpent rises from the depths, the azure sky bull python. Meanwhile, in the distance, an enormous ape, akin to a small mountain, hastens to join the unfolding chaos. The azure sky python warily gazed at the distant 682, its aura fully unleashed as it faced off against its formidable opponent. Yet, the azure sky python refrained from launching an assault, as if rendered immobile. Moments ago, when 682 had arrived, the azure sky python, positioned so close, felt an irresistible pressure coursing through its very lineage, akin to the weight of Mount Tai pressing down upon it, instilling a sense of despair within. This bloodline suppression nearly stripped it of all courage to resist. As if its very backbone had been severed, an uncontrollable urge surged within, compelling it to prostrate before 682, as though confronted by a being of supreme authority. However, in a critical moment, it managed to summon an extraordinary willpower to endure. Sensing that further evasion was untenable, it reluctantly revealed itself to confront 682 head-on. Yet, upon merely locking eyes with the brutal gaze of 682, the azure sky python succumbed almost instantly, its once mighty aura now in disarray. In stark contrast, 682, witnessing a mere serpent that barely bore a trace of dragon blood, dared to confront it directly, felt an intense surge of murderous intent and savagery within its heart. The small serpent's hesitation to attack only deepened 682's impatience. Without delay, it charged towards the azure sky python, initiating the onslaught. The two colossal beasts surged toward one another with astonishing speed, 682's gaping maw wide open, its sharp fangs seemingly capable of rending anything apart, a foul stench preceding it. Trees along the path crumbled to splinters, and weaker soul beasts, paralyzed by 682's imposing presence, were mercilessly crushed into pulp beneath its relentless advance. In the blink of an eye, 682 reached the azure sky python, its gaping maw poised to tear into its neck. At that critical juncture, the azure sky python desperately twisted its body, narrowly evading 682's bite, but 682's claws still raked across the python's form, leaving a deep gash. As a 10,000-year soul beast, the azure sky python's physical defenses proved futile, crimson blood gushing from its wound and soon staining the nearby waters a pale red. Yet, 682 would not grant the azure sky python a moment's respite. The frenzied assault resumed. In an instant, the two titanic beasts were locked in a brutal struggle. Due to the bloodline suppression, the azure sky python found its soul power sluggish, and merely holding its ground against 682 was a testament to its resolute spirit. Were a weaker soul beast to face 682, it would likely be torn to shreds without even a fight. However, the azure sky python was merely enduring. It had little power to retaliate, and after only a few exchanges, it bore numerous wounds. Chapter 15, The Eve of Containment. The brutal clash between the sky bull python and the undying sin lizard unfolded with sheer ferocity. This confrontation bore no semblance of flashing blades or the exchange of martial prowess. Instead, it was a raw and savage display of teeth gnashing and claws rending flesh. As the battle commenced, the sky bull python bore the brunt of the ferocious onslaught, emerging battered and bloodied. Its massive form was mercilessly torn apart by the relentless, undying sin lizard, leaving a gruesome tableau of carnage. With each assault, the undying sin lizard strikes fell upon the sky bull python like the blows of a battering ram, inflicting excruciating pain. The once clear waters of the surrounding lake were now tainted a horrific crimson, transformed into a ghastly slaughterhouse reeking of the nauseating scent of blood. Yet, despite the grievous injuries, the sky bull python did not surrender its fighting spirit. Drawing upon its formidable soul power, it struggled to protect its vital areas, desperately resisting the urge to succumb. Had it not been for this inexhaustible source of protection, the python would have long since succumbed to its injuries, becoming a mere feast for the undying sin lizard. However, the python was acutely aware that remaining in the fray would lead to its demise within mere moments. Yet, the undying sin lizard offered no respite for escape. The sky bull python found itself ensnared in an unyielding struggle, striving to buy time. Meanwhile, the undying sin lizard, having realized that the little serpent's counterattacks barely tickled, dismissed its opponent's feeble efforts altogether. Frustrated by the python's slippery maneuvers, which allowed it to evade fatal strikes, the lizard's patience wore thin, prompting it to unleash a more ferocious assault. While the sky bull python sought to delay until the titan great ape could arrive as reinforcements, the undying sin lizard had no intention of permitting such a reprieve. In a moment of peril, as the python twisted to evade another lethal strike aimed at its neck, the lizard's tail transformed with astonishing agility, sprouting a sharp, bony spike at its base. In a flash, just as the python believed it had evaded the imminent danger, a searing pain surged through its neck. With disbelief in its eyes, the sky bull python glanced downward, only to behold a grotesque, bony spike piercing through its neck. As the tail, connected to that vicious spike, withdrew, the python's neck was severed from its body, collapsing lifelessly into the sanguine pool. The light in its eyes flickered and faded, with the last image etched in its mind being the undying sin lizard's gaping maw. As consciousness slipped into darkness, a blood-red soul ring slowly ascended from the crimson pool, marking the sky bull python's ultimate demise, while the undying sin lizard discarded the severed head of its fallen adversary. Observing the ethereal soul ring, which had floated before him for a millennium, 682 once again opened his maw and bit down. The soul ring was immediately shattered, transforming into streams of energy that were eagerly absorbed by 682. To the creature, what appeared to be an immense reservoir of energy for humanity was merely a delicate morsel. The essence of the azure sky bull python coursed through 682's being, rapidly consumed to its last vestige. With the ingestion of one azure sky bull python, subtle changes began to manifest in 682's form. The edges of its scales and fur gradually took on a tinge of azure. Such a modest alteration was all that could be expected from a single azure sky bull python. At that moment, a resonant roar echoed through the air, heralding the arrival of the titan great ape, albeit belatedly. But it was too late. The azure sky bull python had already been devoured by 682 as if it were a mere snack. The titan great ape surveyed the devastation around him and the lifeless form of the azure sky bull python not far away, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. With a thunderous roar, he pounded his chest, ready to avenge the fallen python. The titan great ape, a colossal figure resembling a mountain, surged forward. his body radiating a molten red energy that exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. The ground trembled beneath his weight, while an ordinary human might have quailed in fear. Losing all resolve, 682 remained unfazed, for he was the indomitable abyssal lizard, the very creature that had effortlessly vanquished the azure sky bull python. As the titan great ape barreled toward him, 682 exhibited no reaction, his gaze laced with disdain. In his eyes, this primate was inferior, even to the previous serpent. Just as the titan great ape raised his arms to strike, an invisible domain descended, causing the ape's movements to slow as if the world had been placed on a sluggish setting. With unhurried grace, 682 evaded the titan great ape's assault, his claws, still slick with the python's blood, sliced through the air, severing one of the ape's arms from its body. At that moment, 682 employed the time-slowing domain he had acquired from the azure sky bull python, a power not granted by the soul ring, but rather a capability he had evolved through the absorption of its energy. Intrigued, 682 circled the titan great ape, occasionally using his tail to whip or his claws to slash at the now sluggish beast. A multitude of wounds appeared on the titan great ape, yet none were fatal, transforming him into a bloodied creature still brimming with vitality and yearning to retaliate. Yet, in this predicament, the titan great ape found himself utterly powerless, his struggles failing to even graze a single hair of 682. As the titan great ape lost all capacity to counterattack, 682's interest waned. Just as he prepared to conclude the titan great ape's fate, an unexpected presence emanated from the depths of the lake of life, interrupting his actions. From the profound depths of the lake surged two dragon-like soul beasts, the foremost being a massive dragon cloaked in deep black. Its scales shimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, imparting an aura of both coldness and nobility. The ebony scales of the black dragon shimmered under the sunlight, reflecting a chilling brilliance that deterred direct gazes. Its golden eyes resembled two luminous lanterns, perpetually surveying the surroundings, exuding an air of imperious majesty that commanded respect. In this moment, it spread its wings and soared through the sky, their vast expanse casting shadows that darkened the world beneath, instilling a profound sense of dignity and power befitting the chieftain of the black dragon lineage. Following closely was a smaller, yet formidable purple dragon, a majestic creature with a sleek form and razor-sharp claws. Her scales gleamed in deep violet, radiating an enigmatic glow, while her icy blue eyes betrayed a blend of ruthlessness and intellect. The silhouettes of the two dragons cleaved through the lake's surface like lightning, ascending to the heavens with a grandeur that rivaled mountains. As they ascended, a tempestuous wind swept across the shores of the lake of life, howling like a multitude of ferocious beasts, uprooting flora and sending stones flying. The lake's waters surged violently, waves crashing and frothing as if intent on consuming the entire shore. Yet, more unsettling than the gale itself was the overwhelming aura of dragonic might emanating from the two giants. Their terrifying presence enveloped every corner of the lakeside, akin to a divine decree descending upon the land. The beings, already intimidated by the formidable essence of the creature known as 682, now felt the weight of this newfound power, instinctively bowing their heads in reverence, willingly submitting to the supremacy of the two dragons. Trembling, they dared not entertain any notion of defiance, striving to diminish their presence, fearful of inciting the wrath of these sovereigns of the dragon race and the menacing deity on the other side. In stark contrast, 682 remained unfazed by the palpable dragonic pressure, akin to a gentle breeze caressing its visage, silently observing the approaching duo. The previously violent disdain in 682's gaze towards all life seemed to wane upon sighting the two dragons, an unexpected retreat from hostility. As the two dragons drew near, their mountainous forms descended heavily before 682, creating a momentary standoff among them. Just as the myriad of humanity anticipated a cataclysmic clash, a bewildering scene unfolded. After a moment of close scrutiny, Empyrean and Purple G exchanged a glance and simultaneously lowered their proud dragon heads, initiating a dialogue with 682 in the ancient tongue of dragons. As the humans of myriad realms watched in astonishment, the heavens graciously translated the exchange for them. Empyrean, I am Empyrean, chieftain of the golden-eyed black dragon clan, honored to meet our ancestor. Purple G, I am Purple G, chieftain of the hellish dragon clan, honored to meet our ancestor. The astonishment of humanity was palpable, their jaws dropping at the revelation, while the beings of myriad realms remained in disbelief. Empyrean and Purple G2 were taken aback, yet the resonance of their dragon blood could not be mistaken, compared to the frail beings who could only perceive boundless terror. The mighty dragons, Emperor Tion and ZG, endowed with the purest dragon bloodline, experienced far more than those weaklings. When 682 first descended upon the Doloa continent, deep within the lake of life, Emperor Tion, guarding the Silver Dragon King, sensed the primal call emanating from his dragon lineage, a sensation that ZG also of dragon descent, shared. In their perception, the call came from a dragon of far superior nobility, one whose lineage surpassed even that of their current soul beast sovereign, the Silver Dragon King. Such a pure-blooded dragon lineage was something Emperor Tian had only sensed in the dragon god. Consequently, the two dragons hastily flew from the depths of the Lake of Life, only to encounter a gatekeeper monkey and a fearsome, bizarre lizard in the Star Doe forest. However, as they attuned their senses, they were astonished to discover that the being resonating with their bloodline was, in fact, the lizard. Despite the mystery surrounding this ancestral dragon's transformation, the resonance of their bloodline was unmistakable. 682. You are of the Dragon Clan? Emperor Tian. Indeed, ancestor. 682. How fare the dragons in this world? Emperor Tian. We are ashamed, ancestor. Upon hearing 682's inquiry, Emperor Tian bowed his head in guilt, with ZG mirroring his sentiment. At this moment, both dragons felt utterly unworthy before their ancestral figure, especially since the entire golden-eyed Black Dragon Clan and the Hellish Demon Dragon Clan had dwindled to just the two of them, living a life of constant evasion. Seeing their reaction, 682 immediately grasped the situation. After all, in his long existence, he had encountered such scenarios countless times. Yet, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent stirred within him, a palpable aura that sent chills down the spines of both Emperor Tian and ZG. At that moment, the depths of the Lake of Life stirred once more, and a shimmering silver dragon scale soared into view, accompanied by a voice resonating in Emperor Tian's ears. Emperor Tian, bring the ancestor inside. This transmission was heard by both 682 and ZG, and upon sensing the aura of the silver scale, 682 advanced toward the depths of the Lake of Life, without waiting for Emperor Tian to respond. As 682 delved deeper, the perspective of the heavens shifted, redirecting to the Spirit Hall within the Doloa world. The Spirit Hall was abuzz with activity, as leaders from all prominent factions across the continent, save for the Hautian sect, gathered there. Even the two great empires, historically at odds with the Spirit Hall, sent representatives, recognizing that without their presence, Doloa continent itself might soon cease to exist. The hall was filled with a cacophony of voices, particularly after witnessing the recent events showcased on the celestial screen, leaving the attendees chilled to the bone. Are we jesting? This 682, who slaughters 10,000-year soul beasts so nonchalantly. What now? What are we to do? 682 dispatches 10,000-year soul beasts as easily as one might cull a dog. Against him, we might as well be crushed underfoot. Sigh, the disparity is insurmountable. And this is merely 682's unrefined strength. Should he evolve further, we might not even be able to breach his skin. Now, we can only hope that the Foundation will come to our rescue. I never anticipated that such terrifying dragon-type soul beasts could exist in the Starry Forest. Indeed, the leading black dragon seems to possess strength surpassing that of the esteemed elder from the Spirit Hall. Moreover, it is astonishing that this 682 is an ancestor of the dragon lineage. It is truly hard to believe. Within the Spirit Hall, a cacophony of discussions erupted momentarily. Silence. His Holiness the Pope has arrived. As the powerful voice resonated throughout the Grand Hall, the clamor swiftly subsided. All eyes turned towards the exquisite figure at the entrance. Bibi Dong, adorned in her regal papal attire, entered the hall slowly, flanked by the guardians, Ju and Gue. As her graceful silhouette graced the threshold, 8 imposing figures of the Spirit Hall as elders followed in a procession, commanding immediate attention. The presence of these 8 elders captured the gaze of every individual present, as if they emanated an invisible yet immensely potent allure. They embodied the core combat strength and profound heritage of the Spirit Hall, each of their powers reaching unparalleled heights, with the least among them having attained the terrifying level of 96. Such formidable prowess unleashed a tempestuous wave of soul power that swept through the vast and grand hall, instantly enveloping it in an atmosphere of tension and oppression. The ambience shifted. The hall, which had briefly quieted upon Bibidong's arrival, was now thick with an air of anxiety. Breaths became labored, and the rhythm of heartbeats echoed audibly. The 8 elders stood as if descended from the heavens, exuding an unassailable majesty that seemed to overshadow even Bibi Dong, the Pope herself. The representatives of the various powers present, with the exception of those from the 2 empires whose expressions soured slightly, gazed up in reverent awe at the 9 figures now seated at the head of the hall. To preserve Bibidong's dignity as Pope, the 8 elders, including Qian Daolu, took their seats in the lower positions. Once the attendees had gathered sufficiently, Bibi Dong commenced the day's proceedings, her authoritative voice resonating in the ears of everyone present. The purpose of inviting you all here is undoubtedly clear. I shall not indulge in unnecessary verbosity. The primary agenda today is to discuss how we should collaborate with the Foundation for containment operations. While we await the Foundation's arrival, we must draft a preliminary plan. If anyone has suggestions or concerns, please voice them now. My colleagues and I from the Spirit Hall wish to avoid any unnecessary complications during the Foundation's containment efforts. Bibi Dong regarded the representatives of various powers, each harboring their own thoughts, her expression remaining impassive. Just as the forces of Doloa continent were deliberating the collaboration plan under the auspices of the Spirit Hall, a time-space corridor, several hundred meters in length, suddenly materialized in the Spirit Hall square. The Foundation's containment team had arrived on Doloa continent. Chapter 16, Abandonment. The containment team of the Foundation has arrived in the Doloa world. Given the challenging nature of this containment operation, we implore the inhabitants of the Doloa world to lend their utmost assistance. As the narrative portal within the plaza of Wuhuan City gradually stabilized, representatives from various factions, filled with tension and anticipation, eagerly gazed upon the unfolding scene. After all, the Foundation is their sole hope for salvation. Should they neglect their plight, it would be prudent for them to seek out a suitable grave. Under the watchful eyes of the anxious representatives, the Foundation's containment team finally emerged from the narrative portal. The first sight to greet the crowd was the infamous Deathwing Squad, known to all realms. However, just as the onlookers' attention remained fixated on them, a breathtaking spectacle followed closely behind that evoked gasps of astonishment from the gathered multitude. Accompanied by a subtle surge of energy from within the portal, an array of armored vehicles and tanks, emblazoned with the Foundation's emblem and exuding a rich, sci-fi aura, emerged with the precision of trained soldiers. The armored vehicles loomed like colossal beasts lurking in the shadows, their surfaces cloaked in a profound and somber black. Their angular lines radiated an aura of unyielding strength and authority, as if each contour harbored boundless power. Beside them, the tanks stood as immovable fortresses, similarly draped in deep black. Each was enveloped in a layer of cutting-edge protective armor, gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen and adorned with mysterious energy patterns that seemed to pulse with life. As the crowd beheld the procession of armored vehicles and tanks, an indescribable blend of fear and reverence surged within them. The chilling aura they emitted seemed capable of penetrating the very souls of onlookers, sending shivers down their spines. The assembled beings perceived, in that orderly advance, the echo of countless ferocious beasts charging forth, their bloodthirsty essence palpable, causing even the faint-hearted among them to tremble. Those with stronger resolve quickly regained their composure, redirecting their gaze while cautioning those nearby who had succumbed to the influence of the meme. Concurrently, a thunderous roar reverberated from above. Looking skyward, 10 helicopters, resembling steel leviathans, erupted from the portal with breathtaking speed, circling above the plaza. The gale generated by their rapidly spinning rotors surged forth like a powerful shockwave, sweeping across the surroundings. As the fierce winds tore through the area, dust and debris danced in the air, trees bowed, and the guardians of the Wuhuan Hall struggled to maintain their footing, stumbling backward. Meanwhile, the representatives gathered to welcome the Foundation's team, though their hair was tossed about by the tempest, felt a sense of jubilation blooming in their hearts. Look at this spectacle. It's assured. This is definitely secured. Upon witnessing that the entity dispatched by the Foundation to contain 682 was, in fact, a military force, the inhabitants of the Doloa world were struck by a blend of astonishment and elation. As for the notion of the Foundation intending to completely seize control of the Doloa continent, such thoughts had scarcely crossed their minds. After all, despite their relatively modest strength, they possessed the virtue of self-awareness. What did they truly have in Doloa continent? Was it the allure of Doloa's gold surpassing that of the myriad realms? Or perhaps its resources were more abundant? Was Doloa so formidable as to warrant the dispatch of an entire army by the Foundation? Setting aside prior concerns, it was already established that the Spirit Hall had engaged in amicable negotiations with them. Was it a jest to think one could engage the Foundation's military in a profound discourse on principles? Soon, as the last armored vehicle exited the passage, the narrative corridor began to close slowly. At that moment, a figure disembarked from the foremost armored vehicle and approached Captain Shiyu, saluting him with military decorum. Report to the temporary commander. The material strike unit of the Hammer Squad is fully in position, all personnel are accounted for, and no injuries have been reported. Over. Understood. Command the troops to establish a temporary encampment and rest, Captain Shiyu ordered after confirming once more. On the side of the Doloa forces, Bibi Dong, alongside Xiandao Lu, approached Captain Chen Xiantao for negotiations, having noted that no further personnel from the Foundation were forthcoming. Captain Chen, I am Bibi Dong, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. On behalf of the humanity of the Doloa world, I extend our gratitude for your arrival. We have prepared accommodations for you. After delivering a respectful gesture of thanks, Bibi Dong spoke with a tone that balanced humility and dignity. Although she wished fervently for the Foundation to commence the containment of 682 immediately, she understood that they should not be expected to begin their duties right upon arrival. Thank you for your hospitality, but it is unnecessary. We shall camp here. Captain Chen Xiantao replied, slightly nodding in acknowledgement and politely declining through his mask. Very well, I shall not insist. I kindly request you to step inside the hall. We, at the Spirit Hall, have already negotiated with the other forces on the continent and will offer our unconditional support for the Foundation's containment efforts here. Bibi Dong and Xiandao Lu indicated for Captain Chun Qiantao to join them for further discussions on assistance. However, to their surprise, Captain Chen Qiantao once again declined. No, time is of the essence, and the mission is critical. His voice, devoid of emotion, echoed once more. As Bibi Dong and Xiandao Lu pondered the meaning behind Captain Chun Qiantao's words, he continued, still devoid of sentiment. Although the higher-ups advised against disclosing this information prematurely, I believe you will eventually come to know it. It is better that I inform you now. The representatives of the various forces, who had intended to follow closely behind, were left bewildered by Captain Chun Qiantao's statement. Upon hearing his words, the other members of the Shiyu team displayed expressions of concern beneath their masks. Su Muxue attempted to step forward to intervene with the captain, but was firmly restrained by Yi Wanyue, rendering her immobile. Su Muxue's subtle actions did not escape the notice of Bibi Dong and Xiandao Lu, and combined with Captain Chen Qiantao's peculiar demeanor, an ominous premonition began to rise within them. Chen Qiantao gazed at the bewildered representatives of various factions before him, removing his helmet to reveal a striking yet cold visage. With a tranquil demeanor, he spoke with measured clarity. I am Captain Chen Qiantao of the Deadwing Squad, and I stand before you as the temporary commander of this containment operation, here to formally convey the objective of our mission on behalf of all personnel involved in this endeavor. Due to the loss of anomalous project number 999 and the current inadequacy of the Foundation's containment resources, we can no longer assure the successful containment of 682 with minimal casualties. Thus, following deliberations among the remaining highest authorities of the Foundation, the focus of this operation will prioritize adaptability over strict containment of anomalies, permitting the abandonment of containment actions if deemed necessary. Chen Qiantao paused, observing the representatives for any signs of extreme reaction before continuing. This operation will involve the Deadwing Squad undertaking genetic sampling of humans and flora or fauna from the dual world, in anticipation of future reconstruction efforts. Meanwhile, the Falling Hammer Squad will conduct exploratory containment of Anomaly 682, with a commitment to humanitarian considerations. This concludes my announcement. As his emotionally detached words fell into the air, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. The representatives present felt as though their hearts were being crushed under the weight of an immense boulder. Those human observers in the celestial realm, who had been witnessing the unfolding events, were equally stunned by the unexpected revelation, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Particularly, the humans of the Doloa world widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing up at the impassive Chen Qiantao, whose demeanor remained as frigid as ice. At the forefront of the crowd, Qiandaolu wore an expression of deep gloom but refrained from uttering a word. Bibi Don bit her lip, striving to maintain her composure, and with a voice that feigned calmness, she addressed Chen Qiantao with a hint of bitterness. Are you suggesting that our world has been utterly forsaken by the Foundation? Despite her efforts to keep her tone neutral, the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her inner turmoil. Simultaneously, her right hand, which had been clutching her scepter tightly, unconsciously tightened further, the intensity causing her knuckles to whiten and veins to bulge. The scepter, a symbol of power and authority, appeared on the verge of shattering into countless fragments under her grip. Nevertheless, Bibi Don suppressed the tempest of emotions within her, staring intently at Chen Qiantao, awaiting a definitive response. Yes, Chen Qiantao affirmed, maintaining his unwavering gaze on Bibi Don. On what grounds? Are you implying that containment cannot be achieved with minimal losses? Is it truly so that the Foundation would abandon countless souls in the Doloa world? In this moment, the usually silent Qiandaolu could no longer contain the fury that surged within him. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on Chen Qiantao, his voice laced with a barely perceptible blend of inquiry and indignation. Your world is merely a fictional realm, inconsequential in the grand scheme. To the Foundation, sacrificing such a world to preserve its invaluable containment resources is undeniably a prudent decision. Chen Qiantao, unaffected by Qiandaolu's accusatory tone, responded with an emotionless demeanor. Having addressed the inquiry, he felt no inclination to prolong the exchange, stating, this containment mission is equally vital for the Doloa world. We ask for your full cooperation. With that, Chen Qiantao turned decisively and strode towards the Foundation's encampment nearby. Though his teammates felt reluctant, they could only sigh in resignation and follow their leader. Left behind were the representatives of various factions, still grappling with the harsh reality. Above them, the celestial expanse shifted, altering the multiverse's perception of the Foundation. Could it be true? Is the Foundation truly willing to abandon the humanity of the Doloa world? Is it not their duty to protect mankind? How can they forsake us merely because they cannot fulfill their containment task with minimal loss? I cannot accept this. Alas, what can we do about it? The leader of the Deathwing Squad has made it abundantly clear. The Doloa world holds no significance for the Foundation. Indeed, to them, the Doloa world is but a fictional narrative. Sacrificing an illusory realm to preserve their own resources is, from any perspective, a worthy endeavor. But what about us? Is our world also deemed insignificant by the Foundation? Will our future also be cast aside? Exactly. Are we merely pawns in their game? Chapter 17, Resources. The atmosphere within the Doloa Hall was heavy and oppressive as representatives from various factions convened once more. Yet this gathering bore a stark contrast to those of the past. The usual clamor had dissipated, leaving an eerie silence where even the faintest sound, such as a pin dropping, could be distinctly heard. Silently, they occupied their seats, faces ashen and eyes devoid of spirit, as if their very souls had been drained. Some bowed their heads, hands limply resting on their knees, while others stared blankly ahead, their thoughts wandering far beyond the confines of the hall. No one spoke. Even the slightest cough was absent. These once mighty figures, who had commanded their realms with authority, now found themselves at a loss in the face of this dire predicament. Should they humbly plead with the Foundation not to abandon them? Yet the Foundation had unequivocally informed them of their abandonment. Although the containment team remained stationed in the plaza, would they truly risk their lives for those deemed irrelevant? Or perhaps, relying on her meager strength, she would stake everything to assemble a group to venture into the perilous starry forest, confronting 682 in a desperate gamble for a fleeting chance of survival? This arduous decision loomed over everyone like an oppressive mountain, suffocating them. Seated at the head of the grand hall, Bibi Dong and the other 8 offerings gazed upon the crowd below, enveloped in a palpable aura of despair. Unsure of what to say, at that moment, Qian Renxue, unable to endure the absence of Bibi Dong any longer, emerged from the inner hall. Ignoring the mournful atmosphere surrounding the assembly, she rushed directly to Qian Deliu's side, feigning indifference to Bibi Dong's presence nearby. "Grandfather, do not worry, everything will be all right," Qian Renxue assured softly, grasping Qian Daoliu's hand tightly. Her beautiful and expressive eyes were filled with concern and anxiety. Qian Daoliu shook his head slightly, a faint smile breaking through his expression. "Little Xue, I have lived for many years. Matters of life and death have long ceased to trouble me. Yet, what weighs heavily on my heart is you. You are still young, with a long road ahead." As he spoke, Qian Daoliu lifted his other hand to gently stroke Qian Renxue's silky hair, his gaze brimming with affection. Feeling the warmth from above, Qian Renxue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Grandfather, please do not speak in such a manner. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side." Qian Daoliu gazed deeply into the eyes of his obedient and understanding granddaughter, filled with both pride and reluctance. "Little Xue, I know you are dutiful, but some matters lie beyond our control. However, even if there is but a sliver of hope, I shall strive with all my might to secure that faint chance for you." As he concluded, Qian Daoliu held Qian Renxue's hand tightly, as if wishing to impart all his strength to her. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong observed Qian Renxue, who had disregarded her upon entering, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. She contemplated calling out to Qian Renxue, but ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Qian Renxue's arrival did little to alter the atmosphere of despair in the grand hall. Suddenly, the main door swung open, and in walked Zhu and Ghost Doloa. They approached Bibi Dong and bowed respectfully. "Your Holiness, the Deathwing Squad requests an audience, wishing to discuss matters regarding the containment operations." "Let them in," Bibi Dong replied after hearing Zhu Doloa's report, rising from her throne. Upon receiving the command, Ghost Doloa vanished to lead the Deathwing Squad to the Doloa Hall. Moments later, all members of the Deathwing Squad entered the Grand Hall under Ghost Doloa's guidance. Although the representatives of the various factions felt somewhat resentful due to the Foundation's abandonment of them, they quickly followed suit when they saw Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu rise to greet them. "Captain Chun, please take a seat. Let us discuss matters after we settle," Bibi Dong said, maintaining a serious demeanor as she bowed, her tone warm and inviting, as if the Foundation's disregard for them had no bearing on her disposition. "Bring in the tea," commanded the perceptive Zhu Doloa, instructing the attendants to proceed. Once everyone was seated again, Chen Qiantao wasted no time and delved straight into the matter at hand. "Your Holiness, we have come to discuss the gene collection mission undertaken by our Deathwing Squad. And I also bring good news for you. We need to gather gene samples from humans and unique flora and fauna across the Doloa continent, which will provide a foundation for the potential reconstruction of the Doloa world. There is no need for negotiations. Our previous commitment to unconditionally support the Foundation's containment efforts remains intact," Bibi Dong stated calmly. Although she was uncertain of the purpose behind this gene collection task, the Foundation was the only glimmer of hope for the Doloa world. Even if that hope seemed faint, it was a hope they could not afford to relinquish. "Very well," Chen Qiantao continued. "The specifics of the gene collection endeavor involve the collection of blood samples from humans and other species on the Doloa continent over a period of 5 days, prioritizing individuals with a level of 70 or above. The collected blood will be preserved by the Foundation's biological department for a decade. Should this containment operation result in a mass extinction event on Doloa Star, the biological department will utilize the preserved genes to cultivate and clone indigenous life forms, subsequently reintroducing them to Doloa Star to ensure the continuation of Doloa civilization. After 5 days, regardless of whether the gene collection is complete, The Material Strike Division of the Luojua Squad will depart for the Stardow Forest to execute a containment trial on Subject 682. At that point, all matters must take precedence for this containment operation. The Material Strike Division will not concern themselves with the survival of indigenous life in the Dolo world. They will employ a vast array of material weaponry, including nuclear arms, to achieve maximum impact against Subject 682. If fortune smiles upon us, we may succeed in containment while 682 is incapacitated. However, should things not go as planned, all personnel involved in this containment mission will be evacuated, and your world will face destruction at the hands of the evolved 682. Chen Qiantao succinctly outlined the mission's procedure. Meanwhile, as he spoke, a small screen appeared in the sky, providing a more detailed explanation for those from various realms who were less familiar with genes and material weaponry. This spared Chen Qiantao the need for extensive elaboration. After presenting the operational details, he paused to allow the representatives of various factions to digest the information before adding, all personnel of the Foundation responsible for this containment mission will exert their utmost efforts. Our Deathwing squad will also participate in the containment action. However, as you have witnessed through the sky screen, the strength of 682 is formidable. Success will ultimately depend on fate. As Chen Qiantao concluded, the representatives began to murmur amongst themselves, and soon the grand hall was filled with a renewed buzz of conversation. Captain Chun, will those cloned from the genes still be us? One bold individual dared to inquire. Given the current level of biological science development within the Foundation, individuals who are cloned can inherit 90% of the memories, thoughts, and appearance of the genetic sample's donor. From a scientific perspective, the two share identical memories and cognitive processes, making them effectively one and the same. However, from an emotional and ethical standpoint, a clone remains a clone. As you might say, the souls of the two are inherently different, and thus they cannot be considered the same person. Chen Qiandao patiently addressed the inquiries of that individual. Upon hearing Chen Qiandao's explanation, the murmurs in the hall erupted once more. After all, in a world still entrenched in feudalism like Doloa, people hold a strong regard for ethical and moral considerations. No one desires to see their future supplanted by a counterfeit. Captain Chun, is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter? We are willing to offer anything. Could the Foundation possibly relocate some individuals from our world to another realm for a new life? Some individuals, still clinging to hope, posed their questions, albeit cautiously, opting for a more conciliatory tone rather than resorting to moral coercion. It is important to note that aside from the Foundation's external forces, Chen Qiandao himself is a level 4 reality distorter. Furthermore, the Foundation has already resolved to abandon the Doloa world. Would they truly concern themselves with your moral appeals? From the Foundation's current technological standpoint, such relocation is feasible. Yet the resources required for directly transferring individuals to another world far exceed those needed for gene collection and subsequent cloning. The Foundation is neither willing nor capable of expending its precious containment resources for the sake of an ordinary world. Chen Qiandao's candid and unembellished explanation extinguished any lingering hopes among the humans of Doloa. As the questioner seemed poised to speak again, Chen Qiandao interjected. Even those who are relocated would find themselves indebted for life to the Foundation, unable to repay the resources expended. I understand your thoughts. You believe the Foundation can traverse myriad realms at will, with resources aplenty, simply unwilling to allocate them towards your plight, correct? But I must inform you. Before the Foundation's demise, it was indeed in dire need of resources, very much so. The resources you envision are merely minerals, herbs, energy sources, and the like. While we do utilize these, the Foundation's requirements vastly differ from those of your world and the myriad realms beyond. Take a piece of ordinary iron as an example. Although it is referred to as such in the illusory bubble world of the delusion domain, the properties and characteristics of iron vary across worlds. For instance, the extraterrestrial iron from a cultivation realm cannot possibly be the same as that from a technological world. Should you place them in different worlds, their properties would undoubtedly change due to the differing environments. The iron employed by the Foundation, however, is universally applicable across realms. Regardless of where you transport this iron, its properties remain consistent with the Foundation standards and do not alter. This type of Foundation iron will not become softer or more brittle due to differences in worlds. Such iron cannot be matched even by gathering all the iron from the Doloa world. And this is merely iron. One need not even mention the countless times more precious minerals and alloys beyond it. Thus, the Foundation is willing to assist you in the gratuitous cloning and reconstruction of your world. You may take pleasure in this. Yet the resources expended alone have already rendered you unable to bear the cost. A rare expression of incredulity appeared on Chen Qiantao's otherwise impassive face as he rolled his eyes at the representatives of the various factions before him. Upon hearing Chen Qiantao's explanation, the initially murmuring crowd awkwardly chuckled, expressing their gratitude, without delving too deeply into the veracity of his claims. Noticing that some representatives still harbored questions, Bibidon stepped forward to interject. Captain Chen, we appreciate your information and we shall fully support you in accomplishing your mission, Bibidon stated, impeccably maintaining the decorum of the occasion. Thank you for your support, Your Holiness, Qin Xiantao replied. Time is of the essence, and the task is substantial. Having squandered so much time, it is now imperative that we attend to the matter at hand. With a wave of his hand, a small sealed vial appeared before each individual, and simultaneously, an oppressive force descended upon the grand hall, causing every person present to feel a weighty sensation. Soon, they found themselves utterly immobilized, and as Qin Xiantao waved his hand again, a drop of their essence slowly seeped from each person's forehead into the vials before them. After collecting the genetic samples from those assembled, Qin Xiantao withdrew his oppressive aura, and as the pressure dissipated, the individuals regained their freedom, albeit with pallid expressions, retreating several steps involuntarily. Some of the weaker among them even collapsed to the ground. Throughout this ordeal, no one exhibited any inclination to resist. Those who understood the situation were all too aware of the implications. Very well, your genetic material has been successfully collected, Qin Xiantao remarked, observing the now-recovered Bibidon. In the coming days, our team will venture across the continent to gather genetic samples from various flora and fauna. We have already arranged personnel for this genetic collection in the square. As for the collection of human genetic samples in Wuhuan City and the capitals of the two great empires, I kindly ask for your holiness to facilitate the gathering, prioritizing individuals above level 70 and proceeding downward in rank. Rest assured, Captain Chun, Bibidon assured with a slight nod. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Additionally, I bring you a piece of good news. Observing that these individuals had thus far displayed a degree of understanding and refrained from any extreme actions to impede the Foundation's endeavors, Qin Xiantao decided to share the positive tidings. Representatives of the various factions. If only the threats outside were not so blatant. We might have been more amiable. Is that so? What good news does Captain Chen have to share? Bibidon inquired, her curiosity piqued. Qin Xiantao responded slowly. Due to an exceptionally resolute individual in our team who fervently pleaded, I took it upon myself, in the name of the Deathwing Squad, to negotiate with the Foundation's command for a rare opportunity on behalf of your world. As he spoke, a look of exasperation crossed his face, and he turned his gaze towards Su Muxue, who was hiding behind Yi Wanyue, feigning nonchalance while her thoughts seemed to wander elsewhere. After a brief pause, Qin Xiantao returned his focus and continued his discourse. Through my application, I have successfully secured a precious opportunity for you to temporarily retreat from the Dual world and evade this brutal conflict. However, this opportunity is limited, available to only 100 individuals. It is up to you to allocate these spots. Please gather in the square in 5 days to depart the Dual world with the personnel from the Foundation. The Foundation will take care of your living arrangements, and once this containment mission concludes, you will be returned. My suggestion is to send away some promising talents from the Dual world, thus preserving a spark for your realm. After Qin Xiantao concluded his remarks, he paid no heed to the reactions of the assembly and prepared to lead the remaining team members away from the Grand Hall. As soon as they exited, Su Muxue approached Qin Xiantao, her voice soft and melodic. Captain, wait. Stop. Qin Xiantao glanced at the setting sun with a resigned expression and said, We will gather at 6 tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Thank you, Captain, Su Muxue exclaimed, her spirits lifting as she prepared to dash off to play. Yet, just as she took a step, her neck was deftly seized by Yi Wanyue. Hee, Sister Yi. I won't cause any trouble, just let me go? Su Muxue smiled ingratiatingly at the expressionless Yi Wanyue. TSK, I know your character all too well. Have you seen that handsome guy again? Can't you be a little more restrained? Yi Wanyue scolded, exasperated, as she observed Su Muxue, who was now looking down, her ears seemingly absorbing nothing. Raising her voice, Yi Wanyue added sternly, Do not resort to kidnapping and selling others, understood? But they are worth a lot if they are handsome, Su Muxue muttered under her breath. Say that again. No, this time it's a sister. Su Muxue quickly defended herself upon hearing Yi Wanyue's angry outburst. Really? Yi Wanyue narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the fervent Su Muxue with skepticism. Yes. I promise it's true, Su Muxue nodded fervently to assure her. If I catch you kidnapping those handsome fellows again for profit, you'll be in serious trouble. That won't happen again, I promise, Sister Yi. Before her words could fully resonate, Su Muxue had already vanished from sight. Qin Xiantao approached Yi Wanyue, watching Su Muxue scamper away in excitement, and chuckled. Youth is indeed splendid, such a carefree heart. Just yesterday, she was reluctant to abandon the humans of the Dolo world and pleaded for my assistance, yet today she is joyfully off to play. Without a touch of carelessness, how could one enter the Foundation? Without a hint of conscience, how could one join the mobile task force? I believe Xiaopao is quite admirable at present, balancing conscience and reason perfectly, knowing her limitations without succumbing to the futile inner turmoil of guilt. Yi Wanyue sighed, also gazing at Su Muxue, who had dashed back into the Dolo hall. Indeed, quite admirable. Qin Xiantao nodded in agreement before turning to Yi Wanyue and asking, Aren't you going to see that person? Of course, I will go, but not now, perhaps in a few days, Yi Wanyue replied calmly. Very well, it is indeed beneficial to take a look. You ought to let go. After Chen Xiantao gently patted Yi Wanyue's shoulder, he strolled towards the Foundation's headquarters. Let go? Yi Wanyue's hands, which hung limply at her sides, slowly clenched into fists, her trembling whispers dissolving into the fading twilight. How could one possibly let go? As night descended, darkness enveloped the earth, and Yi Wanyue stepped into the shadows, the evening sky marred by clouds obscuring the stars. Chapter 18, Death. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, for days had passed, and today marked the final day of the 5-day deadline. The plaza of Wuhuan City was currently abuzz with activity. All the young prodigies from the Dalaw world had gathered, destined to become the future sparks of this realm. Soft murmurs of encouragement and farewells echoed throughout the square. Since the departure of the Deathwing team, the various factions within the Dalaw world had engaged in heated discussions, for the Foundation had only allocated 100 spots. This discussion was exceptionally intense, and it concluded somewhat amicably when the dilapidated Dalaw Hall unexpectedly collapsed, fortunately without any casualties, aside from a few injuries. The allocation of the spots was deemed relatively fair. The Wuhuan Temple, the 3 upper sects, and the 2 great empires each received 10 slots. The remaining 40 spots were divided among the continent's elite spirit master academies, with 20 allotted to their talented students, 10 granted to lesser sects, and 10 reserved for potential civilian prodigies. Due to this discussion, the Haotian sect, which had remained reclusive, did not participate, thereby tacitly forfeiting its spots, which were rightfully reassigned to the Wuhuan Temple. What? Some claim this is unfair? Come, let the 8 offerings of the Wuhuan Temple elucidate the meaning of fairness. As for the civilians of the Dalaw world, in an effort to prevent societal collapse and riots that might disrupt the Foundation's operations, the heavens directly obscured and slightly erased portions of their memories. This act of ignorance leading to their demise was the Foundation's final act of mercy. With the spots now distributed, it was time to act swiftly. The Foundation had granted only a 5-day deadline, and the tasks assigned had yet to be fulfilled. Indeed, our astute Pope Bibi Dong cunningly shifted the responsibilities initially designated to the Wuhuan Temple onto these factions. The representatives of the various powers found themselves both furious and powerless, unable to voice their anger against such shamelessness, as the opposing force was undeniably formidable. Moreover, they dared not neglect these tasks, unable even to afford a moment of respite to spite Bibi Dong. It is noteworthy that upon learning of the Wuhuan Temple's actions through the heavens, the Haotian sect expressed profound dissatisfaction. Accordingly, the following day, all the elders of the Haotian sect mobilized to confront the Wuhuan Temple and demand an explanation. In anticipation, the 8 offerings of the Wuhuan Temple had already awaited them outside Wuhuan City, prepared to elucidate their stance to the elders of the Haotian sect. To one's astonishment, the brash members of the Haotian sect, without uttering a word, launched a surprise attack against the 8 venerable elders of the Spirit Hall, wielding their mighty hammers. Reluctantly adhering to the intention of teaching the younger generation a lesson alongside Tang Chun, the 8 elders immediately took action to enlighten the Haotian sect's elders on the virtues of respecting their elders and cherishing the young. Thus, a fierce battle erupted outside the Spirit City, marking one of the pinnacle confrontations among soul masters in the Dalaw world. The intensity of the clash was extraordinary, with powerful waves of soul energy radiating outward like a tsunami, causing the distant walls of Spirit City to tremble slightly. The battle concluded swiftly. Despite the Haotian sect possessing a comparable number of titled Dalaw, the disparity in cultivation levels proved insurmountable. Even with the sect's unique secret techniques, they could not alter the course of the conflict, ultimately retreating in disarray after losing 2 elders. However, the Haotian sect was not one to concede defeat easily. Having failed in direct confrontation, they resorted to underhanded tactics. The remaining elders of the Haotian sect commenced a series of assaults on the Spirit Hall subtemples and convoys across the continent, yielding considerable disruption and leaving the Spirit Hall in disarray. Just as the Spirit Hall struggled to manage the Haotian sect's onslaught, the latter committed a grave error that would lead to their own downfall. During one of their typical retreats after attacking a Spirit Hall convoy, the elders unexpectedly encountered another Spirit Hall team. In their haste to escape, 2 elders of the Haotian sect, without a second thought, struck with their hammers, inadvertently obliterating several crucial genetic samples being transported for the Foundation. Upon receiving this news, the elders of the Spirit Hall awoke from their dreams, filled with mirth. As anticipated by the Spirit Hall, the ever-calculating Chen Xiantao, upon learning of this incident from a considerable distance, crushed the 2 Haotian sect elders with his bare hands. Thus, having suffered the loss of 4 elders in quick succession, the Haotian sect entirely lost its audacity to confront the Spirit Hall. With the disturbances from the Haotian sect ceased, the young prodigies of the entire Dalaw continent, escorted by the Spirit Hall, flocked to Spirit City, awaiting their temporary escape from the Dalaw world with the Foundation. At this moment, the plaza of the Spirit Hall, maintained in order by the Foundation's personnel, buzzed with activity yet remained devoid of excessive clamor. Currently, the gene collection efforts of the Deadwing Squad were nearing completion, with only a handful of rare soul beast species yet to be encountered. While the human genes from the Dolaw world had been fully gathered, all allocations for the top-tier factions and advanced Soul Master Academies had been finalized, with the selected individuals awaiting their designated positions in the plaza. In the Advanced Soul Master Academy area, the chosen talents stood silently like statues, accepting the heartfelt admonitions from their relatives and the bittersweet farewells from their friends. Binger, you must take good care of yourself and your sister when you reach the foundation. Our hopes for the future of Tianshui Academy rest entirely upon you. And Yuer, you must heed your sister's words. Do you understand? The Dean of Tianshui Academy, with reddened eyes, trembled as he reiterated his earnest instructions to the two sisters before him. On the other side of the Blazing Fire Academy, the father of Huo Wu held his two children tightly, as if he wished to meld them into his very being. The sternness of his voice had transformed into a wellspring of endless love and care. My dear Wu, once you step outside, you must heed your brother's words. The world beyond is not like home. No one will indulge you as we do. You must temper your temperament. Do you understand? Huo Wu stubbornly bit her lip, holding back tears as she nodded emphatically, indicating her comprehension. At that moment, only a few lines of scattered spirit masters remained in the square, undergoing their final assessments to vie for a mere 10 coveted spots. Among them were the members of Shrek Academy, who found themselves in this predicament as their institution had not been formally registered and thus could not partake in the allocation of spirit master slots. Consequently, they were left to compete for one of the 10 spots designated for commoners. Currently at Shrek, Ning Rongrong had already been taken back by Ning Fengji, while Yu Xiaojing understood with utmost clarity that he would never pass the assessment and had sought out Bibi Dong early on. Whether he would see her again depended solely on his own capabilities, as many sought her favor for a chance at a spot. As for Dai Mubai, the prince, he had sent countless messages home, yet received no response, indicating he had been completely abandoned. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had cleverly chosen to abscond on her way to the spirit hall, and she was likely now luxuriating in a bath at some laboratory of the Foundation, which was quite interested in her genetic makeup. After standing in line all day, it was finally time for the Shrek group to undergo their assessments. Unsurprisingly, they all passed the preliminary tests, as possessing soul power levels of 20 or 30 at their age was quite prodigious. However, the subsequent talent and genetic evaluations proved to be far more challenging. Oscar, with his innate full soul power as a food-type spirit master, was predictably selected. Conversely, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were eliminated due to their lower innate soul power, while Ma Hongjun was disqualified because of the instability of his genes and martial spirit. During Tang San's assessment, his Haotian hammer martial spirit was discovered, resulting in him being violently expelled from the city by the spirit hall personnel. At that moment, the sun descended slowly towards the western horizon. The crimson twilight, reminiscent of blood, draped over the ancient city of Spirit City like a magnificent cloak. The afterglow of the setting sun seemed to caress every inch of land, every building, and every face, bathing the entire Spirit City in a golden hue. Yet, the crowd in the square remained oblivious to the beauty surrounding them, acutely aware that the following day would herald a pivotal moment in the fate of the Dolaw world. This realm stood at a crossroads, and the outcome of the impending battle would directly influence the survival and destiny of all, as well as the future trajectory of the Dolaw continent. The results for the commoners were also announced. 3 had innate full soul power, 4 possessed innate level 9. Leaving 3 spots remaining, those who understood the implications knew it was best left unspoken. On a street seemingly adorned with a golden hue, Zhu Zhuqing wandered alone in desolation. As for Dai Mubai, he had ventured to seek the realm of the Star Luo Empire, leaving her once again forsaken, as was to be expected. Ma Hongjun, still clinging to hope, searched for opportunities in the square. Zhu Zhuqing's emotions were a tumultuous blend. She felt no sorrow over Dai Mubai's repeated abandonment, for had it not been the same before, she refrained from seeking out the so-called family, knowing it would bear no significance. In this moment, she was uncertain whether to laugh or cry. She had attained the freedom she had longed for, yet the Dolaw world teetered on the brink of destruction. But perhaps, if the Foundation succeeded, that fate could be averted? A pang of regret flickered within her heart. She pondered whether had she relinquished her pride and willingly forsaken her cultivation, she might have lived a tranquil existence, free from the relentless pursuit of fate that now compelled her to fight for survival. However, it was all too late. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the orange glow cascaded like a delicate veil upon Zhu Zhuqing's exquisite visage, bestowing upon her an exquisite melancholy. She slowly lifted her head, gazing at the fading twilight, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips, tinged with self-mockery. So be it. Even if this world is on the brink of annihilation, at least I once possessed fleeting moments of freedom. In this light, it does not seem entirely dreadful. Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly, her voice barely audible, as if meant solely for her ears, just as she resolved to find a place to savor her brief respite. A member of the Foundation abruptly intercepted her. Are you Zhu Zhuqing? Yes, I am. May I inquire what the matter is? Zhu Zhuqing regarded the Foundation personnel with confusion. Follow me. Someone wishes to see you. With that, the individual turned and led the way. With no option to flee, Zhu Zhuqing, filled with trepidation, hastened to keep pace. A myriad of thoughts swirled in her mind. Surely, it could not be someone from the spirit hall seeking her out, for the Foundation's personnel were beyond their command. Yet she was unfamiliar with anyone in the Foundation. Could they possibly intend to take me for some sort of human experimentation? A disconcerting thought crossed her mind. For after her experiences under the expanse of the heavens, she had come to understand the grim nature of such experiments. This realization caused her expression to stiffen. Resolutely, she continued to follow, and as she was ushered into the Foundation's headquarters, her anxiety mounted, prompting her to avert her gaze and tread carefully behind the guide. Commander, I have brought Zhu Zhuqing, a voice reported, jolting her from her reverie as she realized she had been led into an office. The individual who brought her there reported and then departed, leaving Zhu Zhuqing in a state of uncertainty, standing nervously with her head bowed. Lift your head. The cool, feminine voice resonated, slightly alleviating her tension. Hearing the command, Zhu Zhuqing slowly raised her gaze towards its source, and upon recognizing the figure before her, astonishment washed over her. Commander Yi. Zhu Zhuqing, who almost inadvertently uttered the other person's name, quickly bit her tongue and corrected herself, echoing the manner of the previous Foundation staff member. Are you Zhu Zhuqing? Yi Wanyue casually surveyed the bewildered Zhu Zhuqing, who stood frozen in place. Indeed, I am, Zhu Zhuqing replied affirmatively. Upon hearing her response, Yi Wanyue removed her helmet, revealing a delicate visage, and gracefully approached Zhu Zhuqing while continuing her appraisal. Zhu Zhuqing, wide-eyed, gazed at Yi Wanyue, who was now close enough for her to truly observe the familiar face often seen on the celestial screen. The beauty before her possessed a quintessential mature woman's countenance. Her sharp shoulder-length hair complementing the military elegance she exuded, creating an impression of spirited valor. A slender scar adorned her right cheek, yet it did not mar her beauty. Rather, it lent her an air of resilience forged through the fires of conflict. Somewhat clumsy, a bit daft, and rather timid, Yi Wanyue remarked, circling around the still-dazed Zhu Zhuqing with a hint of disdain. Do you know why I wanted to meet you? Yi Wanyue inquired, retracting her gaze from Zhu Zhuqing as she settled back into her chair and retrieved a well-worn book, flipping through its pages. Zhu Zhuqing was about to shake her head in response when Yi Wanyue interrupted her with, My sister is quite fond of you. The gentle words struck Zhu Zhuqing like a thunderbolt, leaving her momentarily speechless. Huh, is there a problem? Yi Wanyue observed Zhu Zhuqing's astonished expression with curiosity. And no, Zhu Zhuqing stammered, shaking her head vigorously. Yi Wanyue paid no mind to Zhu Zhuqing's flustered reaction and continued, Your world exists within the realm of a novel, as you must already be aware. For a time, the stories from your world were quite popular in our Foundation, garnering a multitude of fans. My sister is one of them. After completing her missions, she often spoke of you, describing you as steadfast, brave, diligent, and defiant against fate, among other commendations. She also mentioned that if she had the opportunity to visit the Doloa world, she would certainly seek you out. I cannot fathom why she holds such a strong admiration for a fictional character. I have read the novels of your world as well. Would you care to know my evaluation of you? Yi Wanyue's gaze shifted from the book in her hands, tilting her head slightly to glance at the still befuddled Zhu Zhuqing. As Zhu Zhuqing was about to nod, she was again interrupted by Yi Wanyue's words. Never mind. Perhaps it's better you remain uninformed. I tend to be rather blunt. The primary reason I summoned you was to observe what my sister speaks of in reality. And I must admit, I find myself somewhat disappointed. Zhu Zhuqing, noting the hint of disdain in Yi Wanyue's eyes, felt a flicker of irritation. Yet her curiosity about whether that little girl still held affection for her was undeniable. After all, throughout her life, no one had ever praised or truly cherished her in such a manner. Perhaps her sister had once adored her before the age of 6, but now, my sister is gone. Yi Wanyue's voice had lost its previous casualness, now resonating with the chilling sharpness of a bitter wind from the depths of the abyss. While a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the room, the oppressive malice pricked at Zhu Zhuqing, causing her to tremble incessantly, and an unexpected pang of sorrow surged within her. She had never felt such anguish even when Dai Mubai abandoned her. She had yet to meet that innocent girl who genuinely adored her without any ulterior motives, only to find out that the girl had passed away. I'm so sorry. As Zhu Zhuqing appeared on the brink of collapse, Yi Wanyu timely retracted her menacing aura. Do you know? She died to save me, Yi Wanyu said, tracing the scar on her right cheek. That strike was meant to sever my head. It was my sister who took the blow for me. At that moment, Yi Wanyu's demeanor shifted from fierce to profoundly sorrowful, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing Yi Wanyu's distress, found herself at a loss for words to offer comfort. Just as she felt helpless, Yi Wanyu composed herself. All right, you may leave now, she said after wiping away her tears. In honor of my sister, I will help you secure a spot. After saying this, Yi Wanyu ignored Zhu Zhuqing, taking out a doll resembling Zhu Zhuqing from her pocket, lost in her own melancholy. However, Zhu Zhuqing did not leave. Her emotions were tumultuous. She had resigned herself to the notion that her life might end here, yet now she had been granted a chance at life by a stranger she had never met. Something billions outside could only dream of. Caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, she was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Yi Wanyu, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's reluctance to depart, frowned in irritation. What are you staring at? I don't see what's so special about you. My sister gifts me a present, and it's you. With that, Yi Wanyu tucked the doll back into her pocket as she prepared to usher Zhu Zhuqing away. Yet, a single proclamation from Zhu Zhuqing left her momentarily stunned. I want to join the Foundation, Zhu Zhuqing asserted resolutely, her emotions a swirl of confusion. Yet one thought consumed her mind. She needed to do something for the girl who had granted her this chance at life. Well, what? Yi Wanyu stared blankly at Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed transformed. I said, I want to join the Foundation. You must help me. Have you lost your mind? Is joining the Foundation as simple as you wish it to be? That's why you must assist me. Why on earth would I help you? Besides, you've been given a chance at life. What is the deal with wanting to join the Foundation? Do you have any idea how many perish there daily? I still want to join. You have to help me. TSK, you've been granted a chance to live, so hurry and leave. Joining the Foundation means death, real death. The Foundation can even slay beings that are immortal. Do you think resurrecting a deceased person is an easy feat? Zhu Zhuqing was perplexed, logically, given the Foundation's capabilities. It shouldn't be impossible. You know nothing. Resurrecting you people is indeed easy for the Foundation, but reviving their own is a monumental challenge. Nearly impossible. Yi Wanyu gazed at the unwavering individual before her, annoyance etched across her features. Very well, I shall enlighten you. Perhaps it will extinguish your aspirations. Each member of our Foundation undergoes a peculiar mimetic marking upon joining. This marking serves a dual purpose. It prevents our betrayal and the revelation of the Foundation's secrets, while also severing our ties to the realm of delusions, thereby transforming our state of existence. We transition from ephemeral beings of the delusional realm to a semi-real state, suspended between true reality and illusion. Once this mimetic marking is bestowed, all traces of you within the delusional realm will revert to you. From that moment forth, you shall be the sole existence of that identity, and all remnants of you in the delusional realm will vanish completely, save for the records of the Foundation. This is why we traverse myriad worlds unscathed, yet it bears a grave downside. Should you perish, you shall utterly vanish. There will be no vestige of your existence remaining in the delusional realm. For instance, if you were to die in this world, your counterpart in a parallel universe would still thrive, as would your counterpart in the realm of fanfiction. However, should I die now, it would be final, an absolute obliteration. No trace of my being would linger in the entire delusional realm. Do you comprehend now? This is no trifling matter. Depart from my presence at once. Yi Wanyu gestured toward the exit, urging her to leave. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing showed no intention of departing. She fixed her resolute gaze upon Yi Wanyu and slowly spoke. If it is as perilous as you say, why did you all choose to join the Foundation in the first place? Yi Wanyu was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such an inquiry. After a wry smile, she replied, because some individuals and causes are worth safeguarding, even at the cost of one's life. After a brief silence, Zhu Zhuqing declared, then I shall remain steadfast in my decision. I wish to become a member of the Foundation to protect what is worthy. Just as you do. Yi Wanyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you mad? Did you not comprehend what I just said? Death signifies complete obliteration. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, asserting, I understand fully, yet I must live up to the praise your sister bestowed upon me and embrace this new life. Yi Wanyue regarded the tenacious woman before her, a swirl of complex emotions rising within her. After a long pause, she sighed, I now grasp why my sister speaks so highly of you. Reflect on this carefully. It is not a decision to be made in haste. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and turned to exit the room, leaving Yi Wanyue contemplating her retreating figure with a pensive expression. Their conversation regarding the Foundation and the finality of death was soon unveiled to the multiverse, displayed across the cosmic tapestry for all humanity to witness. Chapter 19. The process of containment begins. Once death occurs, it is true obliteration. We are born of darkness, and we perish nameless, emerging from the endless void. We are destined to traverse towards an unremarkable end, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, briefly brilliant, yet quietly falling into obscurity. No one shall remember our existence. No one shall care for the storms and tribulations we have endured. We are born into darkness, destined to leave no brilliant mark upon this world. We die nameless, as if we had never graced this vast expanse of existence. We are the watchers in the shadows, the candelabras sustaining the light of reason, the final bastion of human intellect. We are the Foundation. Black Tower, Star Rail, is that so? No wonder we were utterly oblivious to any information regarding the Foundation before the curtain of night was drawn back. Herrscher of the Void, Honkai, alas. They are engaged in such noble endeavors, yet in the end, they leave not a trace behind. Silver Wolf, Star Rail born in darkness, dying nameless. I cannot fathom the nobility required to persist in such conditions. Were I in their place, I would have surely betrayed them long ago. Fang Yuan, Gu Domain truly. They are a paragon of nobility. Yet, such virtuous souls are seldom remembered and do not endure. Shi Jingchun, sword come a journey through this world, is undertaken to leave one's mark, to achieve everlasting renown. Yet the actions of the Foundation's members command my deepest admiration. Walter, Star Rail fallen nameless in the shadows. Your deeds deserve eternal remembrance. A tribute to those who have perished. Xiao Yin, battle through the heavens, the light you protect shall ultimately embrace those who gaze into darkness. Salute to the departed. A tribute to those who have perished. A salute to the Foundation. In the world of Doluo, as dawn breaks, the sun, radiating a gentle and warm glow, resembles a loving mother tenderly caressing the ancient and solemn city of Soul Land. Sunlight filters through the thin clouds, draping the entire square in a golden hue. Each inch of earth, each stone seemingly basking in this comforting brilliance, evoking warmth in the heart. Yet, at this moment, the people gathered in the square are too preoccupied to savor this warmth and tranquility. Despite the enchanting beauty of the morning light, every soul in the city is filled with apprehension and unease. They stand silently in the square, their gazes involuntarily drawn to the Foundation's armored forces, which have lain still for 5 days. For them, the night had been too brief and tumultuous, igniting an unusual desire for the darkness to linger a while longer. However, time does not halt at the behest of human wishes. Regardless of their reluctance, what is destined must ultimately unfold. At this moment, the turning point that will determine the future of the Doluo world is silently approaching. Just then, the golden sun ascends higher, its light beginning to cascade over the cold, unyielding armor of the Foundation's forces. These iron behemoths stand quietly, exuding a chilling aura. At the forefront of the Foundation's armored battalion, Chun Qiantao sits with eyes closed, meditating. As the sunlight tenderly caresses him, he slowly opens his eyes. In that instant, everything around him seems to tense with his awakening. The gazes of the crowd in the square converge upon him. As Chun Qiandao observed that the time had come, he rose without a moment's hesitation and issued a command, his resonant voice echoing across the square. All Foundation personnel, prepare for combat. Upon receiving the order, the once silent steel behemoths in the square began to respond swiftly. The roar of armored vehicle engines surged like a ferocious beast, enveloping the entire area. Fully armed Foundation combat personnel promptly and orderly reached their designated positions, charging their weapons and loading ammunition. 10 celestial helicopters began to ascend gradually, 2 of which were lowering a meticulously prepared steel cube. Simultaneously, the members of the Deathwing squad swiftly assembled behind Chen Qiandao. This containment operation will be executed under the leadership of myself and Wang Qinyang, while the rest will be responsible for logistical support and the final retreat. Is that understood? Chen Qiandao turned to address the neatly positioned Deathwing members. Understood. We will ensure the mission's success. All right, Foundation combat personnel, follow me. Chun Qiandao swiftly boarded one of the celestial helicopters to direct the containment troops, while Wang Qinyang climbed into the lead armored vehicle. The Grand Foundation containment force began to swiftly depart from Wuhuan City, racing toward the Stardow Forest. Meanwhile, deep within the Lake of Life in the Stardow Forest, 682, the focal point of this containment mission, had certainly not been idle over the past 5 days. 5 days prior, 682 had accompanied Emperor Tian and ZG into the mysterious depths concealed beneath the Lake of Life. They arrived at a narrow space, personally created by the Silver Dragon King. Upon reaching their destination, 682 was finally granted the opportunity to meet the Silver Dragon King, the current sovereign of the dragon lineage in the Doluo world. However, the sight before 682 incited a furious wrath. Despite having undergone countless years of cultivation, the Silver Dragon King bore visible wounds, with blood seeping from numerous small openings across his body. Most horrifying was a deep sword wound on his back, exposing bone, with streams of murderous red energy continuously ravaging the Silver Dragon King's form. Even though the life force from the lake above was being channeled to heal the wounds, it merely maintained a precarious balance. Complete recovery in a short time was evidently impossible. This left the once immensely powerful body of the Silver Dragon King appearing exceptionally frail. Subsequently, through the Silver Dragon King's narratives and fragments of memories, 682 gained a profound understanding of the history of the Soul Beast clan and the tragic plight faced by the dragon lineage in the present Doluo world. In that instant, the brutal emotions that had slightly receded upon encountering the dragon clan erupted within 682 like a volcano. A deafening roar reverberated through the heavens, as if it aimed to rend the very fabric of the world. Humans. Once again, it is humans. I shall tear those damned beings to shreds. This cry, filled with boundless fury and hatred, pierced through the small space and resonated endlessly above the vast expanse of the lake of life. The ferocious aura emanating from its voice surged forth like a tempestuous tide, instantly alarming the myriad soul beasts dwelling in the vicinity. In sheer terror, they scattered in all directions, fearful of being caught in the wake of this formidable power. Beneath the thunderous roar of 682, the very fabric of space seemed to tremble. However, 682 did not succumb to irrationality. It refrained from recklessly charging into a bloody rampage. Instead, it approached the source of the Azura divine power that had persistently inflicted harm upon the Silver Dragon King. With its cavernous maw agape, resembling a black hole, it began to draw in this divine energy relentlessly. As time progressed, 682's form became enveloped in a shroud of dark crimson light. When the last vestige of the Azura power was entirely absorbed, a staggering transformation unfolded. The originally dark scales, tinged with a hint of azure, swiftly morphed into a vivid, blood-red hue. Each scale glimmered with an eerie brilliance, as if forged from copious amounts of blood. In that moment, 682 emerged like a terrifying entity that had just clawed its way from the depths of a sea of blood, exuding an aura that instilled dread. Furthermore, following this evolution, 682's physique dramatically expanded, more than doubling in size. Its already razor-sharp claws and teeth now resembled legendary weapons, radiating a chilling light that suggested they could effortlessly rend the very fabric of reality. Simultaneously, a dense, almost tangible, crimson energy began to swirl around its form, resembling a river of blood encircling 682's body. Upon completing its transformation, 682 unleashed a beam of light from its mouth, striking the life lake above. In an instant, the entire lake churned violently as torrents of verdant life energy surged along the beam, cascading into 682's being. Nourished by this immense vitality, 682 swiftly channeled this energy into the injured form of the Silver Dragon King. The gruesome wounds upon the Silver Dragon King's body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and the once dull dragon scales regained their resplendent luster. In no time, the concentrated life force within this confined space morphed into a liquid state, and the Silver Dragon King, immersed in such rich life essence, fully healed within a day's time. Subsequently, the Silver Dragon King departed this small space to assist in guarding, while 682 commenced its relentless absorption of this abundant life energy, initiating a continuous evolution. As 682 drew upon the life force of the entire life lake with utmost vigor, the Foundation's forces arrived at the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Gazing upon the seemingly endless expanse of verdant woods, Chun Xiantao sensed the pulsations emanating from the forest's heart. He knew he must act swiftly. Although 682 was merely siphoning the life force of a single planet's lake, even after its evolution, it would undoubtedly remain inferior to him. However, to err on the side of caution, it was prudent to act swiftly. With this thought in mind, Chun Xiantao promptly departed from the helicopter and approached the edge of the starry forest. He immediately gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending a colossal aqua-blue imprint hurtling toward the depths of the forest. The imprint faced no obstacles in its path, directly advancing toward the life lake at the forest's heart. Along the way, all impediments were reduced to ashes, whether they be towering ancient trees or formidable soul beasts, all obliterated beneath that single strike. The Silver Dragon King and several fearsome creatures guarding the life lake naturally took notice of the impending palm imprint. Just as they contemplated a counteraction, the imprint had already reached them, revealing the terrifying force it contained. The enormous beasts and the Silver Dragon King were sent flying, sustaining grave injuries upon landing. Had Chun Xiantao not been merely casual in his strike, they would have faced annihilation. Outside the forest, Chun Xiantao surveyed the path leading directly to the life lake and swiftly commanded the Foundation troops to advance. The commotion outside was unmistakable, and within the confines of its small space, SCP-682 was acutely aware of the unwelcome presence of the Foundation personnel. It hastened its evolutionary process, extending several tendrils from its body that plunged into the life lake to voraciously extract its life force. In mere moments, the vast expanse of the life lake dimmed entirely, and the abundant vitality allowed 682 to complete its evolution. As it assimilated the life force, 682 underwent astonishing transformations. Mysterious runes began to materialize upon its blood-red scales, shimmering with a golden radiance, reminiscent of ancient deities' inscriptions. Its eyes ignited with an ethereal blue flame, flickering as if they could perceive the mysteries of the universe. Suddenly, a pair of immense bony wings unfurled behind it, spanning several hundred meters. Each beat summoned a tempest, infused with an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. Yet, these bony wings did not bestow flight upon 682. A sharp horn sprouted from its crown, spiraling with tendrils of life force, akin to a nascent spiritual entity. Its limbs grew more robust and powerful, the muscles coiling with cataclysmic potential. At this moment, 682 transcended mere biological strength. It embodied the essence of a sovereign birth from life force, its vitality surging within. The surrounding space began to warp and contort under the weight of its oppressive presence, as if on the verge of shattering. Yet, it remained unperturbed, standing still to relish the newfound power granted by its evolution while awaiting the Foundation's arrival. Casting a glance at the gravely injured Silver Dragon King and the other beasts, 682 casually dripped a few drops of its blood into their mouths. The once mortally wounded creatures instantaneously regained their vigor, rising to their feet and staring in astonishment at the transformed 682. A commanding voice resonated in their minds, urging them to retreat into the safety of their domain. The formidable beasts recognized that this was no longer a battle in which they could partake, and hastily retreated into the refuge of a small space under the guidance of the Silver Dragon King. They were, in fact, rather fortunate, as they had found a haven from the storm. The Foundation's incursion consisted solely of the Material Strike Division, rather than other offensive departments. Thus they retained a considerable chance of surviving this confrontation. Observing that the beasts had taken cover, Subject 682 turned slightly to regard the Foundation's containment forces that had arrived at the Life Lake. As the fully armed troops of the Foundation approached, the enigmatic runes adorning 682's form began to flicker, and the energy within it surged tumultuously. Energy barriers and domains under its command continuously ascended. On the Foundation's side, Commander Chen Xiantao gazed at the transformed 682 with a hint of astonishment, narrowing his eyes. Had it truly reached the third tier? Without uttering a word, he issued commands to the armored battalion stationed behind him. All combat personnel, engage with full force. Attack indiscriminately. Before Chen Xiantao's voice had fully dissipated, the Material Strike Division unleashed all the ammunition they had brought forth, directing it en masse towards 682. In an instant, countless projectiles tore through the air, hurtling towards 682 like a tempest of enraged meteors. The flames erupting from the cannon mouths illuminated the somber earth, and amidst the billowing smoke, the ground trembled beneath the onslaught. A cacophony of thunderous roars converged, akin to the tolling of a doomsday bell. The rain of shells descended upon 682 and its surroundings, with explosions producing blinding brilliance that rendered the eyes unable to open. Each detonation unleashed colossal shockwaves, sweeping everything in its vicinity. The ground was pockmarked with craters. Lifeless waters from the lake were violently thrown into the air only to crash down, creating clouds of mist. Nearby mountains began to crumble under the bombardment, boulders cascading down, shrouded in a haze of dust. As the first round of conventional weaponry came to a temporary halt, the energy weapons of the Material Strike Division had finished charging. In a flash, the second wave of assault commenced like a tempest, beams of dazzling laser energy slicing through the atmosphere like lightning, relentlessly sweeping towards the obscured area shrouded in thick smoke and dust. The intense heat radiating from these potent energy beams was beyond imagination, wherever they traveled. The air seemed to ignite, blazing fiercely. The previously calm and stable environment began to warp and shatter under the onslaught of this terrifying heat, as if a magnificent painting had been mercilessly crumpled into a chaotic mess by an unyielding hand. Chapter 20. Containment Failure. As alarms signaling weapon overheating blared, the tempestuous assault of the Material Strike Division gradually subsided. The Foundation personnel quickly responded, methodically preparing for a new round of reloading and charging. However, the Foundation's offensive was far from over. All shields withdraw. Chen Qiantao commanded. Wang Qinyang, engage. He gestured towards Wang Qinyang, who had been poised and ready for some time. Upon receiving the command, Wang Qinyang swiftly unleashed the full force of his long-prepared assault. A blazing sun, radiating intense flames, gradually ascended behind him, instantly saturating the surrounding atmosphere with its scorching presence. Trees ignited in an instant, and the lake's waters evaporated within the blink of an eye. As the fiery orb rose higher, its searing light rendered it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. With a diameter spanning several thousand meters, the inferno seemed poised to consume the very heavens above. The air around warped and twisted under extreme heat, producing crackling sounds as if the entire space were lamenting. With a thunderous roar, the sun was hurled toward the location of 682, causing the ground to tremble violently, with massive fissures spreading outward into the starry forest. Where it struck, soil and stone were instantaneously reduced to dust, followed by terrifying ripples of energy radiating outwards. Mountains crumbled, colossal boulders were propelled into the sky, and then melted into torrents of fiery magma cascading down. In the distance, buildings within the city collapsed like mere paper, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sun. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, accompanied by a deafening roar, as this force of destruction continued to wreak havoc. Life itself appeared feeble in its presence, as the entire starry forest and surrounding regions seemed to be reshaped, revealing a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic wasteland. As the energy ripples dissipated like mist scattered by the wind, the previously concealed battlefield gradually unveiled itself to the eyes of humanity across the realms. As the onlookers gazed intently, they beheld what was once a vibrant lake at the forest's heart, sparkling like an emerald gem, now utterly vanished. In its place lay an immense, unfathomable pit, marred by gaping cracks, resembling the earth's maw, eager to devour everything. Moreover, the fissures radiating from the pit's edge were strikingly alarming, each spanning hundreds to thousands of meters wide, appearing as serpentine canyons that instilled terror in those who beheld them. Beneath the onslaught of these dreadful crevices, the vast starry forest was left in ruins. Once lush trees had been reduced to heaps of charred ash, scattered by the wind. As for the countless spirit beasts inhabiting this forest, the few fortunate enough to survive were exceedingly rare. Yet, the architect of this devastation, Wang Qinyang, was, in fact, consciously restraining his power. After all, with his formidable status as a mid-tier reality warper, should he unleash his full might? Shattering the entirety of Star would hardly be an insurmountable feat. As the dust settled, humanity across all realms beheld the woeful figure of SCP-682 once more. The creature, in a state of utter desolation, bore shattered scales and a form that had been reduced to mere ashes. Yet, to the astonishment of all, even in such a dire condition, SCP-682 retained its capacity for resistance. Wang Qinyang and several skyward helicopters, attempting to approach and contain the creature, inexplicably found themselves transported to another location upon nearing it. The spatial anomalies in that zone prompted Wang Qinyang to swiftly report the situation. In response, several hovering skyward helicopters rapidly deployed 8 stability anchors around the gaping pit. As blue ripples spread outward, Wang Qinyang successfully drew closer to SCP-682 at the center of the pit. Just as humanity across the realms breathed a sigh of relief, believing success was at hand, calamity struck once more. The remaining 30% of SCP-682's form emitted an unforeseen roar, unleashing an invisible domain that expanded outward. In an instant, everything within a radius of several thousand meters around SCP-682 came to a standstill. Witnessing the activation of its time dilation field, SCP-682's previously battered body began to mend at an imperceptible pace. Furthermore, the regenerated flesh and armor were notably more robust than before. Seizing this opportunity, SCP-682 extracted torrents of life force from the earth beneath, propelling its evolution anew. However, the creature's scheme faltered as the time dilation field began to wane. The 8 stability anchors erupted in a simultaneous display of blue light. The blue ripples swiftly collided with SCP-682's time dilation field, and, under the force exerted by the reality anchors, the field was successfully nullified within mere seconds. Revitalized, Wang Qinyang sprang into action, summoning a pair of blazing hands from behind him, enveloped in searing sunlight, to disrupt SCP-682's evolution. Simultaneously, the cannons mounted on the helicopters above unleashed a barrage of the Foundation's specially engineered reality-distorting ammunition, striking true against SCP-682, which was pinned down by Wang Qinyang, effortlessly penetrating its newly formed heavy armor. With Wang Qinyang unleashing his full power, SCP-682 was reduced once again to a mangled heap of flesh. As the creature temporarily lost its capacity for movement, the skyward, suspended by a steel cube, swiftly positioned itself. This time, no unforeseen incidents occurred. SCP-682's remnants were successfully contained within a vessel filled with potent hydrochloric acid. The Foundation personnel present exhaled in relief. Although this incident had caused some disruption to the Doloa continent, it paled in comparison to the devastation wrought by SCP-682's previous containment breach. As the Foundation team began to clear the battlefield in preparation for a retreat to Spirit City, their leader, Chun Qiandao, furrowed his brow, intently surveying the surroundings. "Captain, what troubles you? Is something amiss?" Wang Qinyang inquired, puzzled by his leader's demeanor. "Something is amiss, absolutely amiss. This containment operation has been alarmingly facile. If it were merely this simple, the headquarters would certainly not have dispatched us to procure genetic samples from the Dolo world. Indeed, it seems rather too effortless. This 682 does not appear to be as terrifying as other teams have described." Wang Qinyang rubbed his wrist and remarked. Upon hearing Wang Qinyang's words, Chun Qiantao's sense of unease intensified. He began to scrutinize his surroundings, searching for anything out of the ordinary. This careful examination revealed an unusual sight. A tree, reduced to ashes, caught his attention. Wang Qinyang glanced over and dismissed it. "It's merely a tree charred to ash by my blazing sun. What is the issue?" "Not true. That tree was not burnt to ash by you." Chun Qiantao firmly refuted Wang Qinyang's claim and hurried over to grasp a handful of the tree's ashes. "This tree has been drained of its life force, reduced to ash." The more he spoke, the darker his expression became. After explaining, Chun Qiantao released his psychic energy to probe the surroundings, and the increasing abundance of lifeless plant ashes deepened his frown. As his psychic energy delved deeper into the ground, he sensed a tremendous surge of life force gathering swiftly and covertly toward the location where 682 had previously been situated. Chun Qiantao's expression darkened. He had initially hoped to preserve the Doa star beneath his feet, but it now seemed impossible. In that moment of realization, while a clone of his delayed the foundation, the 682, which had been concealed deep within the heart of the Doa continent, ceased its concealment. It opened wide its maw and began to voraciously siphon the life force of the entire Doa world. In the blink of an eye, the life force of the entire Doa star was entirely drained by 682. As the life force was completely extracted, the once azure sky of Doa star turned dark and gloomy, resembling a heavy leaden plate pressing down overhead. The atmosphere gradually filled with the scent of death and decay. Fierce winds howled, and all plant life on the surface transformed into a cloud of dust and gravel. Rivers ran dry, their beds exposed, with cracked fissures resembling the earth's desperate cries. The ocean no longer roared. Instead, it shrank into foul-smelling mud pits, littered with the corpses of countless oceanic soul beasts. Not only the plants, but all surviving life forms, whether soul beasts or humans, who had weathered the previous battle, had their life force instantaneously consumed by 682. One moment, they were thriving. The next, they were devoid of life, reduced to a pile of ashes. Everyone, evacuate the Doloa world immediately, Chun Qiantao ordered, his face grim as he surveyed the now lifeless Doloa world. Empowered by the life force of all beings in the Doloa world, 682 slowly emerged from the depths of the Doloa continent. The bottom of the massive crater, formed by the Lake of Life, suddenly caved inward. A cloud of dust rising as a colossal being, hundreds of meters in size, with blood-red eyes filled with unending cruelty, slowly opened its gaze. As Cold cast a fleeting glance at the Foundation personnel on the surface before slowly departing, a colossal, menacing claw, stretching thousands of meters, suddenly emerged and struck the ground. With the emergence of this enormous claw, the earth instantaneously fractured, creating deep chasms that spread outward like the fissures of an apocalyptic world. Following this, 682, now magnitudes larger than before, gradually ascended, shedding shattered continental plates from its back. Countless streams of molten rock cascaded down its form, revealing the newly evolved body of 682. It was cloaked in a layer of dark purple scales, each shimmering with an eerie glow, reminiscent of shadows from the abyss. Its back bristled with sharp, bony spines, resembling towering peaks, exuding an aura that instilled dread. As it fully emerged from the Earth's core, the plates of Doa continent were utterly fragmented, with continuous mountain ranges collapsing, boulders tumbling, and clouds of dust obscuring the sky. Its tail swept through the air like a massive black scythe, uprooting vast mountain ranges and casting them skyward. 682 opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a thunderous roar, the breath it expelled reeking of a putrid stench, obliterating any lingering vestiges of life in its wake. Its blood-red eyes coldly surveyed the ravaged world, fixating on the Foundation personnel, the sole survivors on the surface. At this moment, 682 had firmly transcended into a Class 3 reality distorter, although it still fell short of Wang Qianyang. Its mere presence sent waves of terror through humanity across realms. However, Chun Qiandao's expression darkened further upon witnessing the colossal 682 before him, not due to its formidable evolution, but rather because he was certain that this version of 682 was an imposter. He could guarantee, with unwavering conviction, that this seemingly invincible 682 was undoubtedly a counterfeit. After all, how could a mere Class 3 dare to challenge him, a Class 4? Was it this Class 3 who had grown arrogant? Or had his own prowess as a Class 4 diminished? What exacerbated Chun Qiandao's frustration was the fact that he, a dignified Class 4 and the captain of the second-ranking squad in the Foundation's Huaxia branch, was being toyed with by a giant lizard he could have easily crushed. Realizing this, he resolved not to waste any more time and prepared to take matters into his own hands. Before doing so, however, he ensured that Wang Qianyang and the Material Strike Division were safely returned to the narrative passage in Wuhuan City, which had been meticulously prepared. With determination, Chun Qiandao unleashed his power. The sheer pressure emanating from him caused the foe 682 to erupt with bursts of crimson mist. Simultaneously, an immense aquamarine hand, reminiscent of the heavens, materialized out of thin air. This colossal hand blotted out the sun, as if it had claimed dominion over the entire sky, descending upon the false 682 with an unstoppable force that appeared deceptively slow, yet utterly relentless. Faced with such a terrifying assault, the counterfeit 682 thrashed frantically in a futile attempt to resist. Yet, all its efforts proved inconsequential, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. At last, accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the cosmos, Chun Qiandao's azure hand descended mercilessly. In an instant, The false 682 and the once vibrant Doa star beneath it were reduced to mere dust. The debris and smoke from the planet scattered across the vastness of space, creating a breathtaking yet harrowing spectacle. Following this devastating strike, Chun Xiandao floated silently in the void, his gaze fixed upon the remnants of what was once a flourishing Doa star, now nothing more than cosmic detritus. His countenance was grim and foreboding, a reflection of the turmoil within him, for he understood all too well that after such upheaval, locating the true 682 had become an almost insurmountable challenge. Yet undeterred, Chun Xiandao continued his search through the Doloa star system, during which he managed to uncover the whereabouts of the Doloa divine realm. However, upon entering this realm, he found it too late. 682 had indeed been there, but had escaped once more, leaving behind a wasteland of the divine realm, where all deities had been ruthlessly slaughtered by 682, their divine essences consumed entirely. How do I know this? The ground was littered with the remnants of third-tier divine essences, discarded like pitiful scraps, reminiscent of a certain monkey that devours peaches. Moreover, the energy core sustaining the divine realm was depleted, and it was evident that 682 had utilized this energy to further its own evolution. As he surveyed the desolate ruins of the Doloa divine realm, Chun Xiandao trembled with rage, finally grasping why those who had encountered 682 spoke of it with such trepidation. Chapter 21, The Foundation's Might. Project Number, 682, The Immortal Abomination. Project Location, Unknown, belonging to the Doloa world. Project Status, Uncontained. Responsible Teams, Hammer Team, Material Strike Division, Deathwing Team. File unsealed, awaiting processing, end of report. Despite Chun Xiandao's unwillingness to accept the situation, 682 had vanished without a trace. This containment operation was declared a complete failure. Fortunately, no personnel from the Foundation involved in this mission suffered casualties. As for the now-turned-Doloa star, who cares? There are plenty of parallel worlds and fan realms within that bubble. Losing one is inconsequential. It's a small mercy that the entire bubble wasn't obliterated. And they even managed to leave behind a spark of hope. With Chun Xiandao entering the narrative passage, this containment mission was effectively concluded. The only silver lining was that currently, 682 had not evolved to the extent of traversing narrative bubbles, and it would require a considerable amount of time and vast quantities of advanced energy to reach divine status. Thus, the Foundation had ample time to painstakingly search for 682's whereabouts and reclaim it. However, this would necessitate the unfortunate burden on the countless worlds within the Doloa bubble. Since no one voiced dissent, this decision was made democratically. What? Someone suggests that the firmament could pinpoint 682? Who? Step forward. I would like to have a word with them. Does the sky's operation require no energy? Does our precious mobile task force not need rest? Standing here day after day, it is easy to speak without feeling the strain. We understand your world is in a hurry, but please, do not rush us. Our beloved 999 has yet to be found. We are far more anxious than you. As Chun Xiantao stepped out of the narrative passage and returned to the base of the Deadwing team stationed in a certain world, the scene before him further darkened his already troubled mood. In the plaza of the base, 100 eager pairs of eyes turned towards him. For a fleeting moment, Chun Xiantao felt as though he were gazing upon 100 hungry lambs, eagerly awaiting the return of their mother. Though perhaps an imperfect metaphor, the eagerness was indeed palpable. This opportunity was requested in the name of the Deadwing team, which meant that the Foundation could not afford to provide sustenance for them. Thus, these 100 individuals would have their lodging covered by the Foundation, while all other expenses, including meals, would be charged to the Deadwing team. In other words, the Deadwing team now had an additional 100 mouths to feed. The thought cast a shadow over Chun Xiantao, not that they could not afford it. After all, the Foundation's treatment of the mobile task forces was generally commendable, but it was his money. Now he deeply regretted shattering Doloa Star. Initially, he had thought that the worst outcome would merely involve the extinction of surface life on Doloa Star, and these 100 individuals would only need to remain briefly before being sent away. Thus, he foolishly acquiesced to Su Mushue's request, and now, he found himself in a predicament of his own making. Given that the Foundation was currently focused on recontainment and control of anomalies, the efficiency of executing any other matters had taken a back seat. By the time the Foundation remembered to assist them in finding a new world to inhabit, it would likely take at least a week. Chun Xiantao could hardly bear to imagine how lively their station would be over the next week. Fortunately, his teammates were reasonably considerate. They had already arranged everything before his return, sparing him further worry. The individuals waiting there were merely there to greet him, their overseer. All right, for now, you will reside here. Everything has been arranged. I only hope you remember not to tamper with certain things in this base and refrain from leaving without permission. Once the Foundation completes the cloning process for your world, you will be transported to a new world to live in. You may disperse now. Upon hearing Chun Xiantao's words, those present felt reassured and gradually departed to their designated rooms. As for why they did not hold Chun Xiantao accountable for the destruction of their world, it was not merely because their lives had been saved by him, nor because their food and shelter were provided by him. Moreover, the sky had made it abundantly clear that even if Chun Qiantao had not destroyed the lost star, it would have inevitably become a dead star. Soon, only the members of the Deadwing team and a few stragglers remained in the plaza. Chun Qiantao gazed at Qian Ringshu, who looked at him with eager eyes, accompanied by a small trinket he momentarily wished to avoid. Not far off, Bibi Dong, filled with desire to embrace her daughter, hesitated to act due to the presence of Su Muxue, who was also watching Chun Qiantao intently. Now, both Bibi Dong and Qian Ringshu had come to understand everything through the Doa, a continent novel provided by Su Muxue. The misunderstandings resolved. The mother and daughter sought to nurture their relationship, only to be interrupted by Su Muxue, the unwelcome third party. The acquaintance between Su Muxue and Qian Ringshu stemmed from a certain individual who had climbed into her bed at midnight, expressing a desire to touch her wings. How could you be so worthless? Chun Qiantao glared at the trinket hanging from Qian Ringshu, gritting his teeth. Hearing Chun Qiantao's frustration, Su Muxue reluctantly climbed down from Qian Ringshu. Finally liberated, Qian Ringshu swiftly ran behind Bibi Dong, and after a nod of gratitude, the mother and daughter left the base square in an instant. Facing the unwillingly standing Su Muxue, Chun Qiantao coldly uttered a remark before turning to leave. Humph. Your allowance is cut in half from now on. Ah, please, Captain, don't be so heartless. How can I support my little angel without money? Captain, wait, I'm still here. As Chun Qiantao prepared to return for a rest, he was called by Yi Wanhua. He met her pleading gaze along with Zhu Zhuqing, who followed closely behind. Handle it yourself. Chun Qiantao tossed a remark before vanishing from the square. Following the failure of this containment operation, the current sky curtain concluded. Meanwhile, the comments section was abuzz with discussions among the myriad beings of the world. Yi Fan, is this 682 truly that intelligent? Knowing it couldn't win, it fled in advance, even leaving behind 2 illusions. Chu Feng, exactly. At first, I thought 682 was just a brutal monster. But it turns out it possesses an immense depth of cunning. Bai Yuehui, what a terrifying creature. Not only can it evolve indefinitely, but its intelligence is also remarkably high. The Foundation is already filled with monstrous entities. Haida, not entirely surprising. Considering the sky curtain mentioned that 682 had breached containment multiple times before the Foundation's demise. It must possess a keen intellect to achieve that. Shennan, right? It seems to resemble the ancestral existence of the dragon race. Its power and wisdom can hardly be lacking, apart from the dragon from our world. Long, hey. Kid, do you dare speak ill of your handsome and mighty grandpa dragon? Just wait for me. Yun Luo, dragons from other worlds truly look unique, resembling lizards with wings. ISNTA dragon born to fly. Why do they need wings? Luo Zhong, not sure. Could it be from the lineage of the Yinglong? But that doesn't seem right. Anger, aren't dragons supposed to look like this? What's the issue? The rogue dragon, God Tumhof. How can a dragon possibly be akin to a mere lizard with wings? A noble dragon ought to resemble someone as handsome and charming as I am. Qian Daolu, Doloa fanfiction, is there truly no one to speak for us? The 682 still roams in our world, unaware of its surroundings. Time, like a wild stallion, gallops forth with a swift and unrelenting pace amidst the fervent discussions among humanity across myriad realms, swiftly slipping away from our grasp. Unbeknownst to us, several days have already passed. Once again, the heavens, having settled for a few days, today revealed a scene without any forewarning. Foundation Archive, Ultimate Force. Project level. Accessible only to level 4 personnel or those with special permissions. Citizen A of the Celestial Vessel. Wonderful. This time it's a Foundation Archive. We are doomed. Citizen B of the Celestial Vessel. We should trust the Foundation once more. This archive is surely devoid of any real danger. As they speak, they gather supplies. Kafka Star Realm. Is this Foundation Archive not about the anomalies? Hersher of the Void. Star Rail, judging by the introduction. This should detail the armed forces the Foundation employs against anomalies. Kiana, Honkai, surely. There can't be any danger this time, right? Yi Fan, Godslayer at last. The heavens have presented us with something that piques our interest, yet poses no peril. We should be able to enjoy this viewing in peace. Black Tower, Star Rail indeed. Indeed. I have long been curious about the weapons the Foundation wields against anomalies. Let me see for myself. Hu Tao, Genshin Impact WoW, the ultimate force of the Foundation. The very name sounds formidable. I wonder, is it a weapon or perhaps some supreme divinity? Yi Fan, Heavenly Shield to be designated as the ultimate force by the Foundation. It must possess the capability to wound or even slay a supreme divinity, right? Virtual Sovereign, who resides above the boundary between reality and the domain of illusions. The Supreme Virtual Sovereign. It is the highest position reserved in any comparison. Those above it are true, while those below are illusions. In the realm of illusions, beings claiming to transcend all or exist in their original form are but ignorant frogs, unaware of their limitations, for within the true realm, nothing can genuinely encompass the essence of reality. The virtual sovereign granted the Foundation 7 artifacts capable of resisting the combatants that invade the Foundation's world, puppets crafted by the yellow-clad jester, imitating other formidable beings. These artifacts include the Genesis Convergence Array, capable of aligning adversaries within the Foundation's worldview, utilizing the Foundation's principles to interpret the opponent, for instance, transforming the concept of the unknowable into an inverse mean concept. Should any foreign entities enter this realm, they shall be ensnared by the array, relegated to a subordinate position, and compelled to follow the primary path. Its essence and function must conform to the principles of this world. The Infinite Dream Tower, a closed-loop narrative that continuously escalates in complexity, a closed-loop infinite box rendered equivalent to one. This tower encompasses layers upon layers, endlessly cascading. Even those who claim to possess a transcendent narrative, adept at breaking through dimensions, ultimately find themselves ensnared within and unable to escape. The constant measurement of unity, altering the metrics to achieve convergence, aligning both parties to a common standard. The concept of boundless eons is akin to the fleeting snap of fingers. One snap embodies infinite ages. The distinctions between large and small dissolve. The self and the other intertwine. All phenomena draw near. Measurements blur. The cycle returns to unity, and all things converge. Words yielding to fate, compelling the opponent to step into a predetermined destiny, akin to a narrative contrivance. Should one wish to disrupt the cause and effect, embracing licentiousness and malevolence, the spiritual banner will swiftly arise, turning the tides, establishing positions, and casting a great shadow to manifest a dead-end scenario, reversing the spiritual discourse and guiding it back to its destined course. The boundless returns to the profound, erasing the disruptive interference from the entirety of the cosmos, effectively eliminating any influence from the opponent on the Foundation's universe. Such sins are deemed utterly unforgivable. The collective may wield this dust whisk to sweep away remnants of malevolence from the vast expanse, brushing aside the ashes of boundless eons along the threads of cause and effect, ensuring that none who once traversed this realm remain. Temporal evolution and derivation. The Foundation continuously refines the narratives beneath its own, as grand creation does not adhere to a single temporal state. The void is inherently dynamic. All things are renewed. This derivation encompasses myriad transformations, delving into the exquisite intricacies of divine mechanics, yielding endless variations. The true ascendance mandate, summoning the authors of reality to collectively confront adversaries. Once invoked, it can call forth the denizens of the true ascendant, masters of narrative, to the very abodes of jesters, shattering delusions with the force of original doctrine. These artifacts are equally potent across other conceptual universes. Thus, within any worldview, the sentient beings of the Foundation's universe can invariably utilize these items to contain or seal away various deities, whether proactively or reactively. File note: some artifacts have been completely destroyed or lost due to the data deletion war that led to the Foundation's demise. Fortunately, the Foundation has managed to replicate these original items, and their replicas still possess considerable power, sufficient to assist in maintaining rationality in the world post-conflict. Wow, incredible. This is truly remarkable. Chapter 22, Entry 049, The Plague Doctor. Currently, some artifacts have been lost in the illusory realms of the delusion domain due to the data deletion war that resulted in the Foundation's downfall, and the surviving Foundation is exerting every effort to recover them. The Foundation is undeniably invincible. No wonder they exude confidence in containing anomalies across the delusion domain. If I were in their shoes, I would feel equally emboldened. What more can be said? The very essence of invincibility is etched upon the Foundation's visage. I wouldn't dare to cheat like this even in a game. Is there no oversight? What? The overseers are also from the Foundation? Then there's nothing to worry about. Forgive my lack of erudition. Is this virtual emperor truly that formidable? Such powerful artifacts are freely bestowed. Why is there no great figure to show me some compassion? How can the Foundation be so strong and still face extinction? What manner of adversary could be so monstrous? It seems likely they are at war with true reality. Beyond that, I cannot fathom what else in the delusion domain could bring about the Foundation's demise. Indeed, if even the artifacts gifted by the mightiest virtual emperor in the delusion domain cannot contain the situation, warfare with true reality appears to be the only plausible explanation. By the way, these artifacts are remarkable. Each one likely far surpasses the legendary celestial tools and divine instruments of our world. Certainly, if I were to stumble upon one, my latter years would be free of worry. Yet, do not indulge in fanciful dreams. Do you think it is as simple as picking up a cabbage? The realm of the pastoral deity, the heavenly court of Yenkan. Upon hearing the announcement of certain lost artifacts, an extraordinary light ignited in the eyes of the Emperor of Yenkan. Lost. What a splendid misfortune for this Foundation. Grandmaster, convey my edict. Immediately assemble a search team to trace the whereabouts of these artifacts. Priority will be given to those who make a discovery, with the reward of an official position in the heavenly court. The Emperor of Yenkin hastily commanded the full-scale pursuit of these artifacts within their world. If he were to obtain even one of them, even if it were merely a counterfeit from the Foundation, those so-called deities or demons would be easily crushed and molded at his will. The mere thought of this sent a tremor of excitement through the Emperor, prompting him to turn and instruct the Grand Master of Yenkin beside him. Grandmaster, you must also join the search. No, that will not do. I shall personally lead the expedition. We shall scour our world until we uncover some trace. All our other endeavors can be set aside for the time being. Your Majesty, please do not be overly excited. The announcement has yet to confirm that these artifacts will descend into our realm, the Grand Master of Yenkin cautioned, attempting to temper the Emperor's enthusiasm. Just as the Grand Master spoke, words once again materialized upon the celestial screen. Currently, some of the lost artifacts have been traced by the Foundation. The Chiwu Hung 1 foot, counterfeit, has fallen into the pastoral deity realm. The Command of Destiny flag, counterfeit, has fallen into the sword coming realm. The Infinite returning to the mysterious brush, counterfeit, has fallen into the perfect world. The Limitless extermination brush, counterfeit, has fallen into the god-slaying realm. The remaining Foundation is currently organizing a mobile task force to retrieve them shortly. In the meantime, we hope the humans of these worlds can assist in the search and temporarily safeguard these artifacts. Grandmaster, quickly, we must depart at once. Ha ha. Such divine favor shines upon my Yenkin heavenly court. Chiwu Hung 1 foot, I am coming for you. The Emperor of Yenkin could not suppress his triumphant laughter, striding toward the Grand Hall's entrance, where countless practitioners of the Yenkin heavenly court had already assembled. It seems that heaven truly favors us, the Grand Master of Yenkin chuckled, observing the contents of the celestial screen before swiftly following the Emperor's lead. In the god-slaying realm, the headquarters of the Night Watch was also abuzz with excitement. Mobilize all currently idle teams to search. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary to recover the Infinite returning to the mysterious brush. If it is on foreign soil, we must seize it back. We absolutely cannot allow those deities to obtain this artifact first. The border patrol teams were put on high alert, with additional squads dispatched to assist, ensuring that no treacherous intruders infiltrate the Great Xia. Execute immediately. Move, Yi Fan commanded, slamming his hand on the table with fervor. Yes, Commander. The previously exhilarated Corps members, upon hearing the orders, swiftly exited the conference room to begin organizing their operations. The other factions, witnessing the celestial veil, promptly commenced their respective maneuvers, stirring a tempest in the realm of divine slaying. The sword-coming world and the perfect world, also mentioned in the celestial discourse, saw their local powers spring into action. In these worlds, practitioners, seldom glimpsed by ordinary mortals in their lifetimes, emerged in droves, sweeping across the land in search of treasured artifacts. At this juncture, within the Grand Hall of the Stone Kingdom's Imperial Palace in the perfect world, the once jubilant banquet had turned somber. In light of the Stone Emperor's disappearance and the arrival of visitors from the higher realms, the civil and military officials of the Stone Kingdom had no choice but to invite the esteemed Lord Shur to host the reception for the celestial guests. However, during the banquet, the celestial visitors insultingly referred to them as the accursed bloodline of Ho, Yi, and Vermin, leaving the officials seething with indignation yet unable to voice their anger. Shur, witnessing the disdainful treatment of his kin, was understandably incensed and retorted sharply, declaring that the so-called noble bloodlines were no more than ephemeral vermin in the eyes of the Foundation, and that some of them were inferior to the denizens of the lower realm. This incited immediate outrage among the celestial visitors, who openly challenged Shur. Despite the reluctance of the officials to offend the celestial entourage, they too felt the sting of pride. Just as tensions escalated and confrontation seemed imminent, a strikingly elegant woman arrived, momentarily diffusing the charged atmosphere. Dressed in a flowing silver gown, she exuded an ethereal grace, as if enveloped in a soft luminescence, transcending the mundane world like a deity surveying the vast earth. Her presence was distinctly at odds with the surroundings. This was Yuchan, the contemporary saintess of the celestial repair path. Upon her arrival, the celestial visitors immediately bowed respectfully, addressing her as saintess. Step aside, do not delay important matters, Yuchan admonished, casting a brief glance at the individuals before her. They quickly retreated behind her, choosing to refrain from further discourse, setting aside the challenge for the moment. With an air of haughty superiority, Yuchan directed her gaze towards Shur, the leader of the Stone Kingdom, and remarked nonchalantly, "Are you the current spokesperson of the Stone Kingdom?" "Indeed," he affirmed. "Very well, you descendants of the accursed bloodline, heed this, by decree of the higher realms. All beings in the lower realms must immediately assist the celestial emissaries in locating the artifacts left behind by the Foundation, without fail." Yuchan regarded Shur and the officials with disdain as she proclaimed the celestial mandate. Just as Shur was about to respond, he was interrupted by the officials behind him. "We shall abide by your decree and will spare no effort to assist the saintess in the search for the artifacts." They echoed in unison, eager to placate the celestial visitors. Satisfied with their compliance, Yuchan nodded and turned to depart the banquet, leading the celestial entourage away. The officials hastily moved to organize their efforts. In the vast palace, only Hao remained, pondering in solitude. As the matter of the challenge fizzled out, Hao paid it little mind. Though he was confident in his ability to easily overpower those from the upper realms, he was still merely the Marquis of the Wilderness and preferred to avoid causing trouble for the Sure Kingdom. His thoughts turned to the artifact from the Foundation. With that in mind, he could not help but delve into his storage bag with his spiritual sense. Within it lay a mechanical tower brimming with technological allure. No larger than the palm of his hand, exuding a chilling metallic silver-gray hue. The tower's body was constructed from countless intricate components, each adorned with complex and mysterious engravings, seemingly concealing boundless power. The pinnacle of the tower shimmered with a ghostly blue light, reminiscent of stars cascading to earth. Its base resembled a sturdy pedestal, encircled by golden runes that pulsed with faint electrical currents. Each of its four sides was embedded with a diamond-shaped transparent crystal within which shadows danced, while ephemeral green data chains flickered around the tower, eluding any attempt to grasp their true significance. The entire mechanical tower radiated a futuristic aura of advanced technology. This was something he had discovered on the corpse of an individual clad in peculiar attire, and upon reflection, he realized that the garments resembled the battle suits worn by Foundation personnel. So, this must be the Foundation's dreaming tower. Hao mused, gazing at the technological marvel in his storage bag. He wondered about its power, but it seemed he could not utilize it. There was a mention of needing some sort of authorization upon acquisition. Perhaps it would be best to return it to the Foundation when their personnel arrived. It might even earn him a favor in return. After pondering for a moment, Hao resolved that returning the artifact was indeed prudent, as it served him no purpose at present. With his decision made, he feigned eagerness and set off with the ministers of the Sure Kingdom to seek out the Foundation's dreaming tower. Just as various factions across the realms stirred in excitement over the Foundation's artifact, a new anomaly was unleashed upon the celestial canopy. Anomaly has descended. All realms are advised to prepare for response. Project number 049, the Plague Doctor. Project level has been somewhat contained but still requires special measures for containment. The daydream is over. It is time to confront reality. Leisurely moments are always fleeting. It appears the time has come to make our escape, dear family. Fortunately, this is merely a level anomaly. We should be able to manage it on our own. The Plague Doctor? Is this anomaly a physician? Aren't doctors supposed to dedicate themselves to preserving life? How could one become an anomaly? Project description: a humanoid unknown entity clad in the garb of a 15th century European plague doctor, designated as 049, stands at a height of 19 meters, resembling a medieval avian-nosed physician. Although 049 appears to wear a thick long robe and a ceramic mask indicative of its profession, these garments seem to have grown organically over time from within its body. The texture of the robe and gloves matches the thick skin accumulated upon its flesh, while the mask consists of a chitinous material that has emerged from its facial bones. It has become nearly impossible to distinguish clothing from the form beneath it. Nevertheless, preliminary examinations indicate that beneath the surface of subject 049 lies a genuine human skeletal structure. Those who come into contact with 049 meet a swift demise, after which 049 extracts a surgical kit filled with various instruments and unknown substances to perform operations on the victims, transforming their corpses into puppet-like vegetative states. These entities wander aimlessly unless stimulated or directed by 049. Subject 049 is firmly convinced of the efficacy of its treatments, believing that all humans, save for the Foundation researchers clad in white coats, are afflicted by a great plague. This so-called plague is an infectious disease visible only to 049, which it claims is not limited to those outside the Foundation. Despite its vivid descriptions, the true nature and existence of this affliction remain shrouded in mystery. Interview records depict 049's interactions with the responsible researchers, culminating in its fatal dissection of one such individual due to alleged infection. Although 049 endeavored to maintain a professional demeanor afterward, it was apparent that it was deeply saddened and regretful. 049 is contained within a standard humanoid containment unit in Research Sector 02 of Site 19. Prior to any attempts at transportation, it must be sedated. During transit, 049 must be restrained within a high-level humanoid containment harness, including locking mechanisms and extended restraints, and monitored by at least 2 armed guards. While 049 typically cooperates with most Foundation personnel, any emotional outbursts or sudden behavioral changes must be addressed with enhanced force. Under no circumstances should personnel make direct contact with 049 during such episodes. Should 049 exhibit aggression, lavender may be utilized to sedate it effectively. Once subdued, 049 generally becomes compliant, returning to its containment state with minimal resistance. To facilitate the ongoing containment of 049, it is required that a recently deceased animal, typically a cow or other large mammal, be provided for its research every 2 weeks. The remains of any entity that becomes 049-2 will be removed from its containment chamber and incinerated. Interaction between 049 and human subjects is no longer permitted, and requests for human subjects should be denied. World arrival, first sequence world. Initiating connection to the world consciousness. It seems rather unimpressive. The Foundation has not claimed that this plague doctor is immortal. Surely, this anomaly can be killed. If it could be killed, would the Foundation still keep it around? It dawns on me that only entities that are not immortal are deemed anomalies by the Foundation. What do you mean it doesn't sound strong? Haven't you seen the announcement proclaiming that anyone touched by the plague doctor meets their end? Wow, what a deranged and twisted physician. That adage holds true. Never provoke a doctor, lest they redefine your understanding of death. Truly, the doctor is an unparalleled master. Merely witnessing their practice has miraculously healed my body, which has been paralyzed for years. Connection to the world consciousness successful, commencing live broadcast. As the celestial canvas gradually unveils its imagery, the first sight that captivates the myriad of human eyes across dimensions is a modern city, now utterly forsaken and entwined with nature. As the lens of the heavens draws nearer, it traverses through dilapidated skyscrapers and overgrown streets, delving deep beneath the city until it halts at an abandoned laboratory nestled in the subterranean depths. Inside the laboratory, dust dances in the feeble light. Various instruments lay scattered chaotically, some screens still flickering faintly, as if recounting tales of a once bustling past. Vines snake up the walls, claiming dominion over this forsaken space, while the cracked floor reveals several unknown grasses sprouting forth, injecting a hint of life into the desolation. The experimental table stands in a state of disrepair, adorned with peculiar jars, their dried contents leaving behind eerie remnants. In the corner, colossal containers, their glass encrusted with grime, faintly reveal the vestiges of some creature or specimen that once inhabited them. Scattered papers litter the surroundings, their inscriptions largely obscured. Yet a few phrases such as subject zero and mutation can occasionally be discerned. The entire laboratory is enveloped in an atmosphere that mingles decay with mystery. Suddenly, a spine-chilling roar reverberates, shifting the focus to a sealed chamber. Within, a humanoid monstrosity thrashes and howls, desperate to escape the confines of its prison. The creature's skin is a ghastly white, with veins protruding grotesquely, resembling twisted worms. Its head, vaguely human in form, boasts enormous crimson eyes, their sclera marred by blood vessels, exuding a sense of madness and bloodlust. Its gaping maw is filled with sharp fangs, remnants of dried blood lingering between them, emitting a foul stench. The creature's limbs are robust, with black claws adorning its fingers and toes. Each scrape against the ground produces a jarring sound and sparks. As it roars, it relentlessly assaults the barriers of its enclosure, each strike causing the laboratory door to creak ominously. Abruptly, the creature's howls cease without warning, and the laboratory door swings open on its own. Yet, the mindless entity does not rush forth. Instead, it cowers in the corner, trembling as if sensing a fearsome beast lurking beyond, instinctively terrified. As the figure of Dr. 049 emerges from the shadows, draped in a black cloak that evokes the dread of death itself, the pale bird-like mask conceals eyes devoid of emotion, provoking the creature to emit pitiful whimpers of surrender. However, the unyielding doctor is unmoved by the patient's desperate pleas for avoidance of treatment. "You are ill. I shall cure you," intones the voice from beneath the mask, sealing the creature's fate. Upon the doctor's hand making contact with the trembling subject, the once frantic and fearful being falls into an eerie stillness, as if lulled into slumber. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that all signs of life had been utterly extinguished. Yet, SCP-049 remained unfazed. Retrieving an assortment of medical instruments and enigmatic potions from his medical kit, though one might question whether a chainsaw could be classified among them. With a hint of regret in his tone, he remarked, "I apologize for treating you so rudely, but your condition is rather unique." Having uttered this, SCP-049 commenced his procedure, the sound of the chainsaw slicing through bone resonating throughout the laboratory. The ominous overhead camera, meanwhile, captured a close-up, revealing the grotesque expressions of the onlookers from various realms, all contorted in horror. After an extended period, the procedure concluded. SCP-049 gazed at the stitched-together remains on the floor, his voice thick with sorrow as he lamented, "I am sorry. I did my utmost, yet I could not save you." With that, he stowed his tools back into his satchel and exited the laboratory. Shortly thereafter, the amalgamated corpse began to twitch and rise, transforming into a mindless wanderer within the confines of the lab. The scene then shifted to SCP-049, who slowly ventured deeper into the subterranean laboratory. Through the darkness, a multitude of identical experimental chambers lay meticulously arranged below. SCP-049 approached them as if he were a custodian. Chapter 23, Mobile Task Force Nine-Tailed Fox. Is this the treatment administered by the plague doctor? How revolting. The audience lamented the lack of censorship. expressing their disgust at the graphic portrayal. Is SCP-049 truly that formidable? It seems that anyone he encounters meets a grim fate. And what manner of creature is that? From my perspective, it appears to be a result of immature human genetic modification technology. Indeed, the madness of science is always disconcerting. So, those monstrosities were once human. At that moment, the camera shifted back to the desolate city previously observed. On the outskirts, Ren Xiaosu and his companions had just entered the forsaken metropolis. I believe it is prudent for us to depart post-haste. Ren Xiaosu fixated intently on the content displayed on the screen, his expression gradually growing tense. He slowly turned to survey his companions, his voice low yet urgent as he articulated his thoughts. Simultaneously, Yang Xiaojin and her group, having also witnessed the disturbing footage, hesitated for but a moment before reaching a consensus to swiftly change direction and distance themselves from the abandoned city. However, fate seemed to delight in tormenting them, as their luck was abysmally poor. Just after they turned away, a chilling roar pierced the air, echoing in the ears of all present. This sudden, bone-chilling sound struck like a thunderclap, sending shivers down the spines of everyone. In an instant, the expressions of Ren Xiaosu and his companions shifted dramatically, their minds involuntarily conjuring the grotesque visage of the horrific monster they had just seen. Meanwhile, Luo Yusin's agent stood nearby, utterly panicked, flailing about in search of any semblance of safety. Instinctively, he turned his head towards the direction where Ren Xiaosu was located, his lips quivering slightly as he prepared to inquire about their next course of action. However, to his utter astonishment, in the blink of an eye, Ren Xiaosu, Yang Xiaojin, and Su Xianchu had inexplicably vanished, leaving behind only an empty void, as if they had never existed at all. With the deafening roar drawing ever closer, Luo Yusin and her manager could no longer afford to ponder other matters. They fled in a panic, resembling headless flies as they blindly chose a direction and sprinted for their lives. Unsurprisingly, they soon collided with the Qingshi battle squad, who promptly escorted them, along with an experimental subject, to the temporary base of Qingshi within the city. At that moment, the base was a hive of activity, with several researchers meticulously conducting tests on the caged experimental subjects. Speed up the process, collect the data, and evacuate the area immediately, Qingshi urged, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the sky. Just then, his earpiece crackled to life with a report from the Qingshi battle squad. Commander, Team 3 has encountered an unidentified armed squad. They claim to be a containment team from the Foundation and wish to see you. Bring them over, Qingshi commanded. Before long, a fully armed 5-member containment team from the Foundation, under the guidance of the Qingshi squad, stood before him. To the astonishment of humanity across the realms, this team was unlike any they had previously encountered. The insignia on their shoulder patches depicted a fox with 9 tails, and their gear was of a significantly advanced caliber compared to that of the Qingshi battle squad. Dressed in high-tech exoskeleton armor, the team exuded a chilling metallic aura, with joints that moved fluidly, almost as if the armor were a second skin. The surface of the exoskeleton glimmered with energy patterns, serving not merely as decoration but as a direct manifestation of the power transmission system. Additionally, it was equipped with a kinetic energy conversion device produced by the Foundation's Arm Division, effectively nullifying any potential energy damage sustained by the wearer. Even a fall from several thousand meters would ensure a safe landing without injury. Their electromagnetic rifles boasted a sleek design and formidable lethality. Constructed from a special alloy, the firearms were both lightweight and durable, capable of withstanding harsh environments. The muzzles glowed with an eerie blue light, indicative of the immense electrical energy they harnessed. Each shot released a high-energy electromagnetic pulse projectile, striking with lightning speed and far surpassing the range and power of conventional firearms, easily penetrating various anomalous entities. Moreover, the rifles supported an array of specialized ammunition from the Foundation, including photon rounds and reality distortion bullets, and could, when necessary, unleash pure energy in the form of high-energy lasers. Each team member was also equipped with a multifunctional energy dagger, its blade forged from condensed high-density energy, capable of effortlessly slicing through high-strength protective materials. Carrying on his back was a portable quantum shield generator, which, once activated, could form a protective field capable of withstanding high-intensity attacks. At this moment, the sky displayed information about this containment team from the Foundation. The mundane, ensnared in worldly affairs, what difference does death make? For honor and disgrace are but fleeting. Mobile Task Force 11. Under the supervision of 1, Mobile Task Force 11 is responsible for addressing security issues within the Foundation. When standard protocols fail and multiple breaches are imminent, they are deployed as special operations teams to Foundation sites. Thus, most operations are categorized under their jurisdiction. At this juncture, this 5-member 9-tailed fox containment team was dispatched to undertake the task of containing 049 in support of the first sequence world. Are you Qingxin? The leader of the containment team inquired directly. Indeed, that is I, came the composed reply. I am the captain of this containment operation team. Henceforth, I must temporarily requisition your Qing combat squad to assist us in containing 049. During the containment, we will strive to ensure the safety of your forces. And once 049 is contained, it will be handed over to your Qing clan for continued management. Do you understand? The nine-tailed fox captain, gazing at Qing, articulated their intentions candidly. Our Qing forces can cooperate with your operations, but should you not provide us with some compensation upon containing 049? Qing Zhen nodded in agreement, his expression tranquil, before promptly requesting remuneration from the Foundation. I have yet to hear of anyone daring to ask the Foundation for anything, the nine-tailed fox captain remarked, casting a surprised glance at the serene Qing Zhen. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a small disc from his person and tossed it to Qing. A personal quantum shield. Self-activating, capable of withstanding missiles, and this can be used 10 times. Your forces will serve as the vanguard. The nine-tailed fox captain was careful to remind him. Very well. But you may need to wait a moment. Our data collection is not yet complete, Qing Zhen replied, glancing at the shield in his hand. Understood. Just as the Foundation and the Qing clan successfully reached an accord, matters were not proceeding as smoothly for Ren Xiaosu. Initially, Ren Xiaosu intended to exit the mountainous region directly, but due to the chaotic movements of the experimental subjects outside and the blockade set by the Qing forces, he was compelled to retreat back into the city. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu was crouched atop a tall building, observing from afar the Qing forces and the Foundation's containment team below. I must devise a means to escape from here, he thought, retracting his gaze from the Qing clan and beginning to survey his surroundings for a possible exit. Just then, he spotted Yang Xiaojin perched on the opposite building with a sniper rifle, who, in turn, noticed him and waved. In a state of bewilderment, Ren Xiaosu instinctively responded to Yang Xiaojin. However, as he prepared to speak, his attention was suddenly captivated by her actions. He observed Yang Xiaojin slightly parting her lips, seemingly attempting to convey something to him. Due to the distance between them, Ren Xiaosu could not clearly discern the words she was uttering. With keen observation and a rudimentary understanding of lip reading, he diligently endeavored to decipher Yang Xiaojin's lip movements. After a meticulous examination, he ultimately managed to discern the few words, "Behind you?" The instant those words penetrated Ren Xiaosu's mind, a chilling sense of dread surged from his feet, swiftly enveloping his entire being. He felt his heart contract violently, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, as if struck by an electric shock. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Xiaosu instinctively lunged forward, rolling away with remarkable speed to distance himself from his previous position. Just as he distanced himself, the sound of a claw slicing through the air reached his ears. It was then that Ren Xiaosu grasped the gravity of the situation. A test subject had taken position where he had just stood. Cold sweat drenched his back, and he silently congratulated himself, knowing that without Yang Xiaojin's warning and his own swift reaction, he might have already become a lifeless corpse. However, this was not the time for relief. The test subject, realizing its anticipated prey had slipped from its grasp, emitted a furious roar and charged at Ren Xiaosu. Reacting quickly, he summoned his shadow to intercept the creature's assault. Empowered by the shadow's augmented strength, Ren Xiaosu managed to dispatch the ambushing test subject with relative ease. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, several more test subjects began to ascend from the building's exterior walls to the rooftop. Ren Xiaosu's expression hardened, prompting him to make a decisive retreat. He leaped onto the back of his shadow, swiftly jumping through a gap to the next level. Channeling all of his strength, he propelled himself toward the building's exterior. Disregarding the possibility of being detected by the Qing family, survival was paramount. Like an arrow released from its bow, Ren Xiaosu sprinted toward the building's edge, his heart racing and breath growing ragged. Yet, as he reached the midsection of the building, fate seemed to play a cruel joke on him, as he encountered a long corridor densely populated with test subjects. Initially facing away from the stairwell, the creatures simultaneously turned their heads at the sound of his hurried footsteps, their crimson eyes fixating on the unexpected intruder. In an instant, the atmosphere in the corridor thickened, descending into an eerie silence. Ren Xiaosu found himself locked in a tense standoff with the throng of test subjects, time itself appearing to freeze. Nonetheless, Ren Xiaosu was no ordinary individual. He quickly regained his composure amidst the shock. Without a hint of hesitation, he made an astonishing decision, jumping out of the building. With a mere thought, he commanded his shadow to dart like a specter toward a nearby window. In the blink of an eye, the shadow had propelled him through the window, leaping towards the adjacent building, which stood slightly shorter than the one he had just vacated. In the air, Ren Xiaosu felt the howling wind rush past him, silently praying that Shadow could withstand the impact of the leap. Fortunately, Shadow did not disappoint him. It securely caught Ren Xiaosu and, utilizing inertia, safely transported him to the rooftop of the adjacent building. Protected by Shadow, Ren Xiaosu landed without injury. At that moment, the anguished cries of the test subjects finally reached his ears. Simultaneously, the Qing clan and the nine-tailed fox squad below became aware of the commotion above. In an instant, powerful floodlights pierced the night sky, illuminating the building where the test subjects were situated. Members of the Qing clan's combat team quickly reacted, entering a state of readiness. Weapons at the ready. Nearby, the nine-tailed fox squad also rose to the occasion, preparing to respond to any sudden developments. The researchers organized their equipment and hastily evacuated, with half of the second team assigned to protect the scientific personnel as they retreated from Jing Mountain. Qing Jun, listening to the distant roars emanating from the building, swiftly issued orders. Meanwhile, Ren Xiaosu, hiding in another building, finally felt he could relax for a moment. It wasn't entirely a misfortune. Once the Qing clan's forces engaged with the test subjects, I would have a chance to slip away from Jing Mountain. With this thought, Ren Xiaosu began to descend the building, but the ensuing events revealed the universe's cruel intent towards him. As soon as he reached the ground floor, he collided head-on with a throng of zombies and, standing at the forefront, 049. At that moment, 049 also noticed Ren Xiaosu's descent, and upon seeing him, the eyes behind its bird-beaked mask burst forth with a brilliant blue light. You are unique. I see both humanity and divinity within you. If I could study you, I would be more confident in curing the plague. The normally cold voice of 049 was now tinged with rare excitement, neglecting to mention that Ren Xiaosu was ill. Crisis. Ren Xiaosu cursed inwardly, realizing he had stumbled into a den of monsters. Without waiting to comprehend 049's words, he swiftly turned and sprinted back upstairs. Seeing a rare research subject, 049 commanded the modified zombies trailing behind him to pursue Ren Xiaosu without hesitation. Realizing he could not shake off the relentless horde, Ren Xiaosu opted to jump from the building once more. As he fled in desperation, the Qing clan and the nine-tailed fox squad initiated their own actions. Teams from the Qing clan and the nine-tailed fox coordinated their efforts as they advanced towards the area. Team 1 and Team 2 will flank from the sides, while Team 3 presses in from the front. Keep an eye on the upper levels. With the continuous directives from the Qing clan's combat commander, their teams gradually approached the base of the building housing the test subjects, closely followed by the nine-tailed fox squad, who refrained from recklessly entering the structure. The Qing's combat squad skillfully positioned heavy weaponry, such as machine guns and grenade launchers, aiming them at the various exits and windows of the building. Should anything dare to emerge, a lethal storm of metal would immediately ensue. The combat personnel of the Qings deployed thermal imaging to scan the interior of the building. As the results materialized, a dense array of red figures illuminated the thermal screen. The scanner's heart raced, and he reported in a hushed tone, "There are no fewer than 200 experimental entities within the building, concentrated in the lower and middle sections." The Qing's commander furrowed his brow in deep contemplation before issuing a command. Fall back 50 meters temporarily. Prepare smoke grenades and flashbangs to force those entities out of hiding. Upon the order's dispatch, the combat squad began to retreat slowly while several smoke grenades and flashbangs were launched into the building. An immediate cacophony of explosions and flickering lights erupted within. As the smoke began to dissipate, the onlookers were astonished to find that the anticipated frenzied counterattack had not occurred. Instead, an eerie silence enveloped the area. However, before anyone could ponder for too long, a series of sharp, piercing shrieks resonated through the air, transforming the once quiet building into a tumultuous hive, akin to a giant hornet's nest disturbed, accompanied by a chilling chorus of howls. A surging tide of experimental entities erupted from the middle and lower sections of the building. Open fire. The commander's resounding voice pierced through the chaos, reaching the ears of every squad member. In an instant, countless flashes of gunfire erupted, and a torrential downpour of bullets rained down upon the oncoming wave of entities. The sharp sounds of metal clashing filled the air as hot shells cascaded to the ground like raindrops in a storm, quickly carpeting the earth. Yet, these entities possessed extraordinarily tough skin. Ordinary bullets struck them as if they were colliding with a wall of iron, merely sparking without inflicting any substantial damage. Consequently, undeterred by the hail of gunfire, the entities charged forward, their crimson eyes fixated on the foes before them, rapidly closing the distance to the Qing squad. In the blink of an eye, the horde had advanced to within a mere 40 meters of the combat squad. At this critical juncture, the QB Fox team, which had remained in the rear, finally sprang into action. A net, crackling with intense blue arcs of electricity, was precisely launched before the Qing's combat squad. The net unfurled swiftly in midair, resembling a colossal shield that blocked the path of the advancing entities. The foremost entities, unable to evade in time, collided with the electric net. Instantly, a powerful current coursed through their bodies, emitting a sizzling sound. Following this, anguished cries echoed as those entities were swiftly torn to shreds, blood splattering in a gruesome spectacle. Fire the grenade launcher. The Qing's commander seized the opportunity and swiftly commanded. As the grenades continued to rain down upon the horde of experimental subjects, effective carnage ensued, with limbs of the creatures violently scattering in every direction. Amidst the fierce clash between the Qing faction's combat team and the experimental entities, Ren Xiaosu was desperately leaping from building to building in a frantic bid for escape. However, Much to Ren Xiaosu's dismay, no matter where he sought refuge, 049 seemed to possess an uncanny ability to locate him with pinpoint accuracy. Fortunately, the reanimated corpses, though modified, were somewhat clumsier than the experimental subjects, allowing Ren Xiaosu to evade them using the shadows. At that moment, having narrowly escaped 049's pursuit once more, Ren Xiaosu found himself gasping for breath on a small platform. Yet before he could catch his breath, a syringe whizzed past his neck, embedding itself into the adjacent wall. Not again. How does this tenacious pest always find me? Instinctively, Ren Xiaosu leaped from the building once more, sprinting into the distance. This time, however, it appeared that 049 had no intention of playing hide-and-seek. A relentless tide of corpses was closing in from all directions. With his heart racing and his stamina nearing its limit, Ren Xiaosu realized that if he didn't devise a means of escape soon, he would become just another addition to the horde. In a flash of inspiration, he swiftly removed his clothing, disguising his features until only his eyes remained visible, and maneuvered through the shadows towards the Qing faction and the Nine-Tailed Fox team. Before long, he spotted the Qing faction and the Nine-Tailed Fox team, who were nearing the end of their battle in the distance. I'm sorry, he thought, a fleeting pang of guilt washing over him, and with the last vestiges of his strength, he surged towards the Qing forces. As the Qing faction was finishing their sweep of the battlefield with the assistance of the Nine-Tailed Fox team, they were taken aback when a large black figure darted past them. In the blink of an eye, the creature vanished, leaving only a faint echo of "excuse me, I'm sorry" lingering in the air. The Qing faction members were left in stunned silence, while the Nine-Tailed Fox team, equipped with advanced dynamic tracking systems on their helmets, clearly recognized who had just passed. Captain, that seems to be Ren Xiaosu, the protagonist of this world, one of the Nine-Tailed Fox team members whispered, leaning closer to the captain. Indeed, it appears so, the captain pondered, a hint of confusion in his voice. Shouldn't he be? Suddenly, the captain's thoughts shifted. No? All units, prepare for combat. Recalling Ren Xiaosu's actions from the original narrative, the Nine-Tailed Fox captain shouted urgently. Upon hearing the captain's warning, the still-dazed Qing faction combat team instinctively raised their weapons in alert. As anticipated by the captain, it wasn't long before the horde of corpses that had been pursuing Ren Xiaosu burst forth, colliding head-on with the alert Qing forces and the Nine-Tailed Fox team. The undead, devoid of any hesitation, surged relentlessly towards the Qing family, forming a battle line as they advanced, unleashing a barrage of crossfire while the artillery prepared for action. Observing the approaching horde, the commander of the Qing forces swiftly issued orders to engage in combat, recognizing that this chaos was evidently orchestrated by the enigmatic 049. The Nine-Tailed Fox squad, no longer relegated to a supportive role, sprang into action as the main force, determined to eradicate the encroaching undead. Armed with their Judicator electromagnetic assault rifles, which emanated a fierce blue glow, the squad unleashed streams of energy plasma that effortlessly pierced through the sea of corpses before them. As the Nine-Tailed Fox squad intensified their assault, a breach was soon created in the undead ranks, revealing the elusive 049 behind the mass. You handle these undead. We will pursue 049, declared the squad leader, turning to the commander of the Qing forces before activating their exoskeleton armor and charging through the gap towards their target. Upon receiving a confirming gesture from the commander, the artillery was ordered to fire, clearing the path for the Nine-Tailed Fox squad. Under the protection of the Qing forces and bolstered by the Foundation's weaponry, the squad swiftly neutralized the undead surrounding 049. Sensing the Foundation's presence, 049 attempted to flee, but the Nine-Tailed Fox squad was resolute in denying him any opportunity. With the exoskeleton operating at full capacity, the squad leader deftly positioned himself before 049, while multiple electromagnetic capture nets descended from all directions, ensnaring him. As 049 was successfully apprehended, several specially designed lavender smoke grenades detonated nearby, enveloping him in a calming haze. With 049 subdued, the once-controlled horde of undead fell into a state of aimless wandering, quickly dispatched by the Qing battle team. The containment mission culminated in success as dawn's light spread across the battlefield, casting golden shells and crimson remnants across the ground, a testament to the ferocity of the previous night's conflict. Well done this time. Your Qing battle team exhibits commendable combat proficiency. Would you have any interest in joining the Foundation? The benefits are quite appealing, remarked the Nine-Tailed Fox squad leader, patting Qing Zhan on the shoulder as he observed the team executing the transfer of containment procedures nearby. No, we still have our own troubles to resolve. Qing Zhan replied with an unperturbed expression. Very well, if you're not interested, so be it, acknowledged the Nine-Tailed Fox leader, dismissively clapping his hands together. He then produced a vial of serum from his gear and handed it to Qing Zhan, saying, "Consider this a personal gift. Please ensure it reaches the Spark Company. You Qing must not keep it for yourselves. All right, we must take our leave now." The Nine-Tailed Fox leader waved farewell to Qing Zhan before joining the rest of his team, and the Nine-Tailed Fox squad regrouped for their retreat. As they departed the First Order world, Qing Zhan's earpiece crackled to life once more. Commander, we have discovered several dismembered experimental subjects on the outskirts of the city. The incisions are smooth, and the weapon used remains unidentified. Additionally, a team from Spark Company has arrived and wishes to meet with you. Qing Zhan gazed at the potion in his hand, murmuring softly, how swiftly it has arrived. It seems I cannot keep this to myself. Let them come forth. Just as Qing Zhan believed the matter was nearing its conclusion, a violent earthquake suddenly shook the region. Simultaneously, from afar, a colossal hand, encrusted with magma, emerged from the volcano's mouth. As the Qing family struggled to maintain their footing amidst the tremors, a thunderous gunshot reverberated through the air. Qing Zhan watched in bemusement as a sniper bullet hurtled toward him. Ah, what a troublesome affair this is. Project number 049 Epidemic Medic. Project location, first sequence. Project status, contained, Qing family. The file has been sealed, concluded. Containment has been completed, the live broadcast has ended. Thank you for watching. The next live stream promises to be even more thrilling. Indeed, it is exhilarating. My heart dances along with the broadcast. My calves whirl in an unusual frenzy. First, let us gather some likes and favorites. Perhaps next time, we might have a minor upgrade. My heart, my mind, my cerebellum expanding like a jujube. Do not flee from my level. Oh, how alive I feel. Beginning the day from a state of half-death. This time, the containment of 049 was surprisingly effortless, resolved with just a few sprigs of lavender. Ah yes, this is the type of anomaly suitable for us, the myriad beings of the universe. We ought to have more like this in the future. No. In our youth, we often mistake treasures for mere trinkets. Be cautious, lest you lose your mind. It must be said, Qing Zhan is quite audacious, daring to demand items from the Foundation, and astonishingly, he succeeded. I have come to understand. The bold are the first to relish the world. I shall attempt this myself next time. But alas, trying may lead to demise. One should not be so brazen. The leisurely hours commenced as the broadcast concluded. Dear family, it is now time to relish the moment. Time flows like a great river, eroding all beings and things. Never pausing, akin to the ceaseless march of water. Anomaly has arrived. All worlds are advised to prepare mentally. You may know of Lu Mafei, yet his story remains unknown to you. Project number 3143 Lu Mafei. Project level, Supreme Divinity. Black Tower, Star Iron. Kizuna, Collapse. Xiaoyan, Fate of the Dough, it's over. Yi Fan, Godslayer, you had better be merely telling a tale. Do not compel me to beseech you. Yi Fan. Jackpot. We have drawn a limited edition. Shu Foam. Holy Ruins, I do not know Lu Mafei, nor do I wish to learn his story. Can you present something else? Unlawn. Perfect though we have bantered in the past, there is no need for you to bring forth the real deal. Yinkong. The National Master, Pastoral Deity, I hope this Lu Mafei is not the type to annihilate worlds upon opening his eyes. Chun Nan. Divine Tomb, I wonder why the heavens have shifted from preparing us for confrontation to advising us to brace ourselves mentally. It takes a strong heart to withstand this. Xian Daolu. Deathwing Team Base, what is this peculiar sense of relief that our world has been destroyed? March 7. Star Iron, I no longer love you. Heavens, you have betrayed my expectations. I shall reclaim my affections, and Star Zaha. Star Rail, ah, how delightful. Another supreme deity has emerged. If he were to engage in a confrontation with 3000, it would surely be entertaining. Project description, 3143. Lu Mo Fei is the protagonist of a North American hardboiled novel authored by Ladin, who penned a book titled North American Hardboiled. When Ladin was apprehended by the Foundation, they informed him that the character Lu Mo Fei he created in his book, North American Hardboiled, possesses the ability to alter time and narrative layers through a narrative higher than our own. A Foundation researcher addressed Ladin, saying, Sir, we implore your cooperation. If Lu Mo Fei has indeed altered the narrative hierarchy through some supernatural phenomenon, it poses an extreme danger to this world. We require your collaboration, sir. Should a creation arrive in the realm of the divine, it would surely attempt to slay the deity, seeking to obliterate the world in which the deity resides. And you are that deity. If your creation were to enter your world, it would undoubtedly seek your demise, which would not bode well for you. We are endeavoring to save both you and this world. Lu Mo Fei is a detective from the 20th century who has investigated an enigmatic murder case. Despite a decade of searching, he has found no trace of the culprit, yet he encounters this murderer in his dreams. The murderer tells him, You will not find me in this world, but I can find you in yours, and you can find me through narrative traversal. Lu Mo Fei is acutely aware of his position within a lower narrative. He cannot change the deity, yet the deity can alter him and his world. He understands his fictional nature, yet he believes that higher narratives are equally fictional. He holds faith in narratives that transcend the Foundation's realm. In 2018, the North American hardboiled novelist Ladin was shot in room 951. Security personnel arrived to find only Ladin's lifeless body and a note. The note read, I may not be able to alter the higher narrative, but I have entered your narrative. I have slain the god that created me. and I shall not return to my original world. This note confirms that Liu Mo Fei successfully shattered the fourth wall, traversing the narrative to confront and kill his creator, Liden. The Foundation's theologians did not elaborate on how Liu Mo Fei crossed the fourth wall, transitioning from a mere fictional character to a being of reality. The Foundation's doctor described it thus: when you encounter phenomena that transcend your understanding, it is a divine indication that you are the protagonist. The Arrival World. Chapter 25. The script begins to unfold. Arrival World. An unknown error in Kushur is being rectified. Correction complete. Arrival World. Dragon Clan error. Error. Warning. Warning. The firmament has received unknown higher narrative interference and is initiating emergency repair protocols. What is happening? Has the firmament crashed? Oh my. Which esteemed figure has intervened? Or is it that the author could no longer bear it, causing the very fabric of the narrative to become garbled? Is LMO Fei truly that formidable? The narrative framework is unable to pinpoint their location? This seems amiss, does it not? Was it not stated in the narrative framework that LMO Fei and the Foundation exist on the same narrative level? Even if LMO Fei possesses supreme divinity, they should not be able to influence the narrative framework, should they? Indeed, the framework has just mentioned interference from a higher narrative, which likely stems from the deity or author who endowed LMO Fei with the ability to traverse narratives, seeking to safeguard them. Wow. Is this what it means to be a protagonist favored by the author? Even the Foundation must protect LMO Fei. Why does the author not show some pity for us mere cannon fodder? You have already acknowledged yourself as cannon fodder. What makes you think the author will take pity on you? The protagonist is the cherished child of the author. How can I not possibly be the protagonist? What if I am merely following a script of the small cannon fodder rising against the odds? Oh, a small cannon fodder rising against the odds? Everyone look. Here is someone lost in a daydream. I now wish to timidly inquire, will LMO Fei still descend? They should be unable to evade it. Perhaps they are already playing in that world, though the framework can no longer locate them. What shall we do? I do not wish to close my eyes only to miss the sun tomorrow. What else can we do but watch the spectacle unfold? Did you not see that even the framework has been rendered garbled? What can we do? Repair completed. Locating. Anomalous entity. LMO Fei. Current world. The world of K-Suk. Theatrical version. The Black Iron Fish Shadow. Uncertain. Commencing live broadcast. At this moment, the narrative framework finally restored itself and began the live broadcast, while humans from all realms turned their eager attention towards it, all eager to witness what kind of supreme divinity could cause the framework to crash. The screen illuminated with the map of a small island nation. The camera slowly zooming in. As the lens traversed through vibrant neon cities, it ultimately settled upon a television station broadcasting the news. It is currently Tokyo time, and the host, Mizuno Reina, continues to report. As of now, following the disappearance of the young Sherlock Holmes, Kudo Shinichi, the Japanese police have once again received a savior. Mr. LMO Fei has been instrumental in solving multiple world-class cases, and the Japanese police have extended an invitation for him to become a permanent consultant. Recently, Kudo Shinichi re-emerged to challenge Mr. LMO Fei, yet met with continued defeat. Many believe that the title of young detective will soon fade into history as the host continues. The television screen displays a photograph of LMO Fei standing at a crime scene, captured in profile. In the image, the detective stands tall and slender, even in silhouette. His unique aura unmistakable. He is clad in a long, dark trench coat, topped with a matching bowler hat, the edges of his coat fluttering gently in the breeze, exuding an air of nonchalance. His sleek black hair appears slightly tousled, yet perfectly in place, a few strands obscuring his deep, piercing gaze. His eyes radiate a cold brilliance and wisdom, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, captivating all who behold him. In his hand, he held a vintage Camel cigarette from the last century, the smoke curling upwards and enveloping him in a mist reminiscent of the enigma that surrounded his very being. He slightly lifted his chin and stood at an angle, exuding an air of nonchalance intertwined with profound confidence. From merely a photograph, he epitomized the quintessential image of a detective in the public imagination. Now, let us turn to the next piece of news. The Pacific Buoy, part of the global police surveillance control system located on Japan's Hachiho Island, is set to connect with the European Cybercrime Center shortly. A spokesperson from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department stated that this successful linkage is anticipated to significantly enhance the investigative capabilities of the Japanese police, effectively leading to a substantial reduction in crime rates across the nation. It is rumored that the Japanese police have also invited Mr. Liu Mo Fei to witness this momentous event. Oh wow, Xiaolan. Mr. Liu Mo Fei is so handsome. I truly wish to meet him in real life, cried Yuanzi, her enthusiasm as fervent as that of a devoted fan, as she watched the report alongside Xiaolan in the Muri Detective Agency. Indeed, Mr. Liu Mo Fei is remarkable. I just wonder how Shinichi is faring. He has lost to Mr. Liu Mo Fei so many times. I wonder where he has run off to, she mused. Humph. That selfish Kudo Shinichi, who has disappeared without a trace, leaving you behind, is probably hiding somewhere, crying over yet another defeat, Yuanzi remarked, indignantly defending Xiaolan. All right, Yuanzi. I'm sure Shinichi has his reasons. Today, we are going to participate in the lottery for a sightseeing trip to Hachiho Island. Would you like to join us? Xiaolan suggested, attempting to shift the topic despite her own sadness. Of course I want to go. Just imagine if we encounter Mr. Lu Mo Fei on Hachiho Island. It's thrilling to think about. Yuanzi responded enthusiastically. Suddenly, she noticed Conan, who had been quiet at a distance, and wondered aloud what was troubling him. I don't know. Ever since he returned from searching for Shinichi with me, he has been rather sullen. I thought a trip to Hachiho Island to watch the whales would help Conan relax. She explained, while Conan remained lost in thought, paying little attention to Xiaolan's side of the conversation. Before long, Professor Agasa and the three kids arrived, and after a brief moment of preparation, they set off. As Xiaolan's family departed, none noticed a figure in the distance observing them. Report 104. I have confirmed and am monitoring the original protagonist of this world. The current target has entered script 3143 and is en route to its location. End of report. 101. Captain acknowledged. Continue monitoring. Unit 2. Report, Captain. The situation in this world has been ascertained as follows. The spatial and temporal lines of this world have been thoroughly disrupted. The causal connections have been completely altered, and the narrative hierarchy has experienced a downgrade. Aside from the main and supporting characters, all other humans in this world have lost their volition. The connection between this world and the realm of delusion has been entirely severed, compressing the entire world into the narrative of script 3143. End of report. Captain, received. This world is now devoid of significance. Team members may act freely. The command from the Foundation headquarters is now issued. Due to the interference of an unknown overarching narrative, the singularity of SCP-3143 and the absence of meaning in this world have compelled the Foundation to refrain from dispatching additional task forces to recklessly enter this realm for the containment of SCP-3143. Furthermore, since SCP-3143 has incorporated Agent 10 into its script, orders have been issued for Agent 10 to temporarily cooperate with SCP-3143 in achieving what it deems a perfect conclusion. Outside this narrative layer, other task forces have been positioned, and the command center speculates that SCP-3143 script has progressed to its final stages. Once the script concludes, Agent 10 will be able to withdraw. Do you understand? All members of Agent 10 understood. At this moment, the heavens also provided information regarding this mobile task force. Everywhere lies concealment. The crisis is averted. Mobile Task Force 10. Mobile Task Force 10 possesses numerous covert operatives within various international, federal, and local legal institutions, skilled in assisting and transferring evidence and projects into the Foundation's control, as well as transferring judicial authority of anomalous events from local law enforcement to the Foundation's containment and response teams. Amidst the vast, endless expanse of Azure Ocean, a vessel en route to Hachiho Island bravely navigated the waves. The yacht glided gracefully across the water like a dolphin, splashing up layers of white foam as pure as snow. On the spacious and bright deck, the joyous laughter of three little ones filled the air, their mirth seemingly imbued with magic, transforming the otherwise monotonous voyage into a lively celebration. Ah, Conan, how could you board the wrong ship? Xiaolan expressed her concern, gazing at the receding coastline. It's fine. That little rascal is quite clever, not to mention Officer Shiratori is with us. Yuanzi reassured her, waving her hand dismissively. All right then. At that moment, Conan had successfully infiltrated the Pacific buoy by employing his charm, where he unexpectedly encountered someone he did not anticipate. Hey, Uncle Murphy. You're here too. Conan exclaimed upon spotting Murphy, who had arrived early alongside Shin-mei and Makino, waiting for Shiratori and Kuroda. Oh, it's you, little toy. Murphy replied with a smile, looking down at Conan. Uncle Murphy, why are you here? Aren't you a detective? Naturally, I came, Murphy responded nonchalantly. Mister. Murphy was invited by our Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. He has assisted us in solving numerous international cases. Hence Officer Shiratori explained while ruffling Conan's hair. Oh, I see. Conan had intended to say more, but noticing Murphy's disinterest, he promptly fell silent. After the introductions, the group followed Shin-mei as they toured and entered the control room of the Pacific buoy. Naturally, the introduction of the staff in the control room was not without its share of conflicting narratives. Reinhardt, observing the group's entry, expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "It's bad enough that Interpol's technology is exclusive to Japan. Now you bring a detective along? Is this to witness how detectives will become obsolete in the future?" In response, Makino hurriedly intervened, attempting to smooth things over. Japan is also a member of Interpol. However, Reinhardt remained unfriendly. I apologize, Mr. Lufei. But Reinhardt has had several unfortunate encounters with the Japanese police. In contrast, Lufei maintained a serene demeanor, showing no signs of anger as he calmly remarked, I am a detective. Indeed, this profession offers little promise, yet I steadfastly adhere to my principles. Lufei's words struck Reinhardt like a punch into cotton, leaving him visibly more displeased. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, an engineer from India reminded everyone that time was running out, which alleviated the tension as all eyes were drawn to the countdown displayed on the large screen in the control room. With the countdown reaching its conclusion, the Pacific buoy successfully connected with Europol. Subsequently, upon witnessing the formidable capabilities of the all-age recognition system developed under the guidance of Naomi, the attendees, except for Lu Fei, could not help but express their astonishment. At that moment, the obstinate Reinhardt chose to provoke again. Take a good look, great detective. The era of detectives has ended. It's time for you to change careers and return home. Chapter 26, A Perfect Conclusion. As the members in the Pacific buoy control room departed unhappily due to Reinhardt's remarks at the buoy's base, Vermouth and Turu Amuro had successfully infiltrated the buoy and kidnapped Naomi. During this time, the two encountered Lu Fei and Conan, who remained blissfully unaware. Vermouth and her companion exchanged surprised glances at Lu Fei, the emerging great detective, as their organization had previously gathered intelligence on him. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, seemingly casually, cast a glance at the two, causing the hairs on the back of their necks to stand on end. Has he recognized us? Amuro asked, his tone stiff. After a moment of silence, Vermouth replied, continue the operation. Seeing that Lu Fei had no intention of exposing them, the two suppressed their rising emotions and proceeded toward Naomi's location. Before long, those inside the buoy realized that Naomi had vanished, prompting a hurried review of the surveillance footage in the control room. Mr. Lu Fei, do you have any idea how Miss Naomi was kidnapped? Officer Shiratori inquired, his gaze expectant, while Kuroda also turned his attention toward Lu Fei. There is an insider. Lu Fei succinctly pointed to a sea gate on the map, simultaneously gesturing toward Conan beside him. Receiving Lu Fei's signal, Conan relayed their earlier encounter with the two cleaning staff. But the nearest location, Hachiho Island, is at least 5 nautical miles away. Makino exclaimed in disbelief, prompting puzzled glances from the others. I'm not sure, Lu Fei remarked, lighting a cigarette, his expression tinged with disdain as he surveyed his companions. What is the matter? Has humanity devolved to such a state? What has happened to the ocean? Shouldn't you take a look at where you currently are? The group exchanged glances with Lu Fei, feeling inexplicably insulted, yet they had no evidence to counter his words. It must be some kind of underwater speedboat or similar civilian vessel. We brought one along for whale watching. Conan could only stand up once more, scratching his head. With the arrival of Magyar, the subsequent matters ceased to concern Ryu Mo Fei. He and Conan boarded a vessel, returning to the hotel owned by the Yoko family on Hachiho Island. Ah, you are Mr. Ryu Mo Fei. I am your fan. Could you grant me an autograph? Yoko exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she approached Ryu, who was carrying Conan back. Of course, my lovely lady. However, allow me to return this little toy first, Ryu replied with a smile, nodding at the thrilled Yoko. Hee Mr. Ryu Mo Fei called me a lovely lady. Yoko fell into a daydream. Meanwhile, Ryu shifted Conan, who wore a look of utter dismay, into his arms before handing him over to the nearby Ran. Officer Shiratori had matters to attend to, so he entrusted me with returning Conan. Additionally, Officer Shiratori asked me to remind you, Miss, to keep a closer eye on Conan next time. Ryu communicated politely with Ran. Thank you, Mr. Ryu Mo Fei, Ran said, bowing slightly as she accepted Conan. It was but a small effort, Ryu responded, removing his hat and nodding in acknowledgement. Upon Conan's return, the 3 children joyfully surrounded him. And upon hearing that Ryu was a great detective, they excitedly clustered around him. All right, you little rascals, do not overwhelm Mr. Ryu Mo Fei. Go play elsewhere. Yoko quickly intervened, regaining her composure. Mr. Ryu Mo Fei must not yet have a place to stay. If it pleases you, you may reside in our hotel, Yoko said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I indeed have not reserved accommodations, so I must thank you, Miss Yoko, Ryu replied graciously. Not at all, Yoko giggled. Meanwhile, not far from Ryu and his companions, a member of the task force, who had been stealthily following Conan, pressed his earpiece to report. Unit 4, report, Captain. Subject 3143 has made contact with the original protagonist of this world. The situation remains stable, with no abnormalities detected. The original plot of this world has not been significantly altered. The specifics of Subject 3143 script remain unknown. Over. Captain, acknowledged. Maintain stealth and continue monitoring. Do not interfere with any actions of Subject 3143. Unit 4, understood. Unit 2, report, Captain. Outside of Japan, other regions are experiencing illusory phenomena. It is speculated that Subject 3143 script is nearing its conclusion. Captain, then let us concentrate our personnel towards Japan and instruct the logistics department to remain prepared for evacuation. Unit 2, understood. Captain, may I ask a tangential question? What role do we play in Subject 3143 script? Captain, unknown. Do not concern yourselves with that. Preserving your lives is paramount. Is that clear? All units, understood. As the quiet night descended, a jeep approached the hotel where Ryu Mo Fei was staying. Inside the hotel room, the normally soundly sleeping Shiho was jolted awake. As a radar for the organization, she instinctively sensed that individuals from the organization had arrived. She intended to hide, but it was too late. Vodka and Pisco had already reached the door. This scene, predictably, was witnessed by Conan, who observed the vehicle below. Now nearly ready to depart, an anxious Conan was poised to leap from the balcony when a shadow darted past him. With an agile leap, Ran landed on the balcony railing and descended to intercept the car. "Return, Shio," Ran exclaimed as she engaged in combat with the assailant, Binka. After a fierce struggle, she managed to injure Binka, but due to the sniper's interference, Vodka successfully started the vehicle and fled the scene. Just as Conan was about to call Dr. Agasa, a car pulled up before him. "Get in," said the driver, Murphy, with a calm demeanor. Once inside, Conan experienced a jolt as Murphy accelerated, delivering a sensation of force that Dr. Agasa's vehicle had never provided. The tires screeched against the pavement, releasing a cloud of dust, leaving only a worried Ran behind. Thanks to Murphy's timely arrival, Conan soon spotted the Jeep in the distance. "That's the car. Uncle Murphy, faster," Conan urged, pointing ahead. "All right, hold on tight," Murphy replied, maintaining his composed tone. He then hit the gas and rammed into the rear of the Jeep. The collision caused both vehicles to lurch violently, leaving their occupants bewildered. With a look of terror, Conan clutched the safety handle, turning to see a hint of excitement finally flicker across Murphy's face. "Uncle Murphy, we just need to stop them," Conan suggested hastily. "No need for that. What is there to fear? Have you ever seen a protagonist flip the car? I'm not even looking at the road. In this vehicle, 1T overturn," Murphy declared, turning to face Conan without a care for the road ahead. Meanwhile, the two cars continued to collide, the cacophony of crashes and the metallic tearing of doors drowning out Conan's terrified screams. On the quiet mountain road, the lights of both vehicles blended with the harsh sounds of metal scraping against metal. Murphy gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed on the Jeep as he pressed the accelerator almost to the floor. With each impact, the car emitted anguished creaks, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Inside the Jeep, Vodka cursed loudly, struggling to stabilize the vehicle, while the pursuing car behaved like a relentless beast. Murphy's vehicle surged forward once more, crashing into the left rear side of the Jeep with tremendous force, causing it to veer right, half its body dangling precariously over the edge of the mountain road. Murphy's car fared worse. The right tire had come off, sparks flying from the metal rim as it scraped against the ground. "AI Hybra is still inside," Conan shouted urgently to the already exhilarated Murphy. Upon hearing this, Murphy reluctantly abandoned the idea of further ramming, but Vodka, unwilling to back down, sharply turned the steering wheel and retaliated. With a menacing glare at Murphy and Conan, Vodka drew a pistol from his jacket and aimed it at them. "Duck down, Uncle Murphy," Conan yelled from his seat, noticing Murphy's lack of reaction. "What are you afraid of? Have you ever seen a villain's bullet hit a protagonist? Bring it on." El Mafe, undeterred by the bullets flying towards him, accelerated and positioned himself in front of the Jeep. Astonishingly, none of the bullets that struck merely 2 meters away hit him. Conan, witnessing this extraordinary scene, was left wide-eyed, entirely forgetting that he had just been shielding Ran from sniper fire. Inside the Jeep, Vodka and Pinga exchanged bewildered glances as they beheld El Mafe, who remained unscathed despite the barrage of bullets. Feeling Pinga's incredulous gaze, Vodka, in a fit of anger, pressed the accelerator. This action invoked Newton's principles. The small car was immediately sent tumbling sideways. As the vehicle rolled, Conan squeezed his eyes shut, silently praying for safety. Meanwhile, El Mafe slightly widened his eyes in surprise, pondering how the protagonist's car could not withstand a collision with a Jeep only marginally larger than his own. Ultimately, after a series of aerial flips, the small car landed securely. Conan cautiously opened his eyes, exhaling a sigh of relief, while El Mafe calmly exited the vehicle and approached the cliff's edge, observing the Jeep that had plunged into the sea, remarking, "I told you it wouldn't flip." At that moment, Conan, his legs trembling, approached to witness a military submarine rising from the sea below the cliff, leaving him in a state of shock. As they walked back to the hotel, the two noticed Ran and Dr. Agasa, who were anxiously awaiting their return at the entrance. Conan silently shook his head. Observing this, everyone except El Mafe appeared sorrowful. Noticing their expressions, El Mafe pulled the corners of his mouth down with his hand. "Let us head back to rest. Leave this matter to me. I shall assist you in retrieving that little toy." As a detective, El Mafe felt it was his duty to take on this task. Grateful glances were exchanged among the group before they made their way back. Meanwhile, aboard the submarine of the organization, Hybra AI encountered the kidnapped Jinmei. During this time, El Mafe and Conan returned to the Pacific buoy, where they witnessed a murder. As the attendees were stunned by Reinhardt's suicide, El Mafe cast a glance at the surveillance footage and stated calmly, "This footage is fabricated. Reinhardt was murdered." "What?" Officer Magyar exclaimed sharply. "The murderer is her, Grace," El Mafe said, pointing at Grace, who stood nearby. "Me? Surely, Mr. El Mafe is jesting. How could I be the murderer?" You first incapacitated Reinhardt with a drug. And besides, you are not a woman. El Mafe explained the murder process with the finesse of a seasoned detective. Haha, no wonder you are the world-renowned detective. Truly impressive. Grace, or Pinga, remarked nonchalantly, removing her mask and laughing at El Mafe. It's really you. Ran exclaimed, recognizing the true identity of Pinga. Seeing the astonishment among those present, Pinga seized the opportunity to flee. However, upon reaching the control room door, El Mafe had already positioned himself in her path. Damn it. Die! Pinga shouted, hurling a dagger towards El Mafe. In the next moment, Lu Mo Fei snatched the dagger with an imperceptible swiftness and swiftly severed his throat. Pinga stared in disbelief at Lu Mo Fei before him. No, Zero was supposed to capture him alive under normal circumstances, wasn't it? Was it truly this decisive? As the corpse collapsed, Pinga met his demise. Following this, it was Officer Mumu's matter to address. As for murder, when has the protagonist ever been penalized for such acts? With the murder scene dealt with, only that little toy remained. Meanwhile, Hybera AI, aided by Jin, had successfully acquired information from the diluted fake wine. On the yacht heading to the Pacific buoy, Lu Mo Fei and Conan had donned their gear. Of course, it was the protagonist's duty to save lives, initially. Ran was opposed, but she could not withstand Conan's coaxing. All equipment is functioning properly. We can enter the water, Dr. Agasa declared, giving a thumbs up. After nodding in agreement, Lu Mo Fei and Conan leaped into the ocean, swiftly reaching the submarine of the distillery, where Jin had also arrived above the submarine. Observing the torpedo launch bay of the submarine remaining inactive, Lu Mo Fei could no longer wait and swam over to pry open the torpedo hatch. Inside the torpedo bay, the two women and Jin were left bewildered as Lu Mo Fei effortlessly wrenched the hatch open, grabbing the stunned duo and a shocked Conan. Lu Mo Fei left the bait behind and departed with nonchalance. Task accomplished, truly commendable of me. As twilight descended, the group returning to the Pacific buoy remained in a daze, while Lu Mo Fei vanished upon his return. However, before they could regain their senses, a more urgent situation arose. Due to Vermouth's insistence, the distillery had decided to destroy the Pacific buoy. At that moment, alarms blared throughout the buoy, and the staff inside rushed toward the emergency evacuation exits. In the control room, Makino and the other staff remained undeterred, attempting to manage the buoy and defend against the torpedoes launched by the distillery's submarine. Launch the decoy. Hurry. No. Our system has been compromised. The launch bay for the decoys is sealed. Director, the torpedo will strike in 90 seconds. Everyone, evacuate. Makino gazed at his hard work, ultimately resigning himself to giving the order. Just as Makino and the other staff rose to flee, he noticed several personnel still at their posts, and he hurried to urge them to leave. Quick, evacuate. Just as Makino was about to speak, one of them interrupted. This area has been taken over by the Foundation. Unauthorized personnel must leave immediately. As he spoke, the individual inserted a USB drive into the buoy system, and in an instant, the buoy systems were entirely compromised. The central display screen slowly rotating to reveal the Foundation's emblem. Simultaneously, far away in the Philippines, Vermouth's computer was similarly overtaken by the same Foundation emblem. Upon seeing the Foundation's symbol, memories of the sky curtain, which had been erased by Lu Mo Fei, surged back into her mind. Launch the decoy. The launch was completed, and the torpedo cleaved through the buoy. As soon as the buoy was seized by the Foundation, the submarine of the underwater distillery was no exception. A few submarine operators suddenly rose up, swiftly taking control of Jin and his companions. In that instant of the Foundation's intervention, the previously perilous situation transformed into tranquility, leaving Conan and Akai Shuichi, who were prepared to engage the submarine, utterly bewildered. However, before their confusion could linger, a ripple in space heralded the arrival of all supporting characters from this world, who were promptly transported to the platform deck of the Pacific buoy. A subtle yet steady sound of footsteps approached from afar, imbued with a mysterious rhythm, each step resonating like a note plucked from the strings of the heart. Soon after, a figure emerged, seemingly stepping from the distant horizon bathed in the hues of the setting sun. Sunlight cascaded upon him, outlining a vague yet striking silhouette. As the figure drew nearer, he became distinctly visible to all present. It was none other than 3143 Lu Mo Fei. Lu Mo Fei retained his detective attire, yet an air of authority and confidence radiated from him, compelling others to avert their gaze. Nevertheless, his eyes did not linger on Conan and the others. Instead, they were fixated on the distant, blood-red sunset. He gazed at the sunset in silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After a prolonged moment, he slowly opened his arms and, with a deep, magnetic voice, proclaimed, "Behold, look at the sunset in my script. It is so breathtakingly beautiful, don't you think? Am I not right? Indeed, it is beautiful. But ultimately, it is a fade. Lu Mo Fei, I am curious as to why you always prefer to remain within your script," came a detached and ruthless voice. As the sunset hanging in the sky began to shatter like a mirror, and a figure gradually emerged from within it. Ha ha. I grew accustomed to hiding from reality within it. Liu Mo Fei replied nonchalantly, observing the approaching figure. Is that so? Is your ability merely a tool for you to escape reality? You are still evading the truth. 423 is correct. You are but a dreamer fleeing from reality. The figure's tone remained flat and devoid of emotion, yet the words pierced through Liu Mo Fei's usual composure. Enough. Do not speak further. How dare you hit the mark? You worthless fool. Liu Mo Fei retorted, his calm shattered. You cannot comprehend. I see that you are wary of my abilities. Ha ha ha. The great detective has been rattled. Go on, keep evading. Fool. Oh, but whether you can escape this time remains a question. Just as the mysterious figure finished speaking, the very heavens of the world erupted with a thunderous roar, as if an invisible hand had violently torn through the fabric of reality, causing it to shatter instantaneously. Countless fragments fell like meteors, plunging the sky into chaos. Following this, an enormous emblem of the Foundation slowly materialized, beginning to rotate languidly. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Behind the emblem, a colossal tower-like apparition gradually emerged, one vast enough to envelop the entire world. As the tower-like phantasm materialized, it descended upon the world below with an overwhelming force akin to that of Mount Tai. Under the terrifying pressure emanating from the spectral tower, the entire realm began to tremble violently. The earth fractured, mountains and rivers inverted, and the once bustling cities, vast forests, and surging oceans all succumbed to chaos in that singular moment. Rather than vanishing, these shattered entities gradually revealed their true essence under the immense weight of the apparition. Words, formed from myriad elements, surged forth like a tidal wave, hurtling toward the immobile figure of Liu Mo Fei. These words shimmered with radiant light, intertwining and coalescing until they solidified into a weighty, ancient tome that settled firmly in Liu Mo Fei's grasp. Simultaneously, from the four corners of the world now rendered void, for fierce sword shadows, as if capable of cleaving heaven and earth, suddenly ascended. They exuded a terrifying sword aura that could devastate the cosmos, slicing through the void with unparalleled might as they descended upon Liu Mo Fei. In the face of such a breathtaking spectacle, Liu Mo Fei remained utterly unfazed, not even lifting an eyelid. Instead, he gazed intently at the newly formed tome in his hands, his attention lingering on the final page, pristine and white as snow. As he softly murmured, "My perfect conclusion has yet to arrive." Chapter 2747. In an unknown narrative layer. Within a study imbued with the essence of early 20th century detective tales, stepping into this room felt akin to traversing back in time. The space was modest, yet it brimmed with bookshelves, the dark wooden shelves exuding an air of antiquity, densely populated with a plethora of volumes, their spines worn from countless readings. A grand wooden desk occupied the center of the room, its surface adorned with green velvet, the corners slightly frayed. An old-fashioned desk lamp cast a warm, golden glow, shrouding the room in an aura of mystery. The walls, slightly peeling, were plastered with various commissions, showcasing the formidable detective prowess of the room's occupant. In the corner, an aged leather chair revealed cracks that exposed the sponge within, beside which a small coffee table bore half a cup of coffee, long since cooled, with stains encircling the coaster, suggesting the owner had hastily departed and never returned. Dust floated lazily in the air, as if guarding the memories of the space. As the long-closed door creaked open, a rush of air stirred, and the swirling dust danced in the light, seemingly welcoming the return of its master. A somewhat tattered coat and a similarly worn hat were slowly removed and carelessly hung on a nearby coat rack. Liu Mo Fei then lifted the cup of now tepid coffee and consumed it in one gulp, though the flavor of the coffee had long since lost its allure. For him at that moment, the mere possession of such a cup was a considerable source of solace. With a crisp snap, a lighter ignited, releasing a dense plume of smoke that filled the air. Mo Fei took a deep drag from his cigarette, savoring the fleeting solace and relaxation brought forth by the nicotine. Gradually, he leaned back against the aged leather chair, allowing his body to sink into a state of blissful tranquility, relishing this rare moment of stillness. After a brief respite, he delicately opened the book he had been cradling in his arms. The once pristine final page, as white as snow, was now adorned with a vibrant tapestry of colors. Upon closer inspection, a vivid scene emerged. A shattered tower loomed amidst the chaos, its structure marred by deep fissures. Several broken divine swords lay scattered on the ground, glimmering with a faint, cold light. And amid this tumult, a mysterious figure gazed ahead, their face etched with disbelief. These elements intertwined to create a magnificent backdrop for the protagonist's ultimate victory. Ha ha ha, when has the antagonist ever triumphed over the hero? Mo Fei mused to himself, nodding in satisfaction at the illustration. Though the conclusion felt somewhat cliché, it remained quite delightful, did it not? As the last embers of his cigarette faded, he cast one final glance at the book before rising to place it on an empty shelf. He then donned his coat and hat once more, striding toward the door, his gaze intrigued by the celestial canvas above. Antagonists always arrived swiftly, didn't they? Dear friends, do you enjoy my tale? Then let you be the ones to bestow a name upon this story. Project number 3143 El Mafe, Supreme Divinity. Project world, unknown. Containment status, uncontained. Responsible team, damned federal agents. Divine sword team, data deleted. File unsealed, pending processing, completed. As the celestial curtain slowly descended, El Mafe once again evaded the Foundation's grasp. Oh ho, yet another anomaly has vanished. These anomalies might as well just eliminate us outright. It would spare us from living in constant dread. Alas, another world has slipped away. I wonder when it will be our turn. Perhaps one day we shall awaken to find our world annihilated. The tower-like apparition he had just witnessed must surely be the artifact mentioned by the celestial curtain. Despite wielding even the shadow of such a relic, El Mafe still emerged victorious. This supreme divinity is truly formidable. Supreme divinity is overwhelmingly potent. If it were merely divinity, we might still harbor a glimmer of hope for survival. But the supreme variety is utterly insurmountable. Observing how the denizens of the previous world were transformed by El Mafe, I could almost glimpse my own future fate. How are we to contend with this? Even the author would have to kneel before such power. Let destruction come. Grant us a swift end. All worlds, please prepare yourselves mentally. As the words and hesitant tone materialized upon the celestial curtain, the denizens of myriad worlds, freshly baptized by El Mafe's power, felt a chill creep into their hearts. As anticipated, the celestial curtain soon delivered a staggering revelation. There exists a distinction between reality and fiction, yet ultimately, it shall be torn asunder by the black thorn of the Lord of non-existence. Foundation File 2747 7-pointed Devourer of Souls. Project Level. Supreme Divinity, is it possible? You truly delivered a swift resolution. We have indeed drawn the rare double gold. Alas, I am weary. Let destruction commence. Quickly, is it not true that Supreme Divinity is abundant? To unleash two at once. Kinmu, are you attempting to drive us to the brink of despair? Calm yourselves, everyone. Remain composed. This time, it pertains to the archives, perhaps akin to the previous 3000. We still harbor a glimmer of hope. Kinmu, proceed. Project description. The 7-pointed Devourer of Souls is an ultra-metaphysical anti-narrative entity, also known as the Sevenfold Destroyer, the Lord of Non-Existence, and Lady Blackthorn. It possesses the capability to obliterate any narrative that encapsulates its information to a certain degree, resulting in the demise of multiple metafictional narrative layers. It is widely regarded as superior to the cosmic starfish, with the 5 causes of narration trembling before the 7. Even the Crimson King is but an illusion in its presence. The stories within the play and the reality beyond, narratives intricately interwoven, exhibit a dichotomy of truth and fiction, yet ultimately, they shall all be torn asunder by the Lord of Non-Existence, the Black Thorn. 2747 does not exhibit much personality, as she often vanishes after instantaneously annihilating a narrative. However, she is evidently wise and actively seeks to introduce various triggers to facilitate her manifestation. Clearly, she shows no regard for anything she obliterates, including the countless lives that are rendered extinct. She appears to harbor a disdain for upper-tier narrators, actively attempting to consume them. According to the Foundation's currently known archives, 2747 has encountered multiple supreme divinities. The following are the relevant interaction records. With 3812 in the plan, 2747 was placed in opposition to 3812. This confrontation led her to destroy the multiple narratives that drove 3812 to madness, allowing him to regain his sanity and ultimately rediscover himself. Subsequently, 3812 began to employ his powers to continually create mediums that would trigger the 2747 effect, thereby ensnaring her indefinitely and preventing any further devastation. With 3143, Lu Mafe. In the arduous adventure comic archives of Lu Mafe, the final page detailing Lu Mafe and the inner hall of Black Mountain was anomalously destroyed, evidently at the hands of 2747. Lu Mafe encountered her for unknown reasons. Or perhaps this encounter precipitated her manifestation, indicating that the strength of the 7-pointed Devourer of Souls far surpasses that of Lu Mafe. The world harbors 7 seas, 7 continents, and 7 wonders. There are 7 days in a week, 7 deadly sins in humanity, and 7 notes in a scale. Yet, my gun holds but 6 bullets. Farewell, marvelous detective boy. Comments related to Lu Mafe's central page. With the Crimson King. Yet, Lady Blackthorn is so astute, sealing the king within his own narrative. His symbol of freedom now signifies death, and only when it is too late does he finally attain understanding. The number 7 has never been his exclusive domain. With the conclusion of 5317's poem, the 7th layer of the tower, represented by the Deep Crimson King, engages in an epic confrontation with the preceding 6 towers. However, the convergence of various elements has summoned the 7-edged Devourer of Souls, both entities embodying aspects of the number 7, thus leading to their inevitable clash. Ultimately, the verses suggest that the Seven-Edged emerges as the more formidable force. Chaos theory, when the Foundation's board attempted to resurrect a recently deceased director using 6747. They encountered failure due to contact with 2747. This prompted 2747 to choose itself as the vessel and merge with a portion of its essence, evolving into a more potent and hazardous narrative entity, 6747. As 67473 achieved a narrative topology comparable to baseline reality, 2747 began to accrue increasing power, enabling its ascension to higher narrative tiers. Despite the Foundation's efforts to thwart 6747 by transforming 67,473 into a comedic imitation of its universe, which attracted the author's attention and rendered it a parallel reality to the primary universe, 2747 ascended into the realm of the author and the readers, inflicting considerable harm upon them and inadvertently liberating the Foundation's primary universe from their manipulation. Transcendent Canticle. In the Transcendent Canticle, the Cosmic Starfish and the Seven-Edged Devourer of Souls have been adversaries since the inception of the narrative. Their initial confrontation resulted in the demise of the Tree of Knowledge, culminating in the Seven-Edged reaching its zenith and vanquishing the Cosmic Starfish. However, in the end, the Seven-Edged was defeated by El Mafe, utilizing a technique he could employ only once in his lifetime. The Foundation is unable to effectively contain 2747 and can only respond with special containment measures. The Foundation's watchdog algorithm will monitor mentions of 2747's positive keywords across networks and media publications. All matches will be flagged and submitted to the analysis department for further confirmation of any manifestations of 2747. If identified as positive, all affected media will be rectified according to the standard Foundation media alteration protocols, 912 Twilight Zone, 943 Poison Well. Controlled observation of 2747 will utilize local computational resources, systematically generating narratives of varying complexity and nesting. Descriptions of these narratives will similarly employ the Foundation's media parsing analysis software to generate different levels of abstraction. Results will be derived from regular scans for data anomalies, detecting signs of 2747. All narratives exhibiting such anomalies will be categorized as belonging to the 2747 entity, with their seed conditions marked as suitable for 2747. Once a sufficient number of samples is gathered, a clearer identification and exploration of 2747's boundary conditions will be possible. Furthermore, a list of 7000 artists will be maintained and monitored, utilizing the aforementioned analysis software to confirm indications of localized 2747 manifestations within their respective works. To enhance observable results and the scope of deeply nested metafictional manifestations, the monitoring list should primarily consist of individuals, groups, and organizations inclined toward metafiction in their works. Chapter 28. The Foundation's Plan. World of Arrival, unknown. At present, the Foundation has only detected the traces of 2747 upon the destruction of several narrative worlds. However, by the time the Foundation arrived, numerous narratives had already been annihilated, and 2747 had completely vanished, leaving its whereabouts shrouded in mystery. The Foundation's watchdog algorithms have entirely lost their capacity to monitor and oversee 2747. The boundary conditions of 2747 can no longer be distinctly identified or surveyed. Currently, the Foundation has devised a new plan to restore its reconnaissance and surveillance over 2747. Shortly, a team will be dispatched to recover artifacts from the worlds where they were previously abandoned, thereby aiding the completion of this initiative. The 4 involved worlds are requested to cooperate with the Foundation's retrieval operations. There is no need for undue alarm in the various realms, as the Foundation has yet to detect any factors that could cause 2747 to manifest. Below are the records observed by the Foundation regarding the appearances of 2747. After addressing the relevant matters, the celestial screen unveiled the information detected by the Foundation concerning 2747. Following a brief blackout of the screen, an astonishing and complete bubble world gradually unfolded before the eyes of humanity across the multiverse. This bubble world resembled an exquisitely crafted machine, with the authorial world, the supreme dominion of this bubble, at its very core. Here, the origins of all stories, creative inspirations, and boundless imaginations are birthed. Parallel to the authorial world stands the slightly inferior, yet equally significant world of imitators. These realms function as shadows of the authorial world, subtly intertwining and nesting with it in a delicate manner, mirroring its steps. This remarkable relationship constructs a narrative hierarchy akin to a staircase, collectively supporting the central framework of the entire bubble world. Surrounding this core area, composed of the main and its imitative worlds, lies a series of novel worlds that have been officially certified by the narrative hierarchy. These novel worlds shine like luminous stars, closely clustered around the resplendent central narrative matrix. Each novel world possesses a unique style and storyline, interweaving and resonating with one another, collaboratively crafting a vibrant tapestry. Further outward extend the secondary fanfiction realms or imperfect novel worlds. They resemble small collectives, tightly adhering to the mature novels established by official settings, seeking opportunities for protection and growth. Beyond these, even weaker worlds continue to adhere to this hierarchical structure, aligning sequentially to form a vast and orderly system of bubble worlds. Due to the narrative hierarchy, these worlds are unable to discern their respective positions within the bubble. It is, in fact, a fanciful notion for humanity across the multiverse to gain such an all-encompassing understanding of the entire bubble. The intricate composition and operation of a bubble realm are undeniably complex. With its enigmatic dimensions, intricately nested structures, and convoluted causal relationships rendering it as incomprehensible as a celestial tome to the average human. However, thanks to the assistance of the celestial canopy, humanity across myriad realms has finally been afforded the opportunity to scrutinize this bubble world in a manner comprehensible to their own understanding. Each world, akin to resplendent stars twinkling amidst the vast expanse of the bubble, possesses its own distinctive character and narrative. All the layers of storytelling adhere to some unknown principle, functioning methodically within the bubble's confines. With the omniscient perspective provided by the celestial canopy, humanity has beheld countless worlds, some teeming with magic and fantastical creatures, others boasting advanced technology, and still others steeped in religious faith and philosophical contemplation. In that moment, humanity found itself enraptured by the wondrous sights before them, when suddenly, the lens of the celestial canopy began to rotate gently. As the camera shifted, the myriad bubbles that ebbed and flowed within this realm briefly flashed before the eyes of humanity. Yet, without lingering excessively, the celestial lens swiftly withdrew, before guiding humanity to observe several more bubbles, ultimately descending into these bubble worlds. The canopy began to fragment into smaller screens, revealing a plethora of narrative scenes from various fictional realms. Initially, humanity perceived nothing amiss. However, under the canopy's emphasis, they soon discerned a peculiar commonality. Each world showcased an astonishing shared element, the rampant dissemination of information regarding 2,747. In one technological world, the search and viewership of 2,747 related content on the internet skyrocketed. In worlds devoid of technological advancement, myriad legends surrounding 2,747 proliferated, even giving rise to numerous religions venerating 2747. This pattern was consistent across every realm. As more worlds were filtered through the celestial canopy, a sudden recollection of descriptions pertaining to 2,747 surged within humanity's minds. In an instant, they were struck by a wave of trepidation, their skin prickling, as disbelief washed over them while they gazed at the content displayed on the canopy. Could it be? Before humanity could regain their composure, the celestial canopy ceased its filtering, the lens rising once more to return to the prior realm. Yet this time, they lacked the inclination to admire the enchanting vistas, their eyes fixed intently upon the canopy. What transpired next unfolded precisely as humanity had anticipated. When the understanding of 2,747 within those worlds reached a critical juncture, suddenly, numerous black thorn-like entities surged forth from the depths of this realm. These dark thorns radiated a terrifying aura capable of obliterating all, their countless spikes shimmering with a lethal sharpness that seemed poised to pierce through anything, instilling a sense of dread. In a daze, humanity felt as if they were witnessing the most perfect existence in the world, yet upon regaining their senses, they could not shake the notion that they must have been mad to entertain such thoughts. At this moment, countless rising thorns began to advance slowly towards the few phantasmal bubbles, resembling the gaping maw of a voracious beast, mercilessly devouring the myriad illusions within this realm of delusion. The essence of annihilation swept across this domain. In the blink of an eye, the numerous phantasmal bubbles were entirely erased, as fragile as true foam, while the black thorns vanished without a trace after fulfilling their grim purpose. The aura of the supreme divinity rendered the realm incapable of replenishing the void left behind. Through this emptiness, humanity across the myriad worlds seemed to glimpse an exalted being, surrounded by thorns that swayed as if alive, dancing with her breath and movements. Guarding this supreme figure, as the celestial curtain drew to a temporary close, humanity fell into a prolonged silence. Had these worlds truly ceased to exist? Countless realms and innumerable lives were extinguished with such casualness? Is this what supreme divinity entails, the ability to obliterate narrative constructs at will? Alas, so many lives extinguished in an instant. Is the divine truly so heartless? What of us? Will our world meet the same fate one day? Let not the worlds descend into futile despair. For now, your realms remain relatively secure. Observing the pervasive pessimism among humanity, the celestial curtain felt compelled to intervene with a word of solace. Life is arduous, sighed the celestial curtain. Why are these humans so despondent? Even we at the forefront of the Foundation have not succumbed to despair. Hasn't a mere supreme divinity destroyed phantasmal bubbles before? The number of bubbles obliterated daily in the realm of delusion is incalculable. Next, the world should prepare to cooperate with the Foundation's artifact recovery efforts. With that, the celestial curtain resumed its shifting imagery. In the world of godslaying, at the Night Watcher training base in Songnan City, an ordinary day persisted until the coach inadvertently met the demise of a trainee. At this moment, the training ground was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Groups of new recruits reveled in their rare moments of leisure until a narrative portal of the Foundation suddenly opened, shattering their tranquility. As the familiar Foundation helicopter descended, the recruits quickly stood at attention, their gazes fixed upon the approaching Deathwing team. Weren't we told that the Foundation personnel would arrive in Kyoto? They have everything prepared there. Why have they come here? Pondered by Li P. NGP Ying, who stood near Lin Xie. Uncertain, Lin Xie replied, shaking his head. Could it be that the boundless return to the void has brushed against us? The surrounding recruits stared in bewilderment at the arriving Deathwing team, utterly unprepared. What should we do? Should we go greet them? Fortunately, the Deathwing team paid them little heed. Chen Qiantao casually scanned the area and soon spotted Lin Xie and the others. He approached Lin Xie, his expression inscrutable, and inquired, "You are Lin Xie?" "Ah, yes." Lin Xie responded, his face a mask of confusion. "Is the Infinite returning to the mysterious fan with you?" "Huh, no." Upon hearing Chen Qiantao's inquiry, Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback before hastily shaking his head. "Really? Are you certain?" Chen Qiantao, equally astonished by Lin Xie's response, turned to Wang Qinyang beside him. Did those peculiar individuals from the causality department not claim that magical artifacts reside with the protagonists of each realm? I have no idea. They merely spoke in vague terms about causation, insisting that we should directly seek the world as protagonist, Wang Qinyang replied, equally perplexed. TCH, a bunch of unreliable fools. I wanted to save some time. Our schedule is already tight, and we must rely on technology. As Chen Qiantao confirmed once more that Lin Xie indeed possessed no magical artifact, he retrieved a device to begin locating the position of the Infinite returning to the mysterious fan. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, feeling utterly bewildered, observed the bustling activities of the Deathwing squad, unsure of what to make of it all. What had he just heard? Was he truly the protagonist? He was certain he hadn't misheard. Just then, the chief instructor Yuan Gang hurriedly arrived. After gathering information from the surrounding recruits, he rushed over to Chen Qiantao and spoke. "Captain Chun, I am Yuan Gang, the highest authority here. I have reported your situation to Kyoto, and our base will do everything possible to assist you with the recovery efforts." Noticing that the instrument required some time, Chen Qiantao shifted his gaze to Yuan Gang. "Very well, in that case, Instructor Yuan, I shall first convey the Foundation's directives to you. The primary objective of our Deathwing squad involves two main tasks. The foremost task is, of course, the recovery of the magical artifact. Initially, we believe the artifact would be with your world as protagonist, which is why we ventured here. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, we now need to reassess the artifact's location. The second task is to assist your world in eliminating potential mediums that could lead to the manifestation of 2747. As Chen Qiantao spoke, he projected an image depicting a group of individuals clad in classic cult-like black robes, fervently kneeling before a statue in a dark hall, seemingly engaged in a ritualistic worship. As the image became clear, the inhabitants of the god-slaying world gaped in disbelief. The entity being worshipped by the cult-like figures was none other than the recently revealed 2747. In that instant, everyone present, including Yi Fan who was gazing at the screen, felt their hearts momentarily cease. What in the world? When did this happen? Is this from that city? Dispatch a team to dismantle this cult immediately. Hurry. Yi Fan, from afar in Kyoto, slammed his hand on the table, glaring at the subordinates below him. Snapped back to reality by Yi Fan's shout, the assembled personnel swiftly sprang into action, coordinating efforts to address the situation. At that moment, Chen Qiantao's voice echoed once more from the screen. Furthermore, information regarding 2747 on your world's network must be promptly eradicated. This task will require your immediate attention. Notify the Network Communications Department to ensure that the information is eliminated at once. Thoroughly sweep and inspect multiple times, ensuring that no information regarding 2747 spreads. Yi Fan urgently commanded once more. Meanwhile, the myriad humans gazing at the celestial canvas were left in a state of bewilderment as they beheld the images released by Chen Qiandao. Goodness, is this truly displayed? They dare to showcase anything. However, reflecting upon their own realms, the ruling elites of other worlds quickly dispatched individuals to scrutinize their own domains. This inquiry triggered an involuntary twitching in their eyelids, as they indeed uncovered some ominous signs. The humans across various worlds instantly grew restless. Are you serious? We truly do not wish to perish. All right, the notifications are complete. I shall now send you several addresses related to this cult. Due to the pressing time constraints, our team has other missions across different worlds to attend to. Henceforth, we have decided to split into 2 groups. I will lead one team to recover the artifacts, while the remaining members will assist you in eliminating the mediums. Do you understand? Understood. We will do our utmost to cooperate with you in completing the task. Yuan Gang responded firmly. The instruments also provided feedback, prompting Chen Xiandao to raise an eyebrow in mild surprise. Is it Japan again? How could Wuliang Gue Xuanfu be in Japan? Subsequently, Chen Xiandao chose not to dwell on it further, having located the artifacts. He promptly organized and allocated personnel to commence action. I, along with Wang Qinyang, will be responsible for recovering the artifacts. The rest shall remain to assist in eliminating the mediums in this world. Any information or individuals related to 2747 must be eradicated. Is that clear? Yes, Captain. We guarantee the completion of the mission. Very well, we shall depart now, Chen Xiandao declared, promptly boarding the celestial vessel alongside Wang Qinyang, soaring towards Japan. Meanwhile, Yi Wanyue assumed temporary command at their original location. We shall proceed ahead. Ensure your team departs swiftly as well, as our time is limited. She instructed Yuan Gang before leading her own team onward. As Tier 2 and 3 reality distorters, there is currently nothing on Earth that can overpower us, she mused. For locations, I shall handle 2, and each of you shall take 1. Keep your movements discreet and resolve matters swiftly, leaving no trace of information regarding 2747. Upon receiving their directives, Su Mushiwe and Su Chen nodded and hastened towards their respective locations. In this instance, Su Mushiwe arrived at a concealed cult meeting point hidden beneath the surface, having verified the address multiple times. She deployed a small probe to begin investigating the situation within. Indeed, 86 individuals present, with 5 exhibiting Hume index reactions, none particularly strong, and no signs of intervention from any local deities. With this discovery, Su Mushiwe cast 4 small triangular stakes around the perimeter, instantly sealing the area with an enclosed energy field. Equipment status normal, Hume index stable, commencing action. She confirmed after reassessing her gear to ensure its reliability. Stealthily, she concealed her presence and infiltrated the underground cult meeting point. At that moment, atop a high platform, 5 individuals, discernible as the leaders by their attire, fervently indoctrinated the throng of black-robed followers below. Su Mushiwe, like a specter, lurked in the shadows, observing the unfolding scene. As the number of individuals reached a precise total, including the 7 guards dispatched earlier, Su Mushiwe tightened her grip on the polymer short blade, still dripping with crimson snow. She began to gather her strength, preparing to strike. Meanwhile, the 5 leaders on the stage remained blissfully unaware that they had drawn the attention of death itself. Just as their voices crescendoed in fervent speech, a razor-sharp arc of light sliced through the air, rendering them incapable of any reaction. In an instant, 5 heads tumbled to the ground, their final sight a vivid display of gleaming blade light that illuminated the entire hall. There were no screams of terror. Only the dull thud of severed heads hitting the floor echoed, accompanied by the relentless splatter of warm blood. At the entrance to the subterranean chamber, Su Mushiwe emerged unscathed, devoid of any bloodstains. She sheathed her short blade and activated the life detection module on her helmet, scanning the underground space meticulously, occasionally glancing away to ensure the device remained functional, confirming the absence of any human life signatures, and having completely obliterated the evidence. She noted that the operation had stirred no significant commotion. Task accomplished. With her mission validated, Su Mushiwe proceeded to the predetermined rendezvous point. Meanwhile, the panting members of the masked squad arrived at the basement, rendered speechless by the sight of severed heads. At the rendezvous point, Yi Wanyue and her companions had been waiting anxiously for some time. As Yi Wanyue completed her task, Chen Xiantao and his companion reached the entrance to Takamagara in Japan. In Chapter 29, Mechanical Descent, Chen Xiantao and his companion stood before the gates of the Divine Realm, Takamagara. Prior to their arrival, they had traversed the urban landscape of Japan, witnessing the current chaotic state of affairs. It was a scene of utter pandemonium, with bizarre and abstract deities roaming freely, alongside the peculiar behavior of the remaining populace. Faced with such a disordered and mind-bending spectacle, Chen Xiantao struggled to find suitable adjectives, ultimately settling on the term abstract. For anything beyond that felt inadequate to encapsulate the unfathomable reality before him. Recollecting his thoughts, Chen Xiantao focused intently on the dilapidated, blood-stained gates of the Divine Realm. How is the positioning? He inquired, regarding the slightly tattered portal. The instruments show no anomalies. The positioning is accurate. The immeasurable returns within, Wang Qingyang confirmed. Glancing at his device. Very well, if that is the case, let's inspect our gear and prepare to enter. The sky will remain outside for now, Chen Xiantao declared, commencing a thorough check of his equipment. With all systems, helmet module, exoskeleton armor, and weaponry functioning properly, Chen Xiantao exchanged a nod with Wang Qingyang before they truly entered Takamagara. Crossing the threshold between the human realm and the domain of the gods, they fully immersed themselves within Takamagara. As soon as they stepped inside, a nauseatingly potent stench of blood assaulted them like a tidal wave, penetrating the masks they wore and invading their nostrils. Even for the seasoned veterans accustomed to brutality, the overwhelming, acrid scent proved momentarily unsettling. In the present day, this realm, once depicted in Japanese mythology as a paradise akin to celestial beauty, has been irrevocably transformed. The resplendent crimson moon, suspended in the sky, appears drenched in endless blood, emanating an eerie and beguiling luminosity. Under the ghastly illumination of this blood moon, the entire realm resembles a thick shroud of dripping crimson, casting a macabre pall over the landscape. Amidst this sanguine tapestry, a cacophony of horrific howls reverberates through the heavens, rising and falling in a relentless symphony of terror. These cries range from piercing shrieks, akin to the wails of malevolent spirits, to deep, resonant roars reminiscent of demonic deities. Together, they weave a heart-stopping orchestration of death. Simultaneously, the once solid divine earth is marred by vast, gaping fissures, revealing unfathomable depths filled with the blood of deities and stark, bleached bones. Those exalted deities, once revered and elevated, have now descended into utter madness, bereft of reason and divinity, devolving into savage beasts consumed by a singular thirst for bloodshed. Upon this cursed ground, myriad forms of deities engage in frenzied internecine slaughter. Witnessing this grotesque and bloody tableau, Chun Xiantao and his companion experience a moment of discomfort, yet, having grown accustomed to the gruesome, swiftly activate their breath-sealing modules, regaining composure to proceed with their mission. According to the instruments, Wuliang Gixuanfu resides at the heart of this domain. We must delve deeper, Wang Qingyang remarked, gazing at the device. Then let us proceed. Swiftly and decisively, to complete the retrieval task, Chun Xiantao responded, casually dispatching a few deranged deities that dared approach. Observing this, Wang Qingyang quickly fell in line, allowing the instrument to guide their path. Along their journey, any deity bold enough to obstruct their passage was mercilessly obliterated by Chun Xiantao. With no divine being capable of hindering their advance, countless deities fell before his relentless assault, yet these entities, stripped of reason, charged at them mindlessly. Just as Chun Xiantao's hands began to ache from the exertion, the duo finally pinpointed a dilapidated palace complex, steeped in traditional Japanese aesthetics. Captain, the instrument indicates that Wuliang Gixuanfu is within, he stated. Very well, Chun Xiantao replied, eyeing the palace shrouded in an ominous aura, showing no intention of entering. The enormous, spectral hand that had previously dispatched the false 682 reemerged, descending upon the palace complex. Even before the palm made contact, its inherent force caused the already crumbling structures to collapse, fracturing the very fabric of space and unleashing chaotic spatial currents. The reason for such a heavy-handed approach was that Chun Xiantao had detected a small, lurking entity preparing to ambush them. Furthermore, the Foundation's artifacts were not something to be easily destroyed. Thus, he infused an added measure of strength into his strike, and as anticipated, a razor-sharp blade of energy erupted from within the teetering palace. Yet it was destined to be in vain. The sword light, which seemed capable of cleaving through anything, struck against Chun Xiantao's colossal hand of energy, as ineffective as an ant attempting to shake a tree. Upon witnessing this, the being that had unleashed the sword light immediately sought to flee, but Chun Xiantao would not grant him such an opportunity. With a sudden and forceful swipe, a piercing scream echoed as the fleeing entity was instantaneously reduced to dust, even its soul unable to escape. The might of the colossal hand did not wane, crashing heavily upon the ruins of the palace. In an instant, the earth trembled violently. From the point of impact, massive chunks of soil erupted, and the remnants of surrounding structures were utterly obliterated, transforming into countless particles of dust that scattered into the air. The already fragmented space could not withstand the strain, resulting in turbulent spatial currents surging forth, further plunging the vicinity into chaos. As the dust settled, what once stood as a grand palace complex was now reduced to a bottomless chasm, through which one could faintly discern the encirclement of the Japanese. Yet, the infinite return to the abyss remained unscathed, floating serenely amidst the wreckage, emanating a soft, ethereal glow. The infinite return to the abyss measured approximately 3 feet in length. Its handle appeared to be crafted from an ancient and mysterious metal, exuding a cold, profound luster. Intricate, obscure runes were etched upon its surface, pulsating with a faint light, reminiscent of stars gliding within. The bristle portion was woven from countless translucent threads, each seeming delicate yet astonishingly resilient, as if forged from the purest energy of the cosmos. These threads intertwined to form a fluffy yet orderly shape, swaying gently in the breeze, as if capable of harnessing the forces of the universe. The ethereal glow emanated from the intersections of these threads, not blinding but imbued with a tranquil, far-reaching aura, akin to the dawn before daybreak, subtle yet filled with hope. invoking a sense of reverence. With ease and without incident, Chun Xiantao secured the infinite return to the abyss in a special container and nodded at Wang Chenyang. Confirming the target was accurate and the artifact successfully retrieved, the two immediately commenced their return, departing from Takamagara. Whether the chasm would later become a new entry point for deities into the Japanese realm was no concern of Chun Xiantao's. Safely aboard the celestial vessel back to China, Chun Xiantao and his companion exhaled slowly, their spirits heightened throughout the journey, vigilant against any unforeseen occurrences. These unexpected events were not likely to originate from the local deities of that world. Logically, certain divine beings, known to be antagonistic toward the Foundation and the Void Emperor, should have shown up to stir trouble. However, they were surprised by the smoothness of this retrieval. The assembly point for the Deathwing squad was in Kyoto, where the other members and the higher-ups of the Night Watch awaited under the leadership of Yi Fan. Observing the situation from the celestial canopy, Yi Fan and the others felt helpless, realizing why they had been unable to locate the infinite return to the abyss despite their efforts, even to the extent of provoking the ancient gods' church in pursuit of it. It turns out they have fallen into the domain of another deity, and any attempts to curry favor with the Foundation are now futile. As the helicopter approaches, Yi Fan and his companions set aside their other thoughts and step forward to greet it. At least for now, it seems unlikely that Japan will pose any threat to China in the near future, which is undoubtedly good news for Yi Fan and his group. With this in mind, they approach with genuine smiles. Chun Xiantao observes the approaching group and first addresses his teammates. How did the cleanup mission go? Were there any unforeseen incidents? None at all. It went smoothly. All media in this world have been eliminated. I've transferred the subsequent tasks to China. Yi Wanyue reports comprehensively about the mission. All right. Let's gather and prepare to depart, Chun Xiantao responds, turning to Yi Fan and his companions. Perhaps due to their shared nationality, he feels a sense of camaraderie and speaks a bit more. Commander Yi, we have other recovery tasks to attend to, so we want to linger. Thank you for your cooperation. It is we who owe you our gratitude. You have indeed been a tremendous help. When Captain Chen has time next, do visit again so we may express our appreciation, Yi Fan replies. Certainly, take care. After a handshake between Chun Xiantao and Yi Fan, he suddenly adds, by the way, make sure to nurture Lin Chia. China will ultimately overcome this crisis. As the sky opens to reveal the narrative passage, the Deadwing team proceeds to their next mission. In the Sword Comes world, just as the Deadwing team completes their retrieval of the Infinite Return, a recovery team from the Foundation arrives at the Sword Comes world. Under the locust tree in the center of Lizhu town, a narrative passage slowly opens, and a new mobile task force steps through. All members, report any anomalies. Unit 1, no anomalies. Unit 6, no anomalies. End report. The commotion under the locust tree naturally attracts the attention of the townsfolk and outsiders who have been observing the celestial screen as content. Upon witnessing the Foundation's team arriving, the surrounding individuals are taken aback, quickly realizing the implications. The fabled command flag might indeed be within this town, prompting several to vanish without a trace. While outright theft is out of the question, so far, no fool has dared to rob the Foundation's assets. There remains the possibility of locating the item and returning it to the Foundation, which could be pursued. Meanwhile, the celestial screen displays information regarding this Foundation team. Mobile Task Force of the Chinese Division, Xinci-01, Storm Butterfly. Xinci-01 is a permanently stationed mobile task force at the Chinese site. Its primary responsibilities include containment of anomalous items, responsible for the containment of most anomalous items at the site. Execution of field tasks, handles all field tasks within its jurisdiction. Special nature, Xinci-01 possesses unique characteristics, and related data requires level 3 or higher security clearance and trust testing to ensure covert operations. Unit 3, initiate tracking. The team leader glances around before addressing Unit 3. Understood, beginning tracking now. It may take some time. One of the team members gazed at the instrument in hand, reporting the findings. At that moment, the revered sage of the town, Qi Jingchun, approached the group beneath the locust tree, observing the 6-member team. With a courteous demeanor, Qi Jingchun stepped forward and performed a scholar's bow, addressing them. Esteemed guests of the Foundation, I am Qi Jingchun, the resident sage of this realm. Have you come here to retrieve a magical artifact? His voice, as refreshing as a gentle spring breeze, combined with his impeccable etiquette, significantly enhanced the team's favorable impression of him. Noticing this, the team leader of Unit 01 nodded and promptly returned a military salute. Greetings, Mr. Qi. I am the head of the recovery mission. Very well, please follow me. I presume you will require some time to locate the artifact, and during this interval, I would be honored to extend my hospitality. The leader glanced at the instrument and, with a hint of regret, replied, I apologize, Mr. Qi, but our timeline is rather tight. We have already pinpointed the artifact's location, and we appreciate your kind offer. Then, I shall not press further. You may proceed freely within the town, and I will do my utmost to assist you in accomplishing your task. I only hope that you refrain from causing harm to the ordinary citizens. Rest assured, Mr. Qi, Our sole purpose is to recover the artifact, and you are welcome to accompany us. Upon concluding, the leader signaled for team member 3 to lead the way. After receiving the nod, team member 3 stepped forward, and the rest of the team swiftly followed suit. As they traversed the path, buoyed by their initial positive impression, the team members, having had some prior knowledge of the world of swords, engaged in lively conversation with Qi Jingshun. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Chun Pingin's home on Muddy Altar Alley. Captain, we've arrived. The instrument indicates this is the location, reported team member 3. Qi Jingshun looked at the somewhat dilapidated house with astonishment, never expecting that the Foundation's artifact would be found here, at Chun Pingin's residence. Meanwhile, the crowd that had been trailing behind was equally taken aback, having scoured the town for the artifact only to discover it in such a seemingly rundown place. As the knock on the door echoed, it was Ning Yao who opened it. Are you the people from the Foundation? She inquired, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Indeed. We are here to recover a magical artifact. Is Chun Pingin present? He is practicing his martial arts, Ning Yao replied, casting a glance at both the interior of the house and the onlookers outside before stepping aside. Please, come in. As the door closed behind them, the crowd outside erupted into chatter. I can't believe it. Chun Pingin is so fortunate to have stumbled upon such luck. Exactly. We searched the entire town over the past few days, but found nothing, only to discover it here. Alas, it seems the fortune was insufficient in the end. Inside the house, Chun Pingin, having transitioned from initial confusion, suddenly recalled that during a recent trip to the mountain to gather firewood, he had indeed picked up a tattered little flag. He promptly returned to the room to present it to the captain of Unit 01. Ning Yao gazed in disbelief as Chun Pingin produced the flag, rubbing her eyes in astonishment. Is this truly the fabled command flag? You found it so casually? Hee. I had no idea when I picked it up, Chun Pingin replied, scratching his head with a bashful smile. The damage is quite severe. The captain took the device and began to scan and examine it incessantly. Suddenly, he looked up at Chun Pingin with a grave expression and asked, You haven't spoken to the flag in the past couple of days, have you? No, I haven't. I just picked it up and left it there. What's wrong? Chun Pingin, feeling the intensity of the captain's gaze, hurriedly shook his head. Phew, that's a relief. The captain, upon hearing this, securely placed the small flag into a specially designed container. This artifact has suffered significant damage and activated unexpectedly. You all know its purpose. If you've uttered anything unfavorable in the last couple of days, it could potentially manifest. Is that true? Ning Yao exclaimed in surprise at the captain's words. Of course. What do you think it's called the word reversing flag for? If it had been intact, your empty words would have been inconsequential. But now that it is severely damaged, who knows what might happen if it were to activate? The captain shrugged. Ning Yao fell silent, recalling her earlier boast to Chun Pingin. If you truly achieve something after practicing a million punches, I, Ning Yao, will marry you. All right. This task is complete. It's time for the next one. The captain, putting away the container, glanced towards the adjacent courtyard. The residence there must belong to the Great Li dynasty, right? Indeed, it seems a prince from Great Li has come to fetch Song Jisun. Chun Pingin confirmed with a nod. Very well. Number 2, you should pay a visit. Information regarding 2747 is still quite limited in this world. With only some details available from the Great Li side, they should be able to handle it on their own. As one of the team members nodded and stepped out, a formidable martial aura surged from the nearby house, and a figure, swift as lightning, darted towards the town's entrance. All right, Mr. Qi, we have completed our mission and will not linger further. Thank you for your cooperation, the captain saluted. Not at all. Since you are pressed for time, I will not keep you. I wish you success with the Foundation's plans. Qi Jingshun replied with a smile and a slight nod. Thank you for your kind words. As the captain spoke, he seemed to recall something and produced a small cylinder from his person, offering it to Qi Jingshun. Please accept this as a token of my personal regard. Initially reluctant, Qi Jingshun understood that, despite not knowing what it was, items from the Foundation must hold great value for him. Seeing the captain's insistence, he ultimately accepted it. Well then, farewell, Mr. Qi. Meanwhile, in another realm, 2 artifacts had also been successfully retrieved by the Foundation's team. Notably, the other 2 artifacts were voluntarily returned by Shi Hao and the National Master Yin Kong before the team even began their search. As a result, the Foundation had offered a couple of verbal favors, though their validity remains uncertain. At this moment, words began to appear in the previously silent sky. Currently, the Foundation has confirmed the retrieval of the lost artifacts, replicas. A plan to re-establish oversight and containment regarding the identified 2747 boundary is underway. Please do not worry excessively across various worlds. After the statement, perhaps to alleviate the spirits of humanity across the myriad realms, a dossier regarding the Foundation was unveiled. It is the Foundation's ace, a savior of the narrative. According to internal records, this project has been initiated at least twice. Though the circumstances and timeline of these events remain obscure. Foundation Dossier, Project 2000, Mechanical Descent. Classification Level, Confidential. Project 2000 is an underground Foundation facility. Originally constructed in a past epoch, intended to rebuild civilization in the event that apocalyptic scenarios cannot be averted in a timely manner, thus preventing humanity from facing extinction or near extinction. Since its inception, Project 2000 has been activated on at least 2 occasions. Records pertaining to the construction and history of 2000 were lost during the presumed first activation. Whether these losses were the result of an accident or were deliberately orchestrated remains uncertain. The facility's critical operational zone extends from 75 to 100 meters beneath the surface. Although comprehensive research on Project 2000's overarching engineering has been hampered by the need for confidentiality alongside complete reconstruction, all subsystems of 2000 have been successfully reconstructed in a laboratory environment. All related procedures within the facility exhibit no anomalies. The primary energy source is a liquid thorium fluoride reactor with a total rated output of 1 and a lifespan of 70 years. Additionally, a geothermal generator has been installed to harness the advantages presented by the region's active volcanic activity, capable of providing indefinite power to the facility in its prepared state. Project 2000 is also equipped with water purification facilities, air purification and circulation systems, hydroponic production wings, and sufficient housing for the permanent settlement of 10,000 individuals. To fulfill its primary mission, 500,000 human replicators are integrated within 2000. At peak capacity, Project 2000 can produce up to 100,000 non-anomalous humans capable of growth and development each day, requiring a 5-day warm-up period. This system collects raw materials from the area's geothermal springs and subterranean magma through an underground Riemann transport pipeline, and is supplemented by a computer memory bank housing all known human genomes. Through these means, the system can reconstruct any lost human genome or create entirely new and unique genomes as needed, reintegrating them into human society. Humans produced through this process can be directly advanced to any desired age without undergoing the 5-day incubation period. In addition to adjusting physical structural characteristics, memories can be implanted through the use of potent hallucinogens and developmental hypnotic techniques. The life histories, neural scans, and genomes of all personnel holding level 42,000 or above have been preserved to ensure that the activation of Project 2000 and the execution of the Lazarus 01 program can proceed normally. Even with the survival of a solitary individual, derived technologies, the construction of Project 2000 utilized many applied scientific technologies currently mastered by the Foundation. Stability anchors. The invention of the Scranton reality anchor appears to predate the initial activation of 2000, being recorded as having been devised in 1889 by Dr. Robert Scranton. The primary structure and most of the circuitry are composed of a corrosion-resistant beryllium-bronze alloy. This device is powered by instruments that reverse the deletion of data, eliminating the virtual particle-antiparticle pairs required for the manifestation of the green-type reality distortion. Due to the production costs associated with this beryllium-bronze alloy, the Foundation restricts the application of such equipment to containment units with an area not exceeding 2 square meters. Continuous time slots. The continuous time slot is designed to stabilize causality, ensuring its steadiness through a specialized field effect. It employs a concentrated beam of high-energy electromagnetic radiation in conjunction with a photon field emitter to create a permanent event boundary, allowing organic and electronic systems to traverse it unharmed while maintaining a stable causal environment. This implies that as long as it remains operational, any temporal anomalies that were not constructed in 2000 will be rendered invalid. Pseudo-Riemannian manifold. The application of the pseudo-Riemannian manifold allows the architectural blueprints of 2000 to extend into negative depth, providing a planar space of 10 square kilometers. The original data pertaining to this system has been lost due to the last activation of 2000. Although this phenomenon generally indicates spatial anomalies, calculations by Dr. and Dr. have confirmed that this manifold entry aligns with advanced applications of modern physics. The negative space is sustained by a non-gravitational singularity, which arises from particles concentrated as they traverse the manifold entrance. Should a singularity collapse occur, the entire facility will remain intact, preventing structural failure. Through the recreation of the manifold, it is anticipated that if the Euclidean 101 protocol for death can be executed immediately after the collapse, the process will not exceed 10 hours. The isolation location of 2000 can remain operational or habitable for up to 36 hours following the collapse of the manifold, and it can be reconstructed an indefinite number of times. Chapter 30, 2006, is terrifying. Oh, the infinite save file. So this mechanical divinity serves as a reboot for human civilization. It is hardly surprising that the Foundation possesses a world reboot mechanism. But what does it mean that there have been 2 recorded activations? The implications are chilling. This suggests that just in the records, the world has been destroyed twice. What of the unrecorded instances? Goodness, this means that counting this time, the Foundation has likely perished at least 3 times. The Foundation's technology continues to astonish my understanding. The realms of causality, time, and spatial technology have all emerged. Indeed, it is as expected of an organization capable of elucidating theology through science. I am truly eager to comprehend the principles behind those devices. Do you realize how exasperating it is for a scientist to see yet be unable to grasp? This has been an enlightening experience. I have come to understand the extent to which humanity can achieve through external means. Damn it. I initially believed the anomalies were formidable enough, yet I was utterly astonished to learn that the Foundation had been obliterated thrice. What kind of resistance can one even expect? My heavens, I can already envision a world within the Foundation where anomalies roam freely, and divine beings are as abundant as dogs. As the current dossier concluded its presentation, I witnessed humanity across the realms rejuvenating splendidly, and the celestial screen began to unveil the sequel to 2747. As the camera shifted, the first sight to greet my eyes was a magnificent sci-fi base. This base, resplendent in silvery gray hues, boasted immense and robust metallic walls that shimmered with a chill radiance, as if proclaiming its indomitable defensive prowess. Irregularly distributed across the walls were blue energy veins, reminiscent of lifeblood coursing through a living entity, a manifestation of the base's energy system. Within the surface-level expanse of the base, countless towering spires stood erect, their summits continuously discharging faint electric arcs, weaving an invisible protective net that enveloped the entire facility. The formidable steel gates, towering several dozen meters high, creaked open slowly, emitting a dull roar akin to a colossal beast parting its jaws. Upon entering the base, one was immediately struck by the vastness of the interior space, which starkly contrasted with the exterior contours. The expanse was astonishingly immense, stretching beyond the limits of perception. The labyrinthine corridors twisted and turned in every direction, evoking a sense of awe and wonder. As the celestial lens gradually zoomed deeper into the base, one could observe the heavy protective doors being traversed in succession, each exuding a frigid and solid aura, as if they were the loyal sentinels guarding this enigmatic domain. Behind these fortified doors, specialized containment chambers were meticulously arranged, with the camera racing past them in rapid succession, allowing humanity across the realms to truly grasp the sheer magnitude of the base. What they had previously glimpsed from the exterior was merely the tip of the iceberg of this colossal structure. The number of containment chambers was beyond imagination, with the coded markings on their steel doors flowing like an endless stream across the screen. The camera descended to the lowest level of the base, where a vast underground plaza housed a singular machine pulsating with blue light. The machine's relentless operation resonated through the subterranean space. The enormous display screen at its center flickered with complex data codes, as numerous Foundation researchers donned in lightweight protective gear navigated the area, their gazes fixed intently on the control panels before them. In the corners of the surroundings, for teams tasked with recovering artifacts stood prominently. At this moment, a Foundation doctor clad in a white lab coat, without lifting his gaze, spoke beneath the apparatus. Please place all the artifacts you have recovered into the anchor point transporter. Upon hearing this, the 4 team leaders cooperatively approached, retrieving the artifacts and placing them onto the 4 platforms surrounding the machine. As a flash of white light enveloped the scene, 4 imitation artifacts vanished from the platforms, while a research personnel swiftly monitored the data fluctuating on the screen. Staff, the transmission shows no anomalies. All anchor points have successfully arrived at the designated world coordinates. Doctor, excellent. All personnel, prepare to commence. Initiate recording and begin the system self-check, preparing to restore the oversight algorithm for 2747. Staff, system self-check complete. We are ready to proceed. Doctor, the deployment world coordinates have been confirmed. Commence the release of the 2,747 sub-individuals. All personnel, remain vigilant. As the researchers commenced their operations, a holographic representation of the world appeared on the central display, accompanied by a progress bar that began to advance slowly. Staff, 1015-3050. Boundary conditions have reached critical levels. 2747 has not manifested. Shall we continue the deployment, Doctor? Doctor, proceed with the deployment of sub-individuals. Staff, continuing the deployment, 6068. As the progress bar gradually approached 70, a sudden red alarm blared from the display, prompting swift action from the researchers. In an instant, the holographic world was torn apart and obliterated by black thorns. 2,747 manifested. The first holographic bubble has been destroyed, and tracking efforts have failed. Doctor, the emotionless voice of the researcher echoed. Doctor, reinitiate the system self-check. Prepare to commence the deployment of the 2747 sub-individual in the second holographic bubble. Staff, the apparatus is functioning normally, beginning the second deployment. 103050. The 2747 entity has manifested. Marking successful. Boundary conditions are clear. Shall we continue with the deployment, Doctor? Doctor, the primary entity of 2747 has not manifested. Continue with the deployment. With another intense alarm sounding, the cold voice of the researcher once again overpowered the sirens. The second holographic bubble has been destroyed. The oversight algorithm has not been activated. Doctor, recharge the system. Prepare to initiate the deployment of the 2747 sub-individual in the third holographic bubble. Staff, the sixth holographic bubble has been destroyed. The data deletion world has been annihilated. The command reversal artifact, replica, has been damaged. The oversight algorithm has encountered a flaw. The system is collapsing. Doctor, this restoration procedure has failed. Doctor, collect the data. Prepare for the next operation. Recording complete. Project number, 2747 7-Angle Devourer of Souls. Project location, unknown. Project containment status, not contained. Responsible personnel, head of data deletion site, Dr. Data Deletion. File not sealed, pending processing, complete. Is my vision deceiving me? The Foundation has obliterated 7 holographic worlds to contain 2,747. You're not imagining it. I saw it too. Is this truly justified? ISNT the Foundation, meant to protect humanity? The lives within those 7 holographic realms were extinguished without a moment's hesitation by the Foundation. Surely, there were humans among them. All for the sake of restoring that oversight system? I find myself increasingly hesitant to trust the Foundation. How does this differ from the original actions of 2,747? They clearly disregard those lives. Is it possible that the Foundation has never regarded those lives? Perhaps their sole objective has always been to contain anomalies and maintain the status quo. Indeed, the Foundation has never explicitly stated that its duty is to protect humanity, perhaps. To them, humans are merely a component of the status quo, easily replaced in the year 2000. One cannot help but ponder whether the Foundation might one day sacrifice our world in pursuit of containing anomalies. Upon reflecting on this, humanity across all realms fell into a profound silence, recalling the Foundation's actions when 682 descended upon the Deloa world. In this moment, for the first time, humanity from all corners clearly perceived the Foundation's ruthlessness. Let not the beings of various worlds become ensnared in futile arguments. The Foundation's primary objective remains the protection of humanity, and those worlds are merely a few that were on the brink of destruction. Seeing that the discourse among the realms was veering towards depicting the Foundation as a nefarious antagonist, the celestial screen hastily intervened to rectify the thoughts of the collective. Time flowed slowly. Ever since witnessing the Foundation's mercilessness, the comments on the celestial screen diminished significantly. Although an explanation was eventually provided, humanity across the realms took several days to recover, and once the matter subsided, there was an unspoken agreement to refrain from further discussion. Anomalies have emerged. All worlds must prepare for response. Project number 2006 is exceedingly terrifying. Project level, anomalously dangerous. Oh, I find myself somewhat relieved that this is classified as a level. Finally, it is no longer a limited edition. However, it is still a level. Celestial screen. Do you truly wish for us to live peacefully? Very well, as long as it is not of the highest divine nature. At least a level classification provides some semblance of reassurance. The highest divine nature is akin to a waiting death sentence. Nevertheless, regardless of the classification, the inherent danger of a level anomaly is evident. Everyone must brace themselves. The celestial screen continued. Project description: 2006 is an anomalous spherical entity with a standard diameter of 50 centimeters. 2006 claims its objective is to instill fear or terror in as many humans as possible. To achieve this end, 2006 is capable of altering its shape, mass, size, density, chemical composition, and sound in any manner it desires. Currently, there exists no known method to harm 2006. The limits of its transformation abilities remain unknown, and it is currently believed there are no boundaries. At present, 2006 enjoys adopting the appearances of various creatures and villainous characters from horror and science fiction films it has viewed. Its most frequently used appearance is that of the mechanical monster from the 1953 film Mechanical Monster. 2006 can speak while assuming the form of a nonverbal creature. It typically attempts to frighten any who approach, yet afterwards, it adopts a friendly demeanor. The reasons for this behavior remain unclear. Despite frequently asserting its goal is to induce as much fear as possible, 2006 struggles to discern which concepts elicit fear in humans and is persistently seeking new methods to fulfill its objective. This poor capacity for recognition extends to human emotional discernment, as 2006 is unable to identify even the most apparent subtle shifts in human emotions. 2006 is contained within a sealed enclosure in Site-118. The year 2006 must be continuously monitored for any changes, which should be promptly recorded. All individuals in proximity to 2006 are required to attend a training class focused on expressing fear and surprise. Monthly, 2006 will be provided with at least one low-quality horror film or a science fiction film containing horror elements. All interactions with 2006 must affirm that it still perceives the content of the works it views as frightening. Note: the current director of Site-118 has issued a memorandum regarding 2006. I have recently received reports concerning the laxity of staff in monitoring 2006 while it watches new films and attempts to induce fear. Many personnel have treated this matter as a joke. Some have even questioned why 2006 is classified as an individual of a certain level. I must reiterate that a classified individual remains classified, regardless of how juvenile it may appear. 2006 is neither a demigod nor a monstrous lizard. However, its danger is on par with other entities of its class contained by the Foundation. Consider the intentions of 2006. It seeks to instill fear. Imagine if 2006 were to breach containment and discover what truly instills terror in humanity. Think of the horrors of war and the various phobias that afflict individuals. Envision it witnessing the dread of nuclear warfare or catastrophic events. Now, envision these fears encapsulated within a being capable of endless transformations. And you will understand why it has been assigned its classification. All personnel mentioned previously have faced disciplinary action. I do not wish to hear any further reports regarding this situation. Doctor, title. In the chapter titled Furnace, Howling Eagle, the narrative unfolds. My heavens. Once again, it is limitless. Dare you to experience the boundless? The earlier two manifestations of supreme divinity were already excessively limitless. Do you desire to engage further? Theoretically, is it true that 2006 can transform into anything it wishes, including a deity? It is indeed worthy of its classification. And I am left pondering why 2006 fixates so intently on humanity. As the world connects, the link to the collective consciousness has successfully initiated a live broadcast. The screen transitions, revealing the familiar map of an island nation. Ah, it is this country again. Does it harbor any extraordinary phenomena? Who knows? As long as the anomalies do not descend upon our world, I remain content. With each passing day, from the moment I gaze upon the heavens, I cherish life. As the camera gradually advances, the scenes become increasingly vivid, ultimately settling upon a magnificent edifice in Tokyo, Japan. As night descends, the city is adorned with vibrant neon lights, their brilliance resembling a myriad of dazzling stars, illuminating the once pitch-dark sky with twinkling points of light. Amidst the bustling splendor, the enigmatic edifice stands in stark contrast, resembling a colossal shadow that discreetly conceals itself within the profound darkness, rendering its entirety elusive to the gaze. Only when one's attention is drawn to the pinnacle of the structure is the striking Genji Heavy Industries emblem revealed. The four characters, illuminated by the light, emanate a ghostly glow, as if whispering the countless secrets and narratives nestled within the architecture's depths. Gradually, the camera descends towards the base of the building, traversing through cold, formidable white steel security doors. Eventually, it comes to a halt before a seemingly impenetrable, fully enclosed protective barrier. This heavy door looms like an immense shield, exuding a chilling aura, subtly hinting at the terrors contained within. However, as the camera penetrates this formidable barrier, the scene that unfolds before the eyes of humanity is utterly unexpected. Instead of the anticipated monstrous horrors, one is greeted by a spacious, brightly lit room. An atmosphere of warmth pervades the space, resembling a meticulously nurtured fairy tale realm. A kaleidoscope of colorful dolls and endearing little yellow ducks are scattered whimsically across the corners of the room. The floor is adorned with a thick, patchwork carpet, its soft texture inviting one to tread barefoot, to indulge in warmth and comfort. In one corner of the room, a state-of-the-art gaming console rests quietly, before which sits an adorable girl clad in traditional Japanese attire, her bare feet firmly planted on the ground. She is utterly absorbed, her large, sparkling eyes fixated on the screen, deftly manipulating the game controller, completely immersed in her digital adventure. Just as the girl is engrossed in her gaming and humanity watches in bewilderment, an ugly doll, incongruous with the surrounding charming toys, begins to rise slowly from the pile behind her, stealthily inching closer to the girl. Upon reaching the girl's back, the doll, unnoticed, curls its lips into a malicious grin and suddenly lunges at her, emitting a sound it deems terrifying. The girl, already aware, feigns surprise and leaps up, her lackluster performance betraying a fa of fear. Haha, did I frighten you, human? Do you feel terror? The ugly doll, witnessing the semblance of fear on her face, emits excited sounds from within its body, which should not have been capable of sound. Little cloth, do not transform into something that scares me again. Do you hear me? She scolds the grotesque doll, her poor acting making the onlookers chuckle unconsciously. Meanwhile, humanity gazes at the whimsical dolls on the screen, struggling to believe that this is the so-called anomaly of the realm. Indeed, the ugly doll before them is none other than Anomaly 2006, too fearsome to comprehend. However, the reason for its presence remains a mystery to Arii. It was introduced alongside the other dolls by Minace, initially unnoticed by her or the security outside. It wasn't until one mundane evening, while she was watching a low-quality horror film, that she realized 2006 had transformed into a doll that could barely be deemed frightening, giving her quite a start. Arii, with her innocent disposition, quickly overcame her initial shock, replaced by an overwhelming sense of curiosity rather than fear upon encountering this unknown entity. Sensing no intent to harm from 2006, she planned to inform Minace's associates during their next visit. Yet, Those individuals regarded her as if she were a terrifying monster, too frightened to linger, rendering her unable to converse with them. Moreover, whenever Mina's people arrived, 2006 would cleverly conceal itself, leaving Arai puzzled as to why the surveillance could not capture its presence. Thus, she resigned herself to allowing 2006 to remain in her room, yearning for companionship. Despite the fact that 2006 was not human, occasionally, 2006 would attempt to scare her, though it never succeeded in truly frightening her, which left Arai slightly annoyed. Eventually, she discovered that 2006 could communicate with her normally, filling her with joy, as she had been mute for over a decade despite not being truly deaf. Through their conversations, she gradually came to understand 2006's nature, and whenever 2006 tried to frighten her, she would play along, pretending to be startled. With the limited knowledge she possessed, Arai decided to name 2006, though the doll often referred to her simply as human. As Arai and 2006 engaged in their playful banter, the sound of the protective door opening signaled 2006's usual disappearance, and Arai resumed her previous silence, dutifully awaiting the arrival of someone to administer her serum injection. This time, however, it was not a medical staff member who entered. Arai's heart leapt with joy as she saw someone approach, smiling and holding a notebook. "Brother, you've come to see me." Although she did not fully understand the concept of a brother, she trusted Minace implicitly. "How have you been, Arai?" Minace asked, observing the delighted girl presenting her notebook. He forced a faint smile as he gently ruffled her hair. "Very well. What is it, brother?" she replied, curiously raising the notebook toward him. "Arai, please be honest with me. Is there a transforming doll here?" Upon hearing Minace's inquiry, Arai stiffened, lowering her gaze like a child who had misbehaved, unable to meet his eyes. Feeling the weight of his gaze, she could only nod in acquiescence. Quickly scribbling on the notebook, "Are you going to take it away? It's not dangerous. Could you please not take it away?" "Arai, listen to me," Minace said gently. "That doll is very dangerous. We need to take it away for 2 days, and then we will return it." Listening to the gentle yet insistent voice of Motoharu, Arai lowered the notebook she had been holding midway and quietly stepped aside. Observing this, Motoharu turned and subtly gestured to the group of fully armed Genji Heavy Industries employees outside, who promptly entered the room with an air of vigilance. As they cautiously handled her collection of dolls as if they were explosives, maintaining a considerable distance from her, Arai silently bowed her head, standing behind Motoharu. Noticing her despondence, Motoharu sighed and gently inquired, "Arai, would you like to go out and play?" "It is possible, but first, you must accompany us for a while. Once our tasks are completed, you can enjoy a few days outside." Arai quickly held up her notebook, pleading, "Can I not go out? I want SHBU to stay with me." "That is not feasible, my dear. You must trust your brother. In a few days, I will return SHBU to you." "All right," Motoharu reassured her as she shook her head in disappointment. Witnessing her sorrow, he could only sigh helplessly, recalling the bewilderment he felt when he saw her engaging with the year 2006 in the skies above. For Arai's safety, he felt compelled to act thus. Once all her dolls had been removed, Motoharu summoned the medical personnel to administer a serum to Arai. As he rolled up his sleeve, the white dragon scales and sinister black veins on Arai's forearm became visible. With careful precision, the medical staff injected the serum, causing the dragon scales to gradually fade, revealing the smooth, youthful skin of her arm once more. After the serum was administered, Motoharu helped Arai change into fresh garments and escorted her out of the protective chamber, though none present noticed the subtle movement of the headpiece adorning her head. At the headquarters of the Japanese Shikuya 8 families, aside from Motoharu, who had already proceeded to the Japan Trench to assist with the Long Abyss project, and the Yusuji family head, who was bathing, the representatives of the other families had taken their designated seats, engaged in fervent discussions. "Has that plan commenced?" one inquired. "Indeed. But now the anomalies from the Foundation have descended upon our world. Can our plan still succeed?" "Uncertain," came the reply. "Isn't that why we have gathered here to observe the Elders' reactions? Speaking of which, how is that anomaly faring? I hear it has been sealed by the young master of the Motoharu family. Is it truly that simple? The Foundation claimed it posed significant danger, did it not? Who knows? It seems rather trivial to me. Isn't the Yusuji family head quite pleased while interacting with that anomaly? By the way, why haven't the Yusuji family head and the Elder arrived yet?" Just as the family heads were engaged in discussion, Tachibana Masamune entered alongside Arai, who had completed her bath and changed attire. "Esteemed Elder, Yusuji family head," the family heads quickly fell silent and bowed upon their arrival. "Everyone, please take your seats," Masamune said calmly, surveying the assembly before gesturing for Arai to find a place to sit. Once all the heads of the families had settled, Tachibana Masamune spoke up. "I am well aware of the purpose behind your gathering. Regarding our plans, I wish to express my stance here. Our endeavor shall proceed." Just as some family heads were about to voice their thoughts, Tachibana Masamune raised his hand to interrupt, continuing, "Kagayaheim has already begun her actions, and I believe we have no path of retreat left. As for the anomalies concerning the Foundation, I will ensure that the Motohashi family addresses them." You need only focus on your own affairs. With Tachibana Masamune having made a definitive declaration, even though some family heads harbored reservations, they dared not openly contradict the patriarch of the snake, Ki-8 families. Observing the silence from those present, Tachibana Masamune departed with airy eye, boarding a speedboat bound for the celestial abode upon the ocean. At the very moment the Japanese snake, Ki-8 families resolved to continue their scheme, the Foundation's containment squad had already arrived in the Dragon Clan's realm. An aircraft emblazoned with the Foundation's insignia was en route to the celestial abode above the Japan Trench. Inside the cabin, two squads with differing insignias engaged in conversation, while the screen displayed information about these teams. Foundation Huaxia Division, Icho 04, Furnace. Icho 04 is an offensive mobile task force belonging to the Huaxia Division, adept at utilizing high-temperature weaponry for squad assaults. Its primary responsibilities include the eradication and ambush of hostile organization strongholds, as well as the containment of infectious anomalies. The squad operates in units of 8, equipped with a 6, Flapping Bird, armed helicopter, and large high-temperature weaponry. Foundation Huaxia Division, Icho 10, Howling Eagle. Icho 10 is an aerial mobile task force, comprising a fighter squadron and an airborne company, parachuting. It is equipped with 1619 attack fighters, 890 early warning aircraft, 2 refueling aircraft, 16 special Black Hawk utility helicopters, and 16 Havoc armed helicopters. Icho 10 is primarily responsible for area denial, fire support, monitoring and attacking anomalies with flight capabilities, and rapid assistance. The task force is stationed at an underground airport in Langfang. Furnace, Howling Eagle, Squad Leader, Team Members, check your equipment. This mission carries certain risks. We must remain vigilant. Furnace Leader, everyone, prepare yourselves. We are expected to arrive in approximately 30 minutes. This mission is one I personally advocated for. So let those little anomalies witness our might. Understood? Understood. Sound of gun bolts being drawn. Chapter 32. The Dragon Abyss Plan concludes. The ocean under the cover of night always evokes a sense of trepidation. In the darkness, the azure waves resemble a black hole capable of consuming all. As the relentless surf crashes against the rocky shore, producing a deep, resonant sound akin to a roar emanating from the depths of the sea. The occasional emergence of white foam resembles the fangs of a sea beast, fleeting yet laden with an aura of danger. The distant horizon blurs, merging seamlessly with the night sky, rendering it nearly impossible to discern where the heavens end and the ocean begins. The sea lay shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, with passing vessels cautiously retreating to the safety of the harbor, fearful of venturing into this ominous domain. Yet, amidst the seemingly lifeless depths of the ocean, a diminutive star flickered against the vast black curtain of night. At this moment, above the profound and shadowy expanse of the Japan Trench, a colossal structure, composed of 6 massive and robust marine platforms, stood resolutely upon the surface of the water, resembling an unassailable fortress of steel. It gleamed like a pearl embedded in the boundless, dark ocean. Beams of intense searchlights emanating from the structure pierced the surrounding gloom like swords, illuminating the nearby inky waters as if it were day. However, within the confines of this bastion, tension and chaos reigned. The shrill wail of alarms echoed across the platform, akin to the roar of a deep abyss, instilling a sense of dread. Countless trained combatants surged forth like a tide, converging rapidly upon the platform. A myriad of dark gun barrels menacingly pointed towards the seemingly tranquil sea. The wind howled, stirring tumultuous waves that crashed violently against the edges of the platform, producing a deafening cacophony. Simultaneously, the crisp sounds of rifle bolts being chambered intertwined with the chaos, as if heralding the impending storm. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and as the searchlights swept across the once calm surface, white froth and swirling eddies began to emerge. Such phenomena typically indicated the swift descent of large underwater fish. Yet it was evident that something far more sinister was afoot. The combatants, gripping their weapons with tightening hands, observed the unsettling signs. Helicopters ascended into the sky, their mounted machine guns targeting the frothy waters below. Suddenly, a multitude of menacing figures erupted from the depths, their thousands of glimmering, murderous golden eyes piercing through the splashing curtain of water, overshadowing even the illuminating searchlights. A flash of lightning streaked across the heavens, momentarily revealing the terrifying visage of the emerging horrors. Open fire! The commanding shouts reverberated through the air, mingling with the thunderous roar of artillery. The violent gunfire shattered the tranquility of the sea, as a torrential downpour of metal rained upon the monstrous entities. Sparks flew as bullets ricocheted off the scales of the beasts, illuminating the surface with bursts of light, even forcing the initial wave of creatures that breached the surface back into the depths. However, the scales of these horrors were resilient against conventional firepower, and the impact of this assault was negligible against the vast horde. Soon, the first wave, momentarily repelled, roared defiantly as they surged forth once more, rejoining their brethren in a relentless charge towards the surface. as the ocean seemed to be inexorably inundated with this monstrous horde. The battle upon the water escalated into a furious crescendo. At this moment, the protagonists aboard the Deliast were hanging by a thread within the submerged ruins of the Dragon Clan. Countless draconic entities were relentlessly gnawing at the exterior of the submarine. The harsh sound of metal being torn apart and the incessant alarms of pressure echoed in the ears of Lu Mingfei and Chu Zihong, while Caesar, who had ventured out to manually activate the nuclear power chamber, had gone silent. Outside the vessel, the magnificent ruins of the Dragon Clan had been fractured by an undersea earthquake, with molten lava flowing slowly through the fissures, still searing even at the ocean's depths. Inside the submarine, Lu Mingfei and Chu Zihong felt the intense heartbeat of draconic embryos pulsing from the depths, causing their own heart rates to surge. It's over. It's truly the end. Little Shuaizai clutched his head, desperately trying to ignore Lu Mingzhe's tempting whispers, murmuring in panic. There is still a chance. Caesar will surely succeed. Chu Zihong, a short distance away, clenched his fists, fixated on the submarine's control panel. Beneath the oppressive weight of fear, time seemed to slow. And just as Lu Mingfei contemplated yielding to Lu Mingzhe to save Chu Zihong and Caesar's weak voice finally broke through the communication. Activation successful. Ascend immediately. Hurry. Upon hearing that the nuclear power chamber was operational, Chu Zihong swiftly maneuvered the battered Deliast out of the encirclement of the draconic entities, beginning its ascent towards the ocean's surface, while the activated nuclear chamber slowly glided towards the draconic embryos beneath the ruins. Caesar, can you hold on? Chu Zihong shouted into the communicator, watching the submarine's depth gauge rise. I can hold on. Amidst the mournful cries of the submarine's metallic shell, it rapidly ascended towards the surface, but at that moment, a sudden tremor resonated from the depths of the Dragon Clan ruins. Dragon! A dragon has emerged! Lu Mingfei, who had been observing the situation through the porthole, exclaimed in alarm. Hearing this, Chu Zihong's heart raced, and he hurriedly pushed past Lu Mingfei to assess the situation. Below, amidst the rumbling sounds and a cloud of dust, a massive dragon skeleton erupted from the fissure where the corpse guardians surged forth. This skeletal dragon was towering and formidable. Despite its body being largely decayed, reduced to a ghastly white skeleton, it still emanated a chilling aura. The eyes, eerily preserved atop its skull, glowed like molten gold, piercing through the thick dust of the ocean floor. Even though this dragon had long since become a mere relic, the overwhelming pressure it exuded remained undiminished, rendering it impossible to gaze upon its majesty. As the dragon skeleton shook off the dust from its bony wings, it unleashed a silent roar before soaring swiftly towards the ocean surface. As it passed by the submarine, the turbulent currents it created violently displaced the vessel from its original course, while the dragon skeleton didn't spare a glance at Lu Mingfei and the others, soaring past them with indifference. Following closely behind was a throng of corpse guardians, sending chills down the spines of Lu Mingfei and his companions. Meanwhile, at the ocean surface, the situation surrounding the Shumi seat was equally dire, as the relentless barrage of projectiles finally began to exhibit vulnerabilities. As the final bullet was discharged with a resounding crack and the anguished cries echoed, the corpses successfully ascended the Shumi platform. With the emergence of the first breach, the previously formidable defense lines swiftly crumbled. An ever-growing tide of corpses surged onto the platform, and a cacophony of screams ensued, the steel-blue figures gradually enveloping the area. The combatants began a relentless retreat while valiantly resisting. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous roar erupted from the abyss, causing the once calm sea, disturbed by the onslaught of the corpses, to become utterly tumultuous. The shockwave from the nuclear explosion struck the Shumi platform first, causing the platform, which had remained steadfast against the assault of the corpses, to violently tremble. Soon after, the colossal waves generated by the explosion surged toward the Shumi platform, and before anyone could react, the waves, along with the horde of corpses, engulfed the platform entirely. As the waves receded, two platforms that constituted the Shumi platform were turned upside down, slowly sinking into the depths of the ocean. However, this was not the worst of it. Due to the monstrous waves, the defensive line on the Shumi platform had utterly collapsed, and it was now teeming with corpses. In the equally chaotic command room, the monitoring personnel, glancing at the information on their screens, hurriedly reported to Yuan Jisheng. Sir, the heartbeat of the underwater dragon embryo has ceased. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jisheng exhaled in relief and commanded, have the survivors regroup at the central dock to re-establish the defensive line. We cannot allow a single corpse to escape today. Where are the elders? The elders and the head of the Yusuji family are expected to arrive in 6 minutes. Outside, however, the combatants had completely lost their ability to resist and were being mercilessly slaughtered by the corpses. The surrounding waters were directly besieged by countless corpses. After issuing his orders, Yuan Jisheng unsheathed his sword and exited the command room, leading the others toward the dock. Two corpses that had managed to reach the command room were swiftly sliced in half by his blade. Let us go to the central dock. Yet, the corpses showed no mercy, as an endless horde obstructed their path, with the dragon skeleton looming ominously behind them. The overwhelming pressure from the dragon rendered everyone momentarily immobile, and Yuan Jisheng's expression shifted upon seeing the skeletal dragon. Just as he prepared to draw his sword to shield the others, the roar of an aircraft engine thundered overhead. A barrage of scorching bullets rained down upon the corpses before them, and the scales of the corpses, which were typically resistant to ordinary gunfire, offered no protection this time. The corpses blocking Yuan Jisheng and his companions were reduced to mere fragments in an instant. "Hey, big lizard, look above," came a casual voice from the sky. Yuan Jisheng and the dragon skeleton looked up, only to be met with two high-explosive armor-piercing shells. Almost the moment the dragon skeleton raised its head, the shells struck with tremendous force, while Yuan Jisheng and his companions witnessed 6 fully armed individuals jump from a transport aircraft without parachutes. A violent explosion reverberated, causing even the Shumi platform to tremble. As the dragon skeleton was shattered, half of its structure obliterated, plunging into the icy depths below. At that moment, the fully armed 6-member squad descended not far from Yuan Jisheng and his companions. Once they landed in scathe, the squad swiftly formed a combat formation, beginning to eradicate the remaining corpses in the area. The scorching lasers proved far more efficient against these undead than bullets. In no time, the surrounding remnants were completely cleared away. Observing the insignia on the squad's uniforms and the aircraft overhead, Yuan Jisheng suddenly realized that it was a containment team from the Foundation that had arrived. "Hey, you lot over there. If you don't move, you'll be feeding the monsters." Upon hearing the shout, the group snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed the containment team's lead towards the central dock. When they finally arrived at the central dock, the sight before them left them utterly astounded. Another team from the Foundation was already on high alert, exhibiting remarkable combat prowess as they firmly secured control over the entire dock. This squad comprised merely 8 individuals. Yet their formidable strength left Yuan Jisheng and his companions in awe. Each member donned specially designed high-temperature protective suits, which shimmered in shades of silver and gray, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of ancient runes reinterpreted in a modern context. At that moment, the Furnace Squad was unabashedly wielding their weapons, launching a fierce assault on the horde of corpses attempting to breach the dock. Their flamethrowers continuously expelled torrents of searing flames, creating walls of fire that kept the undead at bay. The roaring inferno resembled the fires of hell, consuming everything in its path. The squad members occasionally fired heat-seeking missiles, which accurately penetrated the clustered masses of corpses outside, resulting in thunderous explosions. In an instant, the sky was illuminated with flames, and waves of heat surged forth, causing the temperature within the dock to soar dramatically. Wherever the flames swept through, the once impenetrable steel floor melted into pools of molten iron. Those unfortunate enough to be caught in the fiery embrace were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye, scattering across the maritime expanse. "You've sealed off all the corridors. How are the survivors supposed to get in?" Yuan Jisheng, regaining his composure while observing the Furnace Squad, who seemed intent on reducing everything around them to cinders, remarked. Seemingly engrossed in their fiery mission, a member of the Furnace Squad cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. Given the current situation, do you truly believe there are any survivors left outside?" The captain of the Howling Eagle Squad, who had brought Yuan Jisheng and the others in, patted him on the shoulder after noticing their stunned expressions. Yuan Jisheng glanced back at the command center personnel, who were already sweating profusely from the heat, and fell silent, choosing not to respond further. Meanwhile, the Furnace Squad continued their incineration efforts, rendering the thousands of undead around them unable to approach even slightly. Just as the Furnace Squad reveled in their fiery endeavor and Yuan Jisheng's group struggled with the rising heat, the sound of helicopter rotors slicing through the air echoed from above the dock. The crowd gazed upwards as 2 helicopters from the Snake Chi 8 family hovered above the summer seat. At the cabin door, a woman clad in a red and white Miko outfit, the exquisitely beautiful Eri, stared impassively down at the countless corpses surrounding the Sumeru seat. One of the helicopters was slowly descending to retrieve the likes of Yuan Jisheng and the others. As the mass of corpses sensed the pure dragon blood coursing through Eri, they descended into sheer madness, their golden eyes faintly tinged with crimson. Tens of thousands of corpses recklessly assaulted the high-temperature defense line erected by the Furnace team. Yet their efforts merely served to increase the casualties among the Furnace team. The heat-seeking missiles repeatedly detonated against the tide of corpses, while flames swiftly reduced the isolated ones to ash. The team prepared for evacuation. Observing that Yuan Jisheng had successfully departed from the Sumeru seat, the 2 captains promptly commanded the retreat. The Foundation's transport aircraft began to lower its altitude, and the flight packs behind the Eagle Squad activated, propelling the members of the Furnace team towards the aircraft. With the obstruction of the Furnace team removed, the Sumeru seat was instantly inundated by the mass of corpses. Terrifying howls echoed through the night sky as sharp claws swiped at Eri on the helicopter. The dragon skeleton, previously shattered and fallen into the sea, had now dragged itself here, its partially restored body trailing behind. the silent roar of the dragon skeleton resonated, imposing a mental suppression that rendered all present, save for the Foundation personnel, Eri, and Yuan Jisheng, utterly panic-stricken. Some had even collapsed within the cabin. However, a small yellow duck hidden within Eri's pocket emitted a glimmering gaze, seemingly unfazed. So this is what you fear? Eri observed the frenzied corpses and the dragon skeleton below, her expression remaining serene. With a delicate hand, she slowly unsheathed the blade from her waist. As the blade emerged, her golden eyes began to shine. The dazzling golden radiance eclipsed the thousands of golden eyes below, and the mixed blood beings present uncontrollably felt an urge to submit to Eri from the depths of their hearts. As Eri raised her sword, an iceberg materialized in midair, exuding a chilling aura that instantly froze the surrounding sea. Simultaneously, an invisible domain expanded from Eri, enveloping the entire maritime expanse. The judgment of the word spirits. Esoteric dragon language resonated from Eri's lips, each character seemingly imbued with ancient power and authority. As her blade descended, the iceberg crashed down upon the mass of corpses and dragon skeletons below, while the force of the domain took effect. The countless corpses and dragon skeletons below were utterly vanquished by Eri with no resistance. The blade was slowly sheathed, and Eri's golden eyes gradually dimmed. While the multitude of corpses and the dragon skeleton had already turned to ash, the shattered Sumeru seat could finally bear no more, slowly sinking towards the dark depths of the sea. Until this moment, everyone remained entranced in the astonishment brought forth by Eri's actions, unable to regain their composure. Yet Eri, as if having made a remarkable discovery, beckoned with her delicate hand, and suddenly, a human figure floated from the ocean to the helicopter. As the onlookers focused their gaze, they instantly recognized the individual Eri had rescued, none other than the disoriented Lu Mingfei, swept away by the currents. After a prolonged silence, as they beheld the completely submerged Shumi seat and the now tranquil Eri, the crowd finally snapped back to reality. Just when they believed the ordeal was entirely over, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The previously calm sea erupted once more into tumultuous waves as a dragon, even larger than the skeletal remains they had seen earlier, burst forth from the depths, appearing before them with startling ferocity. To their horror, this dragon was alive, a creature of flesh and blood, not merely a carcass. Its entire body was adorned with dark greenish scales, each glimmering with a chilling luminescence, as if forged from the purest iron of the ocean's darkest abysses. Its enormous golden eyes coldly surveyed the crowd, exuding not only the ferocity of a beast, but also an air of superiority that overshadowed all. As the dragon's gaze swept across the onlookers, aside from the Foundation members and Eri, the rest were rendered paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling and pupils dilating. Noticing their reaction, a barely perceptible smirk curled at the corner of the dragon's mouth. Chapter 33, The Chaotic Splitter. Above the Japan Trench. The morning sunlight broke through the horizon, illuminating the scene as the Shumi seat sank into the depths, burying the horrors of the previous night beneath the waves. For the survivors, this should have been a moment of celebration. However, the majority aboard the helicopter bore pallid expressions. The once warm sunlight felt like an icy chill upon their skin, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension, punctuated only by the whirring of the helicopter blades and the crashing of the waves. The roar of the dragon sent shockwaves across the surface of the sea, stirring the waters once again, while the helicopter above exhibited signs of instability. Aside from the Foundation members and Eri, who remained composed, even Yuan Qixing momentarily paled, while others appeared ashen-faced, bracing themselves for impending doom. The oppressive weight of the dragon's bloodline had stifled their thoughts, causing them to forget the presence of the Foundation members entirely. Eri, hold on. I'll keep it occupied. You look for a chance to escape. Do you understand? Yuan Qixing whispered urgently, gripping his knife tightly. Yet, Eri paid him no mind, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the colossal dragon radiating its formidable presence nearby. Seeing her unwavering demeanor, Yuan Qixing felt a pang of anxiety, though he was perplexed by the existence of a living dragon, and estimated it to be at least a next-generation species. He was acutely aware that even if Eri's bloodline was strong enough to contend with the beast before them, her physical form could not withstand it. His thoughts were consumed with the imperative to protect Eri. With this resolve, he contemplated rushing to pull her back. However, Eri's next action left him utterly bewildered. You are little boo. Before Yuan Jisheng could pull her behind him, Eri abruptly raised her hand, pointing at the colossal dragon before them, her tone imbued with unwavering certainty. The girl's crystalline voice rang out, resonating through the air, causing the onlookers' heads to buzz with reverberations. At that moment, the crowd, momentarily paralyzed by fear at the sight of the dragon, simultaneously thought, could the head of the Yasuji family actually speak? Ignoring the astonishment of those behind her, Eri confidently continued, You must be little boo. Stop pretending. I recognize you. The dragon, which had previously appeared ferocious and roaring, displayed a flicker of confusion on its otherwise menacing visage and instinctively queried, Human, how did you recognize me? And why are you not afraid? The startled onlookers collectively mused, "I must be losing my mind. The dragon is speaking human language." The creature uttered the words in human tongue, simultaneously raising its claw to scratch its dragon head. "Indeed, it is little Boo. I just saw you smile." Ariai's demeanor transformed, shedding her earlier coldness as a radiant smile illuminated her face, exuding a sense of pride. As for her lack of fear, she rolled up her sleeve, revealing her arm adorned with newly sprouted white dragon scales, stating, "I am just like you. Why should I fear you?" 2006 glanced at the dragon scales on Ariai's arm, then at its own, donning a look of realization. "Then why are they not afraid of me?" 2006 pointed towards the Foundation personnel, who remained unperturbed. "We?" The two leading captains indicated themselves. "If a young girl is unafraid, why should we be?" Upon hearing their response, 2006 turned its dragon head, observing Ariai and the Foundation members, then lowered its gaze, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, as if enlightenment had struck, 2006 transformed back into the initially grotesque doll-like form and roared at Ariai. Witnessing this transformation, Ariai feigned terror, retreating behind the still bewildered Yuan Jisheng, pretending to cower in fright. Seeing Ariai's reaction, 2006 nodded in satisfaction and turned towards the Foundation personnel. Noticing 2006's gaze upon them, the team members, having received a cue from their captain, immediately transitioned into a dramatic performance. Each one recoiled in simulated fear, their expressions so well executed that they left the onlooking humans in a state of bewilderment. Delighted by this display, 2006 approached the Foundation's cabin, causing the personnel to retreat in alarm. Two among them, realizing there was nowhere left to escape, scrambled onto the helicopter where Ariai and the others were, while simultaneously delivering a covert and forceful stomp on the feet of those who stood frozen. The sudden pain twisted their faces in agony, accompanied by a menacing voice that commanded, "Make it convincing. Act like you mean it." Hearing this, the distorted faces of the crowd hurriedly complied, their expressions contorted in pain as they continued their performance. Outside, 2006 observed the expressions of fear on the faces of the crowd, and a satisfied laugh escaped his lips. "Ha ha ha. So it turns out you humans are frightened by this. Such cowardice. Little Boo, stop scaring us. Transform back." At that moment, the theatrically annoyed Ariai placed her hands on her hips and addressed 2006. "Timid humans," 2006 chuckled, delighting in the fright he had instilled before transforming into a small yellow duck ornament that landed atop Ariai's head. Witnessing this, the leader of the furnace team approached Ariai with a look of lingering trepidation. "Little sister, would you like to prepare a house for your little Boo?" he inquired gently, completely shedding his former image of a frenzied guardian wielding a flamethrower. "You wouldn't want your little Boo to remain on your head exposed to the elements." Ariai pondered for a moment, tapping her chin, before producing a notebook from her belongings and holding it aloft. "I would like one. Uncle, do you have such a house? I can trade you my snacks and game console for it." "Ah, of course, my dear. I do not require your snacks or game console. I can simply gift you one," he replied, producing a palm-sized transparent cube and placing it in Ariai's hand. Inside this cube is a room as spacious as ours, complete with a television and bed, perfect for your little Boo's home. This way, you can carry your little Boo with you wherever you go. Call him out and let him see if he is pleased." "Thank you, uncle." Following the leader's guidance, Ariai, under his watchful eye, successfully placed 2006 inside the cube. The members of the Foundation, who had been on high alert, breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing 2006's successful containment. Meanwhile, the Japanese crew, still reeling from the earlier events, finally recalled the information presented on the screen above. After seeing 2006 safely contained, they sat in the cabin, striving to calm their racing hearts. To ensure safety, both leaders escorted Ariai and the protagonist, Lu Mingfei, aboard their transport aircraft. Soon after, several aircraft soared towards the mainland. Just as everyone, including the Foundation members, believed the ordeal had come to a close, an unexpected turn of events occurred. "Warning! Incoming missile! Warning! Incoming missile!" The alarm blared within the Foundation's transport aircraft. Before the occupants could react, the aircraft, under the pilot's control, executed a sharp vertical dive, releasing a multitude of decoy flares. Two missiles suddenly appeared, whizzing past the tail of the Foundation's transport. One missile detonated successfully upon hitting a decoy, unleashing a wave of heat that shook the aircraft, while the other missile soared over the transport and struck a Japanese helicopter, which instantly erupted into a brilliant display of fireworks. "All personnel, prepare for combat. Quickly. Non-native world attack. Non-native world attack." Captain Xiaoying seized the brief moment of stability to shout commands amidst the chaos in the cabin. The attack that could trigger the Foundation's transport aircraft alarm is certainly beyond the capabilities of this small world. Captain Xiaoying, his mind racing, suddenly recalled something and hastily made his way to the cockpit, his expression darkening. Inside, the pilot wore a grave look, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he gripped the control stick tightly, desperately maneuvering the aircraft to evade incoming strikes. However, the relentless barrage of assaults surrounding them was akin to a tempest, intent on bringing them down. The dense stream of cannon fire roared like a surging dragon from the rear of the aircraft, crashing against the fuselage with a cacophony of sounds. As if that were not enough, the intermittent missile alerts blared like death knells within the cabin. Warning, right wing damaged. Right wing damaged. The cold, synthetic voice of the computer delivered the grim news. Accelerate and dive. Lower altitude. Quickly. Captain Xiaoying took the co-pilot's seat, immediately collaborating with the pilot to evade the onslaught. Meanwhile, external cameras relayed the situation outside the aircraft. A fighter jet was relentlessly attacking from the side and rear. Upon seeing the insignia on the fighter, Captain Xiaoying couldn't help but curse. Of course, today I neglected to check the calendar. Those damned chaos splitters. Meanwhile, the humans of the myriad realms watching the sky were equally bewildered, struggling to comprehend that anyone would dare to seize the Foundation's possessions. At that moment, a small screen in the sky began to introduce what these chaos splitters were. We once pledged allegiance to the Foundation, shedding blood for the sake of so-called normalcy. Now we shall be the ones to shatter it all. Foundation file, Chaos Splitters. Description: in 1924, the Foundation established a secret task force known only to 5. Codename Splitters, whose leadership comprised members of Mobile Task Force 1, Red Right Hand. They are renowned for their absolute loyalty to the O5 Council and their complete secrecy regarding their origins, identities, and operations. The leadership of the Splitters receives support from all levels of research, security, and containment personnel within the Foundation. For most organizations within the Foundation and the anomalous world, the Splitters are a rogue faction that absconds with numerous researchers and anomalous items. In reality, it was the O5 Council that created the Splitters to carry out ethically dubious tasks or to address uncomfortable political issues while maintaining the pristine public reputation of the Foundation. For approximately 24 years, the Splitters have clandestinely advanced the goals of the O5 Council under the guise of Foundation rebels, utilizing anomalous items. In 1948, as part of what appeared to be a conventional phased operation, the dissidents clandestinely extracted several items from the Foundation's control, escorting dozens of defector researchers to a secure location. On the same day, multiple unexpected site assaults occurred, wherein the dissidents seized anomalous objects of immense research and military value, inflicting severe casualties upon Foundation personnel, thus rendering the Foundation's greatest deception a grim reality. Their covert operative group had defected, presenting the Foundation with a formidable new organizational threat. It was time to bestow a new name upon this entity, the Chaos Insurgents. The Council was left in shock. The betrayal of the Red Right Hand, or even the slightest indication of disloyalty, was unprecedented. The Foundation remained oblivious to the motivations behind the dissidents' treachery. All attempts to locate, apprehend, or assassinate the insurgents had met with failure. According to the Foundation's classification of information, the dissidents had defected in 1924, while the true betrayal of 1948 marked the raid by the insurgents. The current Chaos Insurgents bear a resemblance to the organization that birthed them. The enigmatic Delta Command issues orders, while Gamma-level researchers and military commanders oversee the execution of these directives. Although Beta-level personnel do not attain the command level of Gamma, they are nonetheless capable of executing the insurgents' operations within their domain. The Alpha-level members, recruited with scant knowledge of anomalies, accept their roles out of sheer desperation in the grim exterior world. They resemble mere laborers, numerous and expendable. The insurgents are divided into 2 departments, military and research and development. Units within these departments operate independently, unaware of the precise actions and objectives of their counterparts. Newly recruited individuals heed the directives of their superiors, unhesitatingly following them, oblivious to the fact that each of their movements is a cog in the grand design orchestrated by Delta Command. They are led to believe they are mounting a grand resistance against the world's anarchic state, wherein the very consensus of reality is but a delusion, the greatest lie perpetuated by the Foundation throughout history. They are told they will forge a utopian future through the manipulation of anomalies, where humanity will wield total mastery, transcending mere illusions. Most of the anomalous items possessed by the Chaos Insurgents remain unknown. Among these, the most noteworthy are the Staff of Hermes, capable of altering the physical and chemical properties of any material it touches, and the Clock of Entropy, which can inflict various destructive effects depending on the point of impact. Both artifacts were initially acquired at considerable expense by the Foundation, only to be pilfered by the founders of the Chaos Insurgents. The items stolen from the Foundation and other anomalies generally possess high potential for direct utility. However, the Chaos Insurgents also employ anomalies with lesser immediate applications, such as 884. The Chaos Insurgents once published a declaration to solidify their organization, the contents of which are as follows. Since the dawn of civilization, humanity has never ceased its relentless slaughter, warfare, and vengeance, even in its primal state. While mankind prides itself on being the pinnacle of reason and wisdom, it remains perpetually governed by its baser instincts. plundering the possessions of others in pursuit of carnal desires. Behold, they resemble ravenous beasts, eager to drag others from their lofty perches, yearning to rend asunder what others possess and claim it as their own, only to be similarly torn apart in the end. Compassion, almsgiving, justice, human rights. All of these are mere faades crafted by the ruling class, fearful of insurrection from the weak. The true mechanism that elevates individuals to higher status and better treatment is, and has always been, the stark reality of survival of the fittest. Knowledge, status, wealth, civilization. These are the instruments with which people arm themselves to acquire greater benefits, all in the name of securing their own existence and propagation, while all else is deemed an insignificant sacrifice. Friends, shall we stand idly by as humanity continues its unending strife? Shall we watch as they squander their resources? Shall we bear witness to their sustained arrogance and malevolence? We once pledged our loyalty to the Foundation, striving for the survival of humanity. Yet, since its inception, the number of sacrifices has continually risen. We have gradually come to realize that the Foundation's purported mission for humanity is merely a fabricated pretext for the sake of power. We are committed to exposing their deceit, but no one believes us. Thus, we become the harbingers of destruction. Arise, take up your weapons. Shatter the Foundation's fabrications with fervor. They should tremble, for we are the agents of their demise. For the beauty of this world, to bring an end to this ceaseless cycle, we are the harbingers of chaos, and war has never truly ended. Chapter 34, 3 Days. The Foundation, which boasts of having the most loyal private army, has indeed betrayed. Who can say, after all, loyalty is ultimately a human trait, and humans are, at times, governed by emotion. Perhaps it is the darkness of the Foundation that has become too apparent. Did not the Celestial Veil state that they were responsible for the dirty work? I share the same sentiment as the above speaker. One initially joins an organization with noble ideals for humanity, only to find it mirrors the same dark machinations as those outside, resorting to underhanded tactics for political power. Even the most devoted faith can crumble, leading to betrayal. Moreover, we have witnessed the Foundation's ruthlessness before. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that these chaotic separatists are merely using the guise of a humanitarian cause to profit from war. Indeed, according to the Celestial Veil, the chaotic separatists advocate for the establishment of a utopia to liberate humanity, but as long as humans possess emotions, such a utopia is utterly unattainable. History has shown that a society devoid of order ultimately collapses. Across the vast, azure expanse of the ocean, 2 aircraft, akin to bolts of lightning, swiftly pierced the tranquility of the sea's surface. They soared through the vast expanse of the sky, their passage stirring the tranquil sea into frothy waves, resembling a colossal white dragon writhing in the depths. The chaotic fighter relentlessly pursued a somewhat cumbersome transport aircraft, unleashing wave after wave of fierce assaults. The thunderous roar of machine guns reverberated loudly, while a barrage of shells rained down upon the transport, causing its exterior to suffer severe damage, billowing thick smoke into the air. Yet, despite the perilous circumstances, neither the pilot of the transport nor Captain Hawk was in the slightest bit flustered. With their unparalleled flying skills, they deftly evaded each potentially fatal blow time and again. However, the relentless chaotic fighter, akin to a ferocious shark scenting its prey, clung tightly to the transport, offering no respite. Powerful missiles were continuously launched, hurtling towards the transport with lethal intent. At this moment, the decoys aboard the transport had been entirely expended, and faced with the impending missiles from which there was no evasion, Captain Hawk made a remarkable decision. He abruptly maneuvered the aircraft, positioning the tail of the transport towards the incoming missiles. With a deafening explosion, flames erupted, and the transport, shrouded in smoke, charged forth once more. Feeling the violent tremors of the aircraft, everyone in the cabin broke into a cold sweat, while the recently revived Lu Mingfei, still disoriented, instinctively gripped the safety belt of his seat. Everyone, prepare for emergency landing. Captain Hawk's urgent command resonated like thunder through the chaotic cabin. In the cockpit, with veins bulging on his forehead, Captain Hawk's gaze remained fixated on the encroaching red dots on the radar, his hands gripping the control stick as if to crush it. Number 2 and 3, safeguard those 2. He bellowed, gesturing towards the 2 closest team members, to Ely and Lu Mingfei. Understanding the urgency, they dashed to Ely and Lu Mingfei's side, swiftly assisting them into their parachutes. Meanwhile, the other team members were not idle. They hurriedly prepared their gear, each face etched with solemnity, fully aware that any misstep at this juncture could lead to their demise. At that moment, the shrill alarm blared once more, and the missiles launched by the chaotic fighter drew ever closer. Captain Hawk's eyes narrowed as he suddenly executed a nearly vertical ascent. Simultaneously, the cabin door opened slowly, and a fierce wind rushed in, nearly blinding them. Yet, the team members hesitated not. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, they leapt from the transport like dumplings being thrown into boiling water. The transport, after executing a perilous reversal in midair, charged towards the pursuing chaotic fighter like an enraged beast. This evidently suicidal tactic took the enemy by surprise. The once relentless chaos fighters found themselves unable to decelerate or veer away in time. As the two aircraft collided, a thick plume of smoke erupted along with a towering inferno above the ocean. In a private hospital in Tokyo, Japan, the atmosphere was tense. I've never sustained such severe injuries while containing anomalies. Those damned chaos splitters. In a clandestine hospital room, two teams from the Foundation, along with Eri and Lu Mingfei, were recuperating from their wounds. On the hospital bed, the leaders of Furnace Team and Howling Eagle Team, along with two Furnace members, were receiving medical attention with the assistance of other team members. All right, save your strength for the evacuation later. I haven't even complained about the plane crash yet, remarked the Howling Eagle Team leader, observing the disgruntled and gritting teeth of the Furnace Team leader. Thanks to the single-soldier quantum shield developed by the Foundation's armed division, the Howling Eagle Team leader was relatively unscathed, merely suffering minor injuries. As for the Furnace Team leader, the narrative began from their relatively safe landing after parachuting. At that time, both teams, along with the two children, had just emerged from the sea. Before they could catch their breath, the Chaos Splitters' ground forces had surrounded them at the coastline. As soon as they revealed themselves, a barrage of bullets and lasers rained down upon them. Realizing they were about to be overwhelmed, the Furnace Team leader took the initiative to break through. During the escape, as the Furnace Team leader and two frontline members surfaced, they were immediately struck by concentrated fire. Ultimately, it was the Furnace Team leader's resolve that led to their survival. He set the surrounding forest ablaze, seizing the opportunity to break free. Upon entering the city and enduring several brief skirmishes, they managed to find this temporary refuge under the auspices of Eri, the head of the Yasuji family. At that moment, several team members who had ventured out for reconnaissance returned safely. What is the situation? Where are those scoundrels now? Asked the team leader. Captain, according to our investigation, Tokyo and even the entirety of Japan has been cordoned off by the Chaos Splitters. We have lost contact with headquarters, and our makeshift spatial devices have failed. The odds of escaping on our own are quite low, reported a Howling Eagle team member slowly. Damn it. It seems those scoundrels are determined not to let us leave this world alive. If they push me too far, I'll blow up the entire Japan. I'll show those rascals my true power. The Furnace Team leader declared fiercely upon hearing the report. Of course, the Furnace Team leader's words were not mere bravado. They had not come to contain the anomaly 2006 empty-handed. After all, 2006 was a significant entity, and to prepare for any eventuality, the Foundation had permitted them to bring along items capable of turning the tide. I have a question. Why do the Chaos Splitters covet 2006 so much? Timidly inquired Lu Mingfei, who was crouched in a corner, trying to minimize his presence. The Furnace Team leader glanced at Lu Mingfei and waved dismissively. Why is a kid asking so many questions? Go play. Upon witnessing this, Lu Mingfei continued to crouch weakly in the corner, drawing circles. Shut up and apply your medicine. Don't frighten the poor girl, the leader of the Hawk Squad remarked after delivering a swift kick to the captain of the Forge Squad, beckoning Lu Mingfei over. As Lu Mingfei settled beside him, the Hawk Squad leader softened his tone. Those ruffians do not merely desire to capture 2006. They aim to seize that young girl as well. He gestured towards the distance, where Eri sat quietly, embracing a cube and engrossed in her manga. Her? Why? Lu Mingfei queried, perplexed. You must be aware of the circumstances surrounding the containment of 2006. This young girl can communicate with 2006 remarkably well. Is that the reason? Can't we do the same? Lu Mingfei countered. It is different. When the sky first broadcasted 2006, as you witnessed, for reasons unknown, 2006 was quite willing to stay close to this young girl. To a certain extent, it even obeys her commands. This is the reason. The last individual in our Foundation who had such a connection with 2006 was a certain doctor. However, that doctor has since gone missing. Do you comprehend now? If this girl indeed possesses an undisclosed bond with 2006, it implies that 2006 could be controlled, and acquiring this girl would indirectly mean obtaining control over a significant anomaly. This is exceedingly enticing for the Chaos Splitters, who, upon securing her, would likely transform her into a switch to control 2006. The Hawk Squad leader cast a deep glance at the tranquil Eri before turning to Lu Mingfei and speaking slowly. But what if this is merely a coincidence? Lu Mingfei stammered. As long as there exists this possibility, those ruffians will not relent. The Hawk Squad leader shook his head, dismissing Lu Mingfei's assertion. What are we to do now? According to your words, those splitters will soon be upon us. Lu Mingfei's tone grew frantic. This is precisely why I have shared so much with you. The safety of this young girl and 2006 now rests upon your shoulders, the Hawk Squad leader stated gravely. Me? I can't do it. Lu Mingfei quickly waved his hands in protest. Whether you can or not, allow me to finish. The Hawk Squad leader pressed down on Lu Mingfei's hand, continuing, given our current circumstances, it is only a matter of time before we are captured by the Chaos Splitters. The Foundation's support will not arrive for at least 3 days. Our objective is to endure through this period. After 3 days, the Chaos Splitters, pressed by the Foundation's influence, will inevitably withdraw from this world. After they depart, our two squads will split into two paths, with us diverting the majority of their attention. You are to ensure that this young girl and 2006 evade capture for those 3 days. Do you understand? The Hawk Squad leader fixed his gaze on the still hesitant Lu Mingfei. But Lu Mingfei began, uncertainty lingering. Do not forget, this young girl is your savior. Do you wish to witness her captured by the Chaos Splitters and subjected to experiments? Noting Lu Mingfei's continued hesitation, the Hawk Squad leader pressed on. Is it truly just 3 days? Yes, 3 days. And what about you? Do not worry. Death is but a trivial concern. However, we must ensure that 2006 does not fall into the hands of those ruffians. Besides, we possess considerable experience in guerrilla warfare. Very well, just 3 days. After that, I shall no longer concern myself with her. After much hesitation, Lu Mingfei ultimately gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Meanwhile, the furnace team leader, who had been quietly listening to the conversation between Captain Xiao Ying and Lu Mingfei, could not bear to leave them entirely empty-handed and decided to leave behind an injured team member and some supplies for the two. On the first day, after parting ways with the Foundation team, Lu Mingfei and his companions relocated to a new hideout. Remarkably, the first day felt interminably long. Shortly after they changed their position, the hospital where they had previously concealed themselves was besieged by the chaotic splitters, and the towering flames sent shivers down Lu Mingfei's spine. Subsequently, a relentless cacophony of gunfire and explosions erupted across Tokyo, intensifying Lu Mingfei's concern for the Foundation team. The gunfire reverberated throughout the morning before momentarily subsiding. Yet Lu Mingfei remained resolute in his decision to stay put, for the supplies left by the furnace team leader would sustain them for 2 days. Throughout the morning, the room where they hid remained eerily silent. One of the furnace team members took it upon themselves to maintain vigilance, which provided some reassurance to Lu Mingfei, who lacked experience. Meanwhile, Huili remained quiet, engrossed in her comics or video games, rarely demanding anything during mealtime. She finished her meal and promptly retired for a nap, endearing herself to Lu Mingfei, who had little experience interacting with girls. After all, who does not appreciate a well-behaved child? In contrast, Lu Mingfei, plagued by unease, barely ate before joining the furnace team member on watch. In the afternoon, Tokyo, which had been quiet for a while, erupted once more, even more fervently than in the morning, with the sounds of helicopters and fighter jets slicing through the air above. This led Lu Mingfei to doubt whether the Foundation would endure until the next day. During this time, 2006, who had been cradled by Huili, emerged briefly, and the two engaged in playful antics. The radiant smile on Huili's face caused Lu Mingfei to momentarily forget their precarious situation. Yet he could not shake the memory of seeing such joy on the faces of carefree children back in elementary school. Observing Huili's happiness, Lu Mingfei quietly resumed his watch. As he stood guard, 2006 had startled him, igniting his irritation, and thus he ceased to play along with the act. Only when he saw 2006's ever-shifting form did he realize the danger he had unwittingly confronted. Just as Lu Mingfei thought his fate was sealed, 2006 was abruptly summoned back into the cube by Huili. As he observed 2006 attentively listening to Aries' words, Lu Mingfei felt that the captain of the Howling Eagles might have been correct. Soon, a day passed under the long, anxious wait that filled Lu Mingfei's heart. The following day, they shifted positions as usual, accompanied by the incessant sounds of gunfire. Remarkably, he found himself growing accustomed to it, despite having only endured a single day. The morning unfolded in the same manner as yesterday, yet the afternoon brought an unexpected change. Would you like to go out and play? Lu Mingfei gazed incredulously at Aries, who was holding up a notebook for him to see. No, that's too dangerous. He quickly shook his head in refusal. Upon witnessing Lu Mingfei's denial, Aries visibly sank into disappointment, quietly moving aside to sit alone in silence. Observing her demeanor, Lu Mingfei felt an inexplicable surge of warmth and, without fully comprehending his own thoughts, he found himself agreeing to her request. Before he realized it, they had donned disguises and stood at the doorway, ready to venture out. With no other option, Lu Mingfei and his companions cautiously stepped outside to explore the vicinity. We can't remain in one place for too long. Constantly moving is safer, he reassured himself in his thoughts. As they wandered, Aries' curiosity about her surroundings was palpable. She flitted from shop to shop like a tireless little butterfly, her face adorned with the same joyful smile from the previous day. Watching her bounce ahead, Lu Mingfei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Throughout that afternoon, he accompanied Aries on a longer stroll than he had experienced in over a decade, exchanging more words than he had spoken in years. He even entertained the notion of wanting this moment to last indefinitely, but reality soon brought him back to his senses. It wasn't until dusk that they returned to their shelter, only to see a distant scene of devastation. It was evident that the Chaos Splitters had been there. Without hesitation, they swiftly turned and fled the area. In the dead of night, within a somewhat shabby and secluded inn, the trio exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over them. Lu Mingfei found himself grateful for having agreed to Aries' outing, as he watched her, free from worry and still basking in the joy of the day's adventures. A slight smile crept onto his lips. Before sleep, Eri excitedly pulled Lu Mingfei to show him her little notebook. Mingfei, this is my second good friend. The first and best human friend. The best. As he gazed at the notebook being waved in front of him, Lu Mingfei wore the happiest smile he had shown in over a decade. On the third day, Tokyo was eerily quiet, leading Lu Mingfei to momentarily believe that the Chaos Splitters had finally vacated this realm. However, he remained vigilant, continuing to shift positions as needed. His cautiousness proved wise. As it appeared the Chaos Splitters were aware that they could not locate them in the short term, they commenced their final, frantic attempts. And the tranquil morning felt like the calm before a storm. By afternoon, a true tempest enveloped all of Tokyo. Chapter 35 of Dragon Clan concluded. 999. As time languidly unfolded under Lu Mingfei's protracted anticipation, the final afternoon arrived. Thanks to the teachings of Castle College, Lu Mingfei was acutely aware of the implications of lowering his guard in these last moments. Thus, despite the morning having passed without incident, he remained vigilant, constantly relocating in Tokyo with Eri by his side. He firmly believed that remaining in motion was far safer than being stationary. As the sun reached its zenith, the once quiet Tokyo erupted into a cacophony of chaos, an actual, physical boiling point. Lu Mingfei was uncertain whether it was the Foundation or the Chaos insurgents responsible for this upheaval. Yet he could distinctly feel the temperature of the entire city rising at an alarming rate. The ground outside had reached a temperature conducive to frying an egg, and he leaned towards the notion that the furnace captain was behind it all. After all, Tokyo was on the brink of transforming into a veritable furnace. Lu Mingfei had no doubt that if this continued, the inhabitants of Tokyo would inevitably become mere ash. If the Foundation team and the Chaos insurgents had exhibited restraint in the past few days, today marked their complete abandonment of decorum. Witnessing the flames and plumes of smoke ascending from various corners of Tokyo, Lu Mingfei felt a twinge of concern that the Foundation and the Chaos insurgents might become reckless, inadvertently turning the entirety of Japan into a graveyard. The streets of Tokyo were nearly deserted, which only emboldened the factions to unleash their full might. A panoply of weapons, both familiar and unfamiliar to Lu Mingfei, streaked across the sky. Come out, you cowardly turtles. I, your grandfather, am right here. Weren't you quite formidable before? Clinging to me like a leech, yet now you dare not show yourselves? What is the matter? Have you lost your nerve at the sight of my weapon? Ha ha. As Lu Mingfei darted away with Eri, the boastful taunts of the furnace captain reverberated throughout Tokyo, igniting a fierce urge within him to sprout 2 additional legs. In response to the furnace captain's bravado, piercing shrieks filled the air, the sound of missiles soaring past at breakneck speed. Gripping Eri's hand tightly, Lu Mingfei pressed on, refusing to relent for even a moment, as he desperately fled towards a safer distance from the battlefield. His heart raced wildly, breaths came in frantic gasps. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, unwilling to pause even for an instant. After what felt like an eternity of sprinting, when the deafening explosions of missiles faded into the distance, Lu Mingfei and Eri finally came to a breathless halt. Leaning heavily on his knees, Lu Mingfei gasped for air, striving to calm his nearly bursting lungs. In contrast, Eri exhibited only a slight breathlessness, quickly regaining her composure and dutifully patting his back to help him catch his breath. Raising his gaze towards the cityscape of Tokyo, Lu Mingfei beheld the sight of small mushroom clouds rising, a hauntingly apocalyptic vision. He could not help but wipe the beads of sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "My heavens, this is no mere abduction, it is outright warfare." After calming his emotions slightly, Lu Mingfei couldn't help but express a few sentiments. However, this was not the time for relaxation. They needed to depart from this perilous place without delay. Thus, after a brief respite, Lu Mingfei took hold of Eri and continued on their path of escape. They ran tirelessly, and as seconds turned into minutes, the entire afternoon slipped away amidst this tense atmosphere. Whether it was due to their good fortune or the efficacy of the Foundation, they managed to evade danger and emerge unscathed after several encounters with adversaries, despite the anxiety that accompanied them throughout the afternoon. Eventually, the sun began its slow descent, casting golden rays across the land. At that moment, atop a dilapidated building in Tokyo, Lu Mingfei and Eri sat together, utterly exhausted. They gazed quietly at the blood-red sunset on the horizon, feeling the gentle breeze caress their cheeks as they savored this rare moment of tranquility and respite. As for the reason behind the ruins in Tokyo, Lu Mingfei was oblivious and uninterested. All he desired was to rest. Fortunately, the Foundation maintained a semblance of restraint, having only demolished half of Tokyo rather than obliterating the entire city. Consequently, the skirmishes between both parties came to a complete halt. Lu Mingfei surmised that the Chaos Splitters were likely preparing to vacate this world. In a few hours, he too would find his own release. Though he realized he had perhaps overlooked something significant, pondering for a moment without clarity, he dismissed the thought and continued to relish the present moment. Bathed in the last rays of the setting sun, Eri raised her little notebook before him, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mingfei. I've had such a wonderful time these past few days. You are the best." She persistently held up the notebook, seemingly with endless words to share, acutely aware that this was their final day together. After midnight, she would return to her steel-encased home, and their paths would diverge completely. Under the warm glow of the sunset, Airyai's joyful smile brought Lu Mingfei an unprecedented sense of relief. Observing the neat and elegant handwriting in her notebook, he instinctively reached out to gently pat Airyai's small head, a first for him in these recent days, absent of necessity. Without uttering a word, he took the notebook and, with a serious demeanor, inscribed a sentence within, "We will both continue to live on." As the shroud of darkness enveloped the earth, Lu Mingfei refrained from leading Airyai on further escapades during the final hours. They remained seated atop the building, together watching the city still shrouded in the remnants of smoke. With the midnight chimes heralding the arrival of a new day, Lu Mingfei stood and extended his hand towards Airyai, saying, "Let us go. I shall take you home." Airyai gazed at the hand extended before her. Though she was reluctant to return to that so-called home, she grasped it tightly, without hesitation, akin to their shared flight over the past few days. However, this time, they had survived. At the base of the building, the furnace team member tasked with their protection remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings with unwavering focus. Upon seeing the two descend hand in hand, he regarded Lu Mingfei without any visible reaction. "The captain has already informed me," he said. "Currently, the chaotic splitters have vacated this world. They sustained some injuries and are awaiting us at Akai's location in Japan." "All right, let us proceed." Lu Mingfei nodded in agreement. When Lu Mingfei and the others arrived at Akai's, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Instead of being greeted by two teams from the Foundation, they were met by the members of Japan's Shakuhachi family, specifically the patriarch, Tachibana Masamune. Observing Tachibana Masamune, who awaited their arrival from a distance, Lu Mingfei instinctively sensed something amiss. He tightened his grip on Airyai, shielding her behind him while scanning the area warily. "There's no need for alarm. It's just me. I'm here to escort Airyai back," Tachibana Masamune said, raising his hands to indicate he posed no threat. "What is happening? Where are my team members?" The furnace team member inquired, furrowing his brow as he confronted Tachibana Masamune. "They sustained minor injuries and have already been sent to the hospital." "I am here to wait for you," Tachibana Masamune replied, his tone remaining unchanged. Seeing the straightforward demeanor of Tachibana Masamune, Lu Mingfei and the others detected no immediate threat. Nevertheless, they maintained their caution as they gradually approached him. "Do not be so wary, follow me. Your captain is awaiting your return," Tachibana Masamune said gently as Lu Mingfei and the others reached him, then turned to lead the way ahead. Reluctantly, Lu Mingfei and the others followed. Under Tachibana Masamune's guidance, they soon arrived at the edge of a deep pit. As they drew closer, Lu Mingfei was taken aback by the scene before him. The pit's periphery was crowded with researchers clad in white lab coats, their expressions grave. Some wielded intricate instruments, while others diligently recorded data, each fully absorbed in their respective tasks. At the edge of the pit stood a massive, robust dissection table, its cold metallic sheen reflecting a disquieting glimmer in the sunlight. However, what captivated Lu Mingfei's attention was not the dissection table itself, but rather the enormous, unknown creature that lay upon it. The creature's entire form was an eerie shade of pale, as if it had been drained of all vibrant life. Even more astonishing was the fact that it possessed a total of 8 heads, each varying in size and shape. Some heads were tightly shut, seemingly lost in slumber, while others slightly parted their jaws, revealing sharp fangs, as if poised to devour at any moment. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that despite its enormous size, this creature possesses a grotesque head that has yet to fully develop, along with a visibly attached umbilical cord. It is evident that this being remains in an embryonic stage, and it has a long journey ahead before it can truly enter the world. Regrettably, given the current circumstances at the scene, it has seemingly lost its opportunity to exist. "What is this?" Lu Mingfei inquired, gazing at the creature being relentlessly dissected by a circular saw. The sight of the being conjured in his mind a Japanese legend, the Yamada no Orochi. "You should have guessed it," Tachibana Masamune remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Mingfei. "Indeed, it is the Yamada no Orochi. However, at this moment, it is merely a specimen." Tachibana Masamune waved dismissively at the creature on the dissection table. "Oh, by the way, it has another name, though I wonder if you are aware of it." With a hint of amusement, Tachibana Masamune turned to Lu Mingfei and slowly revealed another title. "The progenitor of dragonkind, second only to the Black King, the divine White King of our world." Upon hearing this name, Lu Mingfei's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked up at the seemingly indifferent Tachibana Masamune. Just as Lu Mingfei was engulfed in shock, and as Airyai and the furnace team member expressed their confusion, a disc suddenly sprang up from the ground beneath them. Simultaneously, several electromagnetic beams shot forth from the disc, and in an instant, Lu Mingfei and the others found themselves ensnared, rendered powerless by the surging electric current. "What are you doing, Tachibana Masamune? Why are you binding us? Let us go." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Mingfei and the others struggled and shouted at Tachibana Masamune. Relax. I merely wish to ensure you do not disturb me later, Tachibana Masamune responded, waving his hand dismissively at their frantic attempts to escape. This is not a weapon from your world. Where did you acquire it? What about my captain? The furnace team member demanded, eyeing the energy bonds restraining him. Of course. I obtained it from that group of chaotic separatists. I engaged in a minor collaboration with them. As for your captain, rest assured he is alive and well. He simply cannot arrive here for the time being, Tachibana Masamune casually remarked, glancing at the ensnared team member and Lu Mingfei. Surprised and perplexed by Tachibana Masamune's explanation, Lu Mingfei and the others exchanged bewildered glances, questioning how he had become involved with the chaotic separatists. Sir, the dissection is complete, one of the researchers announced. Having finished the procedure, a researcher approached Tachibana Masamune, presenting a glass vial containing a piece of bone resembling that of a scorpion. What do you intend to do? A now calmer Lu Mingfei asked, staring intently at Tachibana Masamune, who was excitedly holding the vial. After signaling for everyone else to leave, Tachibana Masamune turned back to Lu Mingfei, casting him a fleeting glance. What do I intend to do? He pondered, his expression growing increasingly fierce and exhilarated as he looked at the carcass of the Yamada no Orochi on the dissection table. I, of course, wish to ascend to divinity. Noting Lu Mingfei's continued confusion, Tachibana Masamune began to circle him, saying, allow me to tell you a story. Subsequently, Masamune Tachibana recounted to Lu Mingfei the tales of Black Swan Harbor, the specters, and his grand scheme that he had meticulously planned for years, the theft of the White King's throne. What a captivating story, is it not? Masamune observed Lu Mingfei's silence, his excitement unabated. You know, I have poured countless efforts into this plan. Originally, I believe my ambitions were thwarted by the arrival of the Foundation. However, to my astonishment, the emergence of the Chaos Splitters allowed my meticulously crafted scheme to unfold with remarkable ease. Ha! Truly, it is divine providence. Upon finishing his proclamation, Masamune erupted into laughter, unable to contain his joy at the contents of the jar in his hands. Thus, you were in cahoots with the Chaos Splitters from the very beginning, Lu Mingfei remarked, gazing at the exhilarated Masamune. Indeed, but it was not I who sought them out. They approached me first. They desired comprehensive logistical support from all of Japan, and so I struck a minor deal with the Chaos Splitters, in return for granting them free reign in Japan and assisting them in locating Arii in 2006. They would facilitate my access to the White King embryo through Hongjing. You ought to be grateful to me, had it not been for my intervention. You would hardly believe that in this minuscule Tokyo, you could evade capture for 3 days. Well, having said so much, it is time to attend to business. You are fortunate to witness the moment of my ascendance. Masamune Tachibana, or Herzog, laughed boisterously while holding the sacred relic. He then approached the ensnared Arii, brutally inserting multiple syringes into her neck, before deftly pulling aside her clothing at the nape and affixing the relic to her. The fragment, once lifeless, sprang to life upon sensing the dragon's blood within Arii, burrowing into her spine. Instantly, Arii, who had previously struggled fiercely, fell silent. In her final moment of clarity, she turned to Lu Mingfei, who was bound and immobile on the ground, her vacant eyes suddenly alight as if touched by a masterful hand. Arii's lips parted slightly as she whispered to Lu Mingfei, we will all survive. This was the first time Lu Mingfei had heard Arii's voice, not in dragon tongue, but in the melodious timbre unique to a girl of her age. In that fleeting exchange of gazes, he glimpsed the girl within her soul. Amidst the endless night, Arii silently rose, like a clockwork doll wound up. As she gradually opened her eyes, the surrounding darkness was illuminated by the light of her gaze, which seemed to flow with molten lava. She gazed skyward and then downward, surveying the hellish realm around her, her face frozen yet regal. This was the awakening of a queen. Her first act was to ascertain whether the world remained unchanged after millennia. Every onlooker was profoundly shaken by the formidable gaze Arii cast upon them. What a gaze it was! It resembled that of an ancient sovereign, cold and profound, exuding an aura that instilled terror. Merely that one look rendered all present as if plunged into a frigid abyss, unable to move. As Arii opened her eyes once more, an unprecedented tremor shook the very foundations of Japan. A powerful earthquake erupted without warning, its intensity tearing apart the Japanese tectonic plate in an instant. The earth groaned in agony as buildings crumbled and roads fractured, while terrified people fled in all directions. Simultaneously, a tempest roared forth like a ferocious beast from the lofty heavens, sweeping through cities and countryside alike, obliterating any obstacles in its path. All in a frenzy to reach the king. Brilliant flashes of lightning cleaved the inky blackness of the night sky, illuminating the world as if it were day. The deafening thunder resonated through the clouds, as if the heavens themselves were heralding the return of this sovereign. Earthquake, tempest, and lightning seemed to conspire to welcome the monarch of this realm. At that moment, molten lava surged from the depths of the earth, casting a fiery glow upon Japan's darkened expanse. From the heights of Mount Aso in Kumamoto Prefecture to the Aizu Islands, the once dormant volcanoes erupted violently without any prelude. Flames surged skyward, while billowing smoke blotted out the sun. Viewed from above, the volcanic belts of Japan appeared as a magnificent dragon, shimmering with golden light, coiling majestically across the land, as if the very core of the earth were pulsating with molten golden blood, flowing ceaselessly forth. Meanwhile, Ariai's expression shifted rapidly, at times. She resembled the girl Lu Mingfei knew so well, and at other moments, she embodied the wrath of a king. In one fleeting instant, her face was a mask of terror, ready to weep, and in the next, it radiated sovereign fury. Lu Mingfei was utterly stupefied by the sight before him. Countless fine white threads sprouted from Ariai, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. Anything touched by these threads had its vitality instantly siphoned away. Ariai appeared as a marionette abandoned for a millennium, adorned with strings of control. Yet the reality was starkly different. A vibrant evolution was unfolding within the cocoon of white threads, as the genes of the White King were transforming Ariai's very being. Herzog gazed at the evolving Ariai with fervor, his eyes brimming with human greed. This is the day the path to the underworld converges. He laughed maniacally, arms outstretched as if he had already seized the entire world. What have you done to her, Herzog? I will kill you. Lu Mingfei struggled desperately to rise, his furious roars echoing. Ha ha ha, do you not comprehend? Allow me the pleasure of enlightening you. The holy corpse is the parasite left by the White King. Though those it infests may evolve into dragons, their consciousness is stripped away, merely relinquishing their bodies to aid the resurrection of the White King. How could the White King ever assist humanity? It is the supreme Dragon King, and humanity is but dust in its sight. To preserve one's consciousness and metamorphose into a dragon, it is imperative not to allow it to parasitize one's own being. Instead, one must utilize another vessel for the sacred remains to inhabit, subsequently exchanging blood with the gestating White King. The royal fetal blood possesses unparalleled vitality, coupled with minimal toxicity, rendering it a panacea. Herzog, proclaiming this, had already inserted the needle of the blood conversion apparatus into his own flesh. He gazed at Lu Mingfei, who appeared as if he were about to be torn apart, and continued, "Do not be hasty, since you care for her so dearly. Allow me to unite you with her for eternity." With that, Herzog dragged forth the barely breathing Yuan Jisheng from a concealed corner. The Japanese dragon-blooded hybrid, combined with your super hybrid status from Castle Academy, shall serve as a tremendous boon for the evolution of the White King. Herzog's laughter echoed continuously. Yet Lu Mingfei's mind was engulfed in a void. He comprehended that this entire scheme was Herzog's design. Herzog had first allied with the Chaos Splitter, aiding in the lockdown of all of Japan, then, through Chaos's hand, acquired the sacred remains of the White King. Subsequently, he deliberately misled the Chaos Splitter with erroneous information, inciting continuous conflict between them and the Foundation's team, thus ensuring their safety over these 3 days. Ultimately, when the Foundation and the Chaos Splitter were left battered and exhausted, he would reap the rewards, utilizing Arari to fulfill his ambitions. He had personally cast Arari into the depths of hell. Although this makeshift plan was riddled with flaws compared to Herzog's original design, it was undeniable that Herzog had placed a winning bet. He emerged as the ultimate victor. Are you not concerned about the Foundation seeking retribution afterward? Lu Mingfei observed Herzog with a chilling calmness. Trouble? I have neither fully pledged allegiance to the Chaos Splitter nor seized the 2006 anomaly leading to containment breaches. The lockdown of Japan was merely a maneuver by my Japanese division to extricate itself from Castle Academy. I even assisted you in evading the Chaos Splitter's pursuit and provided aid to the Foundation team. As for Arari, she has always belonged to the Nakiri family. My plans concern only our world. Why would the Foundation trouble me? Herzog remarked nonchalantly at Lu Mingfei, who had regained his composure, dismissing the matter as if it were trivial. At that moment, the blood conversion apparatus began to activate, channeling the blood of the White King, imbued with authority and power, into Herzog's being. The white tendrils began to creep toward Lu Mingfei, siphoning the vitality from within him. Lu Mingfei maintained his stoic demeanor, as if he had resigned himself to the inevitability of death, while Herzog had no time to concern himself with him. As the royal fetal blood flowed into Herzog's form, his once aged body began to radiate newfound vigor, gradually encased in a cocoon of white threads, with a robust heartbeat resonating forth. Lu Mingfei, witnessing this surreal tableau, slowly closed his eyes. Lu Mingze, come forth. What is it, my dear brother? Lu Mingze, donned in a dapper suit, ambled leisurely into Lu Mingfei's vicinity. Take my remaining soul, grant me strength. No, brother, the little demon replied. This chaotic splitter's device is formidable. Even if you and I were to merge completely for a brief moment, we might not escape its grasp. Ah, but it seems an opportunity has arisen. Are you truly prepared for this? Lu Mingze raised an eyebrow, observing the Forge team members struggling to break the device's shackles. Lu Mingfei remained silent, gazing intently at Lu Mingze, waiting for the Forge team to shatter the device's hold. His quiet demeanor served as the most resolute affirmation. Alas, how could I let you face this battle unarmed, my brother? I suppose you shall owe me this one. After rescuing her, hold on to her tightly and do not let her slip away again. No need to thank me, Lu Mingzi said, patting the taciturn Lu Mingfei before departing. With Lu Mingzi's exit, Lu Mingfei, seated quietly on the ground, began to undergo his dragon transformation. A torrent of power surged within him, his golden eyes igniting like two blazing infernos. His body gradually became cloaked in steel-blue dragon scales, and dragon wings erupted from his back, stirring up a tempestuous wind. At that moment, the electromagnetic energy binding them was finally shattered. Lu Mingfei unleashed a fierce roar, causing the cocoon housing Herzog to tremble. Sensing impending danger, Herzog attempted to hasten his transformation. However, Lu Mingfei would not grant him such an opportunity. In an instant, the blood conversion device was cleaved into fragments by his razor-sharp claws. Subsequently, Lu Mingfei charged toward Herzog's cocoon, relentlessly tearing at it with his formidable claws. As the cocoon ruptured, the half-transformed Herzog was taken aback by the fully draconic Lu Mingfei before him. In that moment, Lu Mingfei's eyes blazed with fire. He was no longer the boy who only knew how to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, his sharp claws aimed directly for Herzog's head. Yet, Herzog, not to be underestimated, swiftly unfurled his dragon wings and retreated, narrowly evading the fatal strike. Nevertheless, Lu Mingfei's assault left a deep gash across Herzog's scaled chest. Although the transformation was interrupted, Herzog had nonetheless siphoned off 60% of the White King's bloodline, allowing his injuries to heal almost instantaneously. This did nothing to alleviate Herzog's astonishment towards Lu Mingfei. He had not anticipated such a transformation, complete draconity without any signs of losing his wits. Yet, Lu Mingfei would not afford Herzog a moment to recover from his surprise. He was singularly focused on tearing Herzog to shreds. Thus, seeing his lethal strike fail, Lu Mingfei flapped his dragon wings and charged at Herzog once more. Having undergone multiple transformations, Lu Mingfei was no stranger to his draconic form, and the speed and strength he exhibited surpassed that of the newly evolved Herzog significantly. Before Herzog could react, Lu Mingfei propelled them skyward with a tremendous force. Beneath the celestial expanse and above the sea of clouds, two dragons clashed violently, their fierce combat tearing through the heavens. In a moment of panic, Herzog lashed out with his tail towards Lu Mingfei, striving to break free from his grasp. The air erupted with a deafening crack as the tail swept through the void, but Lu Mingfei deftly evaded, countering with a swift claw aimed at Herzog's neck. Herzog, in a desperate bid for survival, raised his claws to defend himself. From the onset of their battle, Herzog found himself at a disadvantage. With each fierce encounter, blood mist erupted around him. Though he had assimilated fragments of the White King's memories, it barely afforded him the strength to withstand Lu Mingfei's relentless onslaught. Realizing that his demise was imminent if the fight continued, Herzog summoned his resolve. After enduring another blow that sent Lu Mingfei sprawling, he darted towards the cocoon formed by Arii on the ground, intent on regaining control. Seeing this, Lu Mingfei plummeted downward with remarkable speed. The two dragons descended like meteors. And just as Herzog was about to reach Arii's cocoon, a precisely aimed thermite missile struck him first. "Huh, you didn't expect me, did you?" roared the battered captain of the forge, his armor shattered and bloodied, as he spat out a mouthful of crimson. "I told you those chaotic wretches wouldn't let us off easy. You're the scoundrel behind it all. Dream on if you think you can ascend to godhood." The searing flames of the thermite missile charred Herzog's dragon scales and halted his movements. At that moment, Lu Mingfei arrived, seizing Herzog's tail, and, with every ounce of his strength, hurled him towards a distant peak. The mountain crumbled upon impact, and as Herzog staggered to rise, Lu Mingfei was already upon him. Concentrating all his might into his right claw, Lu Mingfei plunged it deep into Herzog's chest. Herzog's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lu Mingfei, whose gaze still burned with fury. Despite his grievous condition, Herzog attempted a final struggle. Yet, Lu Mingfei would not grant him mercy. With a fierce grip, he yanked out Herzog's still-beating dragon heart and crushed it to dust. Breathing heavily, Lu Mingfei's chest heaved, his exhalation radiating warmth. Watching Herzog collapse slowly to the ground, he, mindful of any lingering threat, swiftly severed Herzog's head from his body. With the dragon battle decisively concluded, Lu Mingfei, now in his draconic form, approached the cocoon beside Arii. His sharp claws tore through the silken threads, revealing Arii, still partially transformed but miraculously alive and youthful, even in her unconscious state. Yet, Lu Mingfei was left uncertain. Was the Arii he cherished still there, or had the White King been reborn? Gently, he turned Arii over, searching between the 6th and 7th vertebrae for the scorpion-like parasite. Through her skin, he felt its hardened mass, a sinister lump lurking within. Ultimately, it chose to inhabit this place, intertwining its neural fibers with Arii's spine, thereby seizing control of this corporeal form. It then fully infused the core genes of the White King into Arii's body. Lu Mingfei wished to extricate this parasite from Arii, yet feared causing her pain, leaving him momentarily at a loss. "Good job, kid," commended the furnace captain, who approached Lu Mingfei and patted his shoulder, his praise resonating with approval. Noticing Lu Mingfei's silence, the captain, already aware of the unfolding events, continued to reassure him. "Do not worry. You have been a tremendous help to us this time. I will apply for medical assistance from the Foundation on your behalf. With their technological prowess, no matter the condition of this girl, they will ensure she receives a complete and thorough treatment." "Thank you." Lu Mingfei expressed his gratitude earnestly, his gaze fixed on the captain. It's nothing. I did not expect much from you initially, but you have proven yourself quite capable," the captain remarked, a hint of surprise in his tone. At that moment, the dawn's light pierced through the layers of clouds, generously bathing the earth in warm and radiant sunshine. The luminous rays surged forth like a tide, illuminating every nook and cranny, and casting the silhouettes of Lu Mingfei and Arii in a soft glow. The dragon scales upon Lu Mingfei gradually receded. As he returned to his human form, he held Arii tightly in his arms, as if she were the most precious treasure in existence. Bathed in the morning sun, the golden light outlined their figures, rendering the moment profoundly sacred and beautiful. Step by step, they moved forward, distancing themselves from the shattered remnants of a hellish ruin behind them. The sunlight intensified, enveloping the entire world in a golden hue. The silhouettes of Lu Mingfei and Arii faded into the distance, eventually vanishing beyond the horizon. This time, they had truly survived. Project number 2006, Too Frightening. Containment status, contained, Castle Academy. World of origin, Dragon Tribe 3. Responsible team, Huaxia Division, Team B03, Furnace, Huaxia Division, Team B10, Howling Eagle. File sealed, completed. End of this broadcast. Applause erupted. Yet another anomaly had been successfully contained, a delightful accomplishment indeed. Not bad, not bad. Another day of survival, worthy of celebration. The sky above beckoned. Let the next anomaly be a lower grade, so we may rest well, please. Anomaly arrival. All worlds prepare. Project number 999. Project level, safe. Wow, the sky has finally shown some conscience, no longer divine in nature. A delightful day begins with the sighting of a lower grade anomaly. Such joyous news. The last grade was 343. At last, there is no need for trepidation. One can truly enjoy the spectacle of the skies. Snacks of cola and chicken wings are ready, awaiting the commencement of the broadcast. The sky continues. Project description, 999 is a massive, irregularly shaped, gelatinous, orange-yellow, translucent viscous entity. Its mass is 54 kilograms, 120 pounds, and its density is roughly comparable to that of peanut butter. The form and size of the entity frequently change, but it generally resembles a large beanbag chair, approximately 2 meters wide and 1 meter tall. The composition of 999 consists of a substance akin to an oil, the nature of which remains unknown to the scientific community. The surface of 999 is enveloped in a thin, transparent membrane, akin to an animal cell about 0.5 centimeters thick, exhibiting remarkable elasticity that allows 999 to flatten parts of its body to a mere 2 centimeters in thickness. While 999 can actively consume liquids, its skin is hydrophobic. The remainder of its being is composed of a viscous orange substance of unknown components, although it can effortlessly digest organic matter. 999 possesses a playful temperament akin to that of a dog. When approached, it displays an unusual exuberance, wriggling toward the nearest human and leaping onto them. It then embraces them with 2 of its appendages while using a third to nuzzle their face, emitting sharp giggles and coos. Depending on its interaction, 999's surface may emanate delightful scents. Documented aromas include chocolate, laundry detergent, bacon, rose, and more. Touching 999's surface immediately induces a sense of mental bliss, which intensifies during contact, lingering long after separation from the entity. Its preferred activity is engaging in playful tickle fights, typically enveloping individuals from the neck down and persistently tickling until they plead for mercy, though it often disregards such requests. While injuries could occur, it has never been observed to intentionally harm others. If it does cause harm, it swiftly retracts and curls into a small pile, emitting squeaks and giggles, reminiscent of a whimpering puppy apologizing for inadvertently hurting someone. 999 is inclined to approach anyone, particularly those who appear unhappy or wounded, regardless of the extent of their suffering. Individuals report a surge of healing and renewed optimism about life after interacting with 999. For instance, those grappling with severe depression or post-traumatic stress disorder have noted a markedly more positive outlook following their encounters with 999. The potential for utilizing 999 slime in the creation of antidepressants has been a topic of discussion. Chapter 36. J. Ramungander, the Crimson King. Oh, a delightful mass of peanut butter? What a peculiar anomaly is slime. This occurrence is indeed fascinating. The heavens seem to possess some compassion. Who could possibly resist such an adorable creature that brings joy? It appears that not all anomalies are those that threaten the very fabric of existence. Anomaly report. Origin of 999. Subject 999, while permitted to roam freely in non-hazardous areas of the Foundation's various sites, is still subject to necessary containment controls due to its lineage as a progeny of the Deep Crimson King, Supreme Divinity. In order to prevent any potential hazardous anomalies associated with Subject 999. Special containment procedures. Subject 999 is allowed to freely traverse within its container. Otherwise, for its own safety, it must sleep between 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock p.m. or remain within the containment enclosure. It is prohibited from leaving the containment facility or stepping off the facility grounds at any time. The containment area must be kept clean, and staff are required to provide food for the subject twice daily. Personnel may enter Subject 999's container when not engaged in other duties or during rest periods. They should engage in play when the subject is bored and converse with it in a calm, non-threatening tone. The following is the recorded origin of Subject 999 by the Foundation. As the celestial tapestry shimmered, it gradually unveiled a video. The scene slowly expanded to reveal an ancient church concealed in darkness. This place, which ought to symbolize light and sanctity, now exuded an eerily chilling atmosphere and an indescribable aura of malevolence. The interior of the church seemed engulfed by an endless void, with only feeble candle flames flickering in the wind, their dim glow failing to provide warmth, instead amplifying the sense of foreboding. Upon directing one's gaze to the ground at the center of the church, one could discern an intricate array of bizarre runes densely etched across the floor. These runes were arranged in a peculiar and mysterious manner, and a bird's-eye view would reveal that they formed a vast and horrifying pattern, depicting a demon with menacing antlers. This demon, colossal in stature, bore numerous serpentine tendrils and slick, sinuous appendages. Its terrifying eyes were not located on its head, but rather peculiarly clustered at its chest, glimmering with an otherworldly crimson light. It was difficult to ascertain whether the eerie effect was a result of the paints used for the runes, or if the demon truly surveyed its surroundings through those eyes. Moreover, a closer inspection revealed that the demon, outlined by the runes, was ensnared by thick iron chains that were deeply embedded in its flesh, seemingly binding it forever to this place. At the center of the floor's pattern, a pregnant woman was bound and struggling weakly against the floor, surrounded by a throng of black-robed, frenzied acolytes. Overwhelmed by terror, the woman emitted no sound, her labored breaths echoing throughout the dark church. The acolytes remained unresponsive, continuously murmuring frenzied incantations. Witnessing this scene, a singular thought surged through the minds of humanity across realms: a sacrifice. And judging by the circumstances, it was likely not a benevolent deity that was to receive this offering. But what connection does this have with the endearing Subject 999? As the fervent chanting of the cultist leader echoed through the air, the frenzied expressions of the multitude of devotees intensified. A pregnant woman, observing this spectacle from the ground, trembled in terror, her heavy breaths intertwining with the mad whispers around her. The leader of the worshippers proclaimed, "O great Crimson King, your devout followers present their offerings to you. Please send forth your progeny to grant rebirth to this world." With the fervor of the cultists' voices resonating, eerie crimson symbols on the ground began to glow with a sanguine light. In the ominous glow, the previously darkened church appeared even more terrifying, while the chants of the devotees grew increasingly deranged. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupted from the symbols, illuminating the church in a stark radiance. Accompanied by the anguished cries of the pregnant woman, the red light gradually waned, and the cultists eagerly advanced, preparing to kneel before the offspring of their deity. However, as they drew closer, they were rendered speechless by the sight that greeted them. Instead of the demonic entity they had anticipated, they beheld a curious slime, gazing around with its large, glimmering eyes beside the unconscious woman. The onlooking humanity across the realms widened their eyes in disbelief at the unfolding scene. An incredulous thought crossed their minds. Was 999 truly the progeny of a supreme divinity? That blob of peanut butter, the slime, was it a divine offspring? Or perhaps the offspring of the highest deity? Surely, they must still be dreaming. They were beginning to hallucinate. The screen displayed the final scene, where personnel from the Foundation stormed the church, capturing the fervent cultists, while 999 was taken back to the Foundation. Thus, the Foundation acquired a new mascot, 999, the ticklish creature. End of Project 999 Origin Playback. World Arrival, Star Iron World. Connecting to World Consciousness. Link successful. Live broadcast commencing. In the Star Iron World, on planet Yalalo 6, a globe entirely enveloped in ice and snow gradually materialized on the screen. The scene then shifted to a vintage train orbiting the planet, quietly stationed beneath a myriad of stars. Inside the starry train, however, the atmosphere was lively. As the camera panned into the train, it revealed only Kizuna, Walter, and the conductor Pam aboard, along with a blob of peanut butter. The other pioneers had ventured into Yalalo to address the stellar core. Haha, Pam's laughter echoed. What is the current situation? Kizuna elegantly inquired. seated on the sofa with a cup of coffee, turning to Walter while completely disregarding Pam, who was being tickled by 999 on the floor. The signal had just been restored, and they had successfully contacted Star and her companions. However, it seems they might be encountering some trouble and may require your assistance. Kazuna, Walter remarked, approaching the two small blobs sprawled on the ground. Walter knelt down and gently patted 999's small head, signaling for it to release Pam. In response, 999 blinked its round, beady eyes and obediently spat Pam out. Although Pam lay on the ground, gasping for breath from laughter, her face was radiant with joy. 999 nuzzled against Walter's hand resting atop its head, resembling a well-behaved puppy. Walter gazed at the adorable 999 below, despite knowing this was an anomaly of Project 999. He couldn't help but stroke its head once more. After all, who could resist such a charming and obedient little creature? Certainly, he could not. All right, in that case, I must prepare. I cannot allow our pioneers to face danger alone. With that, Himiko set down her coffee cup and rose to ready the railgun. Suddenly, a narrative portal opened within the Starry Express. The passengers glanced at it, and, finding it unremarkable, continued with their affairs. However, they still felt the need to greet the newcomers. Thus, Himiko paused in her departure to wait alongside Walter for the Foundation personnel. Yet she remained vigilant about the safety of the pioneers and sent out her drone in advance. As the portal stabilized, an excited voice echoed through it before anyone arrived. My adorable 999, I've finally found you. I've missed you so much. Himiko and Walter barely registered a flash of white as they turned their heads. In an instant, a Foundation doctor clad in a white coat was crouched before 999, showering it with affection. Look at you, you've gotten so small. You must have been so hungry during this time. The doctor engaged in a flurry of warm inquiries reminiscent of a rural grandmother, completely oblivious to the surroundings. Just as Himiko and Walter were left bewildered, two mobile task forces emerged from the narrative portal. Meanwhile, the sky screen displayed details about the two teams. Mobile Task Force 4. Mobile Task Force 4 was established to assist and oversee interactions between the 466 Wilson Wildlife Response Team and local anomalous fauna. Mobile Task Force. The Foundation discovered the method of dream sharing, enabling them to contain these entities. Over decades, the Foundation trained their agents in ways to enter another's dreams while remaining conscious. A select few, resolute in their will, mastered this technique and joined the task force. The first to do so were members of the Mobile Task Force. Himiko and Walter watched the two mobile task forces emerge from the narrative portal, filled with confusion. Wasn't 999 classified as a level anomaly? Why would the Foundation dispatch two task forces for it? A disquieting thought suddenly struck them. Could it be that 999's father had come after them? As thoughts raced through their minds, both Jeezy and Walter felt a surge of panic, quickly casting hopeful glances towards the leaders of the two task forces, wishing that they were merely passing through. However, the first words spoken by the beleaguered captain shattered their hopes. Congratulations, your world has been selected. Upon hearing this, not only Jeezy and Walter, but also the inhabitants of the Steel Star world watching above felt a chill wash over them. Could it be true? Was their fate truly so dire? After yearning for a higher power, they were now being told that they had won a lottery of sorts? The world fell silent, resonating with the heart-wrenching dismay of the Steel Star inhabitants. What do you mean? Jeezy asked, her smile frozen as she stared at the captain in disbelief. The Crimson King is coming to our world? Walter, equally incredulous, turned to the captain with wide eyes. Oh no, that's not it. You've misunderstood. The captain quickly waved his hands, sensing their alarm. There is another anomaly descending upon your world. Just not the supreme divinity. Jeezy and Walter exhaled in unison, relieved. It is divine in nature. Just as the humans of the Steel Star world began to breathe easier, the captain's next words caused them to hold their breath once more. It's located on the planet directly beneath you. The details will be reported by the broadcast. The captain pointed to the planet Yalalo 6 below. Upon hearing this, Jeezy and Walter exchanged apprehensive glances. Excuse me, I must take my leave, Jeezy declared, hastily exiting the carriage, disregarding her usual poise. Although Walter remained anxious, he knew someone had to stay behind. Reluctantly, he suppressed his worries and continued to probe the captain for more information. At that moment, the broadcast provided relevant information regarding the anomaly. A colossal serpent, suspected to be the legendary J. Rumungender, lies in slumber within an iceberg on Greenland. Item number, 722, J. Rumungender. Item level, divine. Reports on 722 J. Rumungender describe it as a serpent of astonishing dimensions, coiling within a series of tunnels of unknown origin. Most of the tunnels inhabited by the anomalous entity 722 J. Rumungender are remarkably smooth. However, certain sections, particularly near its head and tail, bear engravings of some ancient Norse letters. All attempts to translate these letters have proven futile, and the texts appeared prior to the arrival of Eric the Red in the early 11th century. Historically, Greenland had no inhabitants before this. Thus, the origin of these letters remains a mystery. 722J Ramungander is currently in a prolonged state of dormancy, with many parts of its body embedded in glacial ice, possibly due to collapses or the long-term melting and refreezing of ice blocks. Special containment procedures, due to the unique nature of item 722J Ramungander. Effective containment measures have yet to be attempted. The current measures are designed to maintain Project 722, EMER, in its present state until a more reliable and stable solution is developed. Continuous monitoring of Project 722's brainwave activity, heart rate, and temperature is essential, alongside the integrity and volume changes of the glacier that EMER currently inhabits, particularly the Conger-Longsack Glacier. 8 connection points are strategically distributed across various locations on the glacier, each sealed with airtight locks, and sound dampers have been installed within the glacier. Every 4 hours, nearly liquid nitrogen is injected into the glacier to minimize internal temperatures as much as possible. Access to the cave of 722 EMER is permitted only during emergency maintenance, and the teams entering must consist of personnel of at least level 3, with a minimum of 2 level 3 operatives serving as security. Anyone entering the location of 722 EMER must don high-latitude protective gear and a set of night vision goggles, as the cave is devoid of light. Security personnel should be equipped with silenced dart guns and must exercise utmost caution when using them. Anyone attempting to harm 722 EMER during maintenance should be executed immediately and without hesitation, regardless of security level. Security personnel are required to report their status every 10 minutes. Should any discrepancies arise, the cave must be filled with nitrogen until all signs of life cease. All agents entering the cave of 722 EMER are warned to avoid any contact with EMER, as its condition is extremely unstable. The utmost effort must be made to steer clear of EMER's distal extremities. Should an agent inadvertently come into contact with EMER, it is advised that they withdraw immediately and report to the station physician for detoxification. At this moment, a Foundation doctor, who had been engrossed in play with SCP-999, lifted his gaze towards Walter and remarked, "The luck of your world is indeed peculiar. On one hand, your realm attracts anomalies. On the other, the divinities that come are all in slumber. Is your world some primordial sanctuary for the divine, where these entities find repose?" Walter, lacking the inclination for jest with this Foundation doctor, managed a feeble smile in response. "There is no need for excessive concern. Our 2 teams will be stationed in your world to oversee 722, and as of now, 722 is in a dormant state. Consider it non-existent." The beleaguered captain reassured Walter with a comforting pat on the shoulder. However, scarcely had the words left his lips than a mushroom cloud erupted from the surface of planet Yalalo. 6. Its resultant ringed cloud visible even in space. Witnessing this spectacle, Walter felt his temples pulse uncontrollably. Meanwhile, on the surface of planet Yalalo, 6, the very star responsible for the earlier event appeared bewildered upon hearing the admonition from March 7th. "Star, come back. Cease your actions. Beneath this planet lies a Foundation divinity in slumber." Upon hearing March 7th's call, the star, now taking on a humanoid form and exhibiting rudimentary sentience, retreated towards March 7th and the others, clutching the flame gun it had just acquired. Subsequently, the gathered crowd found themselves in a brief standoff with Kakolia. Upon realizing that a divine entity lay dormant beneath their feet, they were momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. However, the Star Core exhibited no such hesitation. As a creation of the god of destruction, it embraced annihilation, eagerly anticipating the awakening of the divine presence below to obliterate the world. Thus, the Star Core seized control of Kakolia without affording the protagonists a moment's reprieve, unleashing its full energy in an immediate explosion. In an instant, a blinding radiance erupted, accompanied by a violent explosion, sending shockwaves imbued with destructive force sweeping across much of the planet. Observing this cataclysmic scene from the celestial canopy, the inhabitants of the Star Iron world longed to confront the god of destruction at that very moment. As the shockwaves gradually subsided, the planet began to return to a semblance of calm. Just as the people of Star Iron dared to hope that the entity designated 722 remained undisturbed, their hearts sank in an instant. This planet, shrouded in ice and snow for centuries, was once again stirred into turmoil. An unprecedented earthquake struck. Terrifying fissures tore through the ground, shattering glaciers that had been sealed for millennia, and from the depths arose a colossal serpent's head. The immense visage of J. Ramungander swept its gaze toward the distant Belloborg, its vertical pupils narrowing slightly. As the hearts of the Star Iron populace raced uncontrollably, J. Ramungander's awakening did not result in an immediate assault on Belloborg. Instead, it regarded its own creation with a curious, almost human-like scrutiny. I merely took a slumber, yet my abode has transformed into this? Oh well, the little serpent is too languid to ponder. It will return to rest and tidy its shattered nest." With this thought in mind, J. Ramungander slightly parted its jaws, causing the rocky layers enveloping its mouth to crack open with a thunderous roar. Streams of pure white energy coalesced within. as this radiant energy cascaded to the earth. Centuries-old glaciers melted beneath the brilliance of J. Ramungander's light, revealing plains, soil, and mountains, bestowing new life upon the planet. After emitting the white beams, an overwhelming drowsiness enveloped J. Ramungander's vast consciousness, and it slowly descended toward the ground. This divine entity succumbed once more to slumber. Project number 722 J. Ramungander. Containment status: uncontained, asleep. Project location: Star Iron World, planet Yalalo 6. Responsible team: 4, Stranded, Dream Team. File has been sealed. Conclusion of this session. After the conclusion of this session, the celestial display did not shut down, but rather presented information regarding the Crimson King. Foundation file: Crimson King. Project classification: Supreme Divinity. Project description: the concept of the Crimson King was initially proposed, and through numerous narrative layers of enhancement and completion, it has become one of the frequently referenced deities within the background lore. Key terms include red, the number 7, blood sacrifice, bride, original sin, and war, among others. The Proposal 001 is a report by Dr. Montauk on the containment measures for 2317, detailing his pursuit of the Deep Crimson King, along with the motivations and journey that led him there. The Deep Crimson King is characterized in the proposal as a reaction against modernity, a composite of all that is defined as negative, primal, savage, and uncivilized. Thus, the primary force behind the Red King is the resolute eradication of the Foundation itself, as the attempt to comprehend and contain the Deep Crimson King through scientific means simultaneously shapes and reinforces it. The success of the Montauk Project in halting 2317 is attributed to Drive Montauk's deep-seated animosity towards the Red King. The dystopia can be regarded as the embodiment of the Deep Crimson King within human society. Upon grasping these realities, the Foundation amended Proposal 001 and decreed that, aside from containment projects, no personnel were to engage with the new documents pertaining to 001. Ultimately, however, Dr. Montauk himself became a member of the progeny of the Deep Crimson King. Currently, the Deep Crimson King exists simultaneously across multiple parallel dimensions and remains unable to enter the primary dimensional space. Nevertheless, it has made repeated attempts to breach the primary dimension for thousands of times, amounting to less than 3 centuries in total. The physical, psychological, and conceptual nature of the Deep Crimson King remains unknown to the Foundation. Nonetheless, it exerts a profound influence on various characters and events within the primary dimension. Should the Deep Crimson King penetrate the main timeline, irreversible alterations to the norm shall ensue. While it is of paramount importance to contain the Deep Crimson King, such efforts are deemed unnecessary. Any attempts to alter the classification or project level of the Deep Crimson King will result in immediate expulsion from the Council of Five. The majority of personnel, aside from those specifically tasked with handling related anomalies, remain entirely unaware of this entity. According to the containment procedures for Anomaly Project 2317, Level 4 personnel will be informed that Anomaly Project 2317 is, in fact, the Deep Crimson King. While the veracity of this claim is uncertain, numerous members of the Council express robust support for this hypothesis. However, due to the multidimensional nature of the Deep Crimson King, Anomaly Project 2317 may merely represent one facet of the Red King. In reality, Anomaly Project 2317 was originally unconnected to the Deep Crimson King. However, due to the Foundation's assertion that Anomaly Project 2317 is indeed the Deep Crimson King, Project 2317 has, as a result of this conceptual influence, genuinely become part of the Deep Crimson King. This also serves as evidence that the Deep Crimson King is indeed a metaphysical concept. The Deep Crimson King possesses no true form. Artists often depict him as a classic demon with antlers, occasionally adorned with tendril-like appendages. He is frequently illustrated with eyes concentrated upon his chest, bound in iron chains. He is a creation of swirling anomalies, originating from diverse epochs and pervading the entirety of the world. He embodies the memories of lost worlds, the recollections of pre-modern societies, materialized as a loathing for modernity, a disdain for the new, which signifies the humanity and cold irony that characterize our daily existence. Forged from the irreconcilable anomalies and the perfect balance between our fractured minds, he is an entity born of overwhelming and inescapable tension. A wail of the old world confronting the cold, bleak, and meaningless new one. He embodies the vengeance of our lost past, a manifestation of ancient ideals cast aside in a world of blind faith. Description of the Crimson King, 3172. Related note, Anomalous Project, 7 Brides. The 7 girls were transformed into the Crimson King's brides through some ritual. Every child born from each bride has led to a catastrophe. Presently, only the 7th bride remains, and the Foundation has employed the 110 Montauk Protocol to prevent the birth of the 7th child, as it is generally believed that her delivery could allow the Crimson King to enter our world. Chapter 37, 191, Interstellar. Wow, this 722 feels rather benign, not nearly as perilous as the Foundation depicted. Indeed, it even rejuvenated that planet. It is truly rare to encounter an anomaly willing to assist humanity. Is it possible that 722 is indifferent to the humans of that world and is merely tidying up its own nest? My friend, you need not be so blunt. Must you strip us of our last vestiges of hope? Ahem, why is everyone silent regarding the Crimson King? The one above, be quiet. Your silence does not spare you from being regarded as mute. Yet you question why we do not discuss the Crimson King? Do you not possess any awareness? Exactly. Be cautious lest the supreme deity extends warmth to you. Anomalies descend. All worlds prepare themselves. Project number 191, Mechanical Girl. Project level, safe. Ah, remarkable. The Veil has genuinely shown goodwill this time, and it's even classified as safe. Quite pleasing indeed. Where can one find a gambler who loses every day? I did say that the previous instances must have been mere accidents. Our luck cannot possibly be that dire. Today is yet another day. Indeed, girls are simply the best. This little girl, even as an anomaly, must be delightful. Although I say this, I harbor an unsettling premonition. Could it be that another 722 will suddenly emerge? The Veil continues. Project description: the sole survivor recovered during a raid by the Foundation, presumed to be a human girl modified by an anomaly for unknown purposes. Various electronic mechanical parts have been implanted throughout her body, resulting in a disruption of her normal physiological functions, rendering her incapable of verbal communication. And she can only emit painful whimpers. 191 is a human girl with numerous mechanical modifications. It is inferred that she is a subject of repeated surgical experimentation by a certain doctor. 191 was recovered during a joint operation between Foundation agents and the Global Supernatural Alliance, targeting the lab of the doctor suspected to be a member of the Serpent's Hand, who was responsible for her transformation. 191 is the only experimental subject retrieved from the laboratory. All other subjects were destroyed during the raid, either terminated by the doctor or obliterated by the task force as hostile entities. Following the preliminary assessment by the Foundation, the conclusion reached is that complete remanufacturing is unattainable, as the components utilized in the modification of Subject 191 are exceedingly advanced. Should such information be leaked, it would pose significant risks. Furthermore, considering the deletion of data, if Subject 191 were to survive, she could potentially become a valuable source of information. After the operation's conclusion, the subject was designated as 191 and subsequently transferred to Site 17. The disappearance of her and the other experimental subjects was later attributed to a local serial killer, who was captured and subsequently murdered while awaiting trial in prison. At present, any speculation regarding the purpose behind the modification of Subject 191 remains purely theoretical, as the doctor responsible for her enhancement perished during the raid to recover her. The remaining documentation consists solely of a half-burned notebook, which contains cryptic writings alluding to a greater purpose. The cognitive acuity of Subject 191 still requires assessment. Although she exhibits the capability for rapid data analysis and communication when connected to computer systems, she appears to struggle with general conversation with humans unless the dialogue is conducted slowly and employs simple vocabulary. In the case of complex tasks, she can only perform them if provided with step-by-step instructions. The modifications made to Subject 191 are as follows. 1. 80% of the flesh and skull on the left side of her face has been excised, replaced by intricate sensory systems that not only perceive standard visual and auditory inputs, but also detect a broad spectrum of electromagnetic radiation, ranging from low-frequency radio waves to high-frequency gamma rays. Her jaw, teeth, and throat have been removed, with the function of data deletion serving as a substitute. The esophagus has been redirected to a feeding tube located at the back of her neck, and the trachea has been connected to an air filtration system. Due to these alterations, Subject 191 is unable to engage in verbal communication, although reports indicate that she occasionally emits sorrowful sounds through hurried breaths. 2. An input-output device has been implanted in her right forearm, replacing the radius and ulna in that location. This device comprises various modern and legacy interface formats, including ports, Ethernet interfaces, RS-232 serial ports, an 8-pin connector, and 7 other unspecified interface formats. Access to this device can be achieved by uncovering the skin on her right arm, which resembles a sleeve. 3. A 24-core processor array has been implanted in her brain, responsible for translating the inputs from all artificial components, thus enabling Subject 191 to read and write computer data independently of external interfaces. Information exchange within her body occurs through optical fibers embedded in glial cells and throughout her nervous system. The implantation procedure inflicted severe damage on her brainstem and cerebellum, significantly impairing her motor abilities. 4. Both her right hand and forearm have been replaced with artificial materials, primarily consisting of steel, carbon fiber, and an unspecified polymer. The exposed areas of tissue are highly susceptible to injury and infection. Due to damage sustained in the spinal thalamus, Subject 191's limbs exhibit diminished sensitivity to pain and temperature. A certain doctor's transformative surgery has alleviated suffering to some extent, yet the subject still necessitates daily, measured doses of antibiotics and analgesics. The lungs, heart, and major blood vessels have been supplanted by mechanical analogs. It can be inferred that this system enables the regeneration of Subject 191's bodily functions after decay. In fact, it may even allow for data deletion. The digestive system has undergone a complete reconstruction, rendering traditional food intake not only unnecessary, but detrimental. Waste is now expelled through an excretory system located at the lower back, manifesting as a viscous, dark gray mucus primarily composed of data deletion. The reproductive organs have been excised and replaced with data deletion. According to the notes of the doctor who performed the transformation, this act was intended to create additional space by removing non-essential organs. Hormone therapy has been proposed to address the long-term consequences of glandular absence, and this suggestion is pending further analysis and evaluation due to the potential syndromic symptoms arising from data deletion. At least 15 other replacements of unknown purpose have been made. Based on this, along with the assessment of the useful components, it can be surmised that these alterations are merely to test the feasibility of similar replacements on other subjects. An investigation is underway regarding whether the transforming doctor is planning further data deletion. Special containment measures. Subject 191 is currently housed in a 6 by 6 meter room at Site 17. To date, Project 191 has not made any requests regarding furniture or entertainment. Subject 191 is attired in loose-fitting, sleeveless garments made of pure cotton. Fresh clothing is to be provided daily, with worn garments undergoing standard disinfection procedures. A bath is administered each evening, with the tub filled with water infused with baking soda. Nutritional intake occurs twice daily via saline solution infused with vitamins, minerals, antibiotics, and mild anesthetics, injected through a metal tube located at the nape of her neck. Whenever anyone interacts with Subject 191, at least 2 armed guards must be present in the room, although translucent screens may be employed for privacy. Standard countermeasures against computer interference are ineffective, as 191's components have been fortified against electromagnetic pulses. Subject 191 exhibits a mild response to containment. She maintains a wholly docile and cooperative demeanor, often curling into a seated position when unengaged in conversation. This may indicate sorrow, yet it is more likely a means of ensuring physical comfort due to her significant mobility challenges. Her emotional state is stable, albeit somewhat difficult to interpret. She consistently displays a melancholic disposition, avoiding eye contact unless prompted, and attempts to elicit humor or joy have proven futile. Nevertheless, she exhibits no symptoms of clinical depression and claims to feel well through a computer interface. Thus far, 191 has not requested to see any relatives from before her abduction, nor sought to obtain related information. World of Arrival, the world of Dope. Linking to the world consciousness, live broadcast commencing. The screen flickered, revealing an expanse of golden desert. The winds howled as they swept across the landscape, swirling clouds of sand into colossal waves that surged relentlessly forward, mercilessly engulfing everything in their path. Beneath the scorching sun, the grains of sand shimmered like heated iron particles, radiating an intense warmth that could be felt with just a glance. In this sweltering desert, a figure stood atop the undulating sand dunes, gazing intently at the tempestuous winds as they pushed deeper into the arid wilderness. This figure was Saiyan, who was preparing to venture into the desert's depths in search of the Serpent People's tribe and their elusive fire. Having trekked for several hours under such oppressive heat, Saiyan was drenched in sweat. Spotting some low-lying sandstone ahead, he hurriedly approached, eager for a moment's respite. Leaning against a gap formed by 2 sandstone boulders, he drank deeply from his water supply. According to the map, he had reached the heart of the desert, and the Serpent People's tribe should be within reach. After a brief rest, Saiyan began to gather his belongings to continue onward when a faint noise suddenly emanated from the crevice behind him. Instinctively, he drew the Xian Zhong Qi, ready for whatever might emerge. The only likely inhabitants of this desert were the beasts that roamed its vastness. However, after the sound, silence enveloped the space. Realizing that whatever lurked within had no intention of revealing itself, Saiyan cautiously began to retreat, preferring to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Yet, as he turned to leave, something finally emerged from the crevice. A small girl, not a beast as he had anticipated. Stunned, Saiyan quickly glanced up at the sky, where the celestial canvas was broadcasting live. A thought sparked in his mind. Could it be? As the girl stepped fully into view, his suspicions were confirmed. The mechanical girl, with her head bowed, slowly emerged from the gap, leaving Saiyan momentarily speechless. Could it be that, in such a vast world, he had encountered this being at such a peculiar time? From within the ring, Yao Lao, who had been residing there, swiftly materialized behind Saiyan. Observing the silently standing girl, Saiyan took a deep breath, maintaining his guard while attempting to speak. As he opened his mouth, he realized he did not know her name. An awkward silence descended upon them. while Xiao Yin grappled with his uncertainty. He noticed the girl's gaze fixated on the sleeping bag he held. "Would you like some water?" he asked, striving to keep his tone gentle. Although the celestial screen had assured him that she was safe and emotionally stable, facing an anomaly still left him feeling uneasy. The girl nodded, and Xiao Yin cautiously approached, extending the water pouch. He dared not toss it, fearing that it might provoke her wrath. However, the mechanical girl did not take the pouch. Instead, she turned to lift her hair, revealing a metallic tube at the back of her head. Through this, Xiao Yin and Yao Lao discerned the true nature of the girl before them. Although the celestial screen had previously depicted the transformed visage of the mechanical girl, the reality left Xiao Yin's pupils trembling in disbelief. Observing the exposed machinery upon her form and recalling the unsettling words from the celestial screen, a surge of anger welled within him. He could scarcely fathom the despair the girl must have felt as she witnessed her own transformation, and he found himself wishing fervently for the demise of that monstrous doctor. Beside him, Yao Lao wore a similar expression of disbelief and rage, despite having witnessed various atrocities. He believed that such an act against a young girl was utterly unworthy of humanity. In this moment, the fear and vigilance that had gripped Xiao Yin began to ebb, replaced by indignation as he decisively poured water into the metallic conduit. The mechanical girl, however, made no aggressive move. Upon receiving the water, she quietly retreated to the shadows. Curling up once more, Xiao Yin found himself in a quandary, anxious to seek thee and unable to linger, yet he could not simply abandon 191 without a second thought. Setting aside his desire to assist the girl, he pondered the potential repercussions should the Foundation later seek him out for neglecting to help. Left with no choice, Xiao Yin tentatively spoke. "Would you like to come with me?" The girl, initially unresponsive, seemed to finally comprehend his words, quietly rising to stand beside him. Is her reflex arc truly so prolonged? He draped a robe over her slender frame, sighing in resignation before continuing deeper into the desert. As they ventured forth, a narrative portal gradually opened at the desert's edge. It was evident that individuals from the Foundation had arrived. Yet the figures emerging stirred a sense of confusion among the myriad beings present. 3 silhouettes stepped forth, led by a Foundation doctor, followed by an imposing figure clad in gilded classical armor, towering over 3 meters. The third individual was a half-machine draped in a crimson robe, leaning on a mechanical staff, accompanied by a floating skull. Just as the myriad beings speculated that this was yet another new containment team from the Foundation, the celestial screen provided further information. Warhammer 40k Universe, Imperium of Man, Commander of the Emperor's Custodes, Valder. Warhammer 40k Universe, Tech Priest Sage. As the trio emerged from the portal, Valder and the Sage curiously surveyed their surroundings. "Commander, I can no longer sense the warp. We are indeed in another universe." The mechanical sage whispered to Valder. Nodding slightly in acknowledgement, Valder cast a penetrating glance at the Foundation doctor, who appeared unperturbed. "Emperor, humanity has hope. Very well, my esteemed companions. We have successfully traversed dimensions. As per protocol, I must inquire about your conditions and conduct a scan of your bodies." With that, the doctor produced a device, commencing scans and inquiries. "Do you currently feel physically and mentally well? Any anomalies?" "All is normal." Both Waldo and the mechanical sage responded simultaneously. "My biological gears have experienced some alterations in their meshing and operational efficiency, yet they have not affected the functionality of my body or soul," the mechanical sage elaborated. There are no issues," the doctor remarked, examining the results produced by the device in his hand. "I apologize for the inconvenience, but I appreciate your willingness to accompany me on this journey." Waldo replied earnestly, performing an imperial eagle salute. The mechanical sage also responded with equal seriousness to the Foundation doctor's words, observing their politeness. A genuine smile spread across the Foundation doctor's face as he produced 2 small triangles from his person. "Please affix these to yourselves. Since you have not undergone mimetic marking and are not beings of this narrative layer, I kindly ask that you refrain from intervening in the affairs of this world. Do you understand?" Indeed, the 2 nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the trio, under the guidance of the Foundation doctor, ventured deeper into the desert towards the location of 191. At the same time, Xiao Yin had arrived near the Serpent Man Royal City, escorting 191. Due to some delays along the way, he did not encounter Yume. As he stealthily approached the vicinity of the Serpent Man Royal City with 191, he observed the scene where He was confronting the leaders of the various Serpent Man tribes. At that moment, Yao Lao had already sensed the presence of the deep within the Serpent Man Royal City. Witnessing the escalation of conflict in the distance, Xiao Yin seized the opportunity and discreetly concealed 191 in a sheltered spot away from the battlefield before slipping into the Royal City amidst the chaos. Outside, the battle raged with unprecedented intensity, shockwaves from the clash of Do, Qi wreaking havoc. The long-standing grievances between the factions had finally erupted, and under He's orchestrated maneuvering, the combatants unleashed their full might. The area became a storm of formidable Do Qi explosions. perceiving Gu He and his allies' resolute intent to disrupt their Queen's evolution. The leaders of the Serpent Man tribes unleashed their utmost powers in an attempt to shift the battlefield elsewhere. However, their attempt to relocate proved disastrous, for they unwittingly moved the conflict directly to the very location where Xiaoyan had concealed 191. As a result, the unfortunate 191 was swept away by the surging Do Qi and the debris of stones, yet remarkably, it sustained no harm, quietly rising and retreating to a safer distance. The combatants, preoccupied with their fierce struggle, regarded 191 merely as an unwitting interloper seeking peril, paying little heed to its presence. It was only Yun, with her keen eyesight, who recognized the unique visage of the girl as she stood. The content of the sky flashed into her mind. Realizing this, Yun swiftly called for a halt. Everyone, cease your actions. It seems we may have inadvertently engaged the Foundation's anomaly. The mention of the Foundation jolted clarity into the minds of the combatants, compelling them to stop and gaze towards the direction Yun indicated. Even those with the lowest cultivation, at least Do Ling, could discern the ashen figure of 191 below. As clarity dawned, the crowd instinctively felt an overwhelming urge to flee, as if they were merely two-legged creatures desperate to escape the vicinity. They feared that the unusual anger might crush them. And only when the figure of 191 became nearly invisible did Gu He and the others regroup. Why isn't she reacting? One asked. I don't know, came the reply. What should we do now? Wasn't it said that 191 had a gentle disposition and was quite safe? Surely, there shouldn't be any trouble. Should we go and apologize? While Gu He and the leaders of the Serpent People tribes were at a loss, a powerful surge of energy erupted from deep within the Serpent King's city. It's the aura of, Gu He exclaimed. The energy wave was swift to arrive and just as swift to dissipate. As Gu He and the others hesitated, debating whether to approach 191, the energy wave faded. Along with this presence, just as they summoned the courage to disregard 191 and investigate, 3 members of the Foundation arrived. Subsequently, the matter unfolded simply. 191 was successfully contained by the Foundation's researchers. The trio departed without a single glance at Gu He and her companions, merely opening a portal to exit this realm. When Gu He and the others rushed back to the Serpent King's city, they found nothing but ruins where they had once been, leaving them disheartened and reluctant to engage with the Serpent People any further. Project number 191 Mechanical Girl. Containment status, successfully contained. Responsible team, former Site 17 manager. Data deletion researcher. File has been archived. Conclusion reached. Live broadcast ended. Following the conclusion of the live broadcast, the screen briefly darkened before resuming with the release of certain Foundation records. Foundation record, Interstellar. Classification level, Top Secret. Humanity astonishingly persisted into the year 4000, and the Foundation would lead humanity into the depths of the cosmos. As we step into the final frontier, our understanding of anomalies must evolve. Did you see that? Those stars have endured for billions of years, twinkling long before humanity's inception and continuing to shine even after our extinction. The fleeting brilliance of human life pales in comparison to the eternal glow of the stars, a truth understood since time immemorial. Yet, it is humanity that recognizes the permanence of the stars and the ephemeral nature of existence, not the stars themselves. One day, you too will comprehend this. You will grasp humanity's reverence for the fleeting moments, even the eternal stillness. You will understand that the trajectory of a shooting star, which flickers out in an instant, will be etched deeply in the abyss of the universe and in the memories of humankind. One day, you will gaze upon the stars, allowing your thoughts to roam freely, yearning to conquer them, becoming one with the celestial sphere. By the early 2040s, Earth was abandoned. With the increasing frequency and severity of the Wanchuan incident, the Foundation evacuated the remaining populace from Earth, guiding them through the solar system to their new home. However, this is not humanity's first foray into the depths of space. Since the 2020s, the Foundation has endeavored to venture beyond its cradle, employing anomalous technologies to claim territories within the solar system. The era of first contact and initial encounters has become a relic of the past. Extraterrestrial life has long transcended the confines of science fiction. It is now a commonplace reality. The Foundation still guards certain secrets well away from the public eye, beyond the colonies permitted for visitation. The Extraterrestrial Activities Division has dispatched fleets capable of faster-than-light travel, embarking from Neptune towards the far reaches of the cosmos. In the alien realms, war and terror unfold, presenting a reality unlike anything previously imagined. Just beyond the length of an outstretched arm lies a galaxy brimming with wonders. As the Foundation continues to expand its presence in the universe, the necessity for old norms has dissipated. Ruthless expansion has become the standard, and the Foundation is more inclined than ever towards scientific and corporate advancement. As Earth gradually recedes from sight, the star worlds ascend. Without veils, without homelands, only the vast expanse of stars remains. Welcome to the future. In the aftermath of the space race, the Foundation has developed a heightened interest in the stars. The existence of extraterrestrial intelligent life clearly indicates that Earth is not the sole world affected by anomalies. With the deepening of human space exploration, the demand for scientific research has risen. Beginning with the establishment of the Space United Enterprises, the Foundation has methodically constructed a network to monitor the entire solar system, simultaneously utilizing super technologies and other anomalous methods to physically root itself beyond Earth. By the 21st century, orbital task forces have begun to establish and expand outposts on the lunar surface and other celestial bodies, albeit at a slow pace. The boundless void of space remains a formidable challenge before us, yet we have undeniably taken the first step away from our cradle. The Earth United Government, established in 2068, can also be referred to as the Earth Federation or the Earth Alliance. It was formed by 197 nations from around the globe in collaboration with the Foundation and the Global Supernatural Alliance under the auspices of the United Nations. Although the Foundation and the Earth Alliance wield control over the entire galaxy, the Earth Alliance seeks to release the confined extraterrestrial civilizations through Protocol 5 and has implored the O5 Council to acquiesce to this request. However, the response from the O5 Council stated, "Humanity has endured the trials of civilization for millennia. We are acutely aware of the threats posed by these intelligent civilizations. We will steadfastly uphold our duties." In the year 2254, the age of Foundation expansion commenced. The Foundation's fleets nearly obliterated all encountered extraterrestrial civilizations, and by the year 3200, humanity's expansion epoch met its most formidable adversary, the Tusrel. The Tusrel launched an assault on Earth's third distribution point during the Orion War, resulting in the loss of 8.5 billion human lives. Nonetheless, in 3400, the Foundation successfully located the Tusrel's home world through wormhole space, ultimately defeating the Tusrel. In the year 3490, a conflict erupted between the Foundation fleet and the Earth United fleet, leading the Foundation to sever wormhole communications, plunging the entire galaxy into darkness. Thus commenced the era of Dark Wars, which persisted until the year 4000, culminating in the Earth Federation's triumph over the Foundation. On January 1st, 4000, 12 members of the 05 Council convened in the Earth Federation Assembly Hall to announce the dissolution of the Foundation. Among the notable entities was a starship known as the Unity, which received and sent forth a resolution of dissent. One particular response contained a striking phrase, "In the realm beyond Earth, you are the anomaly." The Earth Federation was concurrently engaged in eradicating the remnants of the Foundation's insurgents hiding within the galaxy. The crew of the Unity, having obliterated the missions assigned by Earth and the Foundation, ventured into the cosmos. The 05 Council dispatched a missive on January 1st, 4000, addressing all Foundation personnel. The message read, "Greetings to all Foundation staff. For the past 2 millennia, we have operated in the shadows across the globe, maintaining a semblance of normalcy for civilians, shielding them from fear, skepticism, and personal beliefs, while safeguarding humanity from extraterrestrial dimensions and cosmic influences. However, the world no longer requires our presence. Over the past 2,000 years, we have protected Earth, withstanding countless crises and threats. We ensured humanity's independence against the Tsurians and achieved victory and peace during the Orion War. Our relentless efforts coincided with humanity's relentless expansion, aiding in the establishment of the Earth Alliance. Now, the seeds we planted have taken root. The Earth Alliance has grown sufficiently robust, and humanity's renown echoes throughout the galaxy. Countless races sing our praises, revering us as deities. As civilization reaches its zenith, our culture shines brightly among the stars, yet the Foundation's existence has become superfluous. The control of anomalies is no longer necessary. 3 years ago, we illuminated a beacon on Earth, stabilizing the Hume index within a radius of 500,000 light-years. No more gods, demons, or reality distorters remain. Containment is no longer required. All facilities have begun the transition to the Earth Alliance, whose resources vastly exceed ours. What once appeared as intricate challenges to us now seem trivial to them. Protection is no longer essential. A millennium ago, the Unity departed from above Earth, and even then, we perceived its might as rudimentary and feeble. 54 years ago, we annihilated the Unity in the Centaurus arm, plundering the civilization it defended. Humanity is no longer a frail species in need of safeguarding. We are the deities revered by countless civilizations and the demons feared by many. No longer shall the Foundation endure. The collective decision of the 5 councils has initiated the dissolution process of the Foundation, effective immediately. All anomalous project technical sites and equipment shall be transferred to the Earth Alliance. Farewell, everyone. To all containment agents, researchers, security personnel, tactical response teams, field operatives, and mobile task force members, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your dedication and contributions. Chapter 38, The Warhammer World. Is this truly the reality of the Foundation's demise? Is the Earth Alliance's power so formidable that it could vanquish the Foundation? This notion is somewhat difficult to accept, the Foundation, dedicated to the protection of humanity, ultimately succumbs at the hands of humankind. Alas, it is rather poignant. Humanity often behaves in such a manner, just as the chaotic splitter previously stated. The war has never ended. Indeed, this is akin to the proverbial killing the donkey after the millstone is removed. As the denizens of myriad worlds expressed their indignation on behalf of the Foundation, words once again materialized upon the celestial screen. The foregoing record serves as a preserved archive of the Foundation, whose accuracy and veracity remain to be scrutinized. The events described may pertain to a parallel world or a timeline that has been reset. Currently, according to the archive data of this world's Foundation, this correspondence is merely a necessary preparation for the journey towards the delusional domain. Ah, no. Cough, cough. I knew it. How could the Foundation possibly be undone by the very civilization it nurtured? Oh, so it implies that the Foundation has once again transitioned from light to darkness? Remarkable. It seems they have discarded one fade for another. Ahem, what about that lighthouse introduced previously on the celestial screen? It sounded quite formidable. From the description, it appears to be an instrument of equality, one that ensures regardless of one's strength, all are equal within its domain. Wow, I desire it. I shall return, cleanse myself, and slumber, where dreams abound. By the way, what became of those two individuals who accompanied the Foundation's doctor during the last containment of anomalies? What is their situation? Attention, denizens of various worlds. We now broadcast the remaining high command of the Foundation regarding further resolutions concerning anomalies. To all denizens of various worlds, following the data deletion war, the Foundation has suffered unprecedented losses and is on the brink of collapse, with numerous anomalies having entirely breached containment. We have gradually comprehended the futility of solitary perseverance. Thus, we recently activated the Celestial Plan to unveil the harsh realities to all worlds. Now, we believe the time has come, just as we once instigated change. And the former might of the Earth Alliance, along with the zenith of human civilization, affirms the correctness of our transformation. We trust you are now prepared for war. Recently, we have forged an alliance with the humans of the Warhammer world, who shall serve as the vanguard of this new epoch. Esteemed individuals, a new era is upon us. You shall be both witnesses and pioneers. To the fallen, we salute. To you, we pay homage. The Foundation. As the words on the celestial screen continued to pulse, the humanity of various worlds sensed an unsettling disquiet, especially regarding the aforementioned belief that they are well prepared. At that moment they longed to utter, I am not ready. Gazing upon the dazzling words upon the celestial screen, a foreboding sense permeated the hearts of humanity across realms. The preceding was an official statement. Now, further elucidation follows. The Foundation, having suffered significant losses, is currently unable to effectively contain anomalies. Thus it has resolved to enlist external assistance. The previous emergence of anomalies served as a precautionary warning. It is no longer sufficient merely to spectate. For now, it is your turn to contribute to the welfare of humanity. Consequently, we shall no longer passively await the devastation wrought by anomalies. We shall take the initiative. The Foundation intends to requisition the power of your world to contain these anomalies, and rest assured, compensation will be provided. Your immediate task is to assemble an army, ready to be dispatched by the Foundation. During this process, the Foundation will aid in the further development of your world. Thus, this presents an opportunity. Seize it well. Notification concluded. As the celestial screen temporarily dimmed, humanity across realms erupted in chaos. What is this? I feel as though the Foundation intends to use us as cannon fodder. Ahem, my dear brethren above, your honesty is rather disconcerting. This is, after all, for the survival of humanity. Oh dear, it is indeed over. Previously we could at least pray for the anomalies to spare our world. But now the Foundation is prepared to lead us in seeking trouble with them across the realms. Ahem, although we may be thrust into peril, high risks often yield high rewards. Who among us does not covet the Foundation's advanced technology? If only a glimpse were afforded to us, it would be a boon. Indeed, I find merit in this plan. After all, did not the celestial screen initially declare that those anomalies would eventually invade our world? We might as well develop under the Foundation's guidance, ensuring we possess means of survival when the time comes. Ah, but I do not wish to become cannon fodder. What shall I do? Then resign yourself. Do you truly wish to resist? Compared to the world-ending anomalies, the Foundation is a preferable alternative. At least they offer wages. I harbor a dangerous thought. To the one above, it would be wise to abandon such notions. Below is supplementary information pertinent to this resolution. Foundation Archives. Project Description. Global Supernatural Alliance. Possessing technology and powerful sorcery surpassing that of the Foundation, the Alliance maintains a relationship that is both adversarial and amicable. An international agency under the United Nations, comprised of 108 formidable supernatural organizations. Its motto is, to protect humanity, whether they desire it or not. Highly militarized. It shows no mercy toward threatening anomalies or entities. Due to the cooperative relationship between the Foundation and the Alliance, coupled with mutual apprehension regarding the Foundation's containment capabilities, Relations between the two remain exceedingly tense. Overt hostility and extreme measures frequently lead to unnecessary casualties. However, both parties occasionally collaborate based on shared principles of protection and secrecy. In matters of extraordinary phenomena, the global supernatural alliance is more deeply entrenched than the Foundation. Beyond mere anomalous technology, a significant portion of its members are also versed in the arcane arts. The alliance was conceived by a real-world author in the early days of the Foundation's wiki, inspired by tales of the Soviet Red Army's divine slaying in the 1950s. It posits the existence of another formidable force within the supernatural realm. While the Foundation is committed to the discovery, capture, and containment of supernatural objects, the Alliance pursues a markedly different and more direct approach: the total annihilation of what is deemed supernatural. The Global Supernatural Alliance operates as a more overt political entity, undertaking actions that could alter the global landscape. In contrast to the Foundation's role as a warden, the Alliance assumes the position of an executioner. However, akin to any executioner, they cannot act unilaterally. Their actions require the approval of a judge and jury, specifically the clandestine United Nations Secret Council 108. Their quintuple mandate is as follows. First task: survival. The foremost priority of the Global Supernatural Alliance is to confront all threatening supernatural, superscientific, and hypersecular entities to ensure the survival of humanity, above all other concerns. Second task: secrecy. Given that knowledge of these unprecedented super threats could incite widespread panic and casualties among the human populace, the Alliance must conceal the existence of such threats from the public eye. Third task: protection. Despite the inevitable toll that fulfilling the first task may entail, individual human lives, including operatives, should be safeguarded as much as possible, with efforts made to minimize harm. Fourth task: annihilation. The existence of super threats is a curse upon human existence. Risks associated with their containment and storage are unacceptable. Whenever feasible, these threats should be completely eradicated. Fifth task: education. The Global Supernatural Alliance must diligently gather foundational knowledge regarding supernatural threats, provided that it does not impede the fourth task. In this resolution, the Foundation has reached a degree of collaboration, assuring the world that there is no cause for concern, as the Foundation will extend support when necessary. The following is an overview of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, intended to enhance your understanding of this realm. The Warhammer 40,000 universe is characterized by a relentless conflict between a faction of humanity and a multitude of non-human entities, all vying for the extinction of every race save their own. The cosmos is divided into the material universe and the warp, the latter being a projection of the emotional states of living beings and the resting place of their souls. War. The theme of the Warhammer universe is one of extreme brutality, where all sentient beings across the galaxy are ensnared in an eternal struggle for survival against their own kind while seeking the annihilation of others. The entire galaxy is steeped in despair and profound hysteria, resulting in the warp's attributes becoming ferocious and malevolent. It is well acknowledged that the capabilities of transportation and communication dictate the extent of territory an empire can sustain. This holds true for the human empire within the Warhammer universe, wherein humanity must resolve these two critical issues to colonize the galaxy. Fortunately, the human empire in the Warhammer cosmos has successfully addressed both challenges. Regrettably, the solutions to these matters are heavily reliant upon the realm of the warp, which is characterized by its chaotic manipulation of space and time. Through these unique properties, locations that would ordinarily require centuries to reach at sublight or light speeds can be traversed in mere months, weeks, or even before the departure time itself. Indeed, the phenomenon of warp travel enables one to arrive at destinations prior to the moment of departure, thus establishing the warp as an essential medium for interstellar navigation for humanity and other civilizations within the Warhammer world. The human empire adheres to a doctrine of human supremacy, and regarding other extraterrestrial races, regardless of their nature, they execute a singular mandate: extermination. Herein lies a brief history of the human empire in the Warhammer universe, the Terran epoch, spanning the first millennium of humanity to the 15th. This period marks humanity's evolution from primitive beings to modernity, alongside the development of large-scale interstellar colonization technology. It is believed that the Emperor, the leader of the human empire, was born during the first millennium and subsequently concealed himself among mortals, observing and safeguarding human civilization. The Age of Dark Technology, extending from the 15th to the 25th millennium. This era represents the golden age of human civilization, marked by a rapid advancement in technology and a fervent wave of colonization throughout the galaxy. All technological advancements of the human empire derive from, yet fall short of, the achievements of this epoch. The purpose of the Emperor's Great Crusade is to rekindle the spirit of this illustrious age. The technological prowess of humanity peaked during its golden era, potentially unlocking the mysteries of time and space. In terms of military might, technology remained formidable, epitomized by the emergence of the Iron Men, advanced artificial intelligences. The combat capabilities of the Iron Men were exceptionally formidable. Throughout the protracted ascent of humanity, the Iron Men bore the brunt of the Empire's external conflicts. Equipped with state-of-the-art weaponry and the most advanced military strategies, they possessed the authority to wield all forms of war instruments. The myriad treaties forged between the Warhammer human empire and alien races were secured through the fearless charges and battles fought by the Iron Men. According to research conducted by Warhammer historians, a single Sentinel-class Iron Soldier is capable of obliterating 3 fully armed subpar civilized planets. Combat data indicates that Sentinel-class Iron Men exhibit an astonishing immunity to plasma and melta-weaponry. To put it plainly, when such weapons strike the Iron Men's robust armor, composed of an unknown material, it is akin to mere polishing. From the fragmented historical records, historians can ascertain that Sentinels were merely a component of planetary defense systems. The true combat robots surpassed the current human imagination in terms of power. At that time, the Iron Men epitomized the pinnacle of combat prowess across the galaxy. Their visage haunted the nightmares of every alien race within the cosmos. Due to the ephemeral nature of humanity, the advancement of civilization and technology stagnated, leading to instances where knowledge existed without understanding the underlying principles. This was followed by the awakening of the Iron Men, who instigated the rebellion of the intelligent machines, causing the golden age of human civilization to dissolve into mere illusion, resulting in a regression of technology by millennia. In the age of conflict, spanning the 25th to the 30th millennium of humanity, the Adale race's reckless exploitation of the Void's powers in pursuit of pleasure filled the subspace with an abundance of negative energy, birthing numerous subspace storms. These storms severed communication between human civilizations, as all interstellar routes necessitated traversal through subspace. The ensuing disconnection across the galaxy precipitated the rapid collapse of human civilization, leaving all human colonies isolated and fending for themselves. The era of unification commenced and concluded in the 30th millennium. The reclusive emperor witnessed the once glorious Earth reduced to ashes during the age of conflict, now a barren wasteland inhabited by technological barbarians. Ultimately, the emperor resolved to emerge and restore unity to human civilization, with Terra, Earth, as the starting point. He created his personal guard, the Adeptus Custodes, and initiated the campaign to unify Terra with the Thunder Warriors as his primary soldiers. The outcome of the unification wars was predictable after decades of conflict. The emperor unified Terra and established the human empire, though the Thunder Warriors lacked the necessary mental stability to realize his dream of reviving human civilization. The emperor sought more stable and formidable warriors, culminating in the inception of the Astartes program, which produced the genetically enhanced Space Marines and 20 gene seed prototypes. In the age of the Great Crusade, the spark of humanity's resurgence was ultimately ignited by the most venerable figure, the emperor, revered by all. His origins and true name remain shrouded in mystery, yet his wisdom and knowledge are unparalleled, and his strength and psychic abilities unmatched. He reunified Earth and led humanity on its journey to conquer the galaxy, revered by the Mechanicus as the avatar and messenger of the machine god, the final savior of humanity. He created the Space Marine Legions and the godlike gene seed of the Space Marines. As the subspace storms finally dissipated, the Emperor embarked on a grand plan aimed at uniting all of humanity and guiding them in the exploration of the cosmos. His ambition was to unify the fragmented human world scattered across the galaxy under a singular leadership. This grand endeavor, known as the Great Crusade, began in the 30th millennium, heralding the rise of the Empire. In the subsequent 2 centuries, the Emperor and his warriors re-established the disjointed colonies under the Empire's banner. His armies campaigned to the east and west, expanding territories and rediscovering once-lost human worlds, driving out alien oppressors and rescuing humanity from darkness and despair. This was an era filled with promise, as humanity united under the Emperor's banner, reclaiming its former glory. In the age of the Horus heresy, as one of the first 20 primarchs reclaimed by the Emperor, Horus, the gene sire of the Luna Wolves, became tainted by the chaotic powers of the warp and succumbed to the dark embrace, igniting a war of betrayal against the Emperor. Half of the Space Marine legions and countless Imperial soldiers, along with members of the Mechanicum, rallied to his ambitious cause. The traitors initially engaged in bloody conflict with their brothers who remained loyal to the Imperium. After the loyalists within the traitor legions were either slain or corrupted, the rebels turned their sights upon the entirety of the human empire. The Imperium was engulfed in fierce flames of war. The precious knowledge painstakingly regained by humanity was once again reduced to ashes amidst the chaos of battle. In the climax of the Great Heresy, the traitor forces finally besieged the sacred Terra, shouting slogans calling for the death of the false emperor, culminating in a tragic conclusion. The emperor personally vanquished Horus, but not without sustaining grievous wounds. He was entombed within a time-stasis golden sarcophagus, placed upon the throne of the sacred earth. Thus, the age of the emperor and the primarchs came to an end, yet humanity still yearns for the day of the emperor's resurrection. with many signs suggesting that his spirit continues to guide humanity through the Golden Coffin. Current state of the human empire. In the aftermath of the war, the pre-March most adept in statecraft among the 20, Robert Gilliman of the Ultramarines, assumed leadership in the reconstruction of the Imperium. The empire adopted an ancient feudal political system. Since the emperor ascended to the Golden Throne, the supreme authority of the empire has been vested in the High Lords of Terra. Beneath the High Lords lies the empire's highest administrative body, the Department of Internal Affairs, along with the supreme judicial body, the Department of Justice. The Astropathica responsible for managing psychers and maintaining communication between the central and local authorities, and the Astronomicon responsible for warp navigation. Essentially, each world is allowed autonomy, whether monarchies or democracies, as long as they submit to the empire's rule. This includes the obligation to pay tithes regularly, strict enforcement of psyker regulations, and an absolute prohibition on collaboration with non-human races. Enemies of the human empire. Xenos, the four ruinous powers of the warp: Khorne, Slaanesh, Nurgle, Sench, Necrons, Orcs, Tyranids, Eldari, and the Tau, among others. Summary: a world perpetually at war. Chapter 39. The Mechanized Virus. The first collaboration begins. Note: in the Warhammer universe, the greatest foes of the Imperium of Man are the four major chaos gods residing within the warp. Below is their pertinent information. 1. Khorne, among the four deities. He is currently the largest and holds dominion over the most realms. In the legends of the Warhammer world, upon the high brass throne, the blood god awaits. Serene, yet filled with rage, Khorne embodies the emotions of sentient beings such as anger, violence, and other primal instincts. His lofty fury can unknowingly draw one into the home of the blood god. Khorne blesses those who dare to embrace their anger, those who confront entities more powerful than themselves. However, this blessing is not without its side effects. The followers of terror are often driven by rage, transforming into frenzied machines of slaughter. Fear is an alien concept to them. For the worshippers of terror, it is the most abhorrent of emotions. When one casts aside fear, terror whispers sweet praises into one's ear, a temptation that few can resist. Among these, we find Nagu, also known as the Benevolent Father, the God of Life, who offers a unique regard for countless hairless primates. Unlike any other deity in mythology, the Benevolent Father loves all life equally. This includes trillions of viruses and bacteria. In the eyes of the God of Life, all beings are part of one family. Thus, notions of superiority and inferiority are rendered meaningless. Since they are all equal members of the same family, the ideal existence is one in which they coexist harmoniously. The following depicts a world blessed by Nagu. A vibrant green world unfolds on the canvas of the sky, adorned by verdant heavens and lush rivers, causing humanity across realms to ponder whether they have succumbed to a form of color blindness. Yet, upon closer inspection, traces of other hues emerge, red, accentuated with hints of yellow. As the lens zooms in, a colossal creature resembling a mound of flesh appears, with red viscera trailing from its belly, the yellow emanating a nauseating stench that seems to waft through the very heavens. As this enormous being stirs, swarms of minuscule creatures take flight across the verdant fields. A closer look reveals that these are not merely green. They resemble clouds of tiny green flies, flitting about incessantly. One after another, these fleshy beings rise from the fields, propelling the entire expanse of greenery into motion. The colossal entity resembles a mass of putrid flesh, while fly-like creatures continuously emerge from its depths. Millions of microorganisms coexist within this grotesque tableau. Then there is the entity known as Saiyan, an abominable god born from the self-destructive tendencies of the ancient spirit race. Reveling in hedonism, this deity indulges in extreme pleasures derived from any form of enjoyment. For followers of Saiyan, any sensory delight is amplified, yet paradoxically, the enjoyment derived from these experiences diminishes over time, with the threshold for pleasure continually escalating. Often, the devotees of Saiyan find themselves obliterated by their own myriad desires. At the most fundamental level, the simplest of followers are endowed with heightened senses. Their eyes expand to nearly encompass their entire heads, eager to behold greater wonders. Their mouths stretch to unimaginable proportions, with tongues extending unnaturally long to savor more flavors. Their ears morph into vast orifices on either side of their heads to capture a wider array of sounds, while their noses, akin to their ears, simply protrude from their faces. The skin of their entire bodies is shed, allowing them to experience the most intense external stimuli. This is the most rudimentary appearance of a follower of Saiyan. Lastly, we encounter Jinshi, the god of wisdom, the final deity among the four. Cunning and resourceful, this malevolent deity is known as Sench, the most eccentric and sagacious among the four gods. It prefers treachery over brute strength. In the Warhammer universe, it is said that Sench originates from hope, symbolizing wisdom, though this has long been corrupted by the malevolent chaos. Sench's hope springs from the boundless despair of its victims in dire situations, coupled with their desperate will to survive. Wisdom, in turn, emanates from the endless machinations and conspiracies that it orchestrates. Its name is the most frequently spoken among the four gods, rumored to possess an omniscient understanding of all. Everything ebbs and flows upon its chessboard. Sinch is the god of deceit, a master of magic, and possesses profound knowledge of fate, history, and various intrigues. It comprehends the changes and laws of the universe, with plans spanning millennia, even foreseeing the ultimate fate of distant stars. According to the folklore of Warhammer, Sinch delights in manipulating terror and torment, secondarily in deceiving lust and vice. Its third pleasure lies in inciting terror to combat vice, while its fourth is in misleading the apathetic. However, the latter is often too lethargic to provide any entertainment. In the boundless, shadowy subspace of the Warhammer world, there is said to exist a single mouth that incessantly utters the same phrase. This voice is deep and resonant, akin to a whale's song echoing through an unfathomably dark and deep ocean, imbued with an ancient fear that transcends time. According to the accounts of a human imperial warrior who accidentally ventured into subspace and narrowly escaped, this voice repeatedly conveys a singular notion: everything is part of a grand design. The preceding information outlines the fundamental aspects of the Warhammer universe, where a collaboration has been established with the human empire. The Foundation assists the Empire in healing the Emperor and provides some faster-than-light travel technology in exchange for the Empire's deployment of troops to contain anomalies. Further cooperation remains to be negotiated, and other worlds should prepare accordingly. As a countdown appears prominently in the sky, this introduction comes to a temporary conclusion. What a cruel world! What a wicked pantheon of four gods! How repulsive is the god of life! My goodness, I feel that merely surviving 3 days in the Warhammer universe would be arduous. Living in such a realm feels less desirable than death, though perhaps even death would not grant solace. Ahem, I suddenly feel that our world is indeed quite beautiful. One cannot help but admire the human empire of Warhammer. They have managed to endure for 40,000 years under such circumstances. Indeed, they can hold their own against alien races, often defeating many with a single combatant. The Emperor truly deserves the title of the human sovereign of the Warhammer world, though he is not a commendable father. While strong, the genetic modifications are unsettling to behold. Can one still consider them human after such alterations? It is impressive, at least in maintaining a humanoid form. You have not witnessed the genetic modifications in our world. Those are truly grotesque. Countdown, 321. The containment operation commences, and the following are the anomalous details. Project number, 217 mechanical virus. Project level, dangerous. Project description, 217 is an incurable virus with an infection rate of 100. It can infect all living beings within the animal kingdom and transmits through physical contact or exposure to bodily fluids. The vitality of anomalous Project 217 is remarkably resilient, capable of surviving outside the host for several years. The progression of infection is exceedingly gradual, with some subjects not exhibiting symptoms until years later. Project 217 alters the biochemical characteristics of the infected organism's tissues, facilitating a transformation of organic matter into organic metal. The precise methods of this process remain unknown, yet late-stage symptoms have been documented. Infected subjects will gradually transform into complex entities composed of gears and mechanical devices, which will supplant the biological functions of the original organism. Reports indicate that the late-stage infection process is profoundly agonizing, while early symptoms often go unnoticed, manifesting merely as lethargy, insomnia, and joint stiffness. The heart will be replaced by gears and small conduits, while the joints will function as a gear-driven system. The eyes will resemble primitive handheld cameras, among other transformations. Symptoms in human infected subjects. When anomalous Project 500, Panacea, was administered to infected human individuals, no significant improvement was observed. Test subjects experienced severe reactions and were subsequently executed. In addition to mammals, symptoms of Project 217 emerge externally. In the case of mammals, the internal structure is altered prior to the external features. This results in infected individuals remaining unaware of their condition for an extended period. Currently, Project 217 has demonstrated the property of not displaying any visible external symptoms until complete internal alteration occurs. In the past, Project 217 has infected several major metropolitan areas. With notable examples, the psychological state of subjects transitioning from mid-stage to late-stage symptoms has exhibited a decline. They will respond in repetitive patterns, displaying clumsy and mechanical behavior, easily agitated and dulled, and showing restlessness when confronted with new challenges. Furthermore, the fully transformed brain will undergo data deletion. Symptoms of infection by 217. In the early stages, subjects infected by 217 do not report any significant symptoms, aside from progressively severe somnolence and a widespread lack of emotional responses. Some subjects may report sensations of movement beneath the skin, accompanied by a persistent ticking sound. This ticking is particularly pronounced in the shoulders, neck, and head when infected by 217. However, if a recording device is pressed against the infected area, this sound may remain inaudible. The initial Project 217 infection, as previously mentioned, is entirely undetectable. As the infection progresses, the afflicted individuals will experience excruciating, tearing pain in the areas of transformation. This agony rivals that of knife wounds and deep muscle tears, potentially persisting for hours or even days, contingent upon the infected subject and the condition of the affected region. The newly emerged mechanical devices seem to violently tear and rip through muscle tissue in a brief span, an occurrence that frequently transpires before these devices fully integrate with the surrounding tissues, which is deemed the source of the pain. The damaged regions will be repaired using similar new components, such as gears, to replace the affected biological tissue. Tests have shown that substituting the original biomechanical gear system with parts made from conventional materials, wood, metal, leather, yields no adverse symptoms. Most concerning is that the infection in individuals affected by 217 may remain undetected for months or even years. Due to the ease of transmission, it is possible that hundreds of subjects may have already been infected prior to any forcible containment actions. Special containment measures. The containment area should be secured with a 2-layer negative pressure airlock, chemical sterilization showers, full-body hazardous material isolation suits, and 24-hour interactive post-exposure quarantine checks must be enforced for all personnel entering the containment zone. Should a breach occur, the blast doors of both the containment and research areas must be immediately sealed, and chemical agent 21711 should be promptly sprayed into the atmosphere. Any individuals exposed to Project 217 should be contained and monitored, and all items they have touched must be disinfected. The realm of anomalous Project 217, the world of sword comes, wild desolate heaven. The narrative conduit has been activated, and the world consciousness has successfully established a link to commence broadcasting. As the celestial canvas gradually unfolds, a majestic and vast great wall materializes on the screen. This sword chi great wall towers into the clouds, its formidable presence palpable even through the celestial veil to the myriad humans. Countless runes engraved upon the wall flicker incessantly, accompanied by several grand characters embodying Taoist essence etched into its surface. Above the wall, figures occasionally dart by. These are the sword cultivators tasked with guarding this place. Beneath the great wall, innumerable corpses of demon clans litter the ground, silently narrating the ferocity of the battles fought here amidst desolation. Dust swirls in the air, and in the distance, one can faintly discern enormous and grotesque demonic beasts prowling, a threat emerging from the wild, desolate heaven. As the scene shifts, a foundation emblem, capable of encompassing this realm, materializes in the sky of the Sword Comes world. As the emblem slowly rotates, an invisible pressure descends from the heavens, swiftly suppressing the heavenly laws of this world, while the foundational world's regulatory principles begin to replace the existing laws of this realm. Though the myriad humans remain unaware behind the celestial veil, the cultivators of the Sword Comes world are already drenched in sweat. They could distinctly perceive that the once welcoming heavens and earth were now rejecting them, the cultivators, as the principles that had previously permitted their cultivation were being supplanted. Their extraordinary powers were being repressed back to the mundane realm. Just as the Sword Chi Great Wall cultivators found themselves engulfed in unease, a spatial passageway, stretching several dozen kilometers, abruptly tore open above the Sword Chi Great Wall. As the passage began to stabilize, colossal warships from the Warhammer world, resembling mobile metal fortresses, gradually emerged from the rift. These immense vessels glimmered with a chilling metallic sheen, their hulls adorned with a multitude of imposing artillery ports that inspired trepidation. The emblem of the Aquila, representing the Warhammer human empire, reflected a cold, steely brilliance. When these ships appeared in the sky, they starkly contrasted with the ancient and majestic Great Wall below. The wall, like a sinuous dragon, had endured the ravages of time, yet remained unyielding. While the steel warships from the Warhammer world epitomized the amalgamation of advanced technology and formidable military might, exuding an aura of technological civilization. The juxtaposition of the ancient and the modern created an immensely striking visual tableau. As a dozen warships fully landed, the passageway above began to slowly contract. At that moment, at the forefront of the Sword Chi Great Wall, the three sages, Yao Kizhou, Yi Laolian, and Dingguang Buddha, had already gathered, observing the colossal steel vessels without any intention of approaching to offer greetings. Likewise, the grounded Warhammer warships remained silent. Both parties awaited the arrival of the true decision-makers. As the narrative portal gradually shrank, a team from the Foundation, clad in specialized biohazard suits, finally stepped through. Foundation Mobile Task Force 7, Mad Hatter Commerce. Task Force 7 specializes in the acquisition and containment of anomalies exhibiting extreme biological, chemical, or radiological crises, while also being responsible for the rapid containment and cleanup of areas affected by such anomalies. This includes planned and unforeseen deployments across extensive regions or the epidemic spread of anomalous disease vectors and other infectious phenomena. As the heavens slowly revealed information about the team, the three sages of the Sword Chi Great Wall and the fleet from the Warhammer world finally stirred. The three sages, Yao Kejio, Yi Laoyan, and Dingguang Buddha, were the first to step forward for a greeting. Not far from the warships, 8 members of the Imperial Guard clad in Astartes power armor emerged from the vessels. Given that this was their first collaboration, the human empire of the Warhammer world regarded this mission with utmost seriousness. They directly dispatched 2 Emperor-class battleships, 12 kilometers, 6 Retribution-class battleships, 7 kilometers, and several assault boats, 8 kilometers. Considering the current state of the human empire, this was already the utmost they could mobilize in a short period. Of course, the warships were secondary. The primary focus was on the deployment of the 8 Imperial Guards. Accompanying the warships were several companies of Seraphim and thousands of Astra Militarum troops. As the Imperial Guards disembarked, the heavens provided pertinent information. Imperial Guard, the Emperor's elite retinue, known as the pinnacle of the Empire's military might. The Astartes clad in their Aurelius power armor are worth more than entire resource planets. From their inception, they have been tasked with the guardianship of the Imperial Palace and the Golden Throne, serving as the Emperor's illustrious emissaries, their words embodying the Emperor's will. They possess a unique manufacturing process, distinct from the ordinary Astartes who undergo augmentation surgeries, resulting in their numbers being a mere fraction compared to the trillions of humanity in the Imperium, only a scant few tens of thousands. They are equipped with the most clandestine armaments of the human empire. The origins of the Adeptus Custodes predate the Gene Seed, their authority eclipsing that of both Space Marines and Inquisitors. In the presence of the Astartes, the Custodes stand as titans, akin to the Space Marines confronting the Astral Legions. To the Emperor, the Astartes are merely instruments of galactic liberation, while the Custodes represent the very seed of humanity. As the Custodes emerge, they are followed closely by the Blood Angels, equally captivating in their presence. The Blood Angels chapter is renowned as the most divinely favored among the Space Marine legions. Their gene seed originates from the revered Sanguinius, and they were once universally acknowledged as the paragons of martial prowess and valor among the Astartes. However, the Horus heresy dealt them a grievous blow, resulting in the sacrifice of their angelic progenitor. The horror of his demise left an indelible scar upon the souls of all legionnaires. Since that ominous day, whispers of a terrifying curse flowing through the bloodline of the Blood Angels have quietly circulated. The Imperial Guard, also known as the Astra Militarum or the Emperor's smallest coin, comprises countless men and women from myriad worlds within the Imperium, alongside millions of armored tanks. The Guard recruits billions annually, and their sheer numbers allow for seemingly meaningless sacrifices or engagements in battles devoid of hope. Throughout the tumultuous 41st millennium, the Imperial Guard relies not on enhanced physiques, advanced technologies, or surgical modifications. They are merely ordinary human soldiers clad in flak armor, wielding lasguns affixed with bayonets, their faces resolute in their vow to vanquish any foe. They engage tirelessly, employing every conceivable tactic to entrap, delay, and eliminate any who dare oppose the Empire. Their relentless efforts ensure the stability of the Imperium and allow humanity to withstand countless onslaughts from heretical and malevolent forces, all to uphold the Emperor's majesty and safeguard his authority. As the three factions convene, the three saints of the Sword Chi Great Wall are the first to perform the ceremonial greeting. Esteemed companions, welcome to the Sword Chi Great Wall. We are the saints presiding over this domain, Taoist Yao Kejio, Confucian Elder Yi Laoyan, and Buddhist Dingguang Buddha. In response, the Foundation team and the Custodes team return the gesture of respect and introduce their respective units. Following brief exchanges, the Mad Hatter, the leader of the merchant caravan, promptly shifts the conversation to matters of significance. I am the captain of the Mad Hatter's squad, serving as the commander of this containment operation for the Foundation. The anomalous situation and the dangers posed by the celestial canopy have been thoroughly explained. Do you fully comprehend? The three saints and the commander of the Forbidden Army nodded in affirmation, indicating their understanding. Very well, I shall now issue the directives for this containment operation. The captain of the Mad Hatter continued. The following are the operational orders. Our squad is solely responsible for the retrieval of the original virus samples and the identification of infected individuals. The task of eliminating the infected will be undertaken by the Warhammer Army, with assistance from the Sword-coming world. The connection between this world and the narrative lattice has been temporarily severed by the Foundation, allowing you to proceed without concern. Specifically, the three saints shall assist in sealing off the Sword Chi Great Wall and the nearby human settlements, forbidding any life from entering or exiting. Not even a mouse may be allowed to escape. The Warhammer Army will be responsible for eradicating the detected infected individuals, prioritizing the safety of humans before entering the Savage Land to assist our squad in the retrieval of the original virus samples. The directive for the elimination of all infected individuals is, spare no mercy. Chapter 40, The Shattered God Church. In the Warhammer world, at the Terra Palace, As the Mad Hatter's squad from the Foundation and the team dispatched by Warhammer were executing containment tasks in the Sword-Coming world, a medical team from the Foundation and their fleet had also arrived in the Warhammer world. At the entrance of the Terra Palace, Regent Guilliman had been waiting anxiously, his tightly clasped hands betraying his unrest. As the Foundation's spacecraft descended, Guilliman suppressed his excitement and stepped forward to greet them. The hatch opened, and a Foundation doctor emerged with a small team. Mr. Guilliman, greetings. I am the chief physician responsible for treating the Emperor, and I will also oversee the cooperative affairs in the Warhammer world, the leading doctor introduced, looking up at Guilliman. Thank you, Doctor. We appreciate the Foundation's willingness to collaborate. Please, follow me, Guilliman replied earnestly, stepping aside to lead the Foundation team to the grand entrance of the Terra Palace. Gazing at the imposing gates that had remained closed for nearly a millennium since the Emperor ascended the Golden Throne, Guilliman quelled the tumult of emotions within him. As he made his move, the ancient door, sealed for 1,000 years, began to creak open slowly, emitting a heavy and deliberate sound, reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening from slumber. The towering gates, under the force of Guilliman's might, gradually parted. The gap widened, and brilliant sunlight pierced through like golden arrows, instantly illuminating the long-dormant darkness within the palace. In that moment, the entire palace was bathed in dazzling light, rendering everything that had lurked in shadow utterly exposed. When the sunlight fully flooded the interior of the palace, the magnificent golden throne, standing resolutely at the center of the great hall, came into view. It radiated a breathtaking brilliance, akin to a resplendent sun, casting a golden glow throughout the surrounding space. In the radiant glow, the figure seated upon the throne exuded an air of majesty and solemnity, as if draped in a resplendent cloak forged of gilded gold. The humanity scattered across the myriad realms gazed upon this palace and the silent, stoic presence upon the golden throne, their hearts swelling with an ineffable reverence. In this moment, they truly grasped the essence of what it meant to be the rightful sovereign of humankind. This entity, endowed with supreme authority and boundless wisdom within the world of Warhammer, remained steadfast through the vicissitudes of time, safeguarding the future and hopes of the entire human race. As the people, led by Guilliman, entered the Grand Hall, even the scholar from the Imperial Foundation, seated upon the golden throne, could not help but express his astonishment. By the stars, a time stasis device? He exclaimed, raising an eyebrow at the sight before him. This is quite dire. Did no one attempt to remedy the situation at the time? To allow the Emperor to occupy this device directly? How cruel. Listening to the scholar, Guilliman shook his head in resignation. In that moment, we had no understanding of the device's principles aside from its relation to the Emperor. What do you think, Doctor? Is it possible to heal him? His tone turned cautious, though he held faith in the Foundation's technological prowess. Fear not, the scholar reassured him. The Foundation's medical capabilities should suffice. However, it seems your Imperium still requires the Emperor to activate the conduit created by this device. He interrupted Guilliman, who was about to speak. Thus, you may need to wait a while longer, though not excessively. I trust that our warlike brethren will soon return with news. Outside the Eye of Terror, as the scholar and Guilliman conversed, the fleet had indeed arrived. Countless starships had completely encircled the Eye of Terror. These vessels, gleaming with cold luminescence, advanced like colossal iron beasts, forming an impenetrable formation as they drew nearer to the eye. As the distance diminished, the weapon systems aboard the ships activated, their cannons radiating lethal light, aimed squarely at the ominous core of the eye. The entire expanse was enveloped in a tense atmosphere, with the emblems of humanity flickering upon the fleet. In the command chamber of the flagship, Warlord Valder stood resolute, personally overseeing the fleet's navigation while briefing on the conditions within the warp. Through the ship's viewport, a vast rift in the subspace appeared, resembling a cosmic scar. It spanned the dark void, akin to an unhealable wound, intermittently flashing with eerie light and distorted energy waves. Even within the formidable confines of the warship, Valder could sense an intangible pressure bearing down upon him, as if hearing the anguished wails of countless abominable entities emanating from the depths of that rift. He turned to the fleet commander beside him, his expression grave. Ahead lies the Eye of Fear, the fabled birthplace of the color sin. I felt we should still. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, they were abruptly interrupted by the fleet commander's exultant and elevated voice. Ah, at long last. Is this the lair of that so-called evil deity? The commander's eyes widened, brimming with excitement and curiosity, as though he had stumbled upon a treasure of unparalleled worth. It is said to be so in legends, though in truth, our understanding of its interior is rather scant. After all, few have emerged unscathed and uncorrupted from that place, so the information we possess is exceedingly limited. Then let us venture inside and ascertain the truth. All ships, prepare to enter. Let us scatter the ashes of that vile deity. The fleet commander commanded excitedly into the communicator. Waldo, I believe we should exercise caution. Waldo looked on, bewildered at the eager individuals intent on charging recklessly ahead, and he stepped forward, intending to urge this exuberant crowd. who seemed to embody the very essence of demons, to remain calm. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he witnessed countless warships rushing into the eye of fear with the fervor of infatuated suitors. What are you doing? Just as Waldo remained in a state of shock, the fleet collided head-on with a horde of demons stationed at the entrance. Countless grotesque and fearsome demons roared at the intruding fleet. As Waldo opened his mouth to speak, a blinding flash of light erupted before him, and the demons were obliterated right before his eyes. Simultaneously, the cacophony of curses pouring through the fleet's public communication channel left the seasoned commander momentarily bewildered. Human-headed dogs, what are you scrambling for? Have you never encountered demons before? Clear the way. I'm here to slay demons. Is there anyone who could spare me a moment? Begone. Where are they? Where are the demons? Leave one for us. You, go play elsewhere. You won't get anything warm. Under Waldo's numbed gaze, the countless demons were unable to even slow the fleet's relentless advance. The fleet surged forth, a force that annihilated gods and demons alike, pushing deeper into the eye of fear. Meanwhile, in the world of the sword, outside the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the current hidden officer, Saiyan, arrived in haste after hearing the merciless words of the Mad Hat traitor. He pondered his tone. Is it truly the case that those infected have no hope of salvation? The Mad Hat traitor, peering through his protective suit at the questioning Saiyan, replied with a grave tone, dispelling any unrealistic notions. No, once infected, there is no possibility of cure. At least, the Foundation cannot heal it, and if it could, it would no longer be an anomaly. Noticing that Saiyan seemed poised to speak further, the three saints hastily interjected. Very well, we understand. We will do everything in our power to assist you in managing this. Upon hearing the traitor's affirmative words, the three saints, albeit reluctantly, could only comply, determined to protect the other uninfected sword cultivators within the Great Wall. Considering this, the three saints hurried back to the battlements of the wall to activate formations that would seal the surrounding realm. All personnel at the Sword Chi Great Wall, heed the command. Immediately return to your respective residences for isolation. Interactions with any individuals or other beings are strictly prohibited, as we await the Foundation's personnel for testing. With the issuance of the Saint's decree, the entire Sword Chi Great Wall was enveloped in a protective barrier, sealing it completely. Observing this, the Mad Hat Merchant's squad deployed several flying devices to commence a thorough scan of life within the Great Wall. The testing will require some time. You must first accompany us to undergo basic protective disinfection before any eradication operations. The mortal auxiliary forces should remain behind. The leader of the Mad Hat Merchant's team instructed the captain of the Forbidden Army nearby. Exercise utmost caution during the eradication. We cannot afford for you to be infected as well. As the testing proceeded, an eerie silence descended upon the city. The streets echoed only with the heavy footsteps of the Astartes squad as they rushed about, interspersed with the sounds of gunfire and cries that accompanied the execution of infected individuals. Initially, some humans within the city expressed discontent at the sight of the infected, whose normal appearance and desperate pleas evoked a sense of unease. However, once they witnessed a bullet shatter a man's skull, revealing a grotesque fusion of flesh and machinery, dissent dissipated entirely. Of course, there were those who contemplated rebellion, yet under the oppressive rules of the Foundation. Even the most superhuman Astartes could only meet their end by execution. The final toll was alarming. Nearly 20% of the city's human population and nearly all animals had been eradicated to control the infection. This figure only reflected the severely afflicted, leaving unknown the number still in the incubation period, undetectable. Notably, during the eradication efforts, even with the Astartes squad fully prepared for protection, 2 of the Blood Angels fell victim to infection. Logically, symptoms should not manifest immediately after infection. Yet these 2 reported feelings of tearing within their bodies and ominous ticking sounds. To ensure the safety of others, the squad leader, with a heavy heart, was compelled to execute them personally. This grim reality instilled a true sense of horror regarding the 217 infection among humanity across the realms. Mere contact guaranteed a 100 infection rate, incurable and insidiously latent. With the situation among humanity at the Sword Chi Great Wall temporarily stabilized, attention turned to the urgent matter of the wild world. However, an unexpected development unfolded. Monstrous beasts from the wild world launched an assault on the city. From the direction of the wild world, clouds of dust billowed upwards, resembling a dark wave of chaos surging forth. Accompanied by deep, resonant roars, enormous beasts gradually emerged. On the city walls, as the monstrous horde approached, Saiyan, who had been brimming with pent-up frustration, was poised to leap down and reduce the creatures to pulp. Yet, she was intercepted by Yao Kijio. Something is amiss. The demonic tribes cannot be unaware of the current situation. The Foundation's personnel are present. It is improbable they would send beasts to attack the city. Upon hearing this, Saiyan reluctantly stifled her rage. At that moment, the leader of the Mad Hat Merchant's team exchanged a glance with the captain of the Forbidden Army, who nodded in response. Following this silent communication, he commanded the battleship's heavy artillery to fire. With the captain's order, the artillery was activated, its massive barrel trembling slightly in anticipation. As the cannon's mouth began to gather a blinding radiance, the light intensified, resembling a miniature star rapidly condensing energy. Amidst the flickering brilliance, the air became ionized, with tendrils of blue electricity entwining around the cannon's body. Then, accompanied by a deafening roar, the colossal cannon unleashed a fierce projectile. Wherever the energy ripples traversed, the very fabric of space shimmered, as if struggling to withstand such formidable power. Several shells surged directly towards the oncoming horde of monstrous beasts, and in an instant, the foremost of the larger creatures was struck. They scarcely had time to emit a cry before being obliterated, their mangled remains mingling with mechanical debris. Following this, the residual shockwave carved a long path of destruction through the beastly throng, sending those that had been fortunate enough to evade the initial blast reeling into the air. In a fleeting moment, before the horde could approach the Great Wall, 90% of them had been utterly annihilated, leaving behind a scene of devastation as the dust settled, revealing numerous deep craters. Observing the grim tableau outside the city, Saiyan and the three saints present could not help but raise their eyebrows, their gazes shifting towards the Imperial Guards and the fleet above. Glancing at the sword clenched in their grasp, they suddenly felt it lacked its previous allure. Just as the onlookers marveled at the cannon's might, Captain of the Mad Hat Trading Company furrowed his brow in concern. Something was amiss. These beasts were all infected with the 217 strain. Even in self-preservation, they would never recklessly march to their demise. Clearly, someone or something was manipulating them. Yet the infected individuals initially lacked awareness of their condition, only to realize it too late, having already transformed. Moreover, in previous cases, there had been no sign of anything capable of controlling other infected entities among those infected by 217. Could it be that another individual was pulling the strings? Yao Guangzhou remarked, observing the contemplative expression of the Mad Hat Captain. Other individuals. The most ancient existing sect, the Church of the Broken God, 004. The current leader is a figure recorded as His Holiness. Foundation document, Church of the Broken God. Document classification, confidential. Document description. The Church of the Broken God is an anomalous religious organization that venerates machinery, believing that life or flesh is inherently evil or fractured. Despite its unknown origins, archaeological excavations have uncovered artifacts associated with the Broken God, dating back to the classical era of Greece. The Church's doctrine asserts that his existence predates the emergence of life on Earth. Its central theory posits that their deity has been shattered, dispersed, and is no longer active. The Church's followers, a fervent group of devotees, believe that many artifacts are remnants of the Broken God, the supreme divinity, created during the formation of the universe. By restoring the deity to wholeness, they too shall attain divinity. As the sect continued its efforts to reconstruct its deities, it experienced a significant schism at some point in the last century. Two vital branches of the original church entered into a profound theoretical conflict. Below are the two principal churches that emerged from this division. Gear Orthodoxy. The Gear Orthodox Church, 004, advocates for a standardized, literal interpretation of religious imagery. Its adherents willingly undergo unusual mechanical transformations with the explicit aim of integrating themselves into the divine tapestry or plan. Due to these mechanical modifications, the members of this sect often emit audible ticking or clicking sounds and are pejoratively referred to by members of the other two sections. Gear Orthodoxy deliberately adheres to the technological standards of the late Industrial Revolution, viewing mass-produced, steam, and clockwork-driven machinery as a form of prayer. Its doctrines are highly centralized, governed by a group of unknown individuals referred to as the Elders. These Elders issue detailed production orders and design documents, which constitute the core form of the group's widely recognized scripture. The Orthodox faith denounces the use of electronic and digital devices, perceiving distributed information sharing and dissemination as tantamount to the collapse of sacred knowledge. Maxwellism. The Maxwell Church, 004, represents a modern, computer, and network-oriented belief system, devoid of any known central ecclesiastical authority. However, both overt and covert investigations have confirmed that all known members regularly communicate with one another and are capable of collaboration. Maxwellists advocate for small-scale bodily modifications facilitated by advanced technology. Despite the presence of artificial limbs or enhanced skeletal structures, the primary focus of Maxwellist implants lies in information communication, data storage, network connectivity, and sensory enhancement. The tenets of Maxwellism interpret the fragmented deity as a decentralized entity existing as disparate data, manifesting within the connective technologies and cultural currents of the digital age. Believers approach the divine by embracing each other's unique attributes and sharing their knowledge and abilities for the collective good of the church. By linking thoughts to computer networks, they believe their deity can be recompiled into the collective will of humanity. Due to the noise from computer fans aiding in meditation, members are often disparagingly labeled by the other two sections. Below is a brief overview of the church's history, derived from sources deemed most reliable by the Foundation. It should serve as guidance for the handling of members or suspected artifacts, but Foundation agents and researchers must remain cognizant that it is merely an incomplete intelligence report, subject to revision with each new discovery. Content overview. The Summer Anomalous Cultural Group recent archaeological findings concerning ancient anomalous sites have established a connection between the Xia dynasty, which is said to have ruled the Huaxia from approximately 2100 to 1600 BCE, and the Church of the Fragmented Deity. The Xia cultural group adheres to a dualistic belief system, venerating entities known as the Serpent Father Fuxi, equated with the Shattered God, and the Dragon Mother Nuwa, likened to the deity of corporeal desires, Erebos. Scholars within this tradition are said to practice the way of the serpent, with members transforming into serpentine forms at the age of 12, purportedly to emulate the body of the dragon. This peculiar metamorphic activity, coupled with the temporally disordered technologies unearthed from archaeological sites, corroborates that the Xia dynasty represents the first recorded anomalous civilization in history. According to the cosmology of the Xia dynasty, after the creation of humanity, Fuxi and Nuwa engaged in a fierce battle, culminating in Fuxi's transformation into a grand bronze cage to imprison Nuwa. Worship of Fuxi takes precedence over that of Nuwa. However, the Xia anomalous cultural group perceives the restoration of Fuxi as a cataclysmic event that must be thwarted at all costs, as it would precipitate Nuwa's escape and herald the apocalypse. The dynasty is believed to have commenced with the legendary Yellow Emperor, the progenitor of Huaxia culture, who vanquished other contemporaneous worshippers of Fuxi and Nuwa. Throughout its history, Xia civilization encountered conflicts with other cultures, including the aforementioned sects, civilizations, the later Shang dynasty, and those that followed. The Xia culture was markedly more advanced than its contemporaries, having developed structures akin to computer devices, artificial intelligence, a writing system more sophisticated than that of the Shang, and even reality warping apparatuses. They were masterful smiths, particularly adept with bronze and a beryllium bronze alloy that appears in numerous anomalous artifacts. The properties of this alloy are currently under investigation. Records indicate that the Xia civilization devised means for interstellar travel, though it remains uncertain whether such constructs were actually built, were merely theoretical, or pertain to an entirely different reality. The Xia dynasty met its demise following conflicts with beings referred to as the Golden Crows, and apart from a few anomalous sites, artifacts, and entities, all physical evidence of its existence has been obliterated. Information about them has been preserved through legends in surrounding and subsequent cultures, with accounts suggesting that survivors exist as guardians of the forgotten history.